Chapter 1. Apologize to the dog. Qin Feng, kneel down right now. Yes, quickly apologize to your brother's bloodhound. A cacophony of voices filled the air, and Qin Feng felt dazed. When he opened his eyes, he saw several familiar faces. Qin Feng, tell me, did you do it? A middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, with an imposing demeanor, stared at Qin Feng and asked sharply, "What on earth is going on?" Qin Feng looked around and found the scene to be very familiar. Could it be that I've been reborn? He had experienced this scene before. Qin Feng, do you think that if you don't speak, you can escape responsibility? Qin Feng, you are truly narrow-minded and of low character. It would be one thing if you were useless yourself, but you shouldn't have poisoned and harmed your brother's bloodhound. You should know that the bloodhound is your brother's contract beast. If you kill it, wouldn't your brother's strength drop significantly, losing an important ally? Qin Feng, you have really disappointed us. If I had known it would come to this, I shouldn't have brought you back home. You should have died outside. Qin Feng glanced at the women who were hurling insults at him. They were his eldest sister Qin Hongyan, second sister Qin Hongshuang, third sister Qin Pandai, and fourth sister Qin Zhaodi. And the imposing middle-aged man was his father, Qin Tianlong, the Daong dynasty, head of the Qin family in Liangzhou. In addition, there was a young man in a luxurious blue robe, about the same age as Qin Feng, standing beside him. He was holding a nearly lifeless bloodhound in his arms. That was Qin Feng's brother, Qin Hao. Unfortunately, this brother was not Qin Tianlong's biological son, but rather adopted from outside. At this moment, Qin Tianlong, along with the four sisters of the Qin family, was confronting Qin Feng. The reason was that Qin Feng had poisoned and almost killed Qin Hao's bloodhound. His sisters wanted Qin Feng to kneel down and apologize to a dog. How'd I end up back here? Qin Feng muttered to himself, quickly realizing his situation. He must have been reborn. He had experienced this scene before. His brother Qin Hao had intentionally fed the bloodhound a poison pill to frame him. Then, he teamed up with his four pampering sisters to confront him. The goal was to make everyone despise Qin Feng so that he couldn't stay in the Qin family. As long as Qin Feng left, everything in the Qin family would belong to Qin Hao. According to the original plot, Qin Feng would resolutely deny it, claiming that he hadn't done it, and that it was Qin Hao who had framed him. As a result, he would be met with severe reprimands from his third and fourth sisters, who would say they had witnessed the whole thing. At that time, the bloodhound had been poisoned because it ate a bone that Qin Feng had discarded. Qin Feng had no way to argue, and after being harshly reprimanded by Qin Tianlong, he was directly imprisoned in the woodshed and punished by not being allowed to eat for 3 days. As a result, Qin Feng gained a reputation for being narrow-minded and of low character. The entire Qin residents grew to despise him even more. Experiencing this scene again filled Qin Feng with deep sadness. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Am I really Qin Tianlong's biological son, the real brother of my 4 sisters? Or is it Qin Hao? Qin Hao was merely adopted by Qin Tianlong from outside to prevent Qin Mu from being too heartbroken after my loss. But why do they all believe Qin Hao and refuse to believe me now? Qin Feng, I will ask you one last time, did you do this or not? Seeing Qin Feng remain silent, Qin Tianlong became angry and shouted impatiently. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a deep look at Qin Hao, who stood innocently to the side. Qin Hao, seeing this, couldn't help but smirk coldly. This incident was a trap he had set up. Regardless of whether Qin Feng admitted it or not, he was already prepared for both outcomes. If Qin Feng confessed, he would fall into the reputation of being narrow-minded and of low character. If he denied it, well, his third and fourth sisters had already been persuaded by him to testify to their father. At that time, Qin Feng would be left speechless, only provoking Qin Tianlong's fury even more. So, no matter the outcome, it was all detrimental to Qin Feng. Unfilial son, speak up. Are you afraid to take responsibility for your actions? Seeing Qin Feng continue to remain silent, Qin Tianlong was furious. Father, no need to ask, he did it. Indeed, Qin Feng spent so many years as a beggar, associating with those lowly people. What good could he possibly learn? It's no surprise he would do something so outrageous. Father, stop wasting time on him. Just lock him up in the woodshed. The 4 sisters began to stir up trouble again. Everyone shut up. Qin Tianlong waved his hand irritably and fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, saying, Qin Feng, tell me, did you do this? Don't worry, as long as you admit it honestly. I won't blame you. It was me. Qin Feng nodded. Really, you did it? Qin Tianlong was taken aback at first, then became furious. You really poisoned your brother's bloodhound out of jealousy. Yes, I was jealous of him, so I poisoned his bloodhound, but unfortunately, that beast is resilient and didn't die from it. Qin Feng said calmly, You are truly hopeless. It seems that all these years of wandering and associating with those lowly people have completely corrupted you. Qin Tianlong was enraged upon hearing this, raising his right hand to slap Qin Feng's face. Smack! Qin Feng flew out like a scarecrow, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, a sight too gruesome to behold. As he struggled to get up from the ground, half of his face was swollen. Qin Feng stood there, expressionless, coldly staring at Qin Tianlong. This was his biological father. With no reason, he resorted to violence against him. Yet he doted on the adopted Qin Hao, treating him as his own. Who is really the biological son here? Him or Qin Hao? What? Are you still unconvinced, you ungrateful wretch? Seeing Qin Feng glaring at him, Qin Tianlong roared in fury. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, remained silent and quickly turned to leave. Wretch, stop right there. Qin Tianlong shouted from behind. Today you have committed such a grave mistake. You are punished to be locked in the woodshed for 3 days without food. Understood. Qin Feng replied indifferently and walked towards the woodshed. Wretch, I shouldn't have brought you back home. You should have fended for yourself outside. Seeing Qin Feng show no signs of remorse, Qin Tianlong shouted again. Punishment escalated. Locked in the woodshed for 5 days without food. Father, please calm down. Qin Feng must have realized his mistake, and my bloodhound is fine, right? Please forgive him. Don't punish him any further. What if he starves? At this moment, Qin Hao gently placed the bloodhound on the ground and stepped forward to pat Qin Tianlong's chest, trying to calm him down. Qin Feng turned back to take a look and felt a deep admiration. This Qin Hao really is something. This guy is too good at pretending. This kind of deliberate framing is not the first time. He remembered that shortly after he returned to the Qin family, Qin Hao had constantly looked for ways to provoke him. Relying on the affection of Qin Tianlong and Qin Mu, along with his sisters, he kept creating trouble. He either wrongfully accused Qin Feng of stealing or deliberately smeared him, making Qin Feng's reputation among the Qin family plummet. Later, it escalated further, and he secretly poisoned Qin Feng. It wasn't until the day Qin Feng died from the poison that he realized it was a slow-acting toxin that Qin Hao had given him. It may not seem obvious at first, but over time, will accumulate like water forming a river, until the deadly poison erupts completely, leading to death. Even more ridiculous is that after Qin Feng's poisoning death, Qin Tianlong still believed it was the work of enemies and did not suspect Qin Hao at all. In the end, he hastily buried Qin Feng and left it at that. Seeing how concerned Qin Hao was for him, Qin Tianlong couldn't help but show a look of appreciation, gently stroking Qin Hao's head and saying, You are still the filial one. However, after saying this, Qin Tianlong glared fiercely at Qin Feng and sternly said, Qin Feng, look how well your brother behaves. Even at this time, he hasn't forgotten to plead for you. Don't you think you should learn more from him? Qin Feng looked at Qin Hao. He saw Qin Hao still pretending to curry favor with Qin Tianlong. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, he couldn't help but smirk, a smug smile appearing on his face. As if to say, Qin Feng, you worthless waste cannot compete with me. All the cultivation resources of the Qin family belong to me. You should obediently roll out of the Qin family instead of foolishly dreaming of continuing to be the young master of the Qin family dog thing. Qin Feng was furious upon seeing this. The more he looked at this dog bastard, the angrier he became. In his previous life, he had endured all kinds of humiliation, seeking recognition from his family, and longing for the affection that should have belonged to him. As a result, even when faced with countless unfair treatments, he did not dare to speak up. This allowed Qin Hao to take advantage of him, ultimately using slow-acting poison to cause his death. Recalling the agonizing experience of dying from the poison, feeling unable to survive or die, Qin Feng could no longer contain himself. He had to take action. Revenge should not be delayed. It must be done now. He couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, he would still be harmed by that dog bastard Qin Hao in the future. With this thought, Qin Feng quickly turned around and strode towards Qin Hao. What are you going to do? Feeling the strong killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Hao's body trembled slightly. Bang! Without saying a word, Qin Feng lifted his right foot and stomped down hard. A woo! A piercing scream came from the red-blooded dog, which had just had its poison released and was extremely weak. That it was directly stomped to death by Qin Feng. Blood splattered everywhere. Damn it. Didn't you say I was petty and wanted to kill your red-blooded dog? Then I'll fulfill your wish and stomp it to death. Ah. Qin Hong Yin and the other women screamed in unison upon seeing this. They never expected that this brother, who usually catered to them and even bowed to please them, would suddenly become so tough. After stomping the red-blooded dog to death, Qin Feng waved his right hand and slapped Qin Hao hard across the face. You dog thing, let you keep framing me. Let you cause my death. Ah? Qin Hao covered his swollen face, filled with disbelief. Beast, what are you doing? Are you crazy? It was only at this moment that Qin Tianlong snapped out of his extreme shock and glared at Qin Feng in fury. Yes, I'm crazy. Didn't you always dislike me as your son? Then go ahead and kill me. Consider returning this life to you. Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Do you think I really dare to kill you? Qin Tianlong said, suddenly raising his right hand. A terrifying wave of mysterious energy surged from his palm. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will grant you your wish, lest you tarnish the reputation of my Qin family in the future. With that, Qin Tianlong slammed his palm down towards Qin Feng's head. Chapter 2. Expelled from the Qin family. Stop. Just as Qin Tianlong's palm was about to strike down and kill Qin Feng, a familiar shout suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Hearing this, Qin Tianlong's right hand abruptly stopped in midair. Qin Feng turned around and saw a middle-aged woman in a blue palace dress, still graceful, rushing over with a maid. This woman was Qin Feng's biological mother, Lu Mei. Qin Tianlong, what are you doing? Lu Mei glared angrily at Qin Tianlong. Although she didn't think much of Qin Feng, he was still her son that she carried for 10 months. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cub. How could she tolerate Qin Tianlong wanting to kill her son? Qin Tianlong, are you even human? You want to kill Feng? Lu Mei stepped forward and pulled Qin Feng away. Look at what this beast has done. Qin Tianlong pointed at Qin Hao, whose half-face was swollen. How or what happened? Who hit you? Lu Mei rushed forward, heartbroken, and gently stroked Qin Hao's cheek. As for Qin Feng, she completely ignored him. Woo. Mom, I'm fine, Qin Hao said, suddenly looking down at the exploded head of the red-blooded dog and began to cry loudly. Ah, Xiaohong, you died so tragically. That's all my fault. I'm an incompetent master, causing your tragic death. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. As Qin Hao spoke, he raised his right hand and began to slap his own face repeatedly. Soon, both sides of his face were swollen, looking like a pig's head, extremely comical. Damn it, this dog bastard is acting again. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with strong disgust upon seeing this. Qin Hao was best at pretending to be weak and pitiful in front of everyone. This made the Qin family dislike Qin Feng even more. What everyone didn't know was that the real culprit behind all of this was actually that dog bastard, Qin Hao. Unfortunately, those involved were confused while the onlookers were clear, in the entire Qin residence. Besides Qin Feng, no one knew this. What made Qin Feng even more heartbroken was that even if he directly revealed the truth, no one would believe him. It was simply because Qin Hao acted too well. Stop, Howard, stop. Tell Mom what happened. I'll stand up for you. Lu Mei, seeing this, was heartbroken. She quickly stepped forward, pulled Qin Hao up from the ground, and hugged him tightly, comforting him with concern. Qin Feng saw this and felt completely cold inside. Although he was Qin family's biological son, ever since 5 years ago when the Qin family brought him back from outside, Qin Tianlong and Lu Mei treated him slightly better at first, but later they completely ignored him. Lu Mei didn't even hug Qin Feng. Sometimes when he entered a room, he would be scolded. She said Qin Feng was wild outside, didn't know the rules, and even complained that he was dirty, forbidding him from entering his parents' room without permission. While Qin Hao, the adopted son, could come and go freely. Qin Feng had asked himself countless times whether he was the biological one or if Qin Hao was the biological one. Why were the treatments they received so vastly different? Mom, this is what happened. At that moment, the third sister, Qin Pundi, glared at Qin Feng and recounted the events with embellishments. What? Lu Mei was taken aback and then turned to glare at Qin Feng, saying, Qin Feng, are you crazy? Out of jealousy for your brother, you actually went so far as to stomp his red-blooded dog to death? Do you know how rare and precious that red-blooded dog is? Is a dog more important than my biological son? Qin Feng retorted coldly, staring at Lu Mei and continuing. Do you know that just before you arrived, they forced me to apologize to that dog? Ah, this. Lu Mei was also stunned upon hearing this. Forcing Qin Feng to apologize to a dog was indeed excessive, and oh wonder Qin Feng suddenly changed his temperament today and attacked Qin Hao. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense, this is all Qin Feng's fault. The second sister, Qin Hong Shuang, shouted loudly. If it weren't for his narrow-mindedness, deliberately poisoning and harming his brother's red-blooded dog, how could we have possibly forced him to kneel and apologize? Yes, it's all Qin Feng's fault, he poisoned first. What's even worse is that not only does he refuse to admit his mistake, but he also trampled the bloodhound to death and beat up Hao Di for no reason. Qin Feng is just a pile of mud that can't be propped up, Dad. Mom, I suggest we immediately expel him from the Qin residence. Yes, throw him out, so he doesn't tarnish the Qin family's reputation. Qin Hongyan and the other women began to scold him from the side. Hearing this, Qin Feng could only chuckle. In his previous life, after being poisoned to death by Qin Hao, Qin Feng's soul lingered around Qin Hao, witnessing countless events unfold. Relying on the Qin family's cultivation resources, Qin Hao's strength soared rapidly. However, the entire Qin family met a bad end, all perishing at Qin Hao's hands. Especially Qin Hongyan and the other women, who died a tragic death. The main reason was that after they established their own families, they wanted to share a piece of the pie from the Qin family. As a result, they were mercilessly wiped out by Qin Hao. Qin Hongyan and the others thought that as long as they were sincere to Qin Hao, he would be grateful and repay them 100-fold. Unfortunately, Qin Hao was a wolf that couldn't be raised. Once he gained power, Qin Hongyan and her companions all met a miserable end. Beast, apologize to your brother or get out of the Qin family immediately. I, Qin Tianlong, do not have a son as cruel and mad as you. After hearing the instigation from Qin Hongyan and the others, Qin Tianlong suddenly shouted. The voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the Qin residence, making Qin Feng's eardrums buzz. Lu Mei, who was comforting Qin Hao, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She favored Qin Hao, but Qin Feng was indeed her own flesh and blood. After finally bringing him back, now she had to kick him out. How could she bear it? Tianlong, let's talk this over. Lu Mei quickly tried to mediate. Shut up. Qin Tianlong was in a furious state and wouldn't listen to any advice. He glared at Qin Feng and said, Beast, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize to your brother quickly, or get out of the Qin residence immediately. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dad, I'm a Qin family member, your own son. Do you really think that Wild Seed is more important than me in your heart? Qin Feng aimed a stab at Qin Tianlong's heart. After all, he had already planned to leave. Qin Tianlong, upon hearing this, pointed towards a courtyard gate and shouted, Get out right now. From now on, if you dare to step into the Qin family again, I'll break your legs. No, Tianlong, Fenger is your own son. Although he committed a grave mistake, just punish him a little, don't kick him out. Okay? Seeing that Qin Tianlong was serious, Lu Mei quickly stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and pleaded tearfully, I, Qin Tianlong, have no son like that. Qin Tianlong remained unmoved. Are you sure you want to sever ties with me and deny me as your son? Qin Feng looked at Qin Tianlong and asked, Not only are you narrow-minded and of low character, but you also have a venomous mind and are ruthless. You are unworthy to be a member of the Qin family. I, Qin Tianlong, will treat you as if you were never born. Qin Tianlong declared loudly. Haha, good, you said it. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily and said loudly, Head of the Qin family, remember, you said it. From now on, I'm no longer a member of the Qin family. If anything happens to the Qin family in the future, don't come to me for help. Get out. Qin Tianlong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but fly into a rage, shouting loudly. The terrifying energy shook the nearby courtyard walls, causing them to collapse into countless fragments. Haha, I'm leaving. Head of the Qin family, Madam Qin, considering you gave me life, I'll give you one last piece of advice. A wild seed is just a wild seed, impossible to nurture. As the words fell, Qin Feng resolutely stepped forward and walked out of the courtyard. With memories of his past life and foresight for the next 10 years, he knew the direction of many events and feared that leaving the Qin residence would lead to his demise. From now on, the sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. And recently, a stunning opportunity awaited him. That opportunity originally belonged to Qin Hao. But now, he wouldn't let Qin Hao succeed. Chapter 3, Seizing Fortune Fenger. Don't go, come back quickly. Shut up. Since that bastard wants to leave, let him fend for himself outside. You all remember this. No one is allowed to secretly help him in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After Qin Feng exited the back door of the Qin residence, he could vaguely hear Qin Tianlong's thunderous roar. Suddenly, the dim sky began to drizzle lightly. The cool raindrops fell on his face, making Qin Feng feel refreshed. His mood was particularly pleasant. He had finally left that suffocating home. If he hadn't left, he would have continued to suffer under Qin Hao's poison. Years later, when Qin Feng's poison flared up, he died in his room after several days, with his body starting to rot before anyone discovered him. In the end, he was hastily buried, concluding a life of misery. Since he was reborn, Qin Feng would never allow such a thing to happen again. Moreover, he had felt resentful in his previous life for dying in such a suffocating manner. A wisp of his soul had lingered around Qin Hao for over a decade, witnessing Qin Hao's rise and the many events that unfolded. Seeing Qin Hao gain countless fortunes made Qin Feng feel envious and resentful. Unfortunately, as a wisp of soul, he could only watch helplessly and couldn't seize anything. But now, in this new life, he would not allow Qin Hao to succeed any longer. He would snatch all the fortunes for himself. Furthermore, he wanted the Qin family to understand how wrong their choice today was. I remember that Qin Hao obtained that heaven-defying treasure, the Qin Tower, by the Jianshan River outside the city. And the time is tomorrow at noon. Qin Feng murmured softly. As for why Qin Hao was going to the Jianshan River outside the city, it was to celebrate his successful frame-up of Qin Feng and happily take a few lackeys for a picnic. Of course, the reason Qin Hao gave to his parents was that he was feeling down because his beloved Crimson Blood Dog was poisoned and wanted to go out to relax. At that time, Qin Feng was imprisoned in the Qin family's woodshed, starving. After obtaining that heaven-defying treasure, the Qin Tower, Qin Hao's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In contrast, Qin Feng was affected by a special, slow-acting poison, which significantly impacted his body and spiritual roots, leading to a very slow cultivation speed. As a result, compared to Qin Hao, Qin Feng had become a complete waste. He was even less favored by the Qin family. First, he had to find a way to seize that heaven-defying treasure, the Qin Tower, and then find a way to expel the accumulated toxins from his body. Only then could he be healthy and focus on cultivation. Qin Feng murmured to himself, setting a small goal for the near future. It was only after his death that he realized Qin Hao had secretly poisoned his meals since 3 years ago. This special slow-acting poison was undetectable on the surface. Even if checked, there would be no trace to find. But once accumulated over time, it would gradually affect the body and the cultivator's spiritual roots, causing the cultivation speed to slow down. Both Qin Feng and Qin Hao were now 16 years old, with Qin Feng being only 2 months older than Qin Hao. Qin Feng was abandoned shortly after he was born. Later, Qin Tianlong told him that this was the doing of his enemies, intending to ensure the Qin family would die out. Lu Mei was devastated at the time, crying every day. So, Qin Tianlong brought back Qin Hao from outside to comfort Lu Mei's wounded heart. From then on, Lu Mei treated Qin Hao as her own child, cherishing him as if he were precious. Qin Feng had wandered outside for 11 years. When the Qin family found him, he was still begging. As for why Qin Feng wasn't killed by his enemies and instead became a beggar, even Qin Tianlong didn't know the reason. In short, Qin Feng suffered outside for a full 11 years. Logically, after the Qin family found him, they should have pampered him more to make up for the past. But Qin Feng didn't expect that even when he was in the Qin family, being cautious and obsequious, trying to please everyone, he would still end up with a nightmarish experience. No one in the entire Qin family treated him as a relative. Even his biological parents treated him with disdain, ignoring him completely, fearing that Qin Hao would think too much. Even the place where Qin Feng lived was in the back courtyard, next to the servants and maids. In the second year after returning to the Qin family, Qin Feng opened his spiritual meridians and could cultivate. Qin Hao, like him, also opened his spiritual meridians at the age of 12. Qin Tianlong was impartial when it came to cultivation. Both Qin Feng and Qin Hao practiced the Qin family's ancestral technique, the Xianyangju. In the Jiuzhou continent, where numerous clans thrived, the law of the jungle prevailed, and strength was revered. Therefore, the entire continent placed great importance on cultivation. Those powerful cultivators could move mountains, drain seas, subdue demons, suppress monsters, pluck stars, and crush moons. The Jiuzhou continent divides the realms of cultivators into 9 levels, from low to high: Xian Master, Xian Teacher, Xian General, Xian Sect, Xian Monarch, Xian King, Xian Emperor, Xian Venerable, and Xian Sovereign. Each realm is further divided into 9 heavens, from the first to the 9th. Techniques and martial skills are categorized into 4 levels: yellow level techniques, Xian level techniques, earth level techniques, and heaven level techniques. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Xianyangju is a top-grade yellow level technique. Looking across the entire Liangzhou, it is considered quite good. Initially, Qin Feng and Qin Hao's cultivation speeds were similar. But 2 years later, as Qin Feng was secretly poisoned, affecting his body and spiritual roots, his cultivation speed began to slow down. Consequently, as of now, Qin Feng was still at the 3rd level of Xian Master. In contrast, Qin Hao had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of Xian Master. At just 16 years old, achieving the pinnacle of the 5th level of Xian Master could be considered a genius. Therefore, the Qin family doted on Qin Hao even more. Even the precious crimson blood dog pup, which they had spent a fortune to auction, was given to Qin Hao by Qin Tianlong, making Qin Hao even more formidable and enhancing his overall strength. Of course, although Qin Hao was stronger than Qin Feng was still the biological son of Qin Tianlong and Lu Mei. So even if they wished Qin Feng dead, they didn't dare to act openly. They could only use their acting skills to continuously slander and frame Qin Feng, causing him to lose the support of his family and ultimately be expelled from the Qin residence. As long as Qin Feng was out of the way, everything in the Qin family would naturally belong to Qin Hao. Lost in thought, Qin Feng took big strides towards the outskirts of Tianwang City. Tianwang City is the main city of Liangzhou. The Qin family, as one of the 4 great families of Liangzhou, was a true giant in Tianwang City. Since Qin Feng only knew that Qin Hao obtained his fortune by the Jinshan River outside the city, and the entire Jinshan River was several thousand zhang long, Qin Feng didn't know the exact spot where Qin Hao found the Qin Tower, so he decided to leave the city early and wait by the Jinshan River. He hoped to seize the fortune that originally belonged to Qin Hao through a stroke of luck. Swish! With a thought, Qin Feng quickly activated whirlwind steps and rushed towards the Jinshan River. Haha! Qin Hao, your fortune belongs to me now. You can go eat dirt. Chapter 4: Obtaining the Qin Tower, Jinshan River. The water was clear, shimmering under the light. It resembled a long dragon winding around the Tianwang Mountains, roaring past. Occasionally, faint roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the distant Tianwang Mountains. When Qin Feng arrived at the banks of the Jinshan River, it was already evening. Seeing that the sky was darkening, he planned to find a safe place to stay for the night, because it was not far from the Tianwang Mountains. There might be demonic beasts coming out of the forest at night to drink water. With Qin Feng's current strength at the 3rd level of Xian Master, he wouldn't be able to defeat even a slightly stronger demonic beast. For safety's sake, it's better not to camp in the wild. Qin Feng walked along the riverbank for quite a while and finally found a suitable cave. The entrance of the cave was located in a remote valley, overgrown with withered yellow grass. It would be hard to discover without careful observation. It was just right for a temporary shelter. Qin Feng pushed aside the dead grass at the entrance and walked into the cave. The cave was not very large, only a few dozen feet square. The ground was scattered with some remnants of demon beast droppings. However, those droppings had long since dried up, likely left by the demon beast a long time ago. Qin Feng waved his sleeve, sweeping the droppings aside, then sat cross-legged on the ground. Although the environment in the cave was not great, and there was even a faint, unpleasant smell, Qin Feng didn't take care. He even felt it was much more comfortable than staying at the Qin family. Having wandered for 11 years in the past, he had encountered all kinds of harsh environments. Many times, he had lived in dilapidated temples in the wild. When it rained heavily, he would be drenched to the bone. Moreover, he had suffered from high fevers several times, nearly dying. But he was like a resilient little grass. No matter how harsh the environment, it could not take his life. Because of this, after being brought back to the Qin family, he cherished it deeply and tried his best to please everyone in the Qin family, hoping to earn their recognition. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he could not warm the cold hearts of the Qin family. It was only after his rebirth that Qin Feng realized how foolish he had been. He actually believed that these people's hearts could be warmed. They could not be warmed, because they had no hearts at all. However, now, he no longer needed to do that. From now on, he would live for himself. Qin Feng shook his head, throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate. As the Xianyang Ju operated, strands of heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged in from all directions, flooding into his body. Finally, it was refined into pure Xian Qi, entering the Dantian's mysterious orifice. After several cycles, Qin Feng discovered a problem. He found that the speed at which the Xian Qi flowed through his meridians was getting slower and slower. Moreover, with the increase in the number of cycles, several main meridians in his body began to ache faintly. In the past, Qin Feng would mistakenly think that it was due to his limited talent, causing his cultivation speed to be slow. But now he understood that all of this was due to the chronic poison that Qin Hao had inflicted on him. That kind of poison would gradually harm his body, corrode his spiritual roots, and make him gradually blend in with the crowd. Ultimately, the poison would erupt, causing him to die in agony. Therefore, if he wanted to solve the problem of slow cultivation, he first needed to find a way to detoxify. Unfortunately, now that he had left the Qin family, he was penniless and could not buy detoxification pills. He could only take it step by step. A night quickly passed. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After entering internal vision, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. After working hard to cultivate all night, the Xian Qi in his Dantian had only increased a little. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, he would probably need several decades to advance from the third layer of Xian Master to the fourth layer. No wonder he had only been at the third layer of Xian Master when he died from the poison. It wasn't that his talent was lacking. It was that he had fallen into Qin Hao's trap. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's hatred for Qin Hao surged again. Qin Hao, oh Qin Hao, in this life, as long as I am here, you will not have it easy like in the last life, rising up smoothly and powerfully. From now on, I will take away everything that belongs to you, piece by piece. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He suddenly stood up and quickly walked out of the cave. Although in his previous life, Qin Hao obtained the Qinquan Tower at noon, Qin Feng was still unclear about the exact location where he obtained it. So he could only set off early and walk around the Jianshan River first to see if the treasure was already there. After leaving the cave, Qin Feng immediately walked along the Jianshan River, constantly moving forward. His gaze was sharp as he carefully observed both sides of the river. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly focused. He saw a bloody corpse quietly lying on the rocks on the riverbank at a bend in the river. The corpse was wearing an ancient golden robe. There was a thumb-sized blood hole in the chest area with blood flowing out. Dark red blood spilled out from the wound, staining a small part of the river surface. In the right hand of the corpse, it was still tightly gripping a severed longsword. Qin Feng took a deep breath and hurriedly stepped forward. He gently adjusted the body, revealing a pale face. This was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, with a high forehead and a strong presence. Additionally, there was a golden elixir embroidered on the collar of his robe, shining brilliantly in the rising sun. It's him, it's him. Qin Feng's heart trembled. After his death in a previous life, a wisp of his soul had followed Qin Hao. He had heard Qin Hao boast of his subordinates, that his fortune was obtained from a dead alchemist. The person who died in front of him was indeed an alchemist. Wasn't he? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the corpse's right hand, where he saw a black storage ring on the index finger. Qin Feng gently pried open the corpse's hand that was tightly gripping the broken sword and took off the storage ring, since the owner had long since died. The spiritual imprint on the storage ring had dissipated as well. With a thought, Qin Feng entered the storage ring. Upon inspection, Qin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Inside this storage ring, there was indeed something he had been searching for. It was a broken gray small tower, about the size of a thumb, very petite and exquisite. Moreover, this small tower only had the bottom 3 layers, and the upper layers were missing. Don't be fooled by its incomplete appearance. It was an extraordinary treasure. Back then, Qin Hao rose to prominence because he obtained this item and soared to great heights. This small tower was a spatial magic treasure with endless uses, called the Qin Tower. Inside, besides the different flow of time compared to the outside world, there is also a piece of fertile land that could be used to plant heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Additionally, the alchemist's storage ring contained quite a few silver notes, spirit stones, and some finished pills. Haha, I struck it rich. This time I really hit the jackpot. Qin Feng was overjoyed and bloodbound the storage ring to recognize him as its master, putting it on his hand. Since he had taken advantage of someone else, Qin Feng naturally wanted to give the alchemist a proper burial, to avoid the corpse being exposed and eaten by demon beasts. Thus, he quickly took the corpse to a nearby valley, dug a pit, and buried it. Now this fortune that originally belonged to Qin Hao had been obtained by me. I wonder what kind of expression Qin Hao will have when he comes here and finds nothing, as if he could already see Qin Hao's defeated look. Qin Feng chuckled and floated away. Chapter 5. Rich beyond measure, Qin Feng didn't know whether his rebirth would change history. But in his view, some of Qin Hao's actions should not change. Today, he should still come to the Jianshan River, right? Unfortunately, the fortune that originally belonged to him had already been taken away by him. Qin Feng quickly returned along the same path, heading toward the cave where he had stayed last night. He planned to stay in the cave for a while longer and recognized the Qin Tower as his master before doing anything else. Qin Mansion. Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After a night of cultivation, his strength had improved significantly. Now, he was only one step away from advancing to the 6th layer of Xian Master. Qin Hao looked up at the window and discovered that it was sunny outside, and the garden after the rain was thriving. His eyes suddenly lit up. To celebrate that useless Qin Feng being driven away, I'll go on an outing today. Taking this opportunity, I can have my 4th sister help arrange a meeting with Su Wanner to get closer to her. Hee. Su Wanner is the youngest daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Liangzhou, and she is 20 years old. She is stunningly beautiful, capable of causing the downfall of a nation. The Su family has power comparable to the Qin family. If I can win Su Wanner's heart and marry her, wouldn't my future be limitless? The only frustrating thing is, no matter how hard I try to please her, Su Wanner remains indifferent and frosty towards me, but is very warm to that useless Qin Feng. However, now that Qin Feng has been expelled from the Qin family, he has lost his qualification to compete for Su Wanner. As long as I put in more effort, I should be able to win her favor, right? Thinking of this, Qin Hao smiled with satisfaction and strode out of the room. An hour later, 2 carriages departed from Tianwang City, heading towards the direction of the Jian River. Inside the carriage were Qin Hao, his 4th sister Qin Zhaodi, and Su Wanner. Su Wanner and Qin Zhaodi had a very good relationship. Although she didn't want to go out, she couldn't resist Qin Zhaodi's persistent persuasion, so she reluctantly agreed to go with her. Upon arriving at their destination, the 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked along the shimmering banks of the Jian River. Eventually, they came to a beautiful valley. Upon seeing the newly piled earth mound in the valley, Qin Hao suddenly felt a rush of confusion, a sense of loss inexplicably welling up in his heart. It was as if he had lost something extraordinarily precious. The newly piled earth mound contained the remains of the alchemist. Qin Hao's mood suddenly became inexplicably irritable, and he felt an impulse to dig up the mound to see what was inside. However, seeing Su Wanner still beside him, he quickly dismissed this thought. If he did that, wouldn't his gentlemanly image be ruined immediately? Zhaodi, I heard that your Qin family expelled Qin Feng. At this moment, Su Wanner suddenly looked at Qin Zhaodi and asked. This was the main reason Su Wanner agreed to go out this time. She wanted to understand why Qin Feng had been expelled from the Qin family. Well, Qin Feng is narrow-minded, has poor character, and is disrespectful to elders, acting in defiance of morality, so my father expelled him. Qin Zhaodi nodded and casually replied. Su Wanner's expression changed slightly, and she murmured, Zhaodi, Is there some misunderstanding in this? In my view, Qin Feng shouldn't be that kind of person. He is warm-hearted and righteous. How could he do such a thing? Hearing this, Qin Zhaodi shot a strange glance at Su Wanner, puzzled, and asked Wanner, "Why are you always speaking up for Qin Feng? Honestly, do you have some feelings for him?" "Ah, Zhaodi, what are you talking about?" Su Wanner's face instantly turned red upon hearing this. She lowered her head and said softly, "I'm just a little curious. Don't think too much." "Well, that's true. You are the little princess of the Su family. How could you possibly like that useless Qin Feng?" Qin Zhaodi shook her head and smiled, feeling that she was overthinking it. In her view, Su Wanner was like a bright moon in the sky, unattainable, and Qin Feng was merely a stinking pile of mud on the ground. How could Su Wanner possibly like Qin Feng? "Haha, fourth sister, Wanner, what are you two chatting about? You seem so happy." Qin Hao approached with a smile. "Nothing." Su Wanner's blush faded as she coldly glanced at Qin Hao. Then she took Qin Zhaodi's hand and walked towards the riverbank. "Come on, Zhaodi. Let us go play by the river." Qin Hao's face darkened at the sight, his pupils flashing with a thick haze. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to her, but unexpectedly, this wench was completely unresponsive and avoided him like he was a venomous snake. It seemed that to win her heart, he would have to find another way. As Qin Hao gazed at Su Wanner's graceful figure, his eyes turned sinister, and his thoughts raced. Inside the cave, Qin Feng focused his mind and quickly activated his storage ring, taking out its contents. Wow, as expected of an alchemist. This is really a fortune. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked at what was in front of him. A thick stack of silver notes. At least 70 or 80,000 taels. Several thousand low-grade spirit stones. A dozen bottles of finished pills. Finally, there was a small, exquisite Qin tower. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen so many silver notes and spirit stones in his life. Although silver notes are just secular goods, they're still very useful to him right now. After all, he is only at the 3rd level of the Xian Master Realm and cannot fast. He still needs to spend money on 3 meals a day. As for those spirit stones, each one is worth its weight in gold, and using them for cultivation is much better than using Xian Yuan Dan. Additionally, the Qin Tower is a spatial treasure, and it may contain other hidden treasures. Thinking of this, Qin Feng focused his mind and quickly put away everything else, leaving only the Qin Tower outside. However, to activate this tower, he would first need to recognize it as his own. Qin Feng directly bit his fingertip, letting drops of blood fall on the Qin Tower. Swish! As the blood seeped in, the Qin Tower burst into brilliant light. Qin Feng felt a buzzing in his head. The next moment, it was as if the stars had shifted, and he found himself in a strange spatial world. This spatial world was roughly 100 feet square. The sky was as blue as the sea, with no clouds in sight. All around, there was a thick mist, creating a sense of chaos. On this piece of land, there was a patch of good farmland measuring several dozen feet. The soil was dark brown, and many herbs were planted there. Next to the farmland, there was a simple thatched cottage. Through the open wooden door, one could see a cauldron about the height of a person standing inside. At that moment, flames blazed beneath the cauldron, constantly burning. Strange medicinal aromas wafted slowly from within the cauldron. Apart from the cauldron, there was also a stone table and a stone stool in the room. On the stone table lay a black jade slip, quietly resting there. Sure enough, there are other treasures in this Qin Tower. Qin Feng was overjoyed and rushed into the thatched cottage, smelling the strange medicinal fragrance emanating from the cauldron. Qin Feng quickly guessed that the pills inside were likely those that the alchemist was refining before he was killed. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded in refining them before his unfortunate demise. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the jade slip on the stone table, and his breathing became rapid. He understood that this jade slip was the true treasure left behind by the alchemist. As expected, it contained the alchemist's inheritance of pill-making techniques, titled Pill Dao Secret Tome. Besides basic knowledge of pill-making, it also included detailed explanations of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Qin Feng was entranced, as if he had encountered a timely rain after a long drought, completely immersed in it. He had been reading for over an hour. This Pill Dao inheritance is indeed extraordinary. As long as I master it, becoming an excellent alchemist will be just around the corner. Qin Feng regained his senses and smiled up at the sky. What made him even more ecstatic was that this Pill Dao secret tome contained a recipe for the Piyadan, which could resolve the chronic poison he was afflicted with. However, the Piyadan is a peak-grade first-tier pill. Qin Feng must first become a peak-grade first-tier alchemist to be able to refine it. Moreover, it also recorded the specific refining methods for Xin Yuan Dan, Pei Yuan Dan, Xing Yuan Dan, and Bao Yuan Dan. These are all first-tier pills, and most of the materials planted in the farmland outside are for refining these pills. As long as Qin Feng is given enough time, it won't be difficult for him to become a peak-grade first-tier alchemist. Buzz! At that moment, the cauldron beside Qin Feng suddenly began to tremble slightly. Waves of strange medicinal fragrance spread wildly from the cauldron. Just smelling that aroma made Qin Feng's spirit suddenly lift. It felt as if he had taken a complete tonic, filling his body with boundless power. Is the elixir inside about to be successfully refined? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, his eyes shining brightly. I wonder what kind of elixir is being refined inside that smells so good. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he quickly walked towards the cauldron. Chapter 6. Bone-washing pill. Qin Feng extended his right hand, ready to lift the lid of the cauldron to see what kind of elixir was being refined inside. But after thinking for a moment, he quickly retracted his hand. He had just skimmed through the secret classics of alchemy and had already understood some basic knowledge of alchemy. Judging by the current situation, the elixir inside should be in the final warming stage. The so-called warming stage involves gently nurturing the elixir. At this point, although the elixir has already taken shape, it has not yet stabilized completely. If he were to recklessly open the lid now, it would definitely ruin everything and destroy the elixir. Thinking of this, Qin Feng had to suppress his excitement. It would be best to wait until the flame was completely extinguished before opening the cauldron to take the elixir. With nothing else to do, he planned to go outside to see what herbs were planted in the fertile land. According to the secret classics of alchemy, to become an alchemist, one must first learn to identify herbs. If one cannot recognize all the herbs, how can they talk about alchemy? Qin Feng went outside and began to carefully identify each herb in the fertile land. Tongxin grass, evergreen flower, chinling grass, sandleaf qingji. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. During this time, Qin Feng referred to the secret classics of alchemy and identified all the herbs in detail. After finishing the identification, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that quite a few herbs for refining the breaking barrier pill were actually planted in this fertile land. He only needed one main herb, the returning yang flower, to be able to refine the breaking barrier pill. That returning yang flower was just a first-tier herb, so it should not be hard to find. After sorting out the treasures inside the Qin Tower, Qin Feng decided to go out and take a look. Because according to the information he obtained from Qin Hao in his previous life, the time flow inside the Qin Tower is 10 times faster than outside. This also means that spending 10 days inside the Qin Tower would only equate to 1 day outside. Whether this is true or not, Qin Feng had already spent over 3 hours inside the Qin Tower. He wanted to see what time it was outside. Whoosh! With a thought, Qin Feng quickly left the Qin Tower and appeared in the cave outside. Immediately afterward, the petite and exquisite Qin Tower transformed into a faint golden light and disappeared into Qin Feng's right arm. Qin Feng rolled up his sleeve and saw a gray small tower pattern on his arm. It looked as if it had been carved on, lifelike. No matter how much Qin Feng rubbed it, he could not erase it. Qin Feng strode towards the cave entrance. He pushed aside the withered grass at the cave entrance and looked up at the sky. He saw the sun still hanging high in the sky, shining brightly. Indeed, the time flow inside the Qin Tower was 10 times faster than outside. I have been in the Qin Tower for over 3 hours, so it should be getting dark outside, but now it is still sunny and bright with the sun blazing. Qin Feng murmured. After confirming this, he felt completely at ease. This also meant that from now on, if he stayed in the Qin Tower to cultivate or refine pills, his speed would be 10 times that of ordinary people. Moreover, this was still due to the severe damage to the Qin Tower. Qin Feng remembered that after Qin Hao's cultivation had improved, he secretly invited a master craftsman to repair the damaged Qin Tower. After the repair, the time flow on the second floor of the Qin Tower was 20 times that of the outside world. The third floor was 30 times. In addition, there seemed to be other mysteries on the second and third floors. Of course, to keep it a secret, that master craftsman was ruthlessly killed by Qin Hao. Since the verification of the time flow in the Qin Tower is true and effective, I should go back immediately. It is best to become a true alchemist as soon as possible. Only then can I refine a breaking barrier pill for myself, expel the toxins from my body, and focus on cultivation. Thinking of this, Qin Feng returned to the cave once again. With a thought, whoosh! Soon, Qin Feng disappeared without a trace. A gray small tower, the size of a thumb, lay quietly in the cave. The Qin Tower had no flaws in other aspects, but this point was a bit unsafe. After Qin Feng entered, the Qin Tower would remain in place. If other powerful beings found it, they could directly erase the mark Qin Feng placed on the Qin Tower and forcibly take it away. However, this was a remote cave on the outskirts of the Tianwang mountain range, desolate and uninhabited. Qin Feng did not believe that he would be so unlucky as to have a powerful being suddenly invade the cave. Moreover, this Qin Tower also had the effect of concealing treasures. It appeared to be just a small gray stone the size of a thumb. Most people would not consider it treasure. Of course, for safety's sake, it would still be necessary to learn some formations and restrictions in the future. As long as a restriction formation was set up in advance during cultivation, it could cover the existence of the small tower. Qin Tower, first floor. A strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire space of the tower. Has the pill been completed? Qin Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed into the thatched hut. Arriving in front of the cauldron, he squatted down and reached out to push aside the black iron plate blocking the mouth of the cauldron. Inside, the medicinal flame had completely extinguished. At the bottom of the cauldron, there was still a thick layer of black dust. It was the ashes left after the spirit stones burned out. The inside of the cauldron was arranged with a special formation. As long as spirit stones were placed inside, they would automatically transform into medicinal flames. However, to truly refine a pill, an alchemist must be present to constantly control the heat. The reason the pills were still there should be that the alchemist had completed most of the steps before dying, leaving only the final warming stage. Therefore, even without supervision, once the warming was completed, the pills could still be successfully produced. Seeing that the medicinal flame had completely extinguished, Qin Feng immediately opened the lid without hesitation. Instantly, a strong and unusual fragrance rushed into Qin Feng's nose. He looked down and saw 4 pills quietly lying inside the cauldron. 3 of them emitted a faint white light, while the 4th was burnt and blackened. Clearly, 3 of the pills were successful and 1 failed. Qin Feng picked up one of the pills and carefully examined it. After a while, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the bone-washing pill?" According to the secret classics of alchemy, the bone-washing pill is a peak-grade body refining pill. Its effects are extraordinary and can only be encountered by chance. Once taken, it greatly enhances the physical body strength, allowing for a rebirth and immense power. No wonder when I smelled that unusual fragrance earlier, I felt invigorated, as if I had taken a complete tonic. It turns out that it was the extraordinary bone-washing pill. Now that I am poisoned and my cultivation speed is extremely slow, even if I stay here to cultivate, I might not be able to advance to the 4th level of the Xian Master in a short time. However, refining the body is not a problem. With these 3 bone-washing pills, my physical strength will surely improve rapidly, allowing me to undergo a rebirth and reach the 6th level of the mortal body. In the path of cultivation, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Some people, unable to open their Xian orifices, must seek alternative paths, such as body refining, also known as body tempering. This allows the body to become as hard as a spiritual weapon, capable of shaking and killing enemies with their fists and feet. It is said that there are body cultivation experts who can crush the void with just the strength of their flesh. On the 9 continents, body refinement is divided into 9 realms from low to high: mortal body, bone forging, marrow cleansing, golden body, divine strength, divine courage, 1,000 mountains, rock dragon, and myriad forms. They correspond to the cultivator's realms: Xian scholar, Xian master, Xian general, Xian sect, Xian monarch, Xian king, Xian emperor, Xian supreme, and Qian sovereign. According to the secret classic of alchemy, the effects of the bone-cleansing pill are extraordinary. Taking 3 of them can generally allow a cultivator to successfully step into the mortal body's 6th heaven realm. This is comparable to the 6th heaven of Qian scholars. At that time, once Qin Feng cultivates both body and martial arts, when he encounters Qin Hao again, he will definitely be able to trample him underfoot and beat him fiercely. Qin Feng originally planned to study alchemy first, but now with the bone-cleansing pill, he immediately changed his mind. In this world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon, only strength is the true path. Since there is an opportunity to rapidly increase his strength, he naturally will not miss it. With this thought, Qin Feng immediately took out the 3 bone-cleansing pills. He sat cross-legged and directly swallowed one. Boom! An infinite and powerful strange heat surged into his limbs and bones. Qin Feng's aura began to rise rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 7. Mortal Body, 6th Heaven. Time quietly passed. After an unknown period, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Ha, it worked! After successfully refining the 3 bone-cleansing pills, Qin Feng finally advanced to the mortal body 6th heaven realm. He felt reborn, with blood and energy surging in his body as if he had endless strength. At the same time, a strong and foul smell suddenly filled the air. Qin Feng looked down in shock. He saw that his entire robe had turned black and sticky, making him feel very uncomfortable. The ground was left with a large puddle of black liquid. Oh, how stinky! Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly got up, focused his mind, and left the Qin Tower. He reappeared outside in a cave. With his appearance, the Qin Tower quickly turned into a gray light, entering his right arm and disappearing. The cave was not far from the Jian River, saving him the trouble of finding water. Qin Feng rushed to the riverbank and dove into the water. The originally clear river quickly became stained with ink-like dirt, spreading out with the ripples. After a moment, haha, so comfortable. After washing off all the dirt and no longer smelling bad, Qin Feng slowly swam to the shore. Just in time, there was a tall willow tree, its green tendrils hanging down, blocking the sun in the sky. Qin Feng looked down at the river and saw that the boy in the water, although his face appeared somewhat youthful, had eyes like stars, sword-like brows, and sharp facial features, giving off an imposing aura. He no longer had the timidity and lack of confidence he had when he was in the Qin family. Help! Just then, a sharp female voice calling for help suddenly came from a distant mountain hollow. Qin Feng ignored it, having learned a lesson from the many dangers of the world. Mind your own business, and you won't end up dead. Moreover, the voice came from a very remote mountain hollow. Who knows if it was a trap set by someone else? In the past, when Qin Feng was begging, he often encountered similar situations. Qin Feng slowly climbed out of the river, ready to leave. But just as he took a step, the voice came again. Woo-woo, Qin Hao, you beast. You will die a terrible death. Let me go, let me go. Hearing this voice, Qin Feng suddenly froze, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suvanya? After a moment of contemplation, his heart shook violently. He finally recognized it. That was Su Wanner's voice. Although Su Wanner was the legitimate daughter of the Su family with a noble status, she had always treated him well and never looked down on him. He remembered that when he was punished and locked in the woodshed without food, Su Wanner had secretly sent a maid to bring him food, fearing he would starve. Qin Feng was very grateful to Su Wanner. He certainly did not think Su Wanner liked him, but rather that she was very kind-hearted. Now that Su Wanner was in danger, he naturally could not stand by and watch. Moreover, this matter was also related to that beast, Qin Hao. Swish! With this in mind, Qin Feng immediately activated the whirlwind step and rushed toward the mountain hollow. After greatly enhancing his physical strength, his speed also increased tremendously, now several times faster than before. The mountain hollow was desolate, overgrown with dense weeds. At this moment, lying on the grass was a disheveled girl, tears streaming down her face. The girl was Su Wanner. In front of her stood a young man in a blue brocade robe. The young man had fiery eyes, staring intently at the girl on the ground as if he wanted to swallow her whole. TSK, TSK. No wonder she is the most beautiful woman in Tianwang City. She is indeed stunning. Look at that face, just like a snow lotus on a high mountain, pure and beautiful. And that figure, curvy. Qin Hao looked at Su Wanner on the ground, constantly swallowing his saliva. While speaking, he reached out to touch Su Wanner's delicate face. Beast, Qin Hao. You are a beast, don't touch me. Su Wanner cried out, tears flowing as she cursed angrily. Haha, curse away, say whatever you want. Qin Hao laughed, a wicked glint flashing in his eyes, and said, as long as I cook the raw rice into cooked rice, you will be my Qin Hao's woman. Dream on. Even if I die, I will never marry you. Isu vene ashoutit engoliakin. You ungrateful wretch. Qin Hao, hearing this, raised his right hand without hesitation and slapped Su Wanner twice. Two bright red handprints immediately appeared on Su Wanner's delicate face. Bitch, I have always treated you well. Why don't you like me? Qin Hao growled with gritted teeth, his brows furrowed. For so many years, he had regarded Su Wanner as a goddess, not daring to disrespect her in any way. He even secretly sent his own cultivation resources to Su Wanner, hoping she would look at him more. Unfortunately, Su Wanner discarded all his efforts like worthless trash. What made Qin Hao even more furious was that Su Wanner showed great concern for that waste, Qin Feng, asking about him and caring for him. This made Qin Hao grind his teeth with jealousy repeatedly. He really couldn't understand what was so good about that waste. Qin Feng, that deserved Su Wanner's treatment. Today, during the outing, Qin Hao had originally planned to take this opportunity to get closer to Su Wanner. He never expected that Su Wanner would still remain indifferent to him, ignoring him completely. Furthermore, while talking with her fourth sister, she kept calling Qin Feng that waste. This pushed Qin Hao's jealousy to the limit. He was even willing to take risks, deciding to go all out and force Su Wanner in the wild. As long as he cooked the raw rice into cooked rice for the sake of their reputation, the Su family would have no choice but to accept it, and Su Wanner would have to marry him obediently. Therefore, with the help of his fourth sister, he secretly added a soft bone powder to the food given to Su Wanner. Additionally, he had his protector sneak attack and knock out Su Wanner's protector. Only then did he successfully bring Su Wanner here. Humph, you despicable and shameless beast. Even if I like a dog, I would never like you. Su Wanner continued to curse wildly upon hearing this. Ha, good, very good. Since you say so, I will let you see what a real beast is. Qin Hao laughed sinisterly, reaching out his right hand and violently pulling Su Wanner's skirt. Crack! Su Wanner's dress suddenly tore apart, revealing a large expanse of bare skin. Gulp! Qin Hao swallowed hard, his eyes instantly turning a shade of crimson. He stood up without hesitation and quickly began to take off his clothes. Under the peony, even a ghost is flirtatious. Seeing Qin Hao's crazed expression as he stripped off his clothes one by one, Su Wanner was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. A wave of despair surged up in her heart. At that moment, she couldn't help but regret. If she had known that Qin Hao was such a beast, she wouldn't have agreed to go on this spring outing with him. Oh, Volna, I am coming. Amidst the wild laughter, Qin Hao pounced on Su Wanner like a hungry wolf. Seeing this, Su Wanner couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. Tears of regret streamed down her cheeks. Was she really going to lose her purity today? Chapter 8. A violent beating for Qin Hao Bang. Just as Su Wanner was at her most desperate, tears streaming down her face, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang in her ears. Su Wanner was taken aback and quickly opened her eyes. She saw Qin Hao flying out like a scarecrow. Soon after, a familiar figure appeared in her sight. It was a boy about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a coarse blue robe. His face was somewhat immature and dark, but his eyes sparkled like stars, and his eyebrows were sharp. He was still wet, with water droplets continuously falling down. Qin Feng, upon seeing this familiar face, Su Wanner couldn't help but be moved to tears. She never expected that at such a critical moment of danger, Qin Feng would appear before her like a divine soldier. But soon, for some unknown reason, Su Wanner's pretty face changed dramatically, and she quickly shouted, Qin Feng, you must leave, don't worry about me. Although she was very touched by Qin Feng's timely appearance to save her, she was extremely worried that he would be killed by Qin Hao. After all, Qin Hao was at the peak of the 5th level of the Xian Master Realm, while Qin Feng was merely at the 3rd level. Though it was only a 2-level difference, the disparity in strength was like heaven and earth. If he provoked Qin Hao and he acted ruthlessly, Qin Feng would definitely be doomed. Don't worry, I'm fine. Qin Feng smiled slightly upon hearing her, quickly taking off his coarse robe and covering Su Wanner with it. He could tell at a glance that Su Wanner had been poisoned, rendering her limp and unable to move. It seemed that a beast was indeed a beast. Qin Hao enjoyed playing such tricks. Qin Hao struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes blood red, gritting his teeth as he roared, "Are you tired of living? How dare you hit me?" Qin Feng suddenly stood up and slowly turned to face Qin Hao. "What? Not pretending to be a good boy today?" Qin Feng asked with a wicked smile. "Shut up, you dog." Qin Hao's face twisted in rage as he shouted loudly, "Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, begging for my forgiveness, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, today I will make sure you don't even have bones left." "Huh? You think you can make sure I have no bones left? Just you?" Qin Feng scoffed upon hearing this. If it were before, he indeed wouldn't be a match for Qin Hao. But now, with a significant increase in his physical strength, he no longer regarded Qin Hao as a threat. He was now a cultivator who had mastered both body and martial arts. With the dual enhancement, dealing with Qin Hao was a piece of cake. You dog. You thought you were invincible just because you caught me off guard before?" Qin Hao grinned wickedly and slowly approached Qin Feng. "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll beat you to death today and throw your corpse into the Tianhuang Mountains to feed the beasts, leaving you with nothing." As he spoke, a powerful wave of Xian energy erupted from Qin Hao's body, causing the surrounding grass to bend low. The momentum was quite terrifying. "Qin Feng, run!" Seeing this scene, Su Wanner was terrified and shouted loudly, "Haha, run? Can he escape?" Qin Hao laughed, leaping into the air and instantly reaching Qin Feng. With a fist clenched, he smashed down towards Qin Feng's head. In the Qin family, he wouldn't dare to strike Qin Feng. But now, Qin Feng had been expelled from the Qin family and was no longer one of them. Moreover, this was a remote wilderness, the perfect place for murder and robbery. Even if he beat Qin Feng to death, it would be in vain. At worst, he would just be scolded by Qin's father and mother afterward. They surely wouldn't make things difficult for him over a dead Qin Feng. Boom! A massive fist of Xian energy smashed down towards Qin Feng's head. If it hit, Qin Feng would definitely have his skull crushed and his soul would scatter. No! Su Wanner was horrified and cried out again. Tears streamed down her cheeks, hating herself for putting Qin Feng in danger. "Ha! You really are a waste, scared silly by just one punch?" Seeing Qin Feng standing still, Qin Hao couldn't help but smile triumphantly. "You're laughing too early." Just as the punch was about to land, Qin Feng let out a long howl. As his voice fell, he raised his right hand and also threw a punch. Bang! The massive fist of Xian energy shattered into pieces, turning into wisps of smoke. Then, Qin Feng stepped forward. Boom! A heavy punch landed squarely on Qin Hao's chest. Qin Hao screamed, spitting out blood, and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Countless blades of grass were crushed. Blood sprayed out in succession, staining a large area of the ground red. How is this possible? When did your useless body become so strong? Qin Hao struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he looked at Qin Feng. Just now, he hadn't felt the slightest fluctuation of Xian energy from Qin Feng's fist. This meant that Qin Feng was only using his physical strength against him. But that was terrifying. When did Qin Feng's body become so powerful? It was comparable to a 6th-level Xian master. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He stepped forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, and began to pound away. Bang, 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 in an extreme state of shock. Qin Hao didn't have time to fight back, and was brutally beaten by Qin Feng like a sandbag. Stop. Qin Feng, you beast. How dare you do this to me? The Qin family will definitely not let you go. Qin Hao was beaten back continuously, spitting blood and shouting threats. Qin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he continued to throw punches. The sounds of impact were relentless, and Qin Hao's screams echoed. Finally, he was sent flying like a blood-red parabolic arc, crashing heavily into a large tree. The tree, as thick as a bowl, broke off at the root. You dog! Wait for me. Qin Hao struggled to rise from the ground, casting a resentful glance at Qin Feng. Then he shook his right hand and took out a light golden talisman, crushing it with a bang. Swish! As the talisman shattered, a burst of golden smoke erupted, instantly enveloping him. In the next moment, Qin Hao's figure vanished in a thin air. "You dog, you run fast." Qin Feng spat fiercely on the ground. He didn't expect the Qin family to treat Qin Hao so well. He actually had a high-grade teleportation talisman on him. To know that such a high-grade teleportation talisman was worth its weight in gold, each one costing at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. But what about him? The legitimate young master of the Qin family? Forget about having a life-saving teleportation talisman. Being able to eat enough every day was already great. Qin Feng laughed at himself, quickly turning back to walk towards Su Wanner. Although Qin Hao had escaped, Qin Feng didn't care, because he hadn't planned to kill Qin Hao just yet. It wasn't that he was a saint, but the time wasn't right. He hadn't yet harvested enough benefits from Qin Hao. In his previous life, although his ghost lingered for over a decade beside Qin Hao, he was aware of many fortuitous events that Qin Hao had encountered. However, there were many fortuitous events he had not witnessed with his own eyes. For instance, he could not enter certain secret realms or ruins. Regarding some of the fortuitous events that Qin Hao obtained, he only knew that they existed, but not the reasons behind them. If he were to kill Qin Hao right now, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for Qin Feng. Therefore, Qin Feng had to temporarily spare Qin Hao's life and continue to exploit him. Once he had extracted all the benefits, that would be the time for Qin Hao to meet his demise. The best way to take revenge on someone is not to kill them directly. That would be too easy for them. The best method of revenge is to slowly take away everything that belongs to them, making them wish for death while being unable to escape life, ultimately leading them to die in misery. With this thought, Qin Feng smiled wickedly, then bent down and took out a detoxification pill to give to Su Wanner. Among the pills left by that alchemist, there happened to be an antidote for the soft bone powder. As the toxins in her body were resolved, the freed Su Wanner suddenly hugged Qin Feng tightly and cried uncontrollably. However, these were tears of gratitude and joy. "Qin Feng, thank you, thank you." Cough, cough. No need to thank me. Being pressed against Su Wanner's soft body, Qin Feng felt quite embarrassed. "Qin Feng, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" After a while, Su Wanner, having stopped crying, looked at Qin Feng with sparkling eyes and curiously asked. It's worth noting that Qin Feng was previously regarded as a waste. Unexpectedly, he had suddenly become so powerful now. Naturally, Su Wanner was very curious. Chapter 9. The four major sects hearing this, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly, chuckled, and did not answer directly. The secret of the Qinquan Tower was too significant. He would not tell anyone. Not even Su Wanner. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but doing so might put her in danger. Seeing that Qin Feng did not answer, Su Wanner did not press further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, right? "Wanner, let me take you home first, lest that dog Qin Hao comes back for revenge," Qin Feng said to Su Wanner. "Yes, you're right. Qin Hao is narrow-minded and vengeful. After suffering such a huge loss at your hands today, he will definitely not let it go easily. We should hurry." Su Wanner nodded. The two quickly left the valley, heading towards Tianwang City. To avoid encountering Qin Hao, they chose a more secluded mountain path at Su Wanner's suggestion. They traversed mountains and hills towards Tianwang City. Along the way, Su Wanner recounted what had happened to her. First, Qin Feng had colluded with his fourth sister, Qin Zhaodi, secretly putting soft bone powder in her food, causing her to lose all her martial arts. Then, Qin Feng's protector ambushed and knocked out Su Wanner's guardian, Aunt Su. If it hadn't been for this, Qin Hao would not have succeeded. After this incident, Su Wanner hated Qin Zhaodi to the bone. She had always considered Qin Zhaodi to be her best friend. Yet today, she was betrayed by this good friend. Qin Feng listened, but did not comment much. He knew that Qin Zhaodi was originally a fool who had been manipulated by Qin Hao. Back when he was in the Qin family, no matter what Qin Hao said, Qin Zhaodi believed it. And no matter how he explained, it was futile. For such a fool to do something like this today was not surprising. About an hour later, Tianwang City was in sight. By the way, Qin Feng, will you participate in the selection of disciples from the four sects in 3 months? At this moment, Su Wanner stopped and turned to look at Qin Feng, asking. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng quickly turned to look. Under the glow of the setting sun, Su Wanner's delicate face seemed to be coated with a layer of light golden powder, making her extraordinarily charming. Although Su Wanner was only 16 years old, both her figure and appearance were impeccable. Otherwise, she would not have become the most beautiful woman in Tianwang City at such a young age. Qin Feng merely glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze, saying softly, "Yes, of course I'll participate." The selection of disciples from the four sects was a major event for the four super sects in the northern wilderness region. These four sects were the Taishan sect, Taiching sect, Kuangdeo sect, and Tianjian sect. Every 3 years, the four major sects would hold a disciple selection in Tianwang City. Once someone became a disciple of one of these four sects, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. According to the original plot, during this disciple selection, Qin Hao would shine brilliantly and successfully join the Taishan sect. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, due to Qin Hao's secret poisoning, would suffer severe damage to his body and spiritual roots, becoming a waste and losing this opportunity. As a result, Qin Hao would go to the Taishan sect and gain countless fortuitous events. Even worse, every time Qin Hao returned from the Taishan sect, he would constantly flaunt his achievements in front of Qin Feng, nearly driving him to the brink of vomiting blood. This also accelerated the toxicity in his body, ultimately leading to his death in agony. However, this time, Qin Feng absolutely would not miss out. He intended to rely on his own abilities to successfully join the Taishan sect and take away all the fortuitous events that originally belonged to Qin Hao. He would let Qin Hao die in endless frustration and misery. This was definitely 1,000 times more painful than killing Qin Hao directly. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er immediately frowned with concern and said, "But you have already been expelled from the Qin family and no longer have their protection. Moreover, you have offended Qin Hao to the core. With his vengeful nature, he will definitely not let you off easily. What if he takes action against you when you go to participate in the four sects disciple selection?" "Haha, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Qin Feng smiled slightly upon hearing this. Although his strength was still weak, he already had several means of self-protection. Moreover, he had a preliminary plan for how to participate in the four sects disciple selection. From here on, he would proceed cautiously and steadily, and everything would be fine. Even if the Qin family tried to interfere, he would not be afraid. Well, if that's the case, I won't say much more. Seeing Qin Feng so confident, Su Wanner also ceased to speak further, only reminding him, "If you need any help later, just send me a message. I will do my utmost to help you. Even if you need a qualification to participate in the selection, my Su family can give it to you. No need." Qin Feng shook his head without hesitation and said loudly, "Doesn't the Qin family have 2 qualifications for participating in the disciple selection? One of them is mine, but you have already been expelled from the Qin family. The Qin family probably won't give you those 2 qualifications anymore, right?" Su Van'er Mutat. If Qin Feng were still in the Qin family, he would indeed have a qualification. That was a promise made to him by Qin Tianlong. But now that Qin Feng had been expelled from the Qin family, would Qin Tianlong still give him the qualification? He might have been secretly looking for someone else already. "Haha, it's fine. What belongs to me, I will take back myself," Qin Feng said with a smile. What belongs to oneself cannot be taken away by anyone. If someone dares to snatch it, then he would just crush them. At that time, let us see which of the 4 major sects will choose whom. "Yes, I believe in you. You will definitely succeed," Su Wanner said with a smile, making a small fist. As she said this, she looked up at the sky and changed the subject. "It's about to get dark. We should hurry back to the city." "No, I'll pass. You go back. I still have something to do and one tea return for now." "Huh? Where will you stay tonight?" Su Wanner asked with concern. "Huh? A man can make anywhere his home," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Then take care." Su Wanner looked at Qin Feng deeply and reluctantly left. She understood that after what happened today, it was indeed unwise for Qin Feng to go back to the city. Otherwise, the Qin family would have to capture Qin Feng and give him a severe beating. By then, with serious injuries, how could Qin Feng participate in the selection of disciples from the 4 sects? Watching Su Wanner gradually walk away, Qin Feng quickly turned around and rushed back along the original path towards the Tianwang mountain range. Now, there are only 3 months left until the selection of disciples from the 4 sects. Therefore, during this time, he must find the main material for refining the breaking evil pill the returning flower, as soon as possible. As for the other auxiliary materials, they can be found in the Qin Tower. Where to find the returning flower? Of course, in the Tianhuang mountain range. Although the outskirts of the Tianhuang mountain range are a bit dangerous with many demonic beasts, they also contain countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. One must seek wealth in danger. As long as he finds the returning flower, along with the assistance from the Qin Tower, becoming a peak first-grade alchemist will be within reach. Refining the breaking evil pill will successfully expel all the toxins from his body, ensuring he is healthy in body and mind, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. In the remaining time, he can utilize the tenfold time flow rate within the Qin Tower to continuously improve. When the selection of disciples from the four sects begins, he will be able to appear with a brand new persona and give the Qin family a hard slap in the face. Just as Qin Feng rushed towards the Tianhuang mountain range, the entire Qin family was in an uproar due to Qin Hao's injury. Chapter 10. First-grade alchemist beast. Truly a beast. That Qin Feng is heartless and ruthless. He actually beat Hao to such a state. Qin Tianlong looked at the bruised and battered Qin Hao. Erupting in fury, he slammed his palm down, shattering the table beside him. Hao, my poor Hao, how badly are you hurt? Are you okay? Liu Mei hugged Qin Hao, crying uncontrollably. That Qin Feng is indeed narrow-minded, vicious, and ruthless, treating Hao brother like this. I have said long ago that Qin Feng is not a good person. He has been corrupted by the despicable and shameless lowly people he interacted with outside. Dad, this time we must not let him off easily. I suggest we immediately mobilize the family guards to capture Qin Feng and bring him back for a severe beating. Yes, we must beat that little beast to death to avenge Hao brother. The eldest sister Qin Hongyan, second sister Qin Hongshuang, third sister Qin Pundi, and fourth sister Qin Zhaodi were also filled with righteous indignation, echoing in agreement. Seeing Qin Hao's miserable state, the four sisters felt extreme pain. They wished they could immediately capture Qin Feng and give him a severe beating to vent their anger. That's right, we must not let that wretch go easily. Tianlong, give the order to have the guards capture him and teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, he will be out of control. Lu Mei suddenly looked up, glaring at Qin Tianlong. Although Qin Feng is her biological son, she has never liked him, mainly because she suffered a lot when she gave birth to Qin Feng. Moreover, when Qin Feng was stolen by enemies, the Qin family blamed her, scolding her for not being able to keep an eye on her own son. Later, when Qin Tianlong brought Qin Hao back, Lu Mei poured all her maternal love on a Qin Hao. Additionally, since Qin Feng had been wandering and begging outside, Lu Mei felt that this son was dirty, impolite, and uncultured, making her dislike him even more. This time, that wretched Qin Feng actually dared to hit her beloved Hao. It was simply asking for death. If Qin Feng were here, Lu Mei would definitely beat him up fiercely to vent Qin Hao's anger. But what the Qin family didn't know was that Qin Hao ended up in such a state because he had ulterior motives towards Su Wan'er. Qin Hao and Qin Zhaodi would naturally not expose their shortcomings. They only said that they encountered Qin Feng by chance while out on a spring outing and were severely beaten by Qin Feng, almost losing their lives. Dad, Mom, I think it's better to let it go. I know that brother Qin Feng has never liked me. He thinks I took everything from him, so he wants to kill me. I can understand this. And besides, as the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. It's better not to make a big deal out of this to avoid affecting the reputation of our Qin family. Qin Hao covered his swollen face, crying and persuading. If Qin Feng were here, he would be furious. Look, this dog thing is pretending again. Clearly, he was the one at fault first, but every time, he pretends to be the innocent victim in front of Dad, Mom, and several sisters. The more he does this, the angrier Qin Tianlong and others become, leading to even more hatred towards Qin Feng. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Hao's words, Qin Tianlong suddenly stood up, angrily shouting, "Come here." Soon, a trusted subordinate rushed in quickly. "Qin Lu, you take 10 guard from the household and go to the Jian River area to capture that wretched Qin Feng. Remember, if he dares to resist, give him a severe beating. Just leave him with one breath." Qin Tianlong ordered loudly. "Yes, head of the family." Qin Lu nodded and quickly turned to leave. "Dad, why must you do this? After all, Qin Feng is my elder brother. He hit me. It's just a brother teaching his younger brother a lesson. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Seeing Qin Tianlong finally sending the guards to capture Qin Feng, Qin Hao secretly rejoiced. But on the surface, he still pretended to have deep brotherly feelings and submissively advised Qin Tianlong not to escalate the situation. You treat him as a brother, but what about that wretch? When did he treat you as a brother? I see he completely regards you as an enemy, wanting to kill you. So this time, I absolutely will not let him off easily. After we capture him, I will personally take action, break his limbs, and imprison him in the house so he can never act recklessly outside again. Qin Tianlong roared angrily. Yes, we must avenge my poor Hao. Lu Mei also said angrily. As for what was happening in the Qin family, Qin Feng knew nothing. At this moment, he was rushing rapidly towards the Tianwang mountain range. Night fell. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded under the encroaching darkness. As darkness enveloped the earth, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and quickly changed direction, heading straight for the cave where he had stayed not long ago. Now that it was late, entering the Tianwang mountain range was very dangerous, because the demonic beasts in the mountains come out at night to hunt for food. With Qin Feng's low strength, if he unfortunately encountered a second-tier demonic beast, it would be completely over. For safety's sake, it will be better to wait until tomorrow morning to go. Demonic beasts are categorized into 9 tiers from low to high. First-tier demonic beasts are equivalent to a human's Xian master cultivation. Second-tier demonic beasts are equivalent to a human's Xian master cultivation, and so on. Ninth-tier demonic beasts are equivalent to a human's Xian emperor strength. Additionally, each tier of demonic beasts is further divided into early, mid, and late stages. At present, even if Qin Feng practiced both body and martial arts, he could only deal with mid-stage first-tier demonic beasts. While at the outskirts of the Tianwang mountain range, although most of the demonic beasts are first-tier, there are also a few second-tier demonic beasts active. In some special circumstances, there may even be powerful third-tier and fourth-tier demonic beasts appearing. Returning to the cave. With a thought, Qin Feng immediately entered the Qinquan Tower. He planned to take this time to study alchemy properly. In just 5 to 6 hours, the time inside the Qinquan Tower would be equivalent to 50 to 60 hours, which is more than 2 days. Qin Feng sat on a stone bench in the thatched cottage, focused his mind, and took out the Alchemy Secret Classic, beginning to study it diligently. After about 2 hours, Qin Feng stretched and let out a long breath. He had memorized all the content recorded in the Alchemy Secret Classic. Now, it was time to start practicing. To become a true alchemist, practical experience is essential, which means personally refining pills. Only in this way can one achieve mastery and gradually increase the success rate. However, in this process, countless herbs will be wasted. Therefore, becoming a true alchemist is indeed not easy. Outside the thatched cottage, there were many first-level herbs planted in the fertile fields, which were perfect for Qin Feng to practice with. With this in mind, Qin Feng quickly went outside and picked a good number of herbs. He planned to practice making the simplest first-grade Peiyuan Dan. With a thought, Qin Feng took out 3 low-grade spirit stones and threw them into the opening at the bottom of the cauldron. Soon, the formation inside the cauldron began to slowly operate under the activation of the spirit stones, and faint wisps of alchemical fire gradually rose. Qin Feng opened the lid of the cauldron and added the Qingye grass used for making Peiyuan Dan into it. Then he closed the lid and, with a thought, controlled the alchemical fire, which blazed to life. The first step in alchemy was to refine the impurities from the herbs, turning them into a liquid. However, due to improper control of the heat, the green Qingye grass quickly turned into a pile of black ash. Failure. Qin Feng felt no disappointment at all, as he had just begun his alchemical journey, and poor heat control was to be expected. He recalled the formulas and methods for controlling heat from the Dan Dao Secret Classic in his mind. Soon, he added the second Qingye grass to the cauldron. Time passed. After Qin Feng's continuous attempts, he finally succeeded in producing 3 Peiyuan Dan after more than a day. 2 of them were light gray, while the other was completely char-black. Finally succeeded. Qin Feng picked up the 2 light gray Peiyuan Dan and smiled up at the sky. From now on, he had finally taken the first step toward success. The successful refinement of Pei Yuan Dan meant he officially became a first-grade alchemist. Next, as long as Qin Feng continued to work hard, becoming a peak first-grade alchemist would be within reach. Without stopping, Qin Feng took a deep breath and continued to refine Pei Yuan Dan. Once the success rate of Pei Yuan Dan reached a certain level, he could start attempting to refine mid-grade, first-grade pills. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Feng exhaled a long breath. After so much time spent refining, he had finally succeeded in making a mid-grade Xing Yuan Dan. Now it was time to search for the Hui Gang grass. Qin Feng murmured softly. If luck was on his side, he hoped to find some materials for refining the Shigu Dan. The Shigu Dan, like the Poidin, was also a peak first-grade pill. However, the materials for refining Shigu Dan were extremely rare and hard to find, countless times more difficult to obtain than those for Poidin. If Qin Feng was fortunate enough to find some materials for refining Shigu Dan, then his body refinement could continue. With this thought, Qin Feng quickly left the Qinquan Tower. Then he swayed his body and rushed out of the cave. Hopefully, this time, he could successfully find Hui Gang grass and other materials. Qin Feng murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 11. Counterattack rushing to the cave entrance. Qin Feng quickly stopped. Based on his understanding of the Qin family members, they should have sent a large number of guards to capture him by now. Regardless, according to the nature of the Qin family, it would always be his fault. Right or wrong, not long ago, he had beaten Qin Hao fiercely, nearly taking his life. The Qin family would definitely not let him off easily. Therefore, he needed to be extra cautious in his next actions. Qin Feng divided a strand of his mind and quietly extended it outside the cave. He found that there were no signs of people within 100 feet. So, he immediately rushed out of the cave and ran deeper into the valley. Arriving at the foot of the Weiwei Mountains, he saw a thorny little path ahead. Qin Feng ran along the path, sprinting forward continuously. Strictly speaking, this was not yet the outskirts of the Tianwang mountain range. He needed to cross two large mountains to truly enter the outer area of the Tianwang mountain range. After a stick of incense, Qin Feng climbed over mountains and finally reached the entrance to the outskirts of the Tianwang mountain range. But just then, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a tall figure standing at the entrance. The person appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a blue tight-fitting outfit. The collar of the outfit was embroidered with a black character for Qin. It was Qin Feng, a guard from the Qin family. His cultivation was not weak. Having already reached the 8th level of the Xian Master Realm, the Qin family had thousands of guards, all of whom were at least at the 6th level of the Xian Master Realm. Qin Feng was a small leader of a 10-man guard team. Although he was not particularly strong within the Qin residence, he was not someone Qin Feng could handle at his current level. Furthermore, since Qin Feng appeared here, others should not be far behind. Therefore, it was best not to engage in a fight. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately turned around quietly, intending to leave. He planned to take a detour to another entrance. However, just as he turned around, a loud shout came from behind. Qin Feng, stop right there. Qin Feng had discovered him. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng did not stop at all and continued to sprint forward. Haha, trying to run? You useless waste, can you escape? Qin Feng sneered coldly. Without hesitation, he leaped forward and chased after Qin Feng at full speed. In his mind, Qin Feng was a typical waste. At 16, he was still only at the 3rd level of the Xian Master Realm. Compared to the guards in the residence, he was far inferior. As a strong, 8th level Xian Master, capturing him would be a piece of cake. Therefore, to take all the credit for himself, Qin Feng did not immediately send a message as instructed by Qin Lu, but chose to pursue Qin Feng alone. Qin Feng used his whirlwind steps to the fullest, causing the scenery in front of him to blur. Only the sound of the fierce wind rushed past his ears. Even so, the distance between him and Qin Feng was still closing in. After about half a stick of incense, Qin Feng stopped. He suddenly turned around, his face pale and breathing heavily as he looked at Qin Feng. Haha, running? Why aren't you running now? You waste. Qin Feng said with a cat-and-mouse expression, leisurely landing in front of Qin Feng with an evil smile. I admit, I can't outrun you. Qin Feng replied. Haha, if that's the case, then you, waste, should just surrender obediently. As Qin Feng spoke, he was about to make a move. Wait. Qin Feng shouted loudly. Oh, what else do you want to say? Qin Feng asked. Big brother Qin, I want to know why you want to capture me? Qin Feng asked in confusion. Don't you know what you've done? Qin Feng replied coldly with a sneer. I did injure Qin Hao, but that was his own fault. Qin Feng said loudly. I don't care about that. I'm just following orders. Whatever you have to say, go back and discuss it with the family head. Qin Feng waved his right hand and swiftly reached for Qin Feng's shoulder. Wait, I have one last question. Qin Feng's body swayed, quickly retreating, and shouted loudly. Speak quickly. If you have something to say, say it. I tell you, no matter how much you delay, it's useless. I will capture you and bring you back to the family head. Qin Feng frowned, displeased. I'm not delaying. I just want to know, what does Qin Tianlong want to do with me? Qin Feng asked. Haha. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. Laughing, he looked at Qin Feng as if he were an idiot and disdainfully said, You injured young Master Qin Hao, of course. You'll be captured to face punishment. Do you think Qin Tianlong will kill me? Qin Feng asked again. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head without hesitation. That one T happened. Although you are a waste, you are still the family head's biological son. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. The family head will punish you severely. But he won't kill you. At this point, he secretly added, although the family head won't kill you, young Master Qin Hao will definitely not let you off. By then, if young Master Qin Hao kills you, it won't have anything to do with me. Then I can rest easy. Go ahead and make your move. Qin Feng said calmly, a look of giving up the struggle. Haha, you really know how to play along. In that case, let's go back together. Qin Feng smiled proudly. Suddenly approaching, his right hand resting on Qin Feng's shoulder, ready to take him away. But at that moment, Qin Feng's mind shifted, and he took out a jet black pill, crushing it fiercely and waving it towards Qin Feng. The extinction pill, a peak-grade pill. It was found in the storage ring of that alchemist. Its effect is against the heavens. Once poisoned, the inner energy will fall into a state of deathly silence, allowing one to be slaughtered at will. The toxic pill exploded, and a plume of black smoke instantly enveloped Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face changed dramatically, and he tried to block his senses, but it was already too late. As the smoke from the extinction pill entered his body, Qin Feng's face instantly turned black. Then he staggered and fell to the ground. Haha, you stupid thing. With your kind of intelligence, you think you can catch me? Qin Feng stepped forward and stomped on Qin Feng's head. The despicable Qin Feng's eyes widened in fury as he roared. He thought it would be easy to capture Qin Feng. He never expected this kid to be so despicable and shameless. First, he deliberately lured him into this secluded valley, then used words to let his guard down. When his vigilance dropped to its lowest point, he suddenly attacked and used the extinction pill to take him down. Is this really the wasteful young master that everyone in the Qin family looks down upon? Speak. How many people did you bring this time? Qin Feng looked down at Qin Feng and shouted loudly. Kill or cut. Feel free. But if you want me to betray my brothers, you're dreaming. Qin Feng said stubbornly. Haha, your mouth is quite tough, but let's see how long you can hold out. Qin Feng sneered coldly, shaking his hand to take out a sharp, long sword. This was a treasure left in the alchemist's storage ring. Crack! Holding the long sword, Qin Feng did not hesitate and struck down, instantly severing Qin Feng's right leg. Blood gushed out, and Qin Feng screamed in pain. If you don't answer honestly, I'll first turn you into a human stick and then throw you into the Tianhuang Mountains to feed the beasts, leaving you with no bones left. Qin Feng said expressionlessly, swinging the sword again to sever Qin Feng's left leg. Qin Feng was Qin Hao's lackey, loyal to Qin Hao, and had done countless bad things under Qin Hao's orders. Qin Feng naturally showed no mercy. Stop, I'll talk. The two-legged Qin Feng finally completely broke down. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was terrified of being unable to survive or die. All right, tell me, how many people did you bring this time? Qin Feng asked. If I say, will you give me a quick death? Qin Feng pleaded desperately. No problem. Qin Feng nodded. This time, Qin Lu led the team. A total of 10 people. The others are all like me, small leaders of the escort team. Qin Feng just wanted to die quickly, revealing everything he knew. Qin Tianlong really thinks highly of me. To catch me, he sent so many strong people. Qin Feng sneered coldly. After that, he confirmed the general locations of Qin Lu and the others, and with a swift strike, ended Qin Feng's life. Picking up Qin Feng's storage ring, Qin Feng's consciousness entered to explore and found that this guy was indeed poor as dirt. Inside, there was nothing but a communication jade slip, 3 silver notes, and 4 pei-yuan pills. Qin Feng shook his head, put away the items, and flew away. Although Qin Tian Long wouldn't kill me, that petty Qin Hao would definitely not let me go, so I have to be extra careful from now on, taking every step cautiously. Chapter 12. A bountiful harvest. While on the move, Qin Feng fell into contemplation. According to Qin Feng, Qin Lu had divided them into 2 groups. One group was constantly patrolling along the banks of the Jianshan River. The other group had entered the outskirts of the Tianwang Mountains. There were 4 guards who entered the outskirts of the Tianwang Mountains, all small leaders of 10-man teams, with strengths between the 8th and 9th levels of the profound scholar. As for Qin Lu, he was stationed at the center on a mountain located between the Jianshan River and the Tianwang Mountains. Once he received a message, he could strike like lightning. Fortunately, Qin Feng was too arrogant at the time and did not immediately send a message to inform Qin Lu. Otherwise, if Qin Lu received the information and came personally, I wouldn't be able to escape. Qin Lu is a trusted confidant of Qin Tianlong, not weak, and has already reached the 6th level of the profound master realm. There's a full realm difference between him and me. Even with the extinction pill's assistance, I might not be able to deceive Qin Lu, because when I use the extinction pill, Qin Lu would have already captured me. Therefore, as long as I don't encounter Qin Lu, I will be fine. The other small leaders of the escort team are not a problem. With the extinction pill in hand, I could take them down one by one. Lost in thought, Qin Feng had already crossed mountains and ridges, arriving once again at the entrance of the Tianwang Mountains. He focused his consciousness, scanning the surroundings. He did not find any signs of people. Qin Feng used the whirlwind step, following the entrance, and dove into the dense forest. The Tianwang Mountains are a vast primitive forest. Ancient trees tower high, lush and green. Even the sun in the sky finds it difficult to penetrate easily. In the slightly dark jungle, small animals occasionally scurried out, glancing at Qin Feng before fleeing. These were just ordinary small animals, not demon beasts, and Qin Feng paid them no mind. He had already learned the general positions of the 4 guards from Qin Feng, so after entering the forest, he immediately followed a new path to avoid encountering them. About a stick of incense later, Howl! At that moment, a gust of bloody wind rushed towards him. He saw a shadow darting out from behind a giant tree, pouncing over like lightning. Qin Feng glanced and discovered it was a black demon wolf. Its teeth bared. Its eyes were crimson and glowing eerily. Without saying a word, Qin Feng directly threw a punch. Bang! The initial stage demon wolf let out a tragic howl. Its head burst open, its soul scattering. Qin Feng's consciousness moved, bringing it into the Qiankuan Tower. Even a small mosquito is still meat. This initial stage demon wolf, although it had no demon core, could still sell for some money. Besides, when hungry, its meat could also help curb hunger. After killing the demon wolf, Qin Feng shook the blood off his hands and continued forward. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed a few inches long herb growing beside a towering ancient tree. The leaves emitted a faint silver glow. It was the initial grade silver leaf grass, an auxiliary material for refining the increase yuan pill. Qin Feng hurriedly approached, uprooted it, and stored it in the Qiankuan Tower, planting it in that fertile land. Earlier, to practice and enhance his alchemy skills, Qin Feng had already pulled out quite a few herbs from the fertile land. The silver leaf grass was left with only a few plants, and Qin Feng still needed to continue refining increase yuan pills, striving to master it and gradually improve his alchemy skills, eventually advancing to a peak-grade alchemist. Therefore, the more silver leaf grass, the better. Qin Feng searched around and found another 4 silver leaf grasses. After finding nothing else, he continued on his way. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. Ah, Senior, please don't, I beg you, spare me. At that moment, a series of piercing screams suddenly reached his ears. Ha ha, little lady, scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. A coarse voice followed. Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he quietly moved forward. He saw a burly man in a blue robe pressing down on a woman in an open space, frantically tearing at her clothes. The burly man wore a blue long robe, and on the collar, there was even an embroidered black character for Qin. He was indeed a small leader of the Qin family's guards. The woman, about 20 years old, had a graceful figure with curves in all the right places, and was quite beautiful. The dress on her body has been partially torn, exposing large areas of white skin. Oh no, please don't do this. The woman only has the cultivation level of the 6th layer of the profound realm, and is simply no match for the Qin family guards, crying her heart out. But no matter how she struggles, she cannot escape from the Qin family guard. When you women say no, it actually means yes. Don't worry, I will be very gentle later. The Qin family guard smirked, becoming even more excited and increasing the force of his tearing. Beast! Qin Feng's gaze turned cold. He originally didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. But since this person is a guard of the Qin family, it is a different story. If he doesn't take him out, this guy won't let him go in the future. Therefore, Qin Feng decided to strike first. The Qin family guard, named Qin Longbin, is a powerful warrior at the peak of the 9th layer of the profound realm, just one step away from entering the profound master realm. With a thought, Qin Feng produced a destruction pill in his hand. Swish! He suddenly swayed his body, using the whirlwind step to instantly elevate his speed to the maximum. Like a gust of wind, he dashed out from behind the big tree and arrived next to Qin Longbin. Who? Qin Longbin, whose mind was filled with thoughts of women, suddenly awoke. He raised his right hand, ready to strike, with a bang. However, Qin Feng had already crushed the annihilation pill in advance, and a cloud of black smoke instantly enveloped Qin Longbin. After doing all this, Qin Feng's body swayed, and he quickly distanced himself. Dog thing, is it you? Qin Longbin struggled to get up from the woman. After swaying for a moment, his face turned dark, as if he were drunk, and he fell back on his back. This extinction pill is a peak grade one, and even if Qin Longbin is at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Xian master, he cannot avoid being affected. The Xian Qi in his dantian instantly fell into silence, as if all his strength had been drained, lying on the ground like a dead dog. The woman was also poisoned. Her face was ashen, lying there quietly, unable to move. Qin Feng swayed his body, quickly approaching, looking down at Qin Longbin from above. With a flick of his right hand, he drew out his long sword. Qin Feng, I beg you, don't kill Qin Longbin. He cried out in panic, his soul almost leaving his body. Beast, D. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly ended his life with a sword. A huge head rolled far away. The woman's pupils contracted, and she screamed loudly in fright. Qin Feng ignored her and directly took off the storage ring from Qin Longbin's wrist. As his consciousness entered to explore, his eyes immediately lit up. This dog thing has quite a few items in the storage ring. Over 10,000 silver notes, 3 bottles of Peiyuan Dan, 5 bottles of Xingyuan Dan, and more than 300 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there are some freshly picked herbs, silver leaf grass, evergreen flower, 1000 spirit grass, and blood ginseng grass. These are all primary materials for refining first-grade elixirs. The most valuable among them is blood ginseng grass, which is one of the main materials for refining bone cleansing Dan. Moreover, there is not just one, but a total of 5. Haha, not bad. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. Sure enough, killing and robbing is the shortcut to wealth. If I were to search for these herbs myself, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. With these herbs, I could directly elevate my alchemy skills to the level of a top-tier alchemist. As long as you find the Huagang flower, you can begin to refine the Pui Dan. Removing the toxins from the body and restoring health will be just around the corner. Senior, please save me, I beg you. Please save me. At this moment, the poisoned woman weakly cried for help. Qin Feng put away Qin Longbin's storage ring, nodded, took out a detoxification pill, and fed it to the woman. Gradually, the woman's dark complexion returned to normal. Seeing that she was fine, Qin Feng immediately stepped forward and walked ahead. Senior, wait. The woman quickly got up and exclaimed, Do you have something else to do? Qin Feng turned around and asked in confusion. Chapter 13, Heart of a Wolf. Lungs of a Dog. Senior, I'm a member of the Tianhuang Mercenary Corps. I accidentally got separated from my teammates. Could you please do me a favor and take me back to Tianhuang City? The woman pleaded loudly. I can't. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Qin Feng shook his head without hesitation. What a joke. Saving her from Qin Longbin was already her luck. Unexpectedly, she actually wanted him to escort her back to Tianwang City. This woman was really a bit hard to understand. After speaking, Qin Feng continued to walk forward with large strides. However, at that moment, a woman's voice came from behind. You are the useless young Master Qin Feng from the Qin family, right? The guards of the Qin family are searching for you everywhere right now. If I were to leak your whereabouts, what do you think would happen to you? Hearing this, Qin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He turned around abruptly, coldly staring at the woman, and asked sternly, what do you mean by that? Haha, it's very simple. You only have two choices now. Either escort me back to the city in person, or let me catch you and take you back. The woman looked at Qin Feng with a cold smile, as if she had him all figured out. It turns out that this woman is named Lu Fei, the sister of Lu Long, the leader of the Tianwang mercenary group. At a banquet, by chance, I met Qin Hao. The mercenary group she belongs to, the Tianwang Mercenary Corps, is merely a small to medium-sized force within Tianwang City. Compared to the giant Qin family, they are worlds apart. Lu Fei has always wanted to find a chance to ingratiate herself with Qin Hao, but she hasn't found an opportunity, because with her looks, she simply cannot catch Qin Hao's attention. Even if Qin Hao couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Upon encountering Qin Feng this time, she immediately recalled the rumors of Qin Hao being beaten up by Qin Feng. She felt that the opportunity had come. As long as I bring Qin Feng in front of Qin Hao, wouldn't Qin Hao be overjoyed? At that time, with Qin Hao's protection, the Tianwang Mercenary Corps would surely thrive even more. That's why she wanted Qin Feng to escort her back to the city. Once they reached the territory of the Tianwang Mercenary Corps, wouldn't Qin Feng be unable to escape? Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't take the bait. As for the fact that Qin Feng had just saved her, she had long since thrown it to the back of her mind. Compared to the enormous benefits, what was a mere act of saving her life worth? Moreover, Qin Feng is just a useless person at the third level of the Xian Master Realm. The reason he was able to defeat Qin Longbin just now was due to the use of a poison pill. If Qin Feng dares to make a move against her, she only needs to block her six senses in advance to remain unscathed. Thinking of this, Lu Fei immediately chose to turn against him without hesitation, exposing Qin Feng's identity. You truly have a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. I just saved you, and this is how you repay me? Qin Feng's face was as pale as water. Suddenly, he swayed his body and quickly came in front of Lu Fei, looking at her with a face full of murderous intent. Ha, what? Do you this waste want to fight me? Lu Fei sneered. I advise you. It's best not to act impulsively. Otherwise, in the end, you'll be the one who suffers. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Fei's mind moved, quickly blocking her six senses. Then, with a wave of her right hand, she shot toward Qin Feng's right shoulder like lightning. Since Qin Feng is so clueless, let's just capture him and bring him back. As long as we have Qin Feng in hand, we can get closer to Qin Hao and reap the rewards. Sigh. As he saw Lu Fei reaching out towards him, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. I didn't expect this woman to be so heartless and ungrateful. I saved her, and she turned against me without hesitation. She truly is a typical ingrate. However, Qin Feng wasn't too surprised. After all, when he used to beg outside, what kind of things hadn't he encountered? For the sake of fathers and sons kill each other, brothers harm one another, and sisters turn against each other. There are countless examples like this. In simple terms, it all boils down to two words. If the benefits are sufficient, all that nonsense about morality and loyalty will be cast aside. Although Qin Feng despises this, he has no choice but to accept this harsh reality. Having seen such things many times, he naturally finds them no longer surprising. Just as he sees Lu Fei's right hand about to rest on his shoulder, Qin Feng raised his right hand without hesitation and struck out with a heavy punch. Bang! Crack! Amidst the shrill scream, Lu Fei's right arm snapped, and she flew out like a scarecrow. It wasn't until she flew several dozen meters that she fell heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to get up, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Aren't you the waste young master of the Qin family? How could you suddenly become so powerful? She had thought Qin Feng was just a waste who could only use poison pills to scheme against others. His real strength was merely at the third level of the mysterious warrior realm. She never expected that Qin Feng was actually a dual cultivator of body and martial arts, hiding his true abilities. With just his physical strength, he could easily defeat her. Escape, coming back to her senses from shock. Lu Fei turned around without a second thought and fled desperately toward the outside of the Tianwang mountain range. Miscalculated. Want to run? Qin Feng's gaze turned cold, and he stomped his right foot hard on the ground, unleashing the windstorm step to its fullest. A few flashes later, he successfully caught up with Lu Fei. Without saying a word, he clenched his right fist and struck hard at Lu Fei's back. Lu Fei screamed as she spat out a mouthful of blood, creating a crimson arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The ground was overgrown with thorns, piercing her flesh and leaving her bloodied. Qin Feng leaped into the air, descending with a heavy foot aimed at Lu Fei's head. Spare me. Lu Fei's pupils constricted as she frantically begged for mercy. But before she could finish her sentence, a large foot was already in her sight. With a loud bang, Lu Fei's brain splattered, and her soul fled. Qin Feng disdainfully wiped the blood off his foot on the grass nearby, and then took off Lu Fei's storage ring. As his divine sense entered to explore, his eyes suddenly lit up. He never expected that Lu Fei was actually a little rich woman. There were quite a few items in her storage ring. In addition to tens of thousands of silver notes and over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, there were also hundreds of herbs, such as evergreen flower, blood ginseng, purple orchid grass, and red snake gold ginseng. The red snake gold ginseng was another main ingredient for refining the bone-washing pill. About the size of a thumb, it resembled a ginseng doll and emitted a rich fragrance. Even just smelling it lightly gave a refreshing feeling. Now that he had the red snake gold ginseng and blood ginseng, Qin Feng only needed to find 4 auxiliary materials to successfully refine the bone-washing pill. It was truly an unexpected delight. What Qin Feng didn't know was that most of the herbs in Lu Fei's storage ring were obtained by members of the Tianwang mercenary corps at a great cost. Lu Fei was the sister of the mercenary group's leader, so those members naturally had a hand over the items to her. However, now all of it had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng put away the items and coldly glanced at Lu Fei's corpse before quickly leaving. Soon, the sound of ferocious beast roars came from behind. Clearly, the beast had caught the scent of blood and rushed over. Lu Fei was probably already reduced to bones. Now, my main task is to find a return to Gang Flower. As long as I find this item, I can find a safe place to enter seclusion, improve my alchemy skills, and refine the breakthrough pill. Qin Feng thought happily, light-footed as he navigated through the jungle. Chapter 14, Yuan Yang Bil Qin Men Shasen. Qin Hao was lying on the bed, staring at the silk canopy above, gritting his teeth in frustration. He never expected that several days had passed, and the guards in the mansion still hadn't caught Qin Feng. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Qin Hao couldn't help but curse loudly. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. You wench, didn't I tell you not to bother me? Qin Hao thought it was a maid from the mansion and angrily shouted. But just as he was halfway through his tirade, he abruptly stopped. A familiar figure was walking in gracefully. Mother, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Qin Hao quickly struggled to sit up and said to the entering Lu Mei, It's okay, Hao, I know you've been feeling down lately. Lu Mei said understandingly. She lightly stepped forward, bringing a waft of fragrant air, and came to the bedside, gently holding Qin Hao's hand, asking with concern, how are you feeling now? Is your injury better? Yes, I've improved a lot after taking the healing pill. Thank you for your concern, mother. Qin Hao quickly replied obediently. Oh, silly child, you're my son. It's only natural for me to care about you. No need to thank me. Liu Mei smiled gently. After speaking, she flicked her right hand and took out a delicate jade box, handing it over. Mother, what is this? Qin Hao asked curiously. Just open it and see for yourself. Liu Mei smiled mysteriously. Qin Hao nodded, curiously opened the jade box. Upon seeing the contents inside, Qin Hao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Mother, is this the Yuan Yang pill? His breathing became rapid. Yes, exactly. Lu Mei nodded with a smile, explaining, I noticed you've been feeling down lately, So I had your father find a way to purchase a Yuan Yang pill from the Taishan sect. Howard, do you like it? Oh, I like it, of course. Thank you, mother. Qin Hao was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The Yuan Yang pill is a peak second-grade pill. Each one is worth its weight in gold, and they are priceless. Without certain connections, one cannot buy it at all. Even Qin Tianlong would have to expend his connections of the Taishan sect to purchase this pill. Once he takes it, he will definitely undergo a transformation, and his cultivation will soar. Of course, he is currently only at the peak of the 5th level of the mysterious warrior realm and cannot take the Yuan Yang pill all at once. He must crush the Yuan Yang pill and take it in several doses, based on the experiences of others who have taken the Yuan Yang pill. Taking this pill can at least allow him to advance 3 levels. That is at least stepping into the peak of the 8th level of the mysterious warrior realm. There is even a possibility of advancing to the 9th level in one go. Once his cultivation skyrockets, dealing with Qin Feng will be a piece of cake. Even if Qin Feng cultivates both body and martial arts, he can still be trampled beneath his feet and ruthlessly humiliated. Thinking of this, Qin Hao instantly felt invigorated, the gloom in his heart dissipating. Howard, I'm glad you like it. During this time, just stay home and recuperate. Once your injury heals, you can take the Yuan Yang pill. Lu Mei comforted him a few times before smiling and turning to leave. Okay, mother. Qin Hao nodded heavily. After Lu Mei left, the smile on Qin Hao's face instantly vanished, replaced by an extremely sinister expression. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, once my cultivation skyrockets, your death will be at hand. You dog, not only did you ruin my good fortune, but you also beat me into a dead dog in front of Su Wanner, making her utterly despise me. This hatred must be repaid with your blood. Qin Feng was unaware of Qin Hao obtaining the Yuan Yang pill, but even if he knew, it would be of no consequence, because this had always been the case in the Qin family. No matter what good things there were, they would always be prioritized for Qin Hao. Even many of the pills given to Qin Feng by the family were secretly swallowed by Qin Hao. Unfortunately, Qin Feng had no one to complain to. Once, Qin Feng could no longer endure it and finally told Qin Tianlong that his pills were being taken by Qin Hao. As a result, Qin Tianlong casually replied, "What's the big deal about a few Yuan enhancement pills? What's wrong with your brother taking them? As an older brother, shouldn't you let your younger brother have some?" From then on, Qin Feng never mentioned it again, because he understood that in the Qin family, his status as a biological son was far inferior to that of the adopted son Qin Hao. No matter how aggrieved he felt, he could only endure it. But now, Qin Feng would no longer endure. He would use his efforts to slowly reclaim everything that belonged to him. In the end, he would make that dog Qin Hao end up with nothing, feeling despondent and dying with resentment. In summary, as long as I am here, Qin Hao will never enjoy the same glory as in his past life. Everything about Qin Hao belongs to himself. As night fell, Qin Feng found a secluded cave and burrowed in. Just as he entered, a strong smell of blood rushed to his nose. Qin Feng clenched his right fist and directly punched out. With a bang, the beast hidden in the cave was knocked out cold. The demon fox, after landing, did not die immediately. Instead, it struggled to get up, its eyes blood-red, continuing to pounce at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already sensed the strength of this demon fox through his divine sense. It was at the mid-stage of the 1st rank, comparable to the peak realm of a human Xian master at the 5th level. He flicked his right hand and took out a long sword. After infusing it with his xuanqi, the sword immediately shone with a bright light. Just as the demon fox was about to approach, in a flash, Qin Feng struck with the sword, fiercely stabbing it into the demon fox's right eye, and then piercing through its entire body. The demon fox let out a miserable howl, crashing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. After dealing with the demon fox, he stored its corpse in the Qin Tower and covered the blood with nearby dirt. This was to prevent any beast from smelling the blood and intruding into the cave at night. Deep in the cave, Qin Feng entered the Qin Tower without hesitation. Through his efforts during this time, he had found quite a few herbs. With some time spent on continuous refining, he could successfully elevate his alchemy skills to the peak level of a 1st-rank alchemist. At that time, once he found the return to Gang Flower, he could start refining the Breaking Calamity pill. Time always flies when refining pills. A night's time inside the Qin Tower equated to more than 2 days. Through this period of effort, Qin Feng finally successfully advanced to the peak level of a first-rank alchemist. The success rate of the increase yuan pill reached 80%. Moreover, he also refined several peak-level detox pills. Detox pills can neutralize all kinds of toxic miasma in the world. With the detox pills as a foundation, refining the breaking calamity pill would be much easier. Now, he just needed to return to gang flower. Qin Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. During the day, he had searched for an entire day, but still had not found the return to gang flower. Hopefully, he could gain something today. Qin Feng suddenly stood up, focused his thoughts, left the Qin Tower, and came to the outside cave. He scanned the area with his divine sense, and, after confirming there was no one outside, quickly walked out to begin his day's activities. Chapter 15. Return to gang flower 3 days later. Damn it, has that return to gang flower gone extinct? Why can't I find it? Qin Feng leaned against a crooked tree, raising his hand to rub his forehead in distress. It had been 3 whole days without finding the return to gang flower. Although he had made considerable gains in these 3 days, finding many herbs, including over 100 first-rank herbs and a few second-rank herbs, he still could not find the return to gang flower. It seemed as if all the return to gang flowers on the outskirts of the Tianhuang mountain range had been picked clean. Sigh. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, recalling the records about the return to gang flower in the Alchemy Secret Classic. The return to gang flower, a peak first-rank herb, prefers cold and is highly toxic. Its habitat is usually guarded by highly poisonous beasts. Such a simple introduction, because the return to gang flower grows in cold and toxic places. It is the main material for refining the breaking calamity pill. Perhaps this is a typical case of using poison to counter poison. Although Qin Feng was already impatient, he still had to endure and continue searching. Because even in Tianhuang City, the return to gang flower could not be bought. He had to find it in the wild himself. Qin Feng swayed his body and, like a gust of wind, continued to rush forward. As he moved, he expanded his divine sense to search for cold and toxic areas. Boom! Just then, a sharp gust of palm wind suddenly surged from the right side. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side like lightning. However, it was too late. Almost at the moment he dodged, the terrifying gust of wind struck him hard. Wow! Qin Feng's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, being thrown heavily against a nearby large tree. The tree shook violently, dropping countless dry leaves. Just as Qin Feng landed, a green shadow dashed out from behind a large tree beside him, attacking him like lightning. Vigne! Qin Feng's pupils slightly contracted. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a green robe, tall and strong, with a full beard. It was none other than Qin Yi, a small captain of the Qin family's guards. Qin Yi was not weak in strength, having already stepped into the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. Despite his rough appearance, resembling a butcher, he was quite shrewd and could talk endlessly when flattering others. However, this guy had a very poor attitude towards Qin Feng. Whenever he saw Qin Feng, he would look at him disdainfully. This was quite understandable. After all, even the members of the Qin family looked down on Qin Feng, so how could others treat him well? Seeing Qin Yi rushing over like lightning, Qin Feng's mind moved, and he already held a destruction pill in his hand. Without hesitation, he crushed it and casually tossed it. A puff of black smoke billowed, drifting towards Qin Yi. Poison pill. Qin Yi's expression changed, and he quickly swayed his body, retreating like lightning. At the same time, he instantly shut down his 6 senses to avoid getting caught. The reason he was so cautious was that he had received a message from Qin Lu. Qin Lu informed him that Qin Feng and Qin Longbin were both dead. Although he didn't know how these two died, he warned everyone to be careful. Therefore, when Qin Yi discovered Qin Feng, he chose to launch a sneak attack. Sure enough, his caution was not in vain. That waste Qin Feng, although his strength was not strong, had such a powerful poison pill in his hands. No wonder Qin Feng and Qin Longbin fell. It seemed they must have been careless and died at Qin Feng's hands. With this thought, Qin Yi became even more vigilant. He suddenly waved his large sleeve, dispersing the oncoming poisonous smoke. Then, with a glance, he was taken aback. He saw that the ground in front was completely empty, leaving only a shocking pool of blood. Damn it, he ran away. Qin Yi cursed under his breath. Then he expanded his divine sense and began to search. Soon, he discovered a familiar bloodstain on the grass ahead. Qin Feng, you can't escape. Qin Yi sneered and leaped forward, quickly following the blood trail. Qin Feng's mind moved, and with a roar in his body, he instantly activated the whirlwind step to its maximum. A large tree beside him kept morphing into afterimages, collapsing to the sides. The sound of wind rushed past his ears. As he rushed forward, Qin Feng's mind moved, and he took out a recovery pill, tossing it into his mouth. This recovery pill was a mid-tier pill he personally refined, capable of quickly replenishing expended energy. He needed to distance himself from Qin Yi as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if he were caught by that guy and taken back to the Qin residence, it would be over. Unfortunately, even though he practiced both martial and mystical arts, his speed was still far inferior to Qin Ye's. Before long, he heard Qin Ye's rough voice mixed with mockery behind him. Huh, Qin Feng, you can't escape. Just surrender obediently, or you'll suffer. Qin Feng ignored him and continued to burn his essence blood for a brief burst of speed. Stubborn. Seeing that Qin Feng was unresponsive, Qin Yi was furious. Since you're so unappreciative, don't blame me for being rude. When I catch you, I'll beat you half to death. With that, Qin Yi also crazily burned his essence blood, a faint red light bursting from his body, and his speed surged instantly. Soon, the distance between the two was closing rapidly. In a panic, Qin Feng dashed into a valley filled with toxic miasma. In a hurried glance, he noticed that there were quite a few poisonous insects, snakes, and ants crawling on ground. However, at this moment, he could not afford to worry about that. All he could do was keep running forward. As he approached the entrance of the valley, where the miasma was thick and the cold wind howled, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but soon he gritted his teeth. Even that useless Qin Feng was fearless. So what was he afraid of? With his current strength, the miasma had little effect on him. Thus, Qin Yi quickly held his breath, focused his mind, shielded his senses, and leapt forward, continuing to chase after Qin Feng. After a while, Qin Ye's gaze sharpened. He suddenly lost sight of Qin Feng ahead. Additionally, at the foot of the mountain, there was a dark cave. At the entrance, there was a trace of blood. Haha, Qin Feng, you're truly foolish to voluntarily enter the cave. Isn't that just walking into a trap? Qin Yi smiled confidently and rushed into the cave. When Qin Feng dashed into the cave, he already sensed that something was wrong. In this dark and damp passage, there were scattered human bones strewn about. Clearly, there was great danger inside this cave. But at this moment, it was too late to turn back. He could only brace himself and keep moving forward along the passage. Roar! Just as Qin Feng was about to reach the end of the passage, a thunderous roar from a beast echoed from deep within the cave. Qin Feng's mind swept over, and his expression changed dramatically. He saw that in the natural cavern ahead lay a python, as thick as a bowl, coiled up. It was spitting out a red core and roaring towards the sky. The python was surrounded by swirling red mist, emanating a tremendous pressure. Its strength was not weak. It had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. However, the python was only roaring and did not immediately attack Qin Feng. Qin Feng's mind continued to expand. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw a medicinal herb, as thick as a thumb, growing in a pit behind the python. Its leaves were bright red, emitting a faint red glow. It was none other than the returning yang flower. Haha, Qin Feng, let's see where you can escape this time. At that moment, Qin Ye's rough voice, filled with pride, echoed in. Qin Feng's gaze flickered, and without hesitation, he turned his body and dashed into the cave where the python resided. How? The python was furious at this sight. This human truly had the audacity to intrude into its territory. It suddenly raised its head, opened its massive jaws, and bit down fiercely at Qin Feng. Life and death hung by a thread. Chapter 16. The yellow bird behind the python opened its bloody maw and bit down fiercely at Qin Feng. But at that moment, Qin Feng suddenly vanished. Immediately after, a thumb-sized, gray stone fell to the ground with a thud. The python's eyes widened in disbelief. Although it was a peak first-tier beast with some intelligence, Its IQ was only equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. It could not comprehend what had just happened. How could the human in front of it just disappear and turn into a gray stone? Could this human change forms at will? Before the python could figure it all out, a tall figure, carrying a chilling, killing intent, burst in like lightning. It was Qin Yi, who had followed closely behind. Huh, where's he? Seeing the cave empty without a trace of Qin Feng, Qin Yi was taken aback. He scanned the area and landed his gaze on the python. Could it be that he was eaten by the python so quickly? But that was impossible. The python was only as thick as a bowl. Even if it wanted to eat Qin Feng, it would have to bite him apart piece by piece. How could it possibly swallow him whole in one bite? Just as Qin Ye's mind raced, the python suddenly sprang up, darting toward him like a flash. These humans were truly infuriating, completely disregarding him. This was its territory, and they dared to invade. If it didn't show them who was in charge, they would think it was easy to bully. You beast, how dare you? As the python rushed towards him, Qin Yi was greatly alarmed. He could clearly sense that the strength of this python was slightly above his own. Moreover, its breath contained potent venom. If he were unfortunate enough to be bitten, even he would be doomed. At this critical moment, Qin Yi roared, raising his right hand and pulling out a formidable knife, fiercely striking downward at the rushing python's head. The terrifying Xian energy surged forth, transforming into streaks of knife light that sliced through the air. The blade struck the python's head, causing it to scream in agony, leaving visible gashes on its head. However, the python's skin was tough, so those wounds were merely surface injuries. The wounded python became even more ferocious. It roared with rage and suddenly swung its tail like a dragon, smashing down on the back of the knife. The python deflected the incoming strike and, like a thunderbolt, lunged forward, sinking its fangs into Qin Ye's shoulder. The fangs pierced 3 inches into flesh, and the surging venom flowed into Qin Ye's body. Qin Yi screamed in agony, raising his knife and frantically slashing at the python. Crack! The python bit down harder, tearing off half of Qin Ye's shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. At the same time, Qin Yi, now poisoned, felt waves of dizziness. Looking down, he saw that half of his body was turning black. Beast, die for me. Driven to desperation, Qin Yi roared and madly ignited his blood essence, his cultivation sword, barely reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. In the next moment, Qin Yi, in a frenzy, raised his knife and continuously struck down at the python. The sound of cracking echoed endlessly. The python was soon covered in wounds, blood gushing everywhere. One of the strikes landed precisely on its vital spot, piercing bone deep, causing the python to writhe in pain. Meanwhile, the venom within Qin Yi was surging violently towards his heart. Once the snake venom reached his heart, even a celestial being couldn't save him. Qin Yi bit his tongue to keep himself awake. Then, he resolutely turned around and staggered toward the cave's exit. Seeing Qin Yi leave, the severely injured and barely alive python did not pursue him. Instead, it crawled on the ground, struggling towards the returning yang flower in the pit ahead. That flower was its cherished possession. Originally, it planned to wait until it matured completely before swallowing it whole, advancing to a second-tier beast. But now, it could not wait any longer. It needed to devour the returning yang flower to quickly recover from its injuries. Although Qin Feng was hiding in the Qinquan Tower, he was fully aware of the situation outside. Seeing the python crawling towards the returning yang flower, Qin Feng wasted no time. His mind shifted, and he appeared beside the python. With a flick of his right hand, he drew his sword. He swung it down fiercely, striking the python's vital wound. Howl! The python was nearly split in half by Qin Feng's strike. Terrifying blood gushed out like a fountain. Qin Feng raised his sword again, striking repeatedly. After dozens of strikes, the python struggled in pain for a moment before finally breathing its last. Phew! Qin Feng sheathed his sword and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Yi had fought the python to a standstill. Otherwise, killing it would have been exceedingly difficult. After collecting the python's corpse, Qin Feng's gaze turned sharply towards the returning yang flower in the pit ahead. Haha, I finally found you. With a hearty laugh, Qin Feng approached the pit and took out a special medicinal hoe to dig it up by the roots. Then, with a thought, He directly planted it in the fertile fields inside the Qin Tower. This Huigang flower still needs some time to fully mature. It's just right to plant it inside the Qin Tower to accelerate its growth. After doing all this, Qin Feng's body swayed and quickly rushed out of the cave. Qin Yi and the demon python had fought to a standstill, taking advantage of his illness to take his life. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to eliminate Qin Yi. Otherwise, if that guy escaped and revealed his location, it would be a big trouble. Fortunately, Qin Yi had not escaped too far due to being deeply poisoned. Just as Qin Feng rushed out of the cave, he saw a familiar figure lying motionless at the entrance of the valley. There were a few poisonous ants on him, frantically tearing at him. Qin Feng flickered a few times and arrived at the valley entrance. The person on the ground was none other than Qin Yi. He sent out his consciousness to probe towards Qin Yi. He found that Qin Yi had already died from the poison, with no breath left. Qin Feng took off Qin Yi's storage ring and then kicked his corpse into a nearby hollow in the mountain. Soon, countless poisonous snakes and ants rushed up, covering his corpse. Before long, only a black skeleton was left there. Haha, I really have to thank Qin Yi today. Otherwise, even if I found the Huigang flower, I wouldn't be able to pick it. Qin Feng was in a good mood, smiling up at the sky. Beside the Huigang flower, there was a terrifying demon python comparable to the peak of the 9th level of the profound master guarding it. Even if Qin Feng found it, he would be powerless. Fortunately, Qin Yi had done him a huge favor by fighting the demon python to a standstill. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If Qin Tianlong and Qin Hao knew that the guards they sent to capture Qin Feng not only failed but also helped him a great deal, they would surely be furious enough to spit blood. Now that the Huigang flower was in hand, it was time to refine the breaking calamity pill. Qin Feng murmured. He quickly turned around and rushed towards the cave where the demon python resided. Now that the demon python was dead, he could temporarily stay here until the breaking calamity pill was refined. Chapter 17. The beauty of the cold pool returning to the demon python's cave. Qin Feng thought for a moment and moved a huge stone from the foot of the nearby mountain to block the entrance. He had not yet learned to set up restrictions and formations. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. After sealing the entrance, Qin Feng quickly entered the depths of the cave. Then, with a thought, he entered the Qin Tower. A glance revealed that in the fertile fields, countless herbs were growing vigorously, full of life, lush and green. Most of them were the fruits of Qin Feng's labor during this time. Qin Feng stepped to the northeast corner of the fertile field. Here was planted the Huigang flower, which was as thick as a thumb. Because this Huigang flower contained deadly poison, Qin Feng planted it separately here to avoid affecting the other herbs. Fortunately, the Huigang flower, which favored cold and dark environments, completely adapted to this fertile field. From the color, it appeared that the Huigang flower had changed from its original light red to a much deeper hue. According to the secret classic of alchemy, only when the Huigang flower turns dark red is it truly mature. It seems it still needs about 10 days to mature. Just in time, I can refine a batch of bone-washing pills to enhance my physical strength during this time. Qin Feng murmured. 10 days inside the Qin Tower was only 1 day in the outside world. Such a short time, Qin Feng could afford to wait. Moreover, he could take advantage of this time to refine a batch of bone-washing pills and successfully enhance his physical strength. Recently, when Qin Feng was looking for the Huigang flower, he had already gathered all the materials needed for refining the bone-washing pill. Qin Feng turned around and returned to the thatched cottage. Then, with a flick of his hand, he took out various herbs for refining the bone-washing pill. Bloodgrass, red lizard ginseng, thorny algae, star spirit grass. Among them, bloodgrass and red lizard ginseng were the two main materials. Thorny algae and star spirit grass were merely auxiliary materials. Qin Feng took a deep breath and began refining the bone-washing pill. He first uncovered the blocking plate at the bottom of the cauldron and threw in 30 low-grade spirit stones. The bone-washing pill was a peak first-grade pill, so it was more difficult to refine and consumed more spirit stones. However, after killing and looting, Qin Feng already had a considerable amount of spirit stones. Using them for alchemy was more than enough. If he could master some kind of in the future, He wouldn't need to consume spirit stones anymore and could convert them into pill fire. Whoosh! As the spirit stones were. The special formation inside the cauldron began to slowly operate. The blazing pill fire started to burn. Qin Feng focused his consciousness to control the pill fire to the appropriate level and then added a bloodgrass into the cauldron. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, a day and a night had gone by. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Feng exhaled a long breath. Then, he raised his right hand and gently tapped the lid of the cauldron. With a bang, the lid suddenly flew off and landed on the ground nearby. Qin Feng looked down and saw 3 pills quietly lying inside the cauldron. 2 of them emitted a faint white glow, while the other was pitch black. The success rate of pill creation was over 70%. Not bad. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. This was the first time he personally refined a peak first-grade bone washing pill, and it had such a high success rate, which was quite remarkable. Many alchemists only achieve a success rate of about 30% when refining peak first-grade pills for the first time. That is to say, they succeed in 1 pill and fail in 2. Now, Qin Feng's success rate had reached over 70%. What was there to be dissatisfied with? With these 2 bone-washing pills, his body refining realm could be greatly improved. Qin Feng took out a special jade bottle and stored these 2 pills. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. After about half an hour of cultivation, Qin Feng's whole being's energy and spirit returned to its peak state. The fatigue from alchemy vanished completely. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the jade bottle beside him, opened it, and took out a bone-washing pill. Tossing it into his mouth, boom! The pill dissolved instantly upon entering. Immediately, a powerful and strange warm current slid down his throat and merged into his limbs and bones. Qin Feng quickly focused his mind and started to crazily refine it. He mobilized the strange energy of the bone-washing pill to refine his body. Time always passed quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Swish! Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light burst forth from them, dazzling with colors. Gently clenching his fist, the blood and energy in his body immediately began to pump wildly, producing a series of muffled explosive sounds. I've reached the 8th level of the mortal body. This bone-washing pill is indeed against the heavens. Sensing his body refining realm, Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. The higher the cultivation, the harder it becomes to improve. The first time Qin Feng consumed 3 bone-washing pills, he reached the 6th level of the mortal body. Basically, 1 bone-washing pill could elevate him by 2 minor levels. However, now, it took 2 bone-washing pills for him to elevate by just 2 minor levels. Even so, Qin Feng was very satisfied, because moving from the 6th to the 7th level of the mortal body was a significant hurdle. The increase in strength could be said to be exponential. Now he could at least fight 10 of his former self. After the ecstatic moment, Qin Feng again caught a strong stench wafting through the air. Looking down, he found that his robe was sticky and pitch black. Qin Feng had anticipated this and was not too surprised. This was the result of the bone-washing pill expelling impurities from his body. It seems I need to bring some water into the Qin Tower from the outside. Otherwise, every time I finish refining my body, I have to run out to bathe. Qin Feng suddenly stood up, and with a thought, he left the Qin Tower. He strode to the cave entrance and pushed aside the blocking stone. The divine sense spread out and found no one around, so he quickly headed towards the exit of the valley. Some time ago, while searching for the return of the Gonghua flower, Qin Feng discovered a cold pool in a nearby valley. Qin Feng used his whirlwind steps and swiftly made his way to the destination. After about a stick of incense, he finally arrived successfully. Before him was a valley filled with lush green trees and picturesque scenery. A waterfall resembling a silver dragon cascaded down from the mountain peak into the cold pool below, producing a rumbling sound. Someone? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the cold pool, and he was momentarily taken aback. He saw a graceful figure emerging amidst the swirling water and mist. The figure was entirely submerged in the cold pool, with only a head of flowing black hair visible. Although the mist was hazy, making it hard to see her face clearly, the ethereal beauty and the elusive figure instantly made Qin Feng's blood boil. It should be noted that whether in his past life or this life, Qin Feng had always been a novice. Seeing such a seductive scene naturally left him momentarily dazed. This was not because Qin Feng was lecherous, but simply a man's nature. Any normal man would be unable to resist upon witnessing such a scene. However, Qin Feng quickly took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Then he resolutely turned around, preparing to return along the original path. Since someone was bathing here, he decided to come back later. However, just as Qin Feng turned around, an unforeseen change occurred. Chapter 18. Never coming out to bathe again with a loud bang. A white wave of water, as thick as an arm, suddenly surged from the cold pool. It was as if a dragon with its claws outstretched was breaking through the air, instantly wrapping around Qin Feng. "Ah!" Qin Feng exclaimed. He didn't have time to resist and was immediately swept up by the dragon formed from the white wave, soaring towards the cold pool ahead. Bang! Qin Feng fell heavily into the cold pool. The spot where he landed was only a step away from the beautiful woman bathing in the pool. As he got closer, Qin Feng suddenly saw clearly. Upon seeing her, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and his mouth opened wide, unable to close for a long time. This woman was simply too beautiful. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with stunning features and skin as white as snow. Her slender figure of 175 meters was partially concealed in the pool. Moreover, the woman's temperament was extraordinarily elegant, truly a peerless beauty. Her enchanting phoenix eyes, when slightly moved, exuded a kind of domineering aura that looked down upon the world, along with a cold indifference that seemed to have seen through the myriad of human emotions. However, the woman's appearance was clearly not normal at this moment. Her delicate face was flushed like blood. A faint red mist emanated from her body, intertwining with the coldness of the pool, creating a hazy steam. Although the temperature of the cold pool was extremely low, Qin Feng could clearly sense a powerful wave of heat radiating from the woman, making him feel as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Just as Qin Feng was observing the woman, she was also locking her crimson gaze onto him with a complex expression, filled with a strong sense of struggle. "You are Qin Feng." He was about to speak, but before he finished, the stunning woman had already twisted her body and leaned over. Then she reached out her delicate hand and suddenly embraced Qin Feng. "Ah, miss, what are you doing?" Qin Feng was taken aback, but the beautiful woman ignored him and began to frantically tear at his clothes. "Miss, are you poisoned? Wake up." At this moment, how could Qin Feng not understand what was happening? The stunning woman before him clearly had been poisoned by a certain potent toxin. At this point, she was gradually becoming delirious. "Miss, please don't do this. I have some detoxification pills, maybe." Qin Feng was about to take out the detoxification pills. However, at that moment, a massive pressure suddenly spread from the stunning woman, crashing down on Qin Feng like a mountain. Qin Feng's body immediately stiffened, unable to move. At that moment, he felt like a weak lamb, completely at the mercy of the other party. Then, the clear water of the cold pool began to boil violently. Amidst the towering waves, Qin Feng felt like a small boat tossed about in a storm, unable to resist against the powerful pressure from the beautiful woman. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. Whoosh! Just then, the terrifying pressure finally disappeared. Qin Feng felt as if all his strength had been drained, quietly floating on the surface of the water. Looking down, he saw the surface of the water beside him glowing with a faint red light. It seemed that the stunning woman must also be experiencing this for the first time. "Not too bad," Qin Feng murmured. He certainly didn't want to give his first time to a woman who was promiscuous. "What did you say?" Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice entered his ears. Qin Feng looked up and found the stunning woman gazing at him with a complex expression. Her eyes flickered with cold light, and deep within her pupils, a flash of killing intent flickered and vanished. "Ah, nothing." Qin Feng quickly shook his head. He completely couldn't gauge the depth of this stunning woman. However, judging from the previous pressure, she was at least a strong practitioner above the Qian Master realm. If things went wrong, his life would be in danger. "Remember, today's incident must not be leaked, or I will take your life," the stunning woman coldly instructed. Then with a graceful movement, soared into the sky. Upon reaching midair, She waved her jade hand and took out a white long dress, putting it on. She cast a cold glance at Qin Feng from above, as if warning him. Then her graceful figure swayed and vanished in an instant. What the hell is going on? Did I just get taken advantage of? Looking at the stunning woman disappearing into the sky, Qin Feng bitterly shook his head. This stunning woman could actually fly. It seemed his earlier assumption was wrong. She was not just a Xian master, but at least a Xian sect practitioner. Xian master, Xian teacher, Xian general, Xian sect. Only by reaching the Xian sect realm could one freely fly in the sky. But what is going on? He only wanted to come here to take a bath and get some water for the Qin Tower. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a disaster. Even more frustrating for Qin Feng was that, until now, he still didn't know who that stunning woman was. A typical case of being taken advantage of, but he had no way to deal with her. After all, she was a Xian sect practitioner, or perhaps even a more powerful existence. Sigh. It seems I'm still too weak. Qin Feng secretly sighed. Without powerful strength, he couldn't even protect his own innocence. It looks like he still had to continue to work hard and train frantically. Qin Feng remained in a daze for a while before regaining his composure. He immersed his entire body in the cold pool, then focused his mind. Whoosh! As if a long whale was sucking water, the clear water around him gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the Qin Tower, the deep pit that Qin Feng had dug beside the fertile field was now rapidly filling with water. After a full stick of incense's time, the large pit beside the fertile field finally filled up with clear water. Damn it, from now on, I will never come out to bathe again. What is going on? Qin Feng muttered to himself. Although he encountered a stunning woman today and had a brief romantic encounter as a man, he did not consider a loss. However, this feeling of being taken advantage of still left him somewhat dissatisfied, because it was far too dangerous for him. If that stunning woman had been a cold-blooded killer, Qin Feng's life would definitely be in jeopardy. Fortunately, that stunning woman still had some humanity and did not act like those demonic women, calling for bloodshed afterward. She only warned him once, telling him not to disclose what had happened today. It seemed that this stunning woman was likely a righteous female cultivator. Due to a special circumstance, I was poisoned by a deadly toxin. Just so happened that I was about to take a shower, so I directly captured myself to help her detoxify. However, afterward, the way that woman looked at me from above still made me very frustrated. That gaze was like a celestial fairy looking down on a trivial ant on the ground. What's so great about that? I have the Qin Tower in my hands, and I don't believe I won't surpass you in the future. When my strength surpasses yours, I will also let you experience the feeling of being forced by others. Qin Feng secretly vowed in his heart to work hard to cultivate and quickly surpass that stunning woman. A man of stature cannot always remain beneath others. He wanted to take the initiative and be on top. Qin Feng clenched his fist and then swayed his body, swiftly leaving. Chapter 19. Breaking the barrier pill at the entrance of the Tianwang mountain range. A graceful figure floated down from the sky. It was the stunning woman who had been bathing in the cold pool. Soon, a group of women in white dresses arrived in succession. Each of them was beautiful, with extraordinary temperament. Senior sister, how are you? Are you all right? Yes, senior sister. As soon as we received your message, we rushed over immediately, hoping we weren't too late. By the way, senior sister, what about that demoness? Did you catch up with her? The group of women chirped around the stunning woman, their voices clear and melodious, like orioles emerging from the valley, asking questions one after another. Upon hearing this, the stunning woman's face turned slightly red. She indeed caught up with that demoness. But unfortunately, the outcome wasn't very good. She had initially held the absolute upper hand and was beating that demoness, who knew that at the last moment, the demoness resorted to despicable and shameless means, causing her to unwittingly fall into a trap. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the stunning woman had to give up on continuing to pursue the demoness, finding the cold pool in the valley to soak in, hoping to suppress the toxin within her body. However, the poison that the demoness had inflicted on her was incredibly strong, and the cold pool could not suppress it at all. Fortunately, at the critical moment when she was about to explode and die, a Qin Feng appeared. Otherwise, she would have already turned into a puddle of flesh floating on the cold pool. Thinking of Qin Feng, The stunning woman's expression became incredibly complex again, but soon, she shook her head and regained her composure. Qin Feng was just a mere ant at the third level of the Xian Master Realm, while she was a super strong practitioner of the Xian sect. The gap between them was indeed too great. It was likely that from now on, they would have no further entanglements. Forget it, let be a dream. Thinking of this, the stunning woman immediately spoke coldly. I did catch up with that demoness and severely injured her, but unfortunately, she still managed to escape in the end. Huh? Then senior sister, what should we do next? A woman in white asked. The stunning woman thought for a moment and replied, let's return to Tianwang City first. At that time, we can mobilize the forces in the city to help search. Senior sister makes sense. With the help of the forces in Tianwang City, it will be much easier for us to find the demoness. Let's go. The stunning woman waved her jade hand and suddenly soared into the air, taking her group of junior sisters with her as they floated away. Inside the cave, Qin Feng focused his mind and entered the Qinquan Tower. He first went to the side of the fertile field to check on the situation of the returning flowers. He saw that the main stalk of the returning flower had completely turned dark red. However, the petals and the flower core were still red. It seemed that it would take several more days for the returning flower to truly mature. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He planned to use this time to continue refining pills. Once he stabilized himself at the peak level of a first-grade alchemist, he would then refine the breaking barrier pill. Because there was only one returning flower, he had only one chance to refine it. If he failed to refine it, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find another returning flower. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Before refining the breaking barrier pill, he must do the preparation work to perfection. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly began to pick herbs in the fertile field. Soon, he collected 1/10 of the herbs in the fertile field. Returning to the thatched cottage, Qin Feng lifted the blocking plate under the cauldron and threw in over 100 lower-grade spirit stones. This time, he planned to refine a batch of peak first-grade returning essence pills. These returning essence pills could quickly restore energy, which was just right for him to take now. Additionally, there were some materials to continue refining a furnace of bone-washing pills. With a thought, he controlled the flame in the cauldron to an appropriate level. Qin Feng casually waved his hand and took out a large number of herbs. Cloud grass, ink leaf lotus, spirit gathering flower. As the materials were thrown into the cauldron one by one, billowing black smoke wafted out. The impurities in the herbs were gradually refined. Soon, clusters of differently colored liquids floated in the cauldron. With the improvement of his alchemy skills, Qin Feng was now able to refine the impurities from several materials at once. Unlike at the beginning, when he could only refine them one by one. This also greatly saved time. Refining pills, although a technical skill, still relied more on effort. The more he refined, the higher his proficiency became. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. Qin Feng let out a long breath of turbid air and stretched, looking at the 6 bottles of returning essence pills in front of him, as well as the 3 bone-washing pills. He revealed a satisfied smile. With the improvement of his alchemy skills, Qin Feng's success rate had also greatly increased. All 3 of the bone-washing pills in this batch were successful. With these 3 bone-washing pills, Qin Feng was confident that he could break through the body refining ordinary body realm and step into the next stage of bone forging realm. However, for now, he didn't plan to take the bone-washing pills to enhance himself. As a practitioner who cultivates both body and martial arts, it is best to elevate both martial arts cultivation and body refinement cultivation together. This way, the foundation will be more solid. Now that 5 days had passed, the returning flower should have completely matured. It was time to refine the breaking barrier pill. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly left the thatched cottage and went to the northeast corner of the fertile field. He saw a dark red herb blooming in the wind, emitting bursts of strange fragrance. Finally matured. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. He casually waved his hand, took out a special vessel, and picked the returning flower. Then he also picked a number of auxiliary herbs in the fertile field. Returning to the thatched cottage, Qin Feng cleaned the black ashes at the bottom of the cauldron. Then he smoothly threw in a new batch of spirit stones. Now, as a peak first-grade alchemist, My success rate for refining pills has reached over 80%. This time it should succeed, right? Qin Feng murmured softly. There is only one returning flower. So this time, refining the pill only allows for success, not failure. Otherwise, if he failed, the cost would be unbearable for him. Phew. Although he felt a bit nervous, Qin Feng still took a deep breath to keep himself as calm as possible. Every major event requires calmness. As an alchemist, it is especially crucial to avoid being restless while refining pills. Otherwise, if he is not careful and cannot control the pill fire well, it will end in failure. When his state was at its best, Qin Feng began to refine the pills. As the pill fire burned fiercely, Qin Feng threw the returning flower into the cauldron. For safety's sake, this time Qin Feng did not refine several materials together, but did them one by one. Time quietly passed, and soon 2 hours had gone by. Phew! The pill fire beneath the cauldron gradually extinguished. A strange fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Qin Feng raised his hand and clapped. The cauldron lid immediately flew off with a whoosh. Looking down, he discovered a pill that was crystal clear and radiating a faint red glow, quietly lying inside. Haha! It worked. Qin Feng picked up the breaking barrier pill, feeling an indescribable excitement. He took a deep breath and directly threw the breaking barrier pill in his mouth. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and focused on his cultivation. As the power of the elixir entered his body, Qin Feng's figure trembled slightly. Soon, a strong fishy and foul smell wafted through the air. Strange black liquid, thread by thread, seeped out from countless pores all over his body. The black liquid fell to the ground, instantly corroding it into shocking small holes. After an hour, the poison from the falling star powder that Qin Feng had been afflicted with was completely expelled. He felt as if he had been reborn, his spirit refreshed. Both his sense of smell and touch had greatly improved. Even his spiritual consciousness had spread further. Haha, from now on, I can finally cultivate normally. Qin Feng suddenly stood up and laughed heartily. Chapter 20. Explosive growth in strength to verify the effect of the toxin expulsion. Qin Feng immediately took out a yuan-boosting pill and swallowed it. He then sat cross-legged again, focusing on his cultivation. As the Xian Yangju circulated, the void around him trembled slightly. Soon, waves of majestic spiritual energy surged in, entering his body through countless pores. Although Qin Feng was inside the Qinquan Tower, the effect of cultivating inside was the same as outside. After circulating for several cycles, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and his entire spirit had returned to its peak state. Damn, it really was the falling star powder causing trouble. Qin Feng cursed inwardly. If it were before, after circulating for several cycles, his meridians would be faintly painful. Moreover, the more he cultivated, the more painful it became, and the slower his progress would be. However, now that the toxin from the falling star powder had been completely expelled, he no longer felt that pain. In fact, the more he cultivated, the more energetic he became. This was the normal state. Although he had only circulated for several cycles just now, Qin Feng could already sense that the Xian Qi in his dantian had increased significantly. He was just one step away from the peak of the third level of the Xianxia realm. If it weren't for the poison before, I should have already stepped into the sixth level of the Xianxia realm, right? Qin Feng murmured to himself. His hatred for Qin Hao grew a few more points in his heart. If it weren't for that despicable and shameless bastard secretly poisoning him, he wouldn't have been reduced to being called a waste and scorned by others. But now, with the toxins in his body completely expelled, Qin Hao's schemes were destined to come to nothing. Moreover, Qin Feng intended to gradually take back all of Qin Hao's fortunes. The next place where Qin Hao would gain fortune was the Taishan sect. So, I must quickly improve my cultivation and participate in the selection of disciples from the four sections. There is still more than 2 months until the selection of disciples from the four sects, and with the Qinquan Tower assisting my cultivation, I should have more than enough time. Qin Feng murmured, setting his next plan. The urgent task is to quickly enhance my strength. Otherwise, when the selection of disciples from the four sects begins, I will be powerless to reclaim what belongs to me. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly got up and went to the fertile fields outside. He began to pick herbs in large quantities. He needed to refine a large batch of yuan-boosting pills to assist his cultivation. Once his strength reached the 9th level of the Qian realm, he could take the bone-cleansing pill to further enhance his physical strength. Fortunately, there were plenty of herbs in these fertile fields to refine enough yuan-boosting pills. After finishing the harvest, Qin Feng returned to the thatched cottage. He lifted the blocking board at the bottom of the cauldron and poured in hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. This time, he was refining a larger quantity of yuan-boosting pills, so the consumption was naturally greater. The pill fire ignited, and one by one, the herbs were skillfully added to the cauldron by Qin Feng. The yuan-boosting pill is a mid-grade first-tier pill, and Qin Feng was already a peak first-tier alchemist. The success rate of pill formation was also very high. Almost every batch had a success rate of over 80%. After spending a full 5 days, Qin Feng finally completed the refinement. In front of him, there were over a dozen bottles of yuan-boosting pills lined up side by side. Each bottle contained 6 pills. More than 80 yuan-boosting pills should be enough to elevate his strength to the 9th level of the Qian realm, right? Qin Feng took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and focused on his cultivation. One by one, the yuan-boosting pills gradually decreased. Time passed quickly, like a fleeting moment. More than a month had passed outside. Meanwhile, over a year had passed inside the Qin Tower. Through this period of diligent cultivation, Qin Feng had successfully raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Qian realm. He was just one step away from stepping into the Qian Master realm. At this point, Qin Feng stopped his cultivation, because the yuan-boosting pills had been completely consumed. Moreover, at this moment, it was the best time to take the bone-cleansing pill and enhance his physical strength. Cultivating both body and martial arts requires the advancement of both martial arts and body refinement to be balanced. Only then can the foundation be solid. In a complementary situation, combat power would soar. After spending another 3 days, Qin Feng successfully refined the 3 bone-cleansing pills. By now, his body refinement realm had successfully risen to the peak of the 1st level of the bone-forging realm. Next, in just over a month, it would be time for the selection of disciples from the 4 sections. However, there were not many herbs left in the fertile fields. Qin Feng planned to take this time to go outside and find another batch of herbs. That way, once he successfully advanced to the Qian Master Realm, he could also refine the corresponding pills. More critically, most of his cultivation had been enhanced through consuming pills, so his foundation was still somewhat weak. It would be due to stay indoors and cultivate. Qin Feng planned to look for some demon beasts to fight while picking herbs. This way, he could stabilize his cultivation and greatly improve his combat experience. He wouldn't want to face an enemy later on, having a high level of cultivation but unable to fully utilize it. With this in mind, Qin Feng walked out of the thatched cottage and happily took a bath in the large pit he had dug. This pit was like a small pond, crystal clear. Moreover, it seemed that the Qin Tower had a purifying effect. Once the water inside got dirty, it would quickly become clear again after a while. Even drinking it would pose no problem. Of course, Qin Feng wouldn't drink his bathwater. After bathing, he changed into a clean green robe. With a thought, Qin Feng left the Qin Tower. Then he strode towards the cave entrance. First, he spread his spiritual consciousness, and, after discovering that the valley outside was uninhabited, he moved the giant rock blocking the cave entrance. With a shift of his body, he activated the whirlwind step and dashed out of the valley like a gust of wind. Leaving the valley, Qin Feng headed straight into the depths of the Tianwang mountain range. Now, his strength had soared, and he could venture deeper. Moreover, only in the deeper areas could he find materials for refining second-tier pills. How? About a stick of incense later, a strong fishy wind suddenly surged from the right side. Qin Feng did not glance aside and directly slapped out. With a bang, the demon beast that had rushed out from behind the tree to ambush was instantly killed, its head bursting apart. Qin Feng ignored the dead demon tiger and continued to move forward. An hour later, Qin Feng's nose twitched, and he stopped. He smelled a faint, strange fragrance wafting from a nearby valley. Scanning with his spiritual consciousness, he discovered several light red herbs blooming in that valley. Those herbs had 3 fiery red leaves, looking like flames burning. Second-tier fire sungrass. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was the main material for refining the second-tier Heyong pill. Generally, there are demon beasts guarding valuable treasures. This time was no exception. Under Qin Feng's spiritual consciousness, he found a second-tier early-stage demon wolf lying in a cave not far from the fire sungrass, its eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep. Qin Feng ignored him, swaying his body and leaping directly into the valley. Then, with a wave of his large sleeve, he uprooted the 6 fire yang grasses and stored them in the Qin Tower. These 6 fire yang grasses were not yet fully matured, and he could use the time flow rate inside the Qin Tower to accelerate their growth. Roar! Just as the fire yang grasses were being picked, the demon wolf in the cave immediately opened its eyes wide and let out a furious roar. Following that, it charged out of the cave like a gust of wind, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced at Qin Feng. Haha, just the right beast to practice my skills and hone my combat techniques. Qin Feng laughed heartily and rushed to meet it. Chapter 21. Not to be tricked. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, Qin Feng sat on a large rock, his eyes slightly closed, lazily basking in the sun. After a period of intense fighting, Qin Feng had matured significantly. His once somewhat youthful face had darkened considerably. In his star-like eyes, a cold light flickered. His pair of sword-like brows were raised high, resembling a drawn sword. Through constant battles with demon beasts during this time, Qin Feng had finally stabilized his cultivation level. Moreover, his combat skills had improved greatly. Those demon beasts were much more ferocious than humans. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. During this time, the demon beasts Qin Feng fought were mostly early-stage second-tier ones. Based on his battle experience, although Qin Feng was only at the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm, he could now battle against a peak second-tier Xian Master. Whoosh! At this moment, a green shadow suddenly rushed into the valley like lightning. It was incredibly fast, reaching in front of the large rock in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng's gaze flickered and fell on the newcomer. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a green robe. The collar of his robe was embroidered with a black character for Qin. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he looked like a hungry wolf seeing its prey, excited, thrilled, and unable to contain himself. "Ha, Qin Feng, you seem quite leisurely." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, saying, "Will you obediently come back with me? Or do I need to take action?" Qin Feng coldly smiled upon hearing this. "Is it just you? What? Am I not enough to deal with you?" Qin Liangguang smirked disdainfully. Qin Liangguang was the captain of the 100-man guard team. His strength was not weak, having already entered the second-tier Xian Master Realm. It seemed that the recent defeat had made Qin Tianlong furious, sending a new batch of stronger guards. "You are not my opponent. It would be better not to humiliate yourself." Qin Feng shook his head. He was speaking the truth. However, this statement fell on Qin Liangguang's ears as a great humiliation. Little beast, you are merely an ant at the Xian Master Realm. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that?" Qin Liangguang's face turned livid with anger upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, quickly reaching out to grab Qin Feng, seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and with a wave of his right hand, he drew his sword. The first move of the Xian Yang sword technique. Wind-breaking reverse. A dazzling cold light flashed like a startled swan, twisting through the air. Crack! With a piercing scream, Qin Liangguang's hand, reaching for Qin Feng, was instantly severed at the root. Blood gushed forth as Qin Liangguang stumbled back repeatedly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Feng, asking in a harsh voice, "How is this possible? When did this waste become so powerful?" He has actually mastered the Xian Yang sword technique to the great success realm. The proficiency levels of martial arts are divided into 5 tiers. Entry, proficient, adept, great success. And perfection. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the technique. Even Qin Liangguang himself had only mastered the Xian Yang sword technique to the adept level. Moreover, this was the result of his years of hard work and training. He never expected that Qin Feng, at such a young age, had mastered the Xian Yang sword technique to the great success level, surpassing him. Even if Qin Feng had been practicing since birth, He shouldn't have been able to achieve this, right? Wasn't it said that Qin Feng was a waste? At this moment, while Qin Lianguang was shocked, he was also filled with confusion. Qin Feng was too lazy to waste words with him. He shook the sword in his hand and launched another fierce attack. The Xianyang sword technique is a paired martial skill of the Xianyang technique, although it is merely of the yellow grade, high quality. When combined with the Xianyang technique, its power is still quite terrifying. Coupled with the proficiency boost from the Great Success realm, Qin Lianguang became flustered and was forced to retreat repeatedly. And during his retreat, he was occasionally pierced by a sword, blood spurting out. Damn little beast. It seems I underestimated you. Just wait, as I can't beat you now. Qin Lianguang dropped a harsh remark and suddenly turned, fleeing desperately toward the valley's exit. As long as he escaped, he would send a message to Qin Lu, bringing a large number of strong guards to capture Qin Feng. At that time, this little brat would have nowhere to run. Want to escape? A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he focused his mind, and a rumbling sound echoed within him as his vigorous blood energy began to surge wildly. The terrifying power of body refinement instantly enveloped his entire body. Without hesitating to burn his blood energy, Qin Feng's speed skyrocketed. Whoosh! In just a few flashes, he successfully caught up to Qin Lianguang. With a sweep of his sword, it flashed like a startled swan. Whoosh! A large head was quickly sent flying, crashing heavily into the nearby valley. Until death, Qin Lianguang's head maintained a wide-eyed expression, filled with shock and disbelief, along with an unshakable unwillingness. Qin Feng shook off the blood from his sword and walked towards the headless corpse. He took off the storage ring. Entering his divine sense to explore, he discovered that there were plenty of good items inside Qin Lianguang's storage ring. More than 30,000 taels of silver notes, 5 bottles of second-tier Heyong pills. Additionally, there were over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there was a long sword of spiritual weapon level. It was much stronger than the sword Qin Feng currently possessed. However, due to carelessness, Qin Lianguang didn't even have time to draw his long sword before Qin Feng took him down. The body and martial arts dual cultivation is indeed powerful. Qin Feng muttered to himself, cheerfully putting away the storage ring. If it weren't for the dual cultivation of body and martial arts, if he had encountered Qin Lianguang today, he would have only been at a disadvantage. But with the enhancement from dual cultivation, his blood energy far exceeded that of ordinary people. Once he crazily burned his essence blood, his combat power could soar dramatically. He could easily kill enemies 3 small levels higher. Perhaps now, even facing a third-tier Xian master, he could fight. Now that the herbs had been mostly collected, it was time to return and enter seclusion for cultivation. Through these half-month efforts, Qin Feng had gathered enough herbs. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of the remaining time to continue his seclusion for a period. At least, he needed to reach the Xian Master Realm. Once he advanced to the Xian Master Realm, Qin Feng would be confident that he could be successfully selected in the 4-sect disciple selection. Because looking at the entire Tianwang city, geniuses of his age were at most at the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. Even if special circumstances arose, they should not exceed the 3rd tier of the Xian Master Realm. Thinking of this, Qin Feng resolutely turned around and headed towards the cave. After running for a while, Qin Feng suddenly halted. Help! He heard a woman's weak cry for help faintly coming from the valley not far away. Qin Feng's divine sense swept over. He saw a blood-soaked woman in a green dress lying quietly on the grass in the valley. When he saw the woman's appearance clearly, Qin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The green-dressed woman was about 17 or 18 years old, with an extraordinarily beautiful appearance, capable of captivating a nation. Moreover, a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with electric light, seemingly possessing the power to captivate all beings. Qin Feng took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then continued to rush forward. As for saving that woman in the green dress, that was impossible, because a stunningly beautiful and unparalleled young girl was calling for help in a remote and deserted valley. It was either a beauty trap or a deadly ambush. Qin Feng wasn't ready to die yet, so he naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. Damn it, seeing Qin Feng floating away. The woman in the green dress couldn't help but be furious, her anger boiling over. She suddenly got up from the ground, her willow-like eyebrows standing upright as she muttered to herself, "I just needed the blood of one more strong man to heal my injuries. I didn't expect that bastard wouldn't take the bait." Chapter 22. The fourth level of the Mystic Master not long after Qin Feng left. A man in a blue robe dashed into the valley like lightning. Upon seeing the stunning woman in the green dress, the blue-robed man's eyes immediately radiated a lecherous glare. "Haha, little beauty, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" The blue-robed man asked with a wicked smile as he strode forward. "Yes, brother, I was unfortunately gravely injured by someone. Can you help me?" The woman in the green dress asked pitifully. "Haha, no problem." The blue-robed man nodded with a smile, casually flicking his hand to produce a healing pill, waving it in front of her. "Do you want it?" "Yes." The woman in the green dress answered without hesitation. "Haha, this pill isn't cheap. It costs at least 30,000 spirit stones," the blue-robed man said with a grin. Upon hearing this, the corner of the woman in the green dress's mouth twitched. This bastard is too greedy. It's just a second-tier healing pill, worth no more than 3,000 spirit stones at most. But he opened his mouth and asked for 30,000, a full 10 times the price. "Why don't you just rob me?" The woman in the green dress said unhappily. "Haha, that's exactly what I'm doing." "What? You don't have that many spirit stones?" The blue-robed man laughed. The woman in the green dress nodded. "I really don't." "No spirit stones? That's fine. How about this? If you spend a night with me, I'll give you this healing pill for free. What do you think?" The blue-robed man greedily stared at the woman's curves. "Okay, but it's my first time, so please be gentle." The woman in the green dress pretended to be reluctant. "Ha! Don't worry, brother will be very gentle." Seeing the woman in the green dress looking so weak, the blue-robed man's eyes turned blood red. He suddenly lunged forward, rudely pushing the woman in the green dress to the ground. Crack! With a violent tug, a piece of the woman's dress was ripped off, exposing her fair skin. The blue-robed man became even more excited and was about to go further. But at that moment, a red light flashed in the eyes of the woman in the green dress. In the next second, a horrifying scene unfolded. Red tentacles shot out from the woman in the green dress's body, piercing into the blue-robed man's flesh with incredible speed. "Ah!" The blue-robed man screamed, his eyes widening in horror as he exclaimed, "Why, you're a demon cultivator?" "Haha, that's right, but unfortunately you found out too late," the woman in the green dress said with a sinister smile. Whoosh! The blue-robed man shook violently as his vital essence poured out like a burst dam, seeping through the red tentacles into the woman in the green dress. Soon, the burly blue-robed man turned into a dried-up corpse. After absorbing enough blood, the woman in the green dress's aura surged. The previous weakness vanished, and waves of terrifying red, demonic energy swept through the area, causing the surrounding plants to shatter and disintegrate into countless fragments that fell like rain. "Ha! I'm finally restored." The woman in the green dress suddenly stood up, kicking the dried corpse apart, her voice cold as she declared, "Muron Yin, you didn't expect this, did you? I recovered so quickly, and you kept chasing me. Next time we meet, I will make you pay 100-fold." As her voice fell, the woman in the green dress swayed, transforming into a brilliant red light and disappearing. Returning to the cave, entering the Qin Tower, Qin Feng began alchemy again. There was still more than half a month before the selection of disciples from the 4 sections. He planned to use this time to refine enough pills and then focus on his cultivation. In the Qin Tower, half a month equated to about 200 days in the outside world. With such a long time, he could definitely successfully advance to the Mystic Master realm. Moreover, he could also elevate his alchemy skills to the level of a second-tier alchemist. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Through this period of hard work, Qin Feng finally succeeded in advancing to a mid-level second-tier alchemist. Furthermore, he had refined a large batch of necessary pills, such as the Breaking Yuan pill needed to advance to the Mystic Master realm at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Scholar, as well as the He Yuan pill required for the Mystic Master realm, along with 2 furnaces of bone-washing pills. Next, it was time to cultivate. Qin Feng picked up the breaking yuan pill and unhesitatingly swallowed it. Boom! The pill melted in his mouth. A powerful energy surged down his throat, merging into his limbs and bones. Qin Feng closed his eyes and began to concentrate on his cultivation. The Xianyang Ju circulated through one cycle after another, transforming the energy from the pill into pure mystic energy and merging it into his dantian. Charge! As the energy in his dantian reached its peak, Qin Feng roared. With a thought, he manipulated the dantian energy and began a forceful breakthrough. Bang! A dull explosion echoed from within him. Qin Feng's body shook, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was his first failure in the breakthrough. But Qin Feng felt no frustration. The transition from mystic scholar to mystic master was a clear dividing line, not something that could be easily crossed. Again, Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and once again mobilized the dantian energy to continue the breakthrough. Second time, third time, fifth time, boom! Finally, on the fifth attempt, Qin Feng's cultivation bottleneck collapsed with a resounding crash. A surge of powerful energy erupted from within him. The stone table and stone bench around him shattered. Even the thatched cottage was blown apart with a big hole. Oh no! Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that after successfully advancing to the mystic master realm, his strength would increase exponentially. Just the aura radiating from him was terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that he had undergone a complete transformation. In the next moment, Qin Feng swayed and quickly rushed out of the thatched cottage that was on the verge of collapse. With a thought, he slowly reined in his aura. Looking down, he found his whole body was sticky and covered in black. After the successful advancement, countless impurities had been expelled from his body. Qin Feng dashed to the nearby waterhole and jumped in. Soon, black ripples spread across the waterhole. After cleaning himself, Qin Feng refreshedly put on a new robe. After a simple tidying up of the thatched cottage, Qin Feng entered a state of cultivation once again. Time always flies quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. On this day, Qin Feng, with his tightly closed eyes, suddenly opened them, his gaze bursting with brilliance and auspicious colors. Ha! The fourth level of the Mystic Master, the peak of the third realm of bone forging. Sensing the tremendous change in his body, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile back. After 3 months of relentless cultivation, Qin Feng had made remarkable progress in his strength. If he encountered Qin Lingguang again, he could easily slap him to death. Even if he faced Qin Lu, Qin Feng was not afraid. Although Qin Lu was at the 6th level of the Mystic Master realm, Qin Feng, being a dual practitioner of body and martial arts, could defeat Qin Lu by overcoming 2 small levels, which would not be difficult at all. It was time to go to Tianhuang City to participate in the selection of disciples from the 4 sects. With a thought, Qin Feng left the Qiankuan Tower. This election, I must succeed, otherwise I will still be unable to escape the fate of being poisoned to death by Qin Hao in my previous life. Only by succeeding can I have a wide ocean and a sky to leap like a fish, living the life I desire in this life. Qin Feng clenched his fist, silently swearing in his heart, then strode towards the cave entrance. Chapter 23, You Are Unworthy. Over 6 months have passed inside the Qiankuan Tower, yet outside, only a little over half a month has gone by. At this time, Qin Lu and the others have not given up, continuing to search along the banks of the Jian River and the outskirts of the Tianhuang mountain range. Unfortunately, no matter how they searched, they could not find a trace of Qin Feng. It was as if Qin Feng had evaporated from the human world during this time. The prolonged, fruitless search put immense pressure on Qin Lu. Every 2 or 3 days, Qin Tianlong would send messages to inquire about the situation. Qin Lu had no ideas left and could only keep stalling, saying things were almost done. However, repeated disappointments had made Qin Tianlong completely lose his patience, scolding Qin Lu mercilessly. He even issued a harsh warning that if Qin Feng was not found within a month, Qin Lu would have to die to atone for it. To ensure his own safety, Qin Lu had no choice but to pass the pressure down to the guards under him. All the guards could only grit their teeth and tirelessly continue the search. After leaving the cave, Qin Feng did not hide his whereabouts. Instead, He boldly walked toward the outskirts of the Tianhuang mountain range. With enough strength at his disposal, he no longer needed to conceal himself. Arriving at the entrance of the Tianhuang mountain range, a blue figure blocked his path. This was a middle-aged man of about 30, wearing a blue long robe, with a thick beard on his face, looking fierce as if he were a guardian deity standing there. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the middle-aged man was first stunned, then ecstatic. "Haha, kid, I finally caught you." With that, the middle-aged man raised his right hand and directly pulled towards Qin Feng. During this time, Qin Lu had placed too much pressure on them. Qin Lu had clearly told them that if they did not capture Qin Feng within a month, everyone would have to die. Seeing Qin Feng voluntarily reveal himself, how could he not be overjoyed? Seeking death. Seeing the middle-aged man strike fiercely, a cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and slapped out. Crack! With a piercing scream, the middle-aged man, a peak Xian master of the 9th level, suddenly had his entire right hand shattered. Immediately afterward, he flew out like a scarecrow. How is this possible? The middle-aged man struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief, staring fixedly at Qin Feng. He never expected that in just a few months, Qin Feng would grow to such heights. It was known that the previous Qin Feng was like an ant in front of him. He could have easily killed Qin Feng with a single finger. But now, the situation had reversed. He had become an ant that could not withstand a single blow in front of Qin Feng. This massive psychological gap made it impossible for the middle-aged man to accept. Before he could react, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and quickly took out a communication jade slip, intending to relay the news of Qin Feng. However, just as he took out the communication jade slip, a faint white light flashed past, like a shooting star. The next moment, the middle-aged man realized that his head had already been thrown high into the air. Only half of his familiar body remained, crashing down to the ground. After taking the middle-aged man's storage ring, Qin Feng floated away. He began to traverse mountains quickly. Soon after crossing 2 peaks, he arrived at the main road next to the Jian River. "Qin Feng, it's Qin Feng." Just then, shouts of joy rang in his ears. Qin Feng looked up and saw 3 Qin family guards walking side by side, not far ahead. Upon seeing him, they rushed over like hungry wolves seeing meat, their eyes bloodshot. Qin Feng remained indifferent, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, continuing forward. "Capture him! Take him down!" The 3 guards leaped toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was calm as he raised his right hand and gently waved forward. Bang! 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 3 explosive sounds followed. The 3 guards came quickly, but left even faster. Each one lay on the ground, spitting blood, missing limbs, and began to wail in pain. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and continued to step forward. But just as he passed by the 3 bursts of different strengths of Xian Qi suddenly surged from behind, seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he directly pointed his fingers like a sword, waving them behind him. Crack! 3 bloody heads rolled aside as a sword light transformed from white Xian Qi flashed by. Taking their storage rings, Qin Feng continued along the main road towards Tianhuang City. He initially thought about sparing their lives, but unexpectedly, they were so ungrateful. Since that's the case, he would send them on their way. Soon, a series of dull explosions entered his ears. Qin Feng turned his head and saw a strong figure, like a great rock spreading its wings, rushing down from the mountain peak beside him. Its speed was incredibly fast, leaving behind phantoms along the way. Moments later, it appeared right in front of Qin Feng, blocking his path. It was none other than the head guard, Qin Lu, a powerful Xian master of the 6th level. "You little beast, I didn't expect that in just over 2 months you have grown to such heights. Tell me, did you gain some amazing fortune in the Tianhuang mountain range?" Qin Lu exclaimed in shock after scanning Qin Feng's form. He could see at a glance that Qin Feng had already reached the 4th level of Xian master. But how is this possible? It was known that when Qin Feng was expelled from the Qin family, he was only at the 3rd level of Xian master. In just over 2 months, he had successfully climbed to a higher level. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was unprecedented. Qin Feng must have obtained some kind of heavenly fortune in the Tianhuang mountain range. Otherwise, he could not have improved so quickly. For a moment, Qin Lu's eyes turned red. As long as he captured Qin Feng and obtained his fortune, he would surely soar to great heights. At that time, with enough strength, who would still want to be a guard of the Qin family? Thinking of this, a strong killing intent flashed through the slightly constricted pupils of Qin Lu. He originally wanted to send a message to summon other guards, but quickly dismissed the thought. If others came, how could he monopolize the fortune? Therefore, today he would secretly kill Qin Feng. I indeed obtained a fortune. What? Do you want it? Qin Feng replied with a wicked smile. Haha, as expected. Seeing his assumption was correct, Qin Lu's greed intensified. He looked down at Qin Feng with arrogance and said, as long as you know your place and obediently hand over the fortune, I will spare your life. How about it? How about it? Qin Feng shook his head. Qin Lu's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said with a stern voice, so you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? No. Qin Feng shook his head again, speaking blandly, I just think you are unworthy. You're seeking death. Qin Lu was furious, his body swaying as he darted towards Qin Feng. Before he got close, he unleashed a powerful punch. This punch used all his strength, as if he wanted to kill Qin Feng in one blow. You're the one seeking death. Qin Feng roared to the sky, and with a rumble from within his body, he rapidly spread the power of body refinement throughout his body. All his muscles bulged, as if he had grown a head taller in an instant. Following that, Qin Feng infused Xian Qi into his right arm, also throwing a punch in response. Boom! After the loud sound, Qin Lu's body violently shook, and he kept retreating. A shocking trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained unfazed, standing firm and unmoving. This move clearly distinguishes the high from the low. How is that possible? A strong shock flashed in Qin Lu's eyes. In the next moment, his body swayed, and he was about to flee, knowing he was no match, yet still trying to force his way. That was the act of a reckless man. Want to run? Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. A wicked smile appeared. He lightly stepped on the ground with his right foot, leaping into the air, chasing after Qin Lu. While still in midair, a fearsome long sword appeared in his hand. The Xian Yang sword technique unfolded swiftly. The sword technique, reaching the level of great mastery, was unparalleled in power. Terrifying sword rays, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, continuously fell upon Qin Lu. Amidst the shrill screams, Qin Lu was directly dismembered, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood, falling like rain. Qin Feng landed gracefully, picking up the fallen storage ring from the ground. As his divine sense entered to probe, his eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 24. Heavenly level techniques. Qin Lu was indeed the head of the Qin family's guards. There were quite a few good things inside the storage ring. There were nearly 500,000 in silver notes, over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, plus numerous pills, magical treasures, and some refining and alchemy materials. Additionally, there were a few jade slips recording techniques. It was understandable that Qin Lu was so wealthy. After all, he was the head of the Qin family's guards, managing over 1,000 guards. Besides the salary given to him by the Qin family, there were also the tributes from the guards under him. However, now all of this belonged to Qin Feng. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng swayed his body and rushed towards a nearby valley. He found a cave he used to stay in and burrowed inside, before heading to Tianwang City. He planned to sort through Qin Lu's treasures first, to see if he could rise to another level. After all, the higher the strength, the stronger the ability to protect oneself. With a thought, he entered the Qinquan Tower. Qin Feng took out all of Qin Lu's treasures and began to study them one by one. The silver notes and spirit stones didn't need to be examined. As for the pills, most of them were suitable for cultivators at the Xian Master Realm. For example, the He Yuan Dan and Fu Yuan Dan. Oh, upon seeing one bottle of pills, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He vaguely remembered that this pill seemed to be recorded in the Dan Dao Secret Classic. It was a peak second-grade pill. After recalling carefully, Qin Feng finally remembered. This was a bottle of Shi Yuan Dan. Consuming it could hide one's own aura, lasting for 3 hours. Unless someone as strength exceeded Qin Feng by 2 major realms, that is, a Xianjun expert, they would not be able to see through it at a glance. Ha, what a good thing. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. This Shi Yuan Dan was undoubtedly a divine tool for pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Once consumed, even Qin Tianlong at the Xianzong realm wouldn't be able to discern his true strength. At that time, he could slap him hard in the face. Because the materials for refining the Shi Yuan Dan were hard to find, even if Qin Feng became a peak second-grade alchemist, he wouldn't be able to refine it. Originally, he felt a bit regretful. Unexpectedly, Qin Lu had it on him. Qin Feng happily put away this bottle of Shi Yuan Dan. Immediately, his gaze fell on a few jade slips of techniques. The first one was Xianyang Ju, level 1 and 2, as Qin Tianlong's trusted aide. Qin Tianlong had also taught Qin Lu the Xianyang Ju. However, Qin Tianlong was wary of Qin Lu and only taught him the first 2 layers, at most allowing him to cultivate to the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. This incomplete Xianyang Ju was naturally of no use to Qin Feng, because as the legitimate son of the Qin family, he cultivated the complete version. The second jade slip was Whirlwind Step. Qin Feng had learned this as well. The third one, Yin Yang Changchun Ju, upper volume. Upon seeing the specific introduction of this technique, Qin Feng's lips twitched, revealing a strange expression. This was actually a special dual cultivation technique. According to the records inside, this Yin Yang Changchun Ju was the town scripture of the Yin Yang sect, the first super sect in a North Wilderness region, tens of thousands of years ago. It mainly focuses on dual cultivation between men and women. Through this special method, one could rapidly enhance their cultivation. However, to practice this technique, one must first consume a Yin Yang Dan to officially enter the door. Moreover, this Yin Yang Changchun Ju was a heavenly level technique. Unfortunately, Qin Feng only obtained the upper volume, which was incomplete. Additionally, the Yin Yang Dan was a second-grade pill. There was a record of its refining method in the Dan Dao Secret Classic. However, finding all the materials for refining the pill was quite difficult. If there were opportunities in the future, he could try to find the materials to refine the Yin Yang Dan. This way, his cultivation speed would be even faster. Qin Feng's eyes burned with excitement as he murmured to himself, what could be more enjoyable than lying down and improving? As long as he mastered this Yin Yang Changchun Ju, he could lie back and win. However, it was still too early to say that, because with the decline of the Yin Yang sect, there were no more Yin Yang Dan available for sale in the outside world. Unless Qin Feng could gather all the alchemy materials to refine a Yin Yang Dan himself, he would need to find a compatible partner to lie back and win together. Wouldn't that be great? Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly memorized the upper volume of Yin Yang Changchun Ju. Next, Qin Feng sorted through the treasures he obtained from other guards. The items from those guards added up to not even half of what Qin Lu had. This was also understandable. After all, as lower-tier guards, they naturally weren't as wealthy as Qin Lu. After everything was done, Qin Feng focused his mind and left the Qinkuan Tower. He sped towards Tianwang City. At nightfall, Qin Feng successfully arrived at his destination. Ahead was a tall and imposing city, resembling a beast dominating the land. The 3 large characters Tianwang City shone brilliantly in the sunset. To fend off foreign enemies and beast invasions, the city walls were dozens of feet high. The walls were also covered with countless marks from blades, spears, swords, and the claws of fierce beasts, exuding a strong sense of ancient desolation. Qin Feng retracted his gaze, casually shook out a black cloak, and put on his head. Then he took out the identity token from Qin Lu's side and approached the city gate. This black cloak also belonged to Qin Lu, covering most of his face, leaving only a small part of his chin exposed. Qin Lu used to dress like this when he went out. After checking the identity token, the gate guards quickly returned it respectfully, bowing and saying, "Young Master Lu, please enter." A 6th-rank official before the Prime Minister. Inside Tianwang City, the 4 great families of Qin, Su, Wu, and Yi were like the heavens. Even the city lord's mansion had to bow down. Therefore, the guards at the city gate naturally did not dare to make things difficult for Qin Lu, the head of the guards. Qin Feng took back the token and swaggered into Tianwang City. He glanced around and noticed many unfamiliar faces in the city, which seemed much more prosperous than before. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng suddenly realized because the selection of disciples from the four sects was about to begin in 3 days. And Tianwang City, as the main city of Yangzhou, one of the 8 states under the North Wilderness region, would attract outstanding talents from other counties and towns to participate in the selection. So, it was reasonable that so many people appeared at once. Qin Feng followed the surging crowd, moving forward. After walking for a while, Qin Feng turned onto a side street. About a stick of incense later, he arrived in front of a huge mansion. The words Qin Mansion came into view. Suddenly, Qin Feng's gaze narrowed. He noticed that all the big red lanterns at the entrance of the Qin Mansion had been replaced with white ones. There was also a large white banner flapping in the wind. Did someone die in the Qin Mansion? Qin Feng squinted his eyes slightly. After a moment, he shook his head, not thinking too much, and continued forward. The reason he returned here was merely because it was on the way. As for who died in the Qin Mansion, it had nothing to do with him. The moment he was kicked out of the Qin family, he had completely severed ties with them. Not long after, Qin Feng found a secluded inn to stay at near the city wall in the southern part of the city. Staying here, he could attack if necessary and retreat if needed. If the Qin family continued to trouble him, he could conveniently climb over the wall and escape. After settling in, Qin Feng went to the first floor to have a meal and to understand the situation in the city. Chapter 25. Beautiful senior sister Qin Feng casually chose a seat by the window, then called the waiter and ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine. Recently, while in the Tianwang mountain range, he had been eating only the elixirs he had refined. Although they could stave off hunger, they tasted terrible. His mouth was almost numb from the blandness. Now he could finally enjoy a hearty meal. While waiting for the dishes, Qin Feng glanced around and noticed that almost all the tables around him were full. Previously, the business here had been quite bleak. However, now, with the selection of disciples from the four sects about to begin, even this remote little inn was packed. Judging by their attire, most of them were cultivators, with only a few ordinary people among them. Those cultivators were drinking and eating meat while discussing various topics. Have you all heard? The Qin family and the Su family have completely fallen out. Why? Didn't the two families have a good relationship before? I heard that Miss Su Warner was bullied, and the head of the Su family went to the Qin family to seek justice. The Qin family paid a huge price to settle the matter. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart stirred, and he quickly perked up his ears to listen, wanting to know what price the Qin family had paid. Unfortunately, these few people did not continue discussing it, but instead shifted their topic to the upcoming competition. Do you know? There's a huge surprise waiting for us in this disciple selection from the four sections, a bald man said loudly. What surprise? The others at the table put down their wine cups, asking with curiosity. Even the people at the adjacent table quickly turned their heads, looking over with interest. Clearly, everyone was more interested in the competition than the grievances between the Su and Qin families, as they dared not discuss it too boldly for fear of being found out by the two families and facing repercussions. After all, one must be careful with their words. Seeing that he had successfully piqued everyone's interest, the bald man smugly continued, as far as I know. This time the disciple selection for the Taishan sect will be hosted by none other than the renowned beauty of the North Wilderness, senior sister Murongyan. What? You must be joking. The crowd's expressions changed, and they were shocked. Of course not. This news was personally told to me by a friend who works at the City Lord Mansion. The bald man replied. I have to go see the disciple selection on that day. Yeah, Murongyan is the #1 beauty in the North Wilderness. Not only is she beautiful and kind-hearted, but she is also highly skilled, having reached the peak of the Xian sect at such a young age. Murongyan is my goddess. I must work hard to try to become a part of the Taishan sect. Me too. The others' eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline, and they began to discuss loudly. There were even a few young cultivators who, for some reason, began to drool. Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He had naturally heard of Murongyan, because she was simply too famous. It was said that she was not only beautiful, but also had unfathomable strength, being an inner disciple of the Taishan sect, known as the Beauty Senior Sister. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, no matter how beautiful Murongyan was, she couldn't compare to the beauty he encountered by the cold pond. It was no exaggeration to say that the beauty by the cold pond had top-notch looks and temperament. Alas, The beauty by the cold pond was too proud and aloof. After their brief encounter, she disappeared without a trace. He didn't even know her name or where she was from. He hoped to have the chance to see her again in the future, Qin Feng murmured to himself. Just then, a young man at the table next to Qin Feng looked towards his companions and asked, "Do you know what is going on with the Qin families? Want to notice?" "Yeah, I know." One of his companions nodded and explained, the head of the Qin family's grandson, Hu Liang, accidentally drowned the day before yesterday. The head of the Qin family was furious and issued a wanted notice with a hefty reward to capture the murderer. Hu Liang, the son of Qin Hao, was killed so quickly. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It seemed that with his rebirth, history had indeed changed a bit. In his previous life, Hu Liang, the son of his elder sister Qin Hao, had been killed by Qin Hao a month after his own death. The cause of death was also identical. Drowned in the backyard pond. The mastermind behind it was none other than Qin Hao. The reason was simple. Qin Tianlong was very fond of his grandson Hu Liang and provided him with unlimited resources for cultivation. To quickly help Hu Liang open his Xian cavity, Qin Hao took many precious medicinal materials from the Qin family to soak her son Hu Liang. As a result, Qin Hao felt that this harmed his interests. In his eyes, all cultivation resources of the Qin family belonged to him. Hu Liang was merely an outsider and had no right to use them. Thus, he secretly bribed the servants and maidens taking care of Hu Liang and pushed him into the pond while he was playing there, leading to his drowning. Afterward, Qin Hao killed all those servants and maidens without leaving a trace. Qin Hao, who was already living alone at home, was naturally heartbroken and devastated when her only son died. Qin Tianlong was also furious and offered a hefty reward for the true culprit. Unfortunately, Qin Hao had done everything too secretly, leaving no clues behind. After causing a commotion for a time, the matter was eventually left unresolved. Alas, what a pity! Qin Feng shook his head. Hu Liang was only 5 years old, a cute little boy. Qin Feng had seen him a few times before. The little guy had constantly pestered him to play games like hide-and-seek and statues. Moreover, when Qin Feng was imprisoned in the woodshed, the little guy had secretly brought him a few steamed buns to eat. Unexpectedly, he had now become a victim in the adult world of power struggles. Qin Feng had originally planned to remind Qin Hao to pay more attention to her child if he had the chance in the future. Although Qin Hao was quite despicable, the child was innocent. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Thinking of this, a surge of immense anger rose from the depths of Qin Feng's heart. That Qin Hao was truly heartless, with his conscience devoured by dogs. For his own interests, he wouldn't even spare such a small child. For a moment, Qin Feng felt that the food and wine on the table had lost their flavor. He abruptly stood up and returned to his room, feeling troubled. After pondering for a long time, Qin Feng decided to take action. He called the waiter and asked for paper, ink, and a brush. Then he wrote down the truth of the matter. After finishing everything, Qin Feng donned a black cloak and left the inn. He found a little beggar, gave him a few taels of silver, and sent him to the Qin family with a message. He also repeatedly instructed that the letter must be delivered to Qin Hao. Although doing this might not necessarily bring down Qin Hao, it could at least cause him some trouble. Consider it a consolation for Hu Liang's spirit in heaven. Soon, Qin Feng returned to the inn. He quickly closed the door to his room and entered the Qinquan Tower to continue his cultivation. He had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources from Qin Lu and others, with more than 2 days left before the selection of disciples from the 4 sects. It was the perfect opportunity to make some progress. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Qin Feng's figure appeared on the big bed in his room. He jumped off the bed, then took large strides towards the door, feeling invigorated. Through this period of cultivation, Qin Feng's strength has reached a new level. He has stepped into the pinnacle realm of the 4th level of the Xian Master. Just 1 step away, and he can advance to the 5th level of the Xian Master. Walking out of the inn, Qin Feng casually put on his cloak and headed straight for the central square of Tianwang City. Along the way, many young cultivators were seen walking in pairs or groups, all heading to participate in the selection of disciples from the 4 sections. This election is crucial for me. I must succeed. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be killed. Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he strode confidently toward his destination. Chapter 26. The selection begins Tianwang City. Central Square. The enormous square had already been set up with a platform about 1,000 feet high. Although it was still early, the area around the platform was already densely packed with people. Flags were flying on the platform, making a rustling sound. These flags belonged to the four major sects: Taixin sect, Taiqing sect, Guangdao sect, and Tianjin sect. They are the four super sects of the North Wilderness domain. Almost every cultivator in the North Wilderness domain takes pride in joining these four major sections. Unfortunately, the selection of disciples by the four major sects is extremely strict, and not everyone is qualified to join. Every 3 years, the four major sects hold an open selection. Moreover, qualifications must be pre-booked before the selection. Even the Qin family has only received 2 quotas. When Qin Feng arrived, the entire square was already a sea of people. Densely packed, the sound of chatter and discussion was incessant. Qin Feng turned his gaze to the right side of the platform. There, a long row of tents had been set up, which served as temporary resting places for various factions participating in the disciple selection. The 4 largest tents belonged to the 4 great families: Qin, Su, Wu, and Yi. The slightly smaller tents belonged to some local counties and town forces. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the Qin family's tent. He noticed that many people from the Qin family had already arrived. Leading them were Qin Tianlong and Lu Mei. Qin Hao was sitting next to Lu Mei. Lu Mei was looking at Qin Hao with a loving expression, carefully advising him on something. Qin Hao looked obedient, nodding repeatedly. His older sisters, Qin Hongyan, Qin Hongshuang, Qin Pandai, and Qin Zhaodi, were also sitting beside him. Qin Feng immediately noticed something unusual. He saw that his eldest sister, Qin Hongyan, had red eyes, staring fiercely at Qin Hao, as if she wanted to tear him apart. It seemed that the letter he sent 2 days ago had indeed played a certain role, planting a seed of hatred in Qin Hongyan's heart. Unfortunately, Qin Tianlong and Lu Mei were too indulgent towards Qin Hao. Even if Qin Hongyan jumped out claiming her son was killed by Qin Hao, they would not believe it. They would still ask Qin Hongyan to provide evidence. If there was no evidence, she shouldn't casually slander her brother. In that moment, Qin Hongyan finally understood the feeling of being wronged that Qin Feng had experienced back then, because no one in the entire Qin family believed her. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the Su family's tent. He saw that the Su family was also filled with people. Su Wanner was wearing a light red long dress, her skin as white as snow, with picturesque features, stunningly beautiful. The Su family also had 2 qualifications for the selection. Su Wanner had one of them. As for the others, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention because he wasn't familiar with them. He just glanced over and quickly withdrew his gaze. Qin Feng stood quietly among the crowd, motionless, waiting for the disciple selection to begin. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a disciple from the Taixin sect struck a large drum in the corner of the platform with great force. The resounding drumbeat echoed throughout Tianwang City. Everyone's expression became excited. The sound of the drum meant that the disciple selection was about to begin. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the resounding drumbeats, powerful figures floated in from the distance and slowly descended onto the platform. They then took their seats on the chairs at the back of the platform. Among them, a familiar figure was unmistakably present. Is it her? As Qin Feng recognized the figure, his heart trembled violently. She appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a light white palace-style long dress. Her features were stunning, her skin as pure as snow. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with an elegant demeanor. She was truly extraordinary, with an unmatched appearance. Her enchanting phoenix eyes, when gently turned, seemed to carry a kind of arrogance that looked down upon the world and a coldness that had seen the myriad of human affairs. Beautiful senior sister, Morongyan, 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 I love you. As the stunning beauty sat down beside the Taixin sect's flag, the entire scene erupted. Countless young cultivators seemed to go crazy, shouting and yelling. Many cultivators even tried to break through the heavy blockade and rush up to the platform. At this moment, Qin Feng also fell into a state of extreme shock. His mind was buzzing as if struck by lightning. He never expected that the legendary beautiful senior sister Murong Yin was actually the beauty from the cold pool he had shared a moment with not long ago. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Stop immediately. Otherwise, if anyone dares to disturb the scene again, they will be killed without mercy. Just as the scene was about to spiral out of control, the disciples from the four sects surrounding the platform shouted in unison. Each of them exuded a fierce aura, raising their swords and knives. Seeing this scene, those cultivators who had been intoxicated by beauty finally woke up. Beauty, indeed, was too beautiful. Yes, she truly deserves to be called the #1 beauty in the North Wilderness domain. If I could win her favor and have her look at me even once, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Me too. Although the crowd stopped their madness, the discussions continued unabated. Indeed, that beautiful senior sister Murong Yin was too stunning. Not only was she gorgeous, but her elegant demeanor made her seem like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, untouched by the mundane. Only Qin Feng felt extremely complicated at this moment. Shocked, surprised, and in disbelief. Who could have imagined that this seemingly celestial Murong Yin had once had an intimate connection with him? If this matter got out, perhaps all the cultivators present would rush forward and tear Qin Feng to pieces. All right, everyone be quiet. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. He was Liu Yang, an elder of the Tianjin sect. His voice resonated like the clash of metal, carrying a terrifying aura of slaughter, sweeping across all directions. It was as if countless sharp blades had come through the air, slicing through the void and stirring up the sky. As the sound reached their ears, nearly everyone was stunned. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. I announced that the selection of disciples from the four sects officially begins. All those with qualifications to participate quickly come up to the stage. Liu Yang wasted no time and directly announced the start of the disciple selection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As his words fell, figures quickly jumped onto the platform, lining up in a row. Qin Feng roughly counted and found that about 300 people had come up. Qin Hao and a distant talented member of the Qin family, Qin Yao, were particularly noticeable. Has my qualification really been replaced? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Has everyone participating in the selection arrived on stage? Liu Yang scanned the crowd and asked loudly. Everyone is here. Qin Hao and the others answered in unison. Haha, then good. The first round of the disciple selection officially begins. Now Liu Yang is about to announce the content of the first round of the assessment. Wait. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly echoed throughout the central square. Immediately, a young man wearing a black cloak stepped forward, striding towards the platform amidst the gaze of the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and looked in the direction of the voice. Whose subordinate is this, so brave? How dare he interrupt Liu Yang's words in public? Chapter 27. The focus of attention. A stunning debut amidst the crowd's attention. Qin Feng strode towards the high platform. As he walked, he casually waved his hand and took off the cloak from his head. Is it him? Isn't this the so-called waste young master of Tianhuang City, Qin Feng? How bold of Qin Feng to dare to appear at this time. Indeed, I heard that the Qin family has been searching for him everywhere. Isn't he just throwing himself into the net? In an instant, the entire venue was filled with murmurs. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Feng was complex, not knowing why he chose to appear at this moment. Qin Feng. Damn it, he finally showed up. This beast, what does he want to do? Inside the Qin family's long tent, Qin Tianlong and Liu Mei, Qin Hongyan, and others all stood up in shock, their mouths agape as they turned to look. At the moment they saw Qin Feng, Murong Yin, who had been calm and unperturbed, couldn't help but raise her delicate brows slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't expect that the young man who had helped her detoxify not long ago was actually the infamous waste young Master Qin Feng of Tianhuang City. It is said that he was ruthlessly expelled from the Qin family due to his poor qualifications. Kid, what do you mean? Seeing Qin Feng interrupt him in public. Liu Yang's white brows furrowed, and he shouted angrily. As he spoke, his pupils were filled with murderous intent. It seemed that if Qin Feng didn't give a satisfactory answer, he would resort to violence. Senior, please don't be angry. I have something to say. Qin Feng shouted loudly. All right, go ahead. Liu Yang suppressed his anger and nodded. This time, the disciple selection originally had a qualification that belonged to me, but now it has been impersonated by someone else. I want to take it back myself. Qin Feng exclaimed. Lu Yang showed surprise and turned to look towards the Qin family's long tent. Qin family head, will you give me an explanation? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianlong quickly jumped up to the high platform. He cupped his hands respectfully towards Lu Yang and then said loudly, Elder Lu, there is indeed such a matter. 6 months ago, the two people I reported were indeed Qin Hao and Qin Feng. However, 3 months ago, this unfilial son Qin Feng was expelled from the Qin family for his heinous acts and poor cultivation talent. Therefore, I gave Qin Feng's spot to Qin Yao. Although Qin Yao is only a collateral branch of the Qin family, he is extraordinarily talented and has already stepped into the 9th level of the Xianshi realm at a young age, 1,000 times stronger than that unfilial son. It was indeed my fault for not notifying Elder Lu in advance, so please punish me, since he is of poor talent. Then naturally he has no qualification to participate in the disciple selection. Lu Yang nodded, not being too harsh. However, before he could finish speaking, bursts of earth-shattering laughter suddenly erupted from the square. Qin Tianlong and Lu Yang turned their heads in unison, their faces filled with black lines. Who else could be the one laughing wildly but Qin Feng? Unfilial son, what are you laughing at? Qin Tianlong asked sternly with a dark face. I laugh at you, Qin Tianlong, for being blind and unable to recognize a gem set in gold. Qin Feng stopped laughing, pointed at Qin Yao on the high platform, and said proudly, What is Qin Yao? He dares to compare with me. Qin Feng? He is 1,000 times stronger than me. This beast is so arrogant, clearly with poor talent and low strength. Yet you dare to speak so shamelessly, embarrassing yourself. I'll slap you to death right now to prevent you from ruining the Qin family's reputation. Qin Tianlong was furious, raising his right hand and slapping it towards Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Tianlong make a move, Qin Feng couldn't help but shout explosively, Elders of the Four Sects, are you just going to watch Qin Tianlong act recklessly, disrupting the order of the venue, and do nothing? I want to ask, who is in charge of this Four Sects grand competition? Stop. Lu Yang's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he suddenly slapped out a huge hand of profound energy. Arriving first, instantly shattered the profound energy palm launched by Qin Tianlong. At the same time, Murong Yan's raised jade hand also fell in an instant. It was clear that if Lu Yang hadn't acted, Murong Yan would have stepped in as well. Qin Feng is right, Qin Tianlong, you have gone too far. Lu Yang glared coldly at Qin Tianlong and shouted angrily. The Four Sects Grand Competition is organized by the 4 major super sects in cooperation. During the competition, no one is allowed to cause trouble, and private revenge is prohibited. Qin Tianlong's actions undoubtedly slapped the face of the 4 major sects in public, and they were naturally very displeased. I'm sorry, Elder Lu, I was wrong. Qin Tianlong quickly bent deeply, bowing and scraping. Although he was the head of the Qin family, holding a high position, compared to the 4 major sects, he was nothing. Once he angered the 4 major sects, destroying the Qin family would be a matter of a snap of the fingers. You can leave now. This is not your place. Lu Yang waved his sleeve displeasedly. Yes, Elder Lu, I will leave now. Qin Tianlong quickly took the opportunity to retreat, jumping down from the high platform in a disheveled manner. As he left, he glared fiercely at Qin Feng. He never expected that this unfilial son would become clever, knowing to use the rules of the competition to restrain him. If it weren't for that, he would have slapped him to death today. Qin Feng, you say Qin Yao cannot compare with you. Do you mean that you are stronger than Qin Yao? Lu Yang looked at Qin Feng and asked loudly. That's right. Qin Feng nodded. I am indeed 1,000,000,000 times stronger than Qin Yao. Truly brazen. A voice of disdainful laughter came from the crowd on the high platform. Immediately after, a young man in his 20s stepped forward. It was none other than the talented Qin Yao from the collateral branch of the Qin family. Standing on the high platform, looking down from above, Qin Yao stared at Qin Feng with contempt and sneered. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, I don't know who gave you the courage to dare to speak so boldly here, saying you are stronger than me. That's right. Who in the entire Tianhuang city doesn't know that you, Qin Feng, are the #1 waste. Big brother Qin Hao, kill him. Yes, kill him. In an instant, the guards of the Qin family shouted loudly. Silence. Liu Yang's expression hardened, and he shouted loudly. Once the crowd stopped their noise, Liu Yang immediately looked at Qin Feng and said, "Since you are so confident, claiming to be stronger than Qin Hao, then I will give you an opportunity to prove yourself. Fight Qin Hao. If you win, I will grant you a qualification to participate in the selection. How about that?" "No problem." Qin Feng nodded without hesitation. "All right, come up." Liu Yang waved his hand, letting the crowd on the high platform disperse. Qin Feng leaped up to the high platform. "Qin Feng, you are truly audacious, daring to provoke me with your mere cultivation of the 7th level of Xian Shi. I see you really don't know how to write the word death." Qin Hao coldly glanced at Qin Feng, disdainfully said, before participating in the selection. Qin Feng had already taken a Xianyuan pill on the way. This pill can perfectly conceal one's aura, allowing one to display whatever realm they wish. Only a Xian Jun level expert could see through it. And the strongest presence on the scene was the beautiful senior sister Murong Yin. Murong Yin was merely at the peak of the Xian sect realm, so naturally, no one could see Qin Feng's true cultivation. "Enough with the nonsense, let us fight." Qin Feng shouted loudly. "Haha, good. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will grant you that." Qin Hao laughed savagely, his body swaying as he swiftly charged toward Qin Feng. His speed was incredibly fast, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. With a swipe of his right hand, he slammed a powerful palm towards Qin Feng's head. This palm was infused with all his strength, aiming to turn Qin Feng into a meat paste. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. If Qin Hao hadn't been so ruthless, he might have shown mercy and only injured him. After all, he had never had any previous interactions with him, being no different from stranger. But now, this bastard was trying to take his life, so of course, he wouldn't hold back any longer. "Haha, that dog Qin Feng is doomed." Yes, brother Qin Hao is really impressive. With a single slap, that waste was scared silly. Watching Qin Feng remain motionless, the Qin family guards below burst into laughter again. However, before their laughter could travel far, in the next moment, all the guards who mocked Qin Feng suddenly stopped laughing as if someone had grabbed them by the throat. Qin Feng gently waved his hand, and a familiar figure immediately flew out like a scarecrow, crashing heavily to the ground below the high platform. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, a sight too gruesome to behold. His limbs trembled for a moment, his head tilted, and he died on the spot. How is this possible? Yes, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Brother Qin Hao is so powerful. How could he lose to that waste Qin Feng, and to be killed by him in one move? Looking at Qin Hao lying on the ground like a dead dog, all the guards were collectively petrified, staring blankly. Qin Tianlong and the others were equally astonished, their mouths agape for a long time, unable to close them. This Qin Feng truly surprises everyone with his sudden revelation. It far exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 28, Spiritual Root Test. Elder Liu, how is it? Did I pass? Qin Feng looked at Liu Yang and asked. Haha, great. Indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. I underestimated you. Liu Yang, upon hearing this, finally came out of his shock and laughed heartily. His gaze toward Qin Feng was now filled with deep admiration. He thought to himself, it seems the rumors are not credible. They say this Qin Feng is the #1 waste of Tianwang City. But with such strong power, how could he be a waste? It seems this must be a rumor intentionally spread by the Qin family to discredit Qin Feng. Qin Tianlong truly has poor judgment. Thinking of this, Liu Yang immediately looked at Qin Tianlong and teased, Qin family head, didn't you say this Qin Feng has weak strength, a million times worse than that Qin Yao? So what's going on here? Why did your so-called genius Qin Yao get killed by Qin Feng with just one move? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianlong felt inexplicably ashamed, his old face turning bright red. At that moment, he felt completely humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to burrow into. All right, Elder Liu, let's not waste time. Let's start the selection. At this moment, an elder from the Guangdao sect shouted loudly. This elder had a good relationship with Qin Tianlong and timely stepped in to ease the situation. Liu Yang nodded. glanced at Qin Feng and the others standing on a high platform, and said loudly, "The disciple selection this time is very simple, divided into two parts. The first part is the spiritual root test, and the second part is the strength assessment. All right, no more nonsense. Let us proceed with the first part, the spiritual root test." As his voice fell, Lu Yong waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, over 10 white spiritual pillars appeared on the high platform, lined up in a row. Each of these spiritual pillars was roughly the size of a bowl, half a person tall, standing erect on the high platform, emitting bursts of shimmering white light. These were the special tools for testing spiritual roots. As the spiritual pillars were taken out, 10 disciples from the 4 sects immediately approached the pillars to record the results. "Now, everyone, please come forward in order to test your spiritual roots," Lu Yong shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately complied, and the first 10 people stepped up to the 10 spiritual pillars. Following the guidance of the 4 sect disciples, they raised their right hands, circulated their internal energy, and gently pressed them against the spiritual pillars. Swish! Soon, the 10 spiritual pillars reacted differently. Some had no response at all, some emitted faint white light, while others burst forth with brilliant radiance. Those with no response were judged to possess mixed spiritual roots and were eliminated. Those emitting faint white light had inferior spiritual roots and passed. The ones that burst with brilliant light were classified as middle grade and upper grade spiritual roots. These 2 types of spiritual roots naturally also passed. As the test continued, it quickly came to Qin Hao and Qin Feng. Because both Qin Hao and Qin Feng had the qualifications of the Qin family, they stood together. Qin Hao sneered and glanced at Qin Feng beside him, standing in front of one of the spiritual pillars. He thought to himself, 3 years ago, he secretly administered the falling star powder to Qin Feng. This slow-acting poison severely damages spiritual roots. Although he didn't know how Qin Feng had such luck. Experiencing a sudden boost in cultivation, his spiritual root would definitely be compromised. Next, during the spiritual root testing phase, Qin Feng would undoubtedly lose face under everyone's watch. He only needed to wait and watch the show. Let us begin. With the command from the disciple beside him, Qin Hao circulated his internal energy, raised his right hand, and gently pressed it against the spiritual pillar. Swish! The next moment, dazzling red light of the fire attribute soared into the sky. It seemed like flames were burning, instantly reddening half the sky. In contrast, around him, the other spiritual pillars reacted differently. Some were completely still, while others emitted faint white light. The spiritual pillar in front of Qin Feng burst forth with a white light approximately several zhang long. Middle grade spiritual root. Having such a spiritual root is also quite good. However, without comparison, there is no harm. Compared to Qin Hao's performance, Qin Feng's middle-grade spiritual root paled significantly. At that moment, with the brilliant red light of the fire attribute soaring into the sky, nearly everyone's gaze converged on Qin Hao. Hiss, did I see that wrong? Qin Hao actually possesses a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root. A top-grade spiritual root is a rare find in a millennium. Qin Hao truly lives up to being the #1 genius of Tianwang City. As Qin Hao's spiritual root attribute appeared, the entire scene erupted in a commotion. Meanwhile, Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng with a proud expression, filled with delight. It was as if he was saying, "Did you see that? Compared to me, you, Qin Feng, are nothing but a complete waste." Qin Feng remained expressionless, unfazed, even too lazy to glance at him, because he already knew what kind of spiritual root Qin Hao had. There was no need for surprise. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Qin Hao had a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root, so what? As long as he was around, that top-grade spiritual root would never truly grow. A top-grade spiritual root that cannot grow is merely a useless product. The more proud Qin Hao is now, the more severe the blow he will face when he encounters setbacks in the future. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Haha, good. I didn't expect this small Tianwang city to have a top-grade fire spiritual root. Lu Yong clapped and laughed. The other sect elders looked at Qin Hao with burning gazes, as if they were looking at some rare treasure. If the selection had not yet concluded, they would have rushed forward to compete for it. Haha, Hao truly did not disappoint your father. Qin Tianlong suddenly stood up, laughing towards the heavens. The humiliation he suffered earlier was instantly swept away. This proved that his judgment was not wrong. Qin Hao is indeed more talented and promising than Qin Feng. His indulgence of Qin Hao was well placed. As for that waste Qin Feng, he has completely gone astray, disrespecting his elders and acting rebelliously. He no longer deserves to be his son. Actually, Fenger having a middle-grade spiritual root is also quite good, Lu Mei said with a complex expression, murmuring. Although she didn't think much of Qin Feng, he was still her biological son, so she hoped Qin Tianlong could change his view and accept Qin Feng. She wanted both of her sons, Qin Feng and Qin Hao. Of course, the one she favored the most was still Qin Hao. Don't say any more. That waste is arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. He doesn't deserve to be my son, Qin Tianlong. I only have one son, and that is Hao. Qin Tianlong interrupted Lu Mei without hesitation, reprimanding her sternly. Understood, my lord. Lu Mei sighed inwardly and stopped speaking. After the spiritual root test was completed, Qin Feng and Qin Hao quickly moved aside. Jie, Qin Feng, even if you got lucky and obtained the qualification for disciple selection, what does it matter? Once you join the sect, I will still crush you. As long as I, Qin Hao, am here, you will never have a chance to turn things around. Qin Hao whispered with a laugh in Qin Feng's ear. Idiot. Qin Feng shot a cold glance at Qin Hao and quickly distanced himself from him, as if standing with him was something to be despised. We'll see. Qin Hao snorted coldly, a deep resentment flashing in his eyes. He secretly vowed that if there was a chance later, he would make Qin Feng pay. About an hour later, the spiritual root testing ended. After the first round of elimination, more than 300 people were reduced to less than 100. 2/3 had been eliminated. This ratio was quite brutal. Next was the second round of strength assessment. Lu Yang scanned the remaining cultivators on stage and said loudly, "The second round of strength assessment is also very simple. It is to withstand pressure. I will gradually release pressure, starting from the realm of Xian Master Level 6 until only the last 20 remain. Therefore, this round is not only an assessment of strength, but also a test of mental fortitude and willpower. As cultivators, if one has strength but lacks maturity and determination, that is also unacceptable. All right, now everyone has an incense sticks time to rest and prepare." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing and closing their eyes to recover. The time of an incense stick passed in the blink of an eye. "All stand up." Liu Yang commanded. Qin Feng and the others quickly complied and stood up. The second round of assessment officially began. Liu Yang showed it again. As his voice echoed, he suddenly focused his mind. With a loud boom, the void trembled, and an invisible pressure descended from the sky, instantly enveloping everyone. This pressure was comparable to the full-strength attack of a Xian Master Level 6 cultivator. For Qin Feng, it was like a gentle breeze on his face, hardly worth mentioning. Under the pressure of Xian Master Level 6, over 100 people remained standing, all passing smoothly. Xian Master Level 7, Liu Yang showed that, instantly raising the pressure to the level of Xian Master Level 7. With a loud bang, at that moment, a boy around 15 or 16 years old, unable to bear the burden, suddenly knelt down on both knees. His face turned red as he tried to struggle to stand again. But just halfway up, he still slumped back down. "The fallen will be eliminated. Leave," Lu Yang said in a deep voice. As he finished speaking, the pressure on the boy instantly vanished. The boy, filled with inexplicable shame, stumbled and jumped off the high platform. Xian Master Level 8. Xian Master Level 9. As the pressure gradually increased, the number of eliminations also grew. By the end, only the last 20 remained, and Lu Yang focused his mind, dissipating the pressure. "Congratulations to all. You have successfully passed the assessment and become outer disciples of our four sects." Lu Yang smiled and congratulated Qin Feng and the others. At this point, he paused slightly and continued. "Next, you can choose the sect you wish to join, but each sect only recruits 5 people. If it exceeds that, you will have to choose another sect. Additionally, while you choose your desired sect, the major sects will also evaluate you. Whether to accept or not will be decided by each sect. All right, now everyone can freely choose. I choose the Guangdao sect. I choose the Taiqing sect. I choose the Taishan sect. I choose the Tianjin sect. Soon, one by one, the cultivators selected their favorite sections. Qin Feng naturally chose the Taishan sect first. As for Qin Hao, he stood there motionless. He understood that someone like him, an unparalleled genius, would definitely be sought after by the four major sections. Therefore, he didn't need a rush. As for which sect to join, it would depend on what conditions the four major sects would offer. Sure enough, after Qin Feng and the other 19 completed their selections, the elders of the four major sects stood up and approached Qin Hao, all talking excitedly and vying for him. Qin Hao, come to my Taiqing sect. Although your strength is still shallow, and you cannot become an inner disciple, as long as you come, my Taiqing sect can directly offer you the treatment of an inner disciple. You think just the treatment of an inner disciple can attract a top-notch fire spiritual root prodigy? Qin Hao, come to my Guangdao sect. As the outer elder of Guangdao sect, I guarantee that once you come, I will personally take you as my disciple and teach you the Guangdao sect's ultimate skill, Guangdao 13 slashes. Qin Hao, if you come to my Tianjin sect, I can offer you the treatment of a core disciple. Come to my Taishan sect. We can also offer you the treatment of a core disciple. Qin Hao glanced at the elders of the four major sects, and then turned his gaze to Qin Feng. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, elders, but I have already decided. I want to join the Taishan sect." Since Qin Feng had become a disciple of the Taishan sect, he naturally wanted to join the Taishan sect as well. Otherwise, how could he deal with Qin Feng? Qin Hao, think it over carefully, my Guangdao sect. Qin Hao, Mu Taiqing sect. The elders continued to persuade him. Qin Hao shook his head and said loudly, "Sorry, everyone. Because my brother Qin Feng has joined the Taishan sect, I have decided to join him. After all, brothers work together, and their strength is unbreakable. It would be beneficial for us to support each other in the future, right? Well, if that's the case, then let it be. Qin Hao is indeed a good kid. So young, yet so loyal. He must want to take care of his brother by joining the Taishan sect. Forget it. A forced agreement is not sweet. So we won't push him, except for the elders of the Taishan sect who were smiling. The other three sect elders could only shake their heads and sigh as they left. However, the Taishan sect now already had 5 people, so the elders of the Taishan sect directly kicked one out to let Qin Hao join. Haha, brother, from now on, we are both disciples of the Taishan sect. Qin Hao walked beside Qin Feng, smiling. Don't worry, once we get to the Taishan sect, I will take good care of you. He deliberately emphasized the word care. Hearing this, Qin Feng coldly smiled and did not respond. He understood Qin Hao's intention, but it didn't matter. He was now much stronger than Qin Hao, easily able to control a peak Xin Master level 9 it. As for Qin Hao having a top-notch fire spiritual root and a fast future cultivation speed, Qin Feng was not worried, because Qin Feng possessed the even more monstrous Qin Tower. The flow of time inside was 10 times faster than the outside world. While Qin Hao cultivated for 1 day, he could cultivate for 10 days. Although he was only a medium-grade spiritual root with the Qin Tower, his cultivation speed would definitely not be slower than Qin Hao's. So even if he went to the Taishan sect, Qin Hao would not have a chance to stand out. Qin Hao, that dog, thought he could take good care of himself at the Taishan sect. When the time comes, we'll see who takes care of whom. All right, the disciple selection is over. Everyone disperse. Those who have successfully qualified, you have 1 day to say goodbye to your families. Tomorrow at this time, gather at the Tianwang Inn. At that time, our 4 major sects will take you back to your respective sects. Remember, everyone must arrive on time. We will not wait for anyone. Lu Yang said loudly. Yes, elder. We remember. Brother, come back home with me. Qin Hao looked at Qin Feng, inviting him with a fake smile. Kill the heart. Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention, only snorting coldly and turning to leave. Now he had successfully passed the selection and became a disciple of the Taishan sect. What was the Qin family to him? Chapter 30. Get out of here immediately. Qin Feng had already been expelled from the Qin family and was no longer a member of the Qin family. Naturally, he wouldn't return to the Qin family. As the elder of the Taishan sect and Murong Yin leaped towards the direction of the Tianwang Yin, Qin Feng immediately followed suit. During this period, he planned to stay at the Tianwang Inn as well, now that he had become an outer disciple of the Taishan sect. Although he had not yet received his identity token, he already had a title. Surely Qin Tianlong wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him at the Tianwang Inn. Seeing Qin Feng trailing behind the elders of the Taishan sect, Qin Tianlong narrowed his eyes, a deep gloom flashing in his pupils. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to teach this troublesome brat a lesson. Unexpectedly, he was so cunning, running off with the people from the Taishan sect. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Qin Hao leaped down from the high platform, arriving at the Qin family's long pavilion, speaking proudly like a victorious general. "Huh, Hao is back. Let us hurry back to the manor. I want to hold a grand feast to celebrate you." The gloom in Qin Tianlong's eyes vanished, replaced by immense affection as he grabbed Qin Hao's hand. "Hao, brother, congratulations. You did well. We are all proud of you." Qin Hongshuang and the other women stepped forward, loudly congratulating him. Only the eldest sister, Qin Hongyan, wore a cold expression. Her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at Qin Hao. A few days ago, she had suddenly received an anonymous letter. The letter informed her that the true culprit behind her son Hu Liang's death was Qin Hao. Initially, Qin Hongyan naturally did not believe it. However, the letter detailed Qin Hao's specific methods of committing the crime. First, he bribed the servants and maidens around her son, and then secretly killed him to silence him. Everything matched what was said in the letter. Moreover, the letter explained Qin Hao's motive for murder, because Hu Liang consumed a large amount of the Qin family's cultivation resources. It incited Qin Hao's jealousy, leading him to decide to kill Hu Liang. The motive for murder was established. The specific methods of the crime also matched what was described in the letter. Furthermore, after her son Hu Liang died, all the maidens and servants around him were quietly killed. Additionally, her son was only 5 years old and had no enemies outside. Who would benefit the most from her son's death? Naturally, it was Qin Hao. So even if Qin Hongyan was not smart, she could see the problem. Unfortunately, she had no evidence. The anonymous letter could not serve as proof. What pained Qin Hongyan even more was that when she told her parents about this matter, instead of holding Qin Hao accountable, they harshly reprimanded her. They scolded her for slandering her own brother. After this incident, Qin Hongyan finally felt the deep malice of the Qin family towards her. She also sympathized with the former Qin Feng. Qin Feng must have long seen through Qin Hao's insidious and cunning nature. Now that both he and Qin Hao were disciples of the Taishan sect, she could go find Qin Feng and ask him for help to take revenge on her son. With this thought, Qin Hongyan immediately strode away, following Qin Feng. In the Qin family, there were always protectors secretly guarding Qin Hao, leaving her no opportunity to strike. But it would be different at the Taishan sect. The protectors could not possibly follow Qin Hao all the time. At that time, if Qin Feng was willing to help, perhaps he could really kill Qin Hao. Arriving at the Tianwang Inn, Qin Feng quickly booked a room and settled in. He leaped up, sitting cross-legged on the bed, concentrating on his cultivation. Currently, the inn housed elders from the 4 major sects, all of whom were big shots at the Xianzong level. Using the Qinquan Tower might expose him immediately. About a stick of incense later, there was a sudden series of knocks on the door. "Who is it?" Qin Feng opened his eyes wide and asked loudly. "Feng brother." "It's me," Qin Hongyan replied. "Who are you?" Qin Feng pretended not to know, recognizing it was Qin Hongyan's voice. "I am your eldest sister, Qin Hongyan." Qin Hongyan had no choice but to introduce herself. "I don't know you, go away," Qin Feng coldly shouted. "What nonsense! I'm no longer a member of the Qin family." In his eyes, Qin Hongyan was nothing now. Hearing this, Qin Hongyan's expression changed slightly, a deep bitterness flashing in her eyes. She still clearly remembered how Qin Feng used to admire her when he was in the Qin family. Ever since her husband died, she had remained a widow in the Qin family. However, she did not do nothing. Instead, she utilized the Qin family's connections to open several shops, running businesses selling cosmetics and such, and her business was thriving. Qin Feng had previously told her that he wanted to take her as an example and learn the business well, striving to become an excellent businessman. At that time, every time Qin Feng looked at her, His eyes were filled with admiration. Unfortunately, she had ignored his admiration. Moreover, whenever Qin Feng visited her shop, she would send people to drive him away, saying he would affect the business. Once, Qin Feng even had her shop's staff beaten up and thrown out like a dead dog. He lay in bed for half a month before recovering. After that, Qin Feng never went back. Furthermore, later on, when he saw her, he would avoid her like a mouse avoiding a cat. But the more this happened, the more prideful Qin Hongyan became, continuing to help Qin Hao bully Qin Feng. Thinking of this, a wave of deep regret rose in Qin Hongyan's heart. She should have known that Qin Feng was her own brother. Unfortunately, she had been blind back then, treating the insidious and cunning Qin Hao as her brother while viewing Qin Feng as an enemy. Now, she could only regret it. Feng brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I apologize to you. Will you forgive me? Qin Hongyan sobbed quietly, apologizing to Qin Feng. Get lost. Qin Feng roared upon hearing this. Feng brother. Qin Hongyan wanted to say more. Get out right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Qin Feng shouted sternly. His voice was like thunder, booming into Qin Hongyan's ears. Qin Hongyan's body shook violently, feeling her eardrums buzzing, stars flashing before her eyes, almost falling to the ground. Qin Hongyan was horrified. She was also a cultivator. Although her level was not high, she had reached the 3rd level of the Xian Master Realm. She never expected to be unable to withstand Qin Feng's roar. It seemed that Qin Feng had truly undergone a transformation and become incredibly powerful. With this thought, hope arose in Qin Hongyan's heart, believing that she could take revenge for her son. So she steeled herself and said loudly, Feng brother, don't be angry. I came to find you this time, mainly to ask for your help to kill that dog thing. Qin Hao. Once Qin Hao is dead, you will be the only heir of the Qin family. Creak. The door was suddenly opened from the inside, and Qin Feng stood coldly before her. Qin Hongyan's expression brightened. She thought Qin Feng had changed his mind. Feng brother, you... Qin Feng interrupted her, saying sternly, I'll say it one last time. Get out right now. Do you hear me? Feng brother. Don't you want to inherit the vast family business of the Qin family? Qin Hongyan gritted her teeth. Want to make one last effort. Ha ha ha, a vast family business? Perhaps in your eyes, the Qin family's assets are treasures, but in my eyes, they are worthless. Qin Feng scoffed. After saying this, he returned to the room and slammed the door shut. Feng brother, Feng brother. Qin Hongyan shouted loudly. Qin Feng ignored her, simply blocking out all senses and continuing to cultivate cross-legged. Sigh. After a long time, Qin Hongyan let out a long sigh and turned away in despair. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. If she had known it would come to this, why did she act that way back then? Chapter 31. Midway Ambush Ba. What a thing. After seeing Qin Hongyan leave, Qin Feng spat in anger. This Qin Hongyan completely thought of him as a fool. She actually wanted to use him to deal with Qin Hao. After venting his frustrations, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed again and focused on his cultivation. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. At noon, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand to open the door. He saw a young woman in a white dress standing at the door with a charming smile. Junior brother Qin. Senior sister asked me to inform you that we are about to depart. She said, Okay, I understand. Qin Feng nodded. He jumped off the bed, tidied his clothes a bit, and followed the woman in white toward the direction of the inn's backyard. Upon arriving, he saw Murong Yin and 2 elders from Taishan sect engaged in conversation. Qin Hao and the other 3 selected disciples had already arrived. Noticing Qin Feng's arrival, Murong Yin merely glanced at him coldly and then said, All right, since everyone is here, let's depart. One of the Taishan sect elders nodded and waved his hand. Whoosh! A small, exquisite tower ship immediately expanded in the wind. In an instant, it became a massive tower ship hovering above the backyard. Board the ship, the elder commanded, and Qin Feng and the others leaped onto the ship, landing on the deck. The elder formed a seal with his fingers, and the tower ship suddenly soared into the air and sped away with a rumble. The tower ship had 2 levels. Murong Yin and the 2 elders stayed on the 2nd level, while Qin Feng and the others were on the 1st level. The speed of the tower ship was incredibly fast, comparable to a powerful practitioner at the early stage of the profound realm. Qin Feng stood on the deck, looking down at the ground below. The enormous Tianhuang city quickly shrank to a small black dot and disappeared from sight. Qin Feng felt no attachment to leaving Tianhuang city. Here, he felt no warmth of family and had long been utterly disappointed with the Qin family. Moreover, if he did not leave, he might be tortured to death by the Qin family. This was not an exaggeration, but a harsh reality. It should be noted that that old man Qin Tianlong had tried to kill him multiple times to avenge Qin Hao. Although the Qin family treated him unfairly, he did not intend to take action against them. After all, it was Qin Tianlong and Liu Mei who had given him life. Not seeking revenge was like repaying them with a life. However, he knew that Qin Tianlong's family would eventually meet a miserable end because they mistakenly regarded Qin Hao as a good child, believing he would bring glory to the Qin family. Qin Hao indeed became successful later. Unfortunately, Qin Tianlong and the others became tragic victims. Qin Feng would not inquire about this because it was their own doing. Since the moment Qin Tianlong announced the severing of their relationship and drove him out of the Qin residence, Qin Feng's heart had already died. He had no interest in what would happen to the Qin family in the future. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. He only hoped that after their downfall, they would not come to him. As he pondered, the tower ships soared through the clouds and fog, rushing toward the Taishan sect. The mountains beneath them looked like towering dragons, disappearing in a flash. At that moment, Qin Feng's gaze shifted slightly, and he quietly retreated to the center of the crowd, then sat cross-legged. On the deck, besides him, there were also Qin Hao and a dozen Taishan sect disciples. Some of them were Murong Yan's junior sisters. Murong Yan's status in Taishan sect was quite special. It was said that she was the direct disciple of the sect leader, holding a high position, more esteemed than those outer elders. In Taishan sect, apart from the elders, all other disciples had to address her as senior sister. Qin Feng learned this through the white-dressed woman. The reason he retreated to sit in the center of the crowd was that he knew a shocking crisis was about to occur. When he had been following Qin Hao closely in the past, he had heard Qin Hao boast to a subordinate about an encounter with a large group of powerful practitioners from the Demon Yuan sect on their way to Taishan sect, where they nearly lost their lives. However, crises often hide great opportunities. During their escape, they accidentally took refuge in a cave. As a result, Qin Hao obtained a special movement technique in that cave. That technique was called Jinghongjuing, a top-tier technique of the profound rank. Once unleashed, its speed was astonishing. With that incredible technique, Qin Hao managed to evade numerous assassination attempts and thrive later on. However, now that he was here, that technique would no longer belong to Qin Hao. Based on his foresight, if Qin Hao managed to seize the technique from him, it would be better for him to find a piece of tofu and crash into it to die. Therefore, before the crisis struck, he decided to hide among the group of disciples. This way, if a crisis occurred, he would not be the first to be eliminated by the strong enemy. As for warning others in advance, that was impossible because it simply wouldn't work. If he told everyone right now that a huge crisis was about to occur, they would definitely think he was insane. No one would believe him. Additionally, what if the trajectory of history changed due to his rebirth? What if he warned them in advance and nothing happened? Wouldn't that be a huge blunder? So, it was better for him to remain silent. Time quietly passed, and soon half an hour had gone by. The people on the deck had their eyes closed, engrossed in their cultivation. Only Qin Feng discreetly extended a strand of spiritual awareness, secretly paying attention to the movements outside. Suddenly, a loud rumble. At that moment, the void ahead shook violently. Immediately, several powerful figures burst forth from the air, blocking the way of the tower's ship. These figures were massive demon beasts, each as large as a mountain. On each beast's back stood a person. A total of 6 demon beasts loomed like 6 towering peaks ahead. The leader was a girl about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in a green dress. She had an oval face and willow leaf eyebrows, her skin fair as snow, breathtakingly beautiful. Is it her? As Qin Feng recognized the green dress girl's appearance, his mind exploded. This woman was the one who had called for help in the valley of Tianhuang Mountain before. He never expected she would be a high-ranking member of the Demon Yuan sect. Fortunately, he hadn't let his compassion overwhelm him back then. Otherwise, he would have been dead without a trace. Haha, Morong Yen, you'll die. The green-dressed girl shouted. The enormous demon beast beneath her immediately lifted its two front claws and forcefully pushed against the swiftly approaching tower ship. It blocked the ship's path completely, causing it to tremble violently without being able to move forward. Monster girl, it's you. As the green-dressed girl spoke, a familiar figure quickly flew out from the second level of the tower ship, coldly shouting, Haha, you vile woman. Not long ago, you took advantage of my solitary state and relentlessly hunted me down, forcing me to hide and suffer. Today, I will kill all of you and make you pay 100-fold. With her voice falling, the green-dressed girl suddenly commanded, Attack. Leave none alive. Boom. As the order was given, the 5 powerful practitioners from the Demon Yuan sect, standing on the backs of the demon beasts, all attacked simultaneously. Massive red hands, carrying terrifying demonic might, obscured the sky and slammed toward the tower ship. What a grand display. They were all practitioners of the profound realm. This time, we are in big trouble. The faces of the several white-dressed women beside Qin Feng changed dramatically, unable to contain their shocked cries. Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression also grew serious. There were simply too many powerful opponents. Would they be able to survive this catastrophe? Chapter 32. I, Qin Feng, have no choice but to step up everyone. Immediately channel energy into the airship's shield to strengthen its defenses. Morong Yin shouted. Hearing her words, Qin Feng and the others quickly complied, raising their right hands and pressing down on the outer shield of the airship. Streams of powerful, mysterious energy surged forth, like dragons emerging from the sea, merging into the airship's shield. Soon, the airship's shield glowed brightly, and strange runes continuously whirled and flickered upon it. Just as the airship's shield was being reinforced, 5 colossal hands descended, crashing down heavily onto the shield. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The pale golden shield trembled violently. Minute cracks spread across it like a spider's web. This is bad. Qin Feng squinted. The situation was indeed dire. On the airship, only Morong Yin and 2 outer elders of the Taishan sect were strong enough to be in the mysterious realm. Aside from them, the women in white dresses were merely at the realm of mysterious masters to mysterious generals. However, the Yao Yuan sect had 6 mysterious realm experts. Although the number of people on Qin Feng's side far exceeded that of the opponent, in the face of absolute power, numbers were meaningless. A single mysterious realm expert from the opposing side could easily eliminate their group of small fry. All he could do was hope that Morong Yin and the 2 elders could hold on. Otherwise, the outcome would be grim. Haha, Morong Yin, stop struggling in vain. This time, this holy maiden has brought 5 mysterious realm elders to kill you, while you only have 3 mysterious realm fighters on your side. I ask you, what do you have to fight against me? The woman in the green dress, with her long black hair flying, laughed triumphantly. Vile woman, don't get too complacent. I've already sent a message back to the sect, requesting reinforcements. Once our sect's experts arrive, it will be your death. Morong Yan's white dress fluttered in the wind, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. There was no trace of fear in her eyes, only composure and calmness. Upon hearing this, the green-dressed woman's expression changed. Although the distance to the Taishan sect was not short, if the higher-ups of the Taishan sect were alerted, it would bring great trouble. Thinking of this, the green-dressed woman shouted sharply, Everyone, stop holding back. Use all your strength to finish this quickly. Yes, holy maiden. The 5 elders nodded in unison. Immediately, the 5 elders let out earth-shattering roars, urging the demonic beasts beneath them to charge towards the airship. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 gigantic demonic beasts crashed against the outer shield of the airship like 5 towering mountains. The shield trembled even more violently, and the cracks increased in number and density. It was like a shattered mirror on the verge of breaking apart. Elders, you take everyone and go first. I will hold them off. Morong Yin yelled loudly to the 2 elders upon seeing the dire situation. No way. You take everyone and leave first. We will hold them off. That's right. You are the hope of our Taishan sect. You should go. The two elders shook their heads. This is an order. Murong Yin's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. As a direct disciple of the sect master, her status was higher than that of these two outer elders. The two elders' expressions changed upon hearing this. Go now. Murong Yin shouted again in anger. All right, take care of yourself. The two elders, hearing her insistence, had no choice but to compromise. They waved their sleeves, sweeping up Qin Feng and the others, transforming into two brilliant rainbows that dashed out of the airship. They rushed at full speed towards the nearby mountains. Boom! Not long after Qin Feng and the others left, a deafening explosion erupted. The outer shield of the airship finally collapsed under the heavy burden. Murong Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown out like a scarecrow. Ha ha, vile woman. The green-dressed woman laughed upon seeing this, leading the 5 Yao Yuan sect elders to charge at Murong Yin. As for the escaping Qin Feng and the others, they were completely ignored. The importance of Murong Yin far exceeded that of the two outer elders and Qin Feng. As long as they killed Murong Yin, it would deal a massive blow to the Taishan sect. They understood the priorities well. As 6 powerful enemies charged at her, Murong Yin gritted her silver teeth and fiercely burned her essence blood with a thunderous roar from within her body. Her cultivation level was instantly raised to the peak of the mysterious realm's 9th level. She engaged in a fierce battle against the 6, including the woman in the green dress. In the face of Murong Yin's desperate struggle, even with 6 people teaming up, they could not subdue her in a short time. The two outer elders led Qin Feng and the others, fleeing for about half an hour. At this point, everyone had delved deep into a vast mountain range. Quickly find a safe place to hide. Elder Liu and I will go back to help your senior sister. The two outer elders set Qin Feng and the others down, then swiftly turned around and flew back towards the scene of the incident. Senior sister, what should we do now? Qin Hao asked a white-dressed girl. Let us find a safe place to hide first, the white-dressed girl replied helplessly. Although she wanted to return to help senior sister Murong Yin, a battle between mysterious realm experts was not something someone of her level could participate in. Even if she went, she would only be a liability. Thus, they followed the outer elders' instructions and decided to find a safe place to hide first. After senior sister and the others resolved the battle, they would surely come back for them. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Under the command of the white-dressed girl, Qin Feng and the others quickly scattered to find a safe hiding place. Not long after, Qin Hao's voice boomed from nearby. Everyone, I found a cave. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swiftly moved towards Qin Hao's direction. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the destination. He saw Qin Hao and several white-dressed female disciples standing at the halfway point of a towering peak. In front of them was a dark entrance, overgrown with weeds. A chilling aura continuously emanated from within the cave. The eerie coldness was mixed with a faint murderous intent that sent shivers down their spines. Seeing this cave, Qin Feng's heart stirred. Perhaps Qin Hao's fortune was obtained from this cave. From the aura, it was clear that this cave harbored tremendous danger. Sister Feng, should we go in? A white-dressed girl asked the leading white-dressed girl. Upon hearing this, Sister Feng fell into deep thought without answering. Just then, another white-dressed girl suggested, how about we send one person in to take a look first? Sister Feng's eyes lit up as she nodded. She glanced at Qin Feng and Qin Hao and was about to designate Qin Hao to go in, because Qin Hao had a top-tier fire spirit root. He had always acted very arrogantly and was quite unsociable. Sister Feng naturally felt displeased with such a person. Now was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson and let him understand the dangers of the outside world. You. Sister Feng pointed at Qin Hao and said loudly, Huh, me? Qin Hao's face changed upon hearing this, and he stepped back in fright. What? You don't want to? Sister Feng's expression darkened, and she said, displeased, You are just a small outer disciple. How dare you disobey orders? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao gritted his teeth and was about to nod in resignation. At that moment, Qin Feng stepped forward without hesitation and said loudly, Since Qin Hao is unwilling, then Sister Feng shouldn't force him. I will go. What? You want to volunteer? Sister Feng's expression changed slightly, filled with disbelief. She knew that this was an extremely dangerous task. A moment of carelessness could lead to death in the cave. Qin Feng nodded firmly. For everyone's safety, I, Qin Feng, have no choice but to take on this role as the vanguard. As the words fell, Qin Feng resolutely took a big step and directly entered the eerie cave ahead. Junior brother Qin Feng is truly righteous. Indeed, junior brother Qin Feng is indeed gallant and noble. I can't wait any longer. Seeing this, everyone began to loudly praise him. Senior sister Feng also nodded in approval, then coldly glanced at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, did you see that? This is the difference between you and Qin Feng. Although you possess a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root, in terms of character and actions, you are far inferior to Qin Feng. Remember, you need to learn more from your elder brother. He's just a big fool. Qin Hao sneered coldly in his heart upon hearing this. Although he secretly resented it, he maintained a calm exterior, nodding repeatedly. Senior sister Feng is right. I do have many areas where I need to learn from my elder brother Qin Feng. That's more like it. Chapter 33. Unwillingness. The reason Qin Feng voluntarily took the lead was not because of some lofty moral character or righteousness. His main goal was to seize Qin Hao's fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother stepping forward. According to his memories from his previous life, Qin Hao was about to obtain a heaven-defying high-grade mysterious technique this time. Moreover, it was a movement technique, exactly what Qin Feng currently lacked. With his advancement to the Xian Master Realm, the yellow-grade whirlwind step was no longer sufficient for him. Although this journey was fraught with danger, what endeavor is without risk? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Qin Feng took a deep breath, his thoughts focused, and quietly circulated his body, refining power throughout his body. Then he continued down the dark and damp passageway. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from beneath his feet. Qin Feng looked down, his gaze immediately sharpening. He saw numerous scattered white bones on the ground. Judging by their shapes, they were both human and beast bones. Coupled with the chilling winds ahead, the atmosphere was filled with a sinister aura, giving a terrifying feeling. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, casually shook his hand, and drew out his spiritual weapon long sword, gripping it tightly. Then he continued to step forward. Although he suspected there was danger ahead, Qin Feng was not too worried, because his current strength far surpassed Qin Hao's. If even Qin Hao could successfully obtain fortune, then he would have no problem at all. Therefore, there should be danger, but it definitely wouldn't be fatal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered to be the Pathfinder. After walking for about a few dozen breaths, he finally reached the end of the passage. Turning a corner, he found himself in a vast natural cave. Inside the cave, a dim white light shimmered. Countless oddly shaped stalactites hung down from the ceiling, very eye-catching. At the same time, the sound of dripping water echoed in his ears. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Qin Feng's eyes scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. After clearly assessing the situation ahead, his gaze suddenly focused. He saw a chilling skeleton sitting cross-legged at the back of the cave, near the cave wall. A rusty long sword was stuck in the chest of the skeleton, as if it had been nailed to the wall. In addition, a storage ring quietly lay on the ground at the feet of the skeleton. Upon seeing the storage ring, Qin Feng's heart began to race. 8 or 9 out of 10, the fortune that Qin Hao obtained is hidden inside that storage ring. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately took a deep breath, holding the long sword, and cautiously approached. Although there was only one skeleton in the cave, the air still carried traces of a fierce aura. This skeleton must be extraordinary. Perhaps there was some danger awaiting him. However, as Qin Feng approached the skeleton, he still did not encounter any danger. For safety's sake, Qin Feng did not directly reach for the storage ring. He focused his thoughts and without hesitation injected his Xian energy into the long sword in his hand. Swish! The long sword immediately radiated bright light, emitting a series of sharp sword gleams. Crack! Once he had gathered his strength, Qin Feng raised the long sword high and struck down towards the skeleton. The third form of the Xian Yang sword technique, Heavenly Gang Slash. A sword gleam, as thick as a thumb, surged with a thunderous force, violently striking down towards the skeleton. Just as the sword gleam was about to land on the skeleton, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a dazzling red light erupted from the skeleton, transforming into a red shield that blocked the sword gleam. The sword gleam collided with the red shield. Boom! The sword gleam shattered into pieces. The red shield then soared into the air, rapidly expanding to the size of a massive peak, crashing down towards Qin Feng. Indeed, there was a problem. A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind, and he didn't hesitate to dodge, using the whirlwind step to narrowly evade. Boom! Just as Qin Feng had dodged, the enormous red shield crashed down heavily, creating a huge hole in the ground, with dust and stones flying everywhere. Seeing that his attack had failed, the red shield soared into the air again, continuing to charge at Qin Feng. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, waving his right hand, and 3 black, explosive pills flew out in a triangular formation. Explode for me. As soon as he spoke, the 3 explosive pills detonated simultaneously. The explosive pills were peak second-grade pills. Once they exploded, their power was extraordinary. The combined force of 3 explosions was comparable to a full-strength attack from a 7th-layer Xian master. Boom! As the 3 explosive pills detonated, the red shield, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into pieces. Phew! Seeing the red shield disappear, Qin Feng couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, an unexpected change occurred again. A dazzling red light shot out from the center of the skeleton's forehead. It moved so fast, like a fleeting shadow, and instantly entered Qin Feng's forehead, disappearing without a trace. Boom! Qin Feng felt a loud rumble in his head, dizziness overwhelming him, and stars appearing before his eyes. The next moment, in his sea of consciousness, a crimson figure suddenly appeared. The figure was about the size of an average person, resembling a very lecherous old man. With a sharp nose and a monkey-like face, his small eyes, like mouse droppings, darted around incessantly. Who are you? What do you want? Qin Feng's spiritual body quickly appeared in the sea of consciousness and shouted loudly. He, I am the master of the thief sect, kid. Obediently submit, and let me take over your body. With a sinister laugh, the lecherous old man suddenly swayed and transformed into a brilliant red light, charging towards Qin Feng's spiritual body. You filthy creature, seeking death. Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he leaped towards the lecherous old man to attack. There are many rumors in the cultivation world about body snatching. They are often the remnants of ancient ghosts who refuse to die after many years. So when they encounter a suitable cultivator, they will ruthlessly attempt to take over their body. Once snatched, Qin Feng would lose his consciousness and become a walking corpse. From then on, this body would no longer belong to him, equivalent to being completely erased from the world. The skeleton in this cave should be the physical body of the master of the thief sect. After being killed, a remnant soul remained, hiding within the corpse, waiting for the opportunity to take over a successor. Boom! 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 Soon, Qin Feng and the lecherous old man engaged in a fierce battle in the sea of consciousness. Although he was a spiritual body, he could still use all his martial techniques. Moreover, because of the enhancement from the body, refining power, his spiritual body was much stronger than ordinary people. Soon, the master of the thief sect found himself at a disadvantage, being suppressed by Qin Feng. Damn it! How is this possible? You're just a mere Xian master ant. How can you possess such powerful combat strength? The lecherous old man grew increasingly alarmed as the battle continued. Due to Qin Feng taking the Shiyuan Dan, his visible strength was only at the peak of the 7th level of the Xian master realm. That is why the old rascal resolutely rushed out of the corpse, wanting to seize Qin Feng's body. Unexpectedly, he ran into a tough opponent. Qin Feng was no weakling. He was clearly a practitioner at the Xian master level. Moreover, he was also a dual cultivator of body and martial arts. This was a huge problem. As soon as he realized that he couldn't successfully seize the body, the lecherous old man hesitated for a moment, then turned to flee without hesitation. Since he had come, he shouldn't think of escaping. Qin Feng let out a roar towards the sky. With a rumble from within, red light burst forth from his entire body, and his speed surged instantly, quickly catching up to the lecherous old man. With several punches raining down, a piercing scream echoed as the lecherous old man, whose strength was comparable to the peak of the 9th level of the Xian master realm, was directly obliterated. before dying. An unwilling roar resounded through Qin Feng's consciousness sea. It should be known that in the past, he was a notorious master thief with unparalleled cultivation. In his prime, he could easily kill Qin Feng with just a breath. However, because he was pinned to this cave by an enemy's sword day after day, his remaining soul had dwindled away due to the sword energy, leaving him with almost nothing. His strength was now less than 1/10,000th of its peak. That was why Qin Feng could take advantage of him. Otherwise, if Qin Feng wanted to kill him, it would be harder than ascending to heaven. Of course, Qin Feng didn't care about that. After annihilating the lecherous old man, the skeleton sitting cross-legged immediately collapsed, turning into a pile of black ash scattered on the ground. Qin Feng casually waved, picking up the storage ring on the ground. Upon entering with his divine sense, he was immediately delighted. He found what he was looking for in the storage ring. It was a pure black jade slip emanating strange black light. Originally, there were other treasures in the storage ring too. For example, bottles of elixirs and many alchemy and artifact refining materials. However, due to the passage of time, those elixirs and materials had all decayed into dust. With a thought, Qin Feng took out the black jade slip. As his divine sense probed, his mind instantly exploded with countless strange characters. It was exactly the Jing, a high-grade Qian-level cultivation technique he had been searching for. This technique was a movement technique, belonging to the treasured heirloom of the thief sect from 1,000 years ago. With this technique, the thief sect flourished throughout the northern wilderness region. Unfortunately, later on, the master of the thief sect was hunted down for wanting to rob a major power's ancestral grave, which led to him being pinned to this cave. These memories were, of course, obtained by Qin Feng after killing the lecherous old man. Because the lecherous old man was a remnant soul incarnation of the master of the thief sect. After Qin Feng killed him, he naturally acquired his memory information. Unfortunately, the lecherous old man was just a remnant soul, and the memories retained were few. So Qin Feng only obtained a small portion. As for why the master of the thief sect had died for 10,000 years before appearing here, Qin Feng did not know the specific reason. However, in his view, it should be that the master of the thief sect had some means of self-preservation. After being killed by enemies, he used some secret method to hide his own skeleton. Thus, even if someone had entered before, they wouldn't have discovered the skeleton's existence. Now, as the remnant soul weakened, the master of the thief sect had made up his mind to seize another's body, hoping for rebirth. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Feng. In the memories of the master of the thief sect, there was also understanding and insights about Jing. Therefore, after obtaining this technique, Qin Feng quickly mastered it. This was equivalent to inheriting part of the master of the thief sect's legacy. If it weren't for this, Qin Feng would have needed at least several months to thoroughly study Jing and successfully enter it. Let us test the power of this technique. Qin Feng murmured softly, and with a thought, the Xian Qi in his body began to operate along a special trajectory. Whoosh! In the next moment, his body swayed and instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 zhang away. Ha ha! As expected of a high-grade, Xian-level movement technique. This speed was incredible. Qin Feng stabilized his form, unable to help but laugh joyfully, although it was only the beginner stage. His speed had already far surpassed when he used the whirlwind step. If the whirlwind step was compared to a child running at full speed, then Jing was like an adult sprinting at full speed. The speed had increased by 5 or 6 times. It was completely a world apart, incomparable in any way. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng suppressed his joy. Then, with a flash of his body, he rushed to where the skeleton was. With a wave of his big sleeve, he directly collected the black ash form from the skeleton into the Qian Tower, destroying the corpse and erasing traces. As the skeleton collapsed, the long sword that had been embedded in the skeleton's chest also fell to the ground. Qin Feng picked it up and found that the long sword had completely lost its spirit. It seemed that this spirit tool-level long sword had lost all its spirit due to the passage of time and had become an ordinary long sword. He stored the long sword in the storage ring and strode towards the cave exit. Now that he had obtained the fortune, it was time for the other senior brothers and sisters to come in. Qin Feng, how is it? Is there any danger inside? seeing Qin Feng come out safely. The crowd waiting at the cave entrance all asked, "There's no danger inside?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "Everyone can go in now." "No, Danyet? That's impossible, right?" "Yeah, I can clearly sense the waves of fierce and malevolent energy coming from inside," the crowd said in disbelief. "Everyone will know once they go in." Qin Feng didn't explain further and took the lead into the cave. Seeing this, the crowd followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the depths of the natural cave. "Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yeah, look at those stalactites, they're so long. They must be at least 1,000 years old, right?" After seeing the conditions inside the cave, several female disciples in white skirts couldn't help but shine with excitement, loudly praising, "Women love beautiful, glowing things." The male disciples, like Qin Hao, were all scanning the surroundings with flickering eyes. Soon, Qin Hao, not knowing what had happened, strode forward. He finally stopped in front of the cave wall, pointing at a sword hole on the wall, looking at Qin Feng and asking, "Qin Feng, what's going on? Why is there still a sword hole here?" "How would I know?" Qin Feng coldly replied. Then he quickly turned around and started talking to Senior Sister Feng. "Senior Sister Feng, how is Master Morone doing now?" Upon hearing this, Senior Sister Feng's expression tightened, and she shook her head, saying, "Master hasn't sent any messages back yet. I'm not sure." "Master won't have any problems, right?" Qin Feng asked again. "Master absolutely won't have any problems," Senior Sister Feng said firmly. She is the direct disciple of the sect master and is deeply favored by the sect master. She also carries a life-saving treasure given by the sect master. "How could anything happen?" Then I can rest assured." Qin Feng nodded. Seeing that Qin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him, Qin Hao didn't ask further, but stared closely at the sword hole in the cave wall, observing carefully. After looking for a while, his gaze lowered and he noticed some faint black dust remaining on the ground. It seemed like the residue left after a body was burned. Doubts arose in his heart. This cave was definitely not that simple. Qin Feng must have encountered something when he came in. But now Qin Feng was tight-lipped, likely wanting to hide the truth. Could it be that dog thing got some benefits here and didn't want others to know? The more Qin Hao thought about it, the more he felt there was a possibility. Unfortunately, since Qin Feng ignored him, he couldn't shamelessly keep asking. However, there was an inexplicable feeling of melancholy in my heart, as if something of mine had been taken away by Qin Feng. After chatting a few words with Qin Feng, Senior Sister Feng immediately shook her hand and took out a palm-sized array disc. With a gesture, the array disc was instantly activated, radiating brilliant light and transforming into a forbidden array that sealed the entrance of the cave. "All right, everyone, let's rest here," Senior Sister Feng said, then took a few junior sisters to find a clean spot, sitting cross-legged and starting to cultivate. Seeing this, Qin Feng also sat beside them. He did not cultivate, but looked up at Qin Hao. Seeing Qin Hao's forlorn expression, Qin Feng secretly laughed. This dog, he must have sensed something in his heart, which is why he looks like this. Because the fortune that originally belonged to Qin Hao was snatched away by himself in advance. According to ancient texts, there are some exceptionally talented individuals in this world, referred to as the children of destiny. Wherever they go, they can gain fortune. Sometimes, even when walking down the road, they might be struck by fortune falling from the sky. Qin Hao should belong to this type of person. In his previous life, Qin Hao took a walk by the Jian River and obtained the Qingquan Tower. Because he temporarily took refuge and hid in this cave, he obtained the stunning shadow of the god thief left by the leader of the god thief sect. Unfortunately, in this life, due to his own existence, those fortunes that were destined for Qin Hao were already out of reach for him. What a load of nonsense about being a child of destiny. In this life, I will turn him into a child of misfortune. Haha, Qin Hao, from now on, all your fortunes will be mine. I want you to die in extreme despair. Otherwise, I won't forgive you for killing me mercilessly in the last life. Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly, and he gave a cold smile. Chapter 35, Tiger Roar Peak. An hour later. Everyone get up. The senior sisters are here. At this moment, while Qin Feng was cultivating, he heard Senior Sister Feng's call. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He saw everyone following Senior Sister Feng, eagerly rushing towards the cave exit. Qin Feng quickly got up and followed behind. Soon, everyone arrived outside the cave. Whoosh! Amidst the rumbling of the void, a huge ship suddenly broke through the air. This ship was twice as large as the one Qin Feng and the others had taken before, with 3 levels in height. On the deck of the 3rd level, several familiar figures stood against the wind. Besides senior sister Murong Yin and 2 outer sect elders, there was also an elderly man with white hair, around 60 years old. The white-haired old man wore a golden robe, had a high forehead and a prominent nose, exuding immense authority. His eyes were bright and full of energy, clearly a super strong individual. The Grand Elder. It turns out the Grand Elder has arrived. Seeing the white-haired old man, senior sister Feng and the others were all excited and shouted loudly. Qin Feng also understood instantly. It must be the Grand Elder who arrived just in time to save senior sister Murong Yin and the others. Everyone come on board. An outer sect elder waved his hand, opening a gap in the ship's protective shield, and shouted. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others jumped onto the ship. Set off, return to the sect. The Grand Elder made a gesture, and the ship suddenly soared into the sky, moving at a speed comparable to that of a peak Xianzong realm expert, breaking through the air. Qin Feng stood on the 1st level of the ship's deck. Looking up, he saw that on the 3rd level, senior sister Murong Yin, although appearing nonchalant, had a pale face with no blood color. Cough, cough. At that moment, Murong Yin suddenly trembled and began to cough violently. A shocking trace of blood slid down from the corner of her mouth. Murong Yin quickly took out a white handkerchief and pressed it to her mouth. Unexpectedly, the senior sister at the peak of the Xianzong realm was seriously injured. It seemed I had to work even harder, otherwise if I encounter those powerful monsters again in the future, I would just be at their mercy. Qin Feng retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. According to the information Qin Feng had gathered in the North Wilderness region, besides the 4 righteous sects, Taixin sect, Taiqing sect, Guangdao sect, and Tianjin sect, there were also 2 powerful evil forces, Yao Yuan sect and Blood Demon sect. Over 1,000 years ago, these 2 forces had a perfect cooperative relationship. Together, they could rival the 4 major sections. However, later on, something unknown happened, and Yao Yuan sect and Blood Demon sect fell out. Taking this opportunity, the 4 major sects launched a thunderous attack, defeating them one by one. This caused heavy casualties to both sections. To preserve their sects, these 2 forces quickly went underground and began to operate in secret. After 1,000 years of silent development, these 2 forces revived once again. Moreover, because of that catastrophe 1,000 years ago, when the 2 forces went underground, the 4 major sects, having lost their opponents, could no longer coexist peacefully. In a struggle for power and profit, the 4 major sects constantly fought among themselves, greatly diminishing their overall strength. As one side rose while the other declined, in this current era, the Yao Yuan sect and Blood Demon sect could once again stand against the 4 major sections. Although 1,000 years had passed, the relationship between the Yao Yuan sect and Blood Demon sect and the 4 major sects had not softened in the slightest. Instead, it had intensified, growing more hostile. When the members of these 2 forces encountered those from the 4 major sects, they would undoubtedly strike without mercy. Conversely, when members of the 4 major sects encountered those from Yao Yuan sect and Blood Demon sect, they would also strike with thunderous force, showing no mercy. This was also the reason why Murong Yin inadvertently fell for the scheming of a demoness and forcibly took advantage of Qin Feng in the cold pool. Qin Feng knew that although he had joined the Taixin sect now, it did not mean he could relax. If he did not work hard, he might soon be killed. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only with sufficient strength can one secure their life. As he pondered, the ship rumbled onward. After about 3 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, Taixuansicht. Looking up, Qin Feng's heart shook. He saw towering mountains ahead, undulating and majestic. Amidst the swirling mist, massive ancient palaces appeared faintly. There were also strange flying demonic beasts soaring freely in the mist. The green mountains and clear waters, lush vegetation, and flying birds made it seem like a fairyland. At the same time, there was a huge array hidden in the white mist. Ancient runes howled and flickered, emanating a formidable defensive power. The ship stopped about 10 zhang away from the white mist. The Grand Elder waved his hand, took out a jade slip identifying himself, and threw it into the white mist. Whoosh! Soon, as if the clouds were parting, a crack several dozen zhang wide appeared. The ship started up again and rushed into the crack. Before long, the ship landed steadily on the ground. Qin Feng glanced around and realized they had reached the outer gate of Taishan sect. Below his feet was a square several tens of thousands of zhang in size. In the center of the square stood a statue 100 zhang tall. It depicted a man in his 40s. The middle-aged man had an extraordinary demeanor, holding a long sword high, as if to split the sky with it. Not far away, towering peaks rose and fell, stretching endlessly. Counting them roughly, there were a total of 108 peaks. On each peak stood magnificent palaces. Additionally, beneath the peaks, there were countless wooden houses built against the mountains. A turbulent river flowed through the 108 peaks, rolling eastward. "You few, follow me," an outer sect elder called out and led the way towards the mountain peaks. Qin Feng, Qin Hao, and the other 5 quickly followed. Now, they could only be considered as just entering the door, belonging to the outer disciples of the Taishan sect. In the future, if one's strength improves and they pass the test, they could be promoted to an inner sect disciple or even a core disciple. As Qin Feng and the others left, the massive ship soared into the sky and continued flying deep into the mountains. That is where the inner sect of the Taishan sect is located. Of course, Qin Feng and the others do not yet have the qualifications to enter. The outer sect elder explained as he walked, "Everyone remember, our Taishan sect has a total of 108 peaks. Each peak has a peak master, who is an outer sect elder in charge. From today onwards, you 5 will be part of my Hu Shao Peak." "Yes, Elder Wang." Qin Feng and the others nodded in unison. In his previous life, when Qin Hao first arrived, he also joined Hu Shao Peak, the peak master of his peak. The outer sect elder in front of them is named Wang Zhongxiao. It is said that he came from a poor family, so he is not harsh on the lower tier disciples. As long as you can complete the sect tasks on time, he will not question what you do in your spare time. Once your strength reaches the late stage of the Xian Master Realm, which is the 6th level of the Xian Master, you can participate in the inner sect disciple assessment. Qin Feng is currently at the 5th level of the Xian Master Realm, just 1 step away from the late stage. However, he is not in a hurry to participate in the inner sect disciple assessment, because he wants to wait for Qin Hao to go together. With Qin Hao around, he can continue to exploit him while slowly tormenting him. When the day comes that he has squeezed him dry, it will be the day of Qin Hao's demise. In his previous life, Qin Feng died a miserable death. His body was rotten and oozing pus, filled with countless wounds. After death, he could not even keep his whole corpse intact. This hatred is a matter of life and death. If he just killed Qin Hao in 1 strike, wouldn't that be too easy on him? So, Qin Feng decided to play with Qin Hao slowly, making sure he suffers in endless despair until he collapses and dies. Chapter 36, Silent Provocation, Hu Shao Peak. The mountain lives up to its name. At first glance, it looks like a giant tiger lying on the ground. At the foot of this tiger-shaped mountain, countless wooden houses are built closely together. Each wooden house has a numbered label. Most of the wooden houses have people moving about. Peak Master. Disciples pay their respects to the Peak Master. Seeing Wang Zhongxiao, the disciples along the way hurriedly stepped aside, bowing respectfully. Everyone. No need for too much courtesy." Wang Zhongxiao waved to a few disciples. "You guys take these 5 new junior brothers to settle in." "Yes, Elder Wang." 5 young men dressed in outer sect, disciple, clothing quickly stepped forward. "Qin Feng, Qin Hao, you guys go with them. Remember, if you encounter any trouble, you can use your disciple token to directly inform me." Wang Zhongxiao instructed. Then with a flick of his body, he flew towards the mountain peak. "Let us go." Junior brothers. A very ordinary-looking young man approached Qin Feng, smiling and waving at him. Qin Feng nodded and followed along. The young man asked as they walked, "Your name is Qin Feng, right?" "Yes." Qin Feng slightly nodded and asked with a smile, "May I ask what to call you, senior brother?" "He. My name is Zhu Hui. Just call me Brother Zhu." The young man replied with a smile. "All right, Brother Zhu." Although Zhu Hui looked ordinary, he was a typical chatterbox. He talked nonstop all the way, mostly introducing the situation of Hu Shao Peak. Actually, there was no need for Zhu Hui to introduce it, as Qin Feng was already somewhat familiar with Hu Shao Peak, because in his previous life, after he died, he had been lingering around Qin Hao. When he arrived at the Taishan sect, Qin Hao was still here. As an outer sect disciple of Hu Shao Peak, Qin Hao naturally interacted with others. Qin Feng naturally learned about Hu Shao Peak. Although it was just one of the 108 peaks of the outer sect, the number of people here was quite large, totaling over 10,000. This means that the entire outer sect of the Taishan sect has more than 1 million outer sect disciples. With so many people, the competition inevitably becomes fierce. As outer sect disciples of the Taishan sect, they must go to the task hall twice a month to receive tasks, and they must complete them. If they fail to complete their tasks, they will be expelled from the sect. The first peak of the outer sect is where tasks are received. Additionally, to obtain corresponding cultivation resources within the Taishan sect, one must rely on their own efforts. Although the Taishan sect distributes some medicinal pills and other cultivation materials to outer sect disciples every month, it is far from enough. To obtain more cultivation materials, one must work hard to earn sect points, then use those sect points to exchange for the desired cultivation resources. For example, medicinal pills, magical treasures, and techniques. All along, Zhu Hui chattered away, providing a complete account of these matters. Even though Qin Feng already knew, he showed no impatience, smiling throughout. Although Zhu Hui talked a lot, it was all out of good intentions, right? As the two chatted, they arrived at the foot of the northern side of Hu Shao Peak. Zhu Hui pointed to a wooden house numbered 9006 and said to Qin Feng, "Junior brother Qin Feng, you will live here from now on. The conditions are a bit simple, but as long as you practice hard and reach the late stage of the Xian Master Realm, you will be able to participate in the intersect disciple assessment and soar to great heights." "I understand." Qin Feng nodded. "Then you can go in and rest for a while. Someone will come to bring you supplies soon," Zhu Hui said with a smile and turned to leave. Qin Feng approached the wooden house and gently pushed open the wooden door. A glance inside revealed that it was indeed quite simple. Aside from a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden stool, there were no other unnecessary items. However, the spiritual energy in this wooden house was much denser than outside. According to Zhu Hui, these wooden houses are built on the branches of the main spiritual vein underground of the Taishan sect. Therefore, the spiritual energy here is much more abundant than in other places. Cultivating here is very effective. If I want to use the Qin Tower to cultivate here, I must first obtain a formation to conceal my presence. Otherwise, if the Qin Tower is exposed, the higher-ups of the Taishan sect would likely become envious and want to kill me. Qin Feng sat on the wooden stool and murmured to himself, "This is not an exaggeration. Treasures like the Qin Tower are indeed rare wonders. Even the sect master of the Taishan sect would not hesitate to seize it upon seeing it. Therefore, if I want to cultivate using the Qin Tower, I must be careful. Before cultivating, I must set up a formation to conceal my presence and envelop my wooden house. Only then can I block outside spiritual probing." "Junior brother Qin Feng, are you in there?" Suddenly, a strange voice came from outside, while Qin Feng was lost in thought. Hearing this, Qin Feng quickly got up and opened the wooden door. He saw a stranger in his 20s standing outside. "Junior brother Qin Feng, this is from Elder Wang. Inside are your disciple identity token, communication jade slip, and 2 sets of clothes," the young man said as he handed over a black storage bag. "Thank you, senior brother." Qin Feng thanked him and took it. The young man nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave, returning to the wooden house. Qin Feng moved his spirit and took out everything from the storage bag. Besides the identity token, communication jade slip, and 2 sets of clothes the young man mentioned, there was also a pale white jade slip. The contents inside were quite complex. For example, the rules that disciples of the Taishan sect need to follow, how to earn sect points, where to exchange for cultivation resources, and so on. Qin Feng quickly changed into an outer sect disciple's blue robe and put the other items away. Then he strode towards the door. He planned to go to the resource hall of the first peak first to buy a formation plate. That way, he could cultivate in peace later. Although the array plate requires sect points to purchase, he can secretly exchange points with spirit stones. According to Qin Feng's memory, 10 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 point. Then, with enough points, he can go to the resource hall to purchase an array plate. As he passed by the wooden house, numbered 9010, Qin Feng's footsteps paused slightly. He saw a disciple in a brocade robe standing inside, talking to Qin Hao. The brocade-robed disciple was holding a large storage bag. Junior brother Qin Hao, the cultivation resources inside here are specifically given to you by the master. And the master has specifically instructed that you must focus on your cultivation during this period, striving to achieve first place in the outer sect competition in 3 months. If you successfully obtain first place, there will be unimaginable, huge benefits. The brocade-robed disciple said loudly. Please thank Elder Wang for me. I will definitely work hard. Qin Hao smiled slightly and casually accepted the storage bag. Hee, no need to thank me. These are what you deserve. Because when you chose to join our Taishin sect, the master promised to give you the treatment of a core disciple. The brocade-robed disciple replied. Just as Qin Hao was about to speak, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Qin Feng outside. His mouth immediately curled into a smug smile as he gently shook the storage bag in his hand. It seemed to be a silent provocation towards Qin Feng. My useless brother, did you see that? This is the superior treatment for the talented. And this treatment only belongs to someone like me who has a top-grade fire spirit root. You, a useless one, shouldn't even think about it. Oomph. A small person getting ahead. Qin Feng snorted coldly and strode away. For this, Qin Feng's envy and jealousy were of no use, because this world is just like that. Disciples with good talent and spirit roots will naturally be treated better. As for secretly snatching these cultivation resources, Qin Feng had thought about it. But he quickly dismissed that thought, because Qin Feng knew that beside Qin Hao, there was a guardian hidden. That guardian is a protector sent by the Qin family, dispatched by Qin Tianlong to secretly protect him. Under normal circumstances, the guardian would not appear. But once Qin Hao encounters a life-and-death crisis, the guardian will come out. Although he cannot directly take Qin Hao's cultivation resources, Qin Feng can intercept Qin Hao's future fortunes. For example, the outer sect competition in 3 months. The reward for first place in the competition is a third-grade pill that can greatly improve one's physique. Once consumed, it can transform a person and significantly increase their cultivation speed. Additionally, there are quite a few sect points and other rewards. In his previous life, due to Taishin sect's resource tilt towards Qin Hao successfully obtained first place after 3 months, living up to everyone's expectations. But this time, Qin Feng would not let him succeed. This time, the reward for first place is mine. Even the gods can't stop me. Qin Feng secretly clenched his fists and accelerated towards the direction of the first peak. To obtain first place, he still needed to do some preparatory work beforehand. Chapter 37. Exchanging points before long, Qin Feng arrived at the first peak. The area of the first peak is much larger than the other peaks, resembling the head of a giant dragon coiled on the ground. It was also quite bustling, with outer sect disciples coming and going continuously. Qin Feng walked along a wide avenue, straight to the halfway up the mountain. There he saw 2 towering ancient halls standing in front of him. One was the task hall, and the other was the resource hall. Without hesitation, Qin Feng walked into the resource hall. Inside, it was packed with outer sect disciples, all there to purchase cultivation resources. Due to the large number of people, there were 20 windows set up inside. In front of each window was a long queue. Qin Feng naturally walked to the back of one of the queues. Not long after lining up, he suddenly noticed a disciple in his 30s sneaking around in the queue, quietly talking to those disciples. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention and continued to move forward slowly in the line. However, at that moment, the sneaky outer sect disciple suddenly came in front of Qin Feng and lowered his voice, saying, "Junior brother, you look unfamiliar. You must be new here, right? Need something?" Qin Feng coldly asked, "What is it?" Hee, don't misunderstand. Junior brother, I just wanted to ask if you want to exchange sect points." The outer sect disciple said with a small laugh. "Oh, you have sect points?" Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. He knew that among these outer sect disciples, there were some special intermediaries who profited by helping others exchange points for spirit stones. If you need it, then just follow me." The outer sect disciple winked at Qin Feng and then walked briskly toward the hall's exit. Qin Feng thought for a moment and followed him. Just right. He needed a certain number of points to exchange for the array plate. The reason he was queuing here was just to inquire about the price of the array plate. Now that someone was proactively offering to exchange, he naturally wouldn't refuse. This way, he could take the initiative and make it a bit cheaper for himself. If he rashly sought someone else to exchange points, he might get ripped off. Following the outer sect disciple, they arrived at a grove next to the resource hall. Junior brother, how many sect points do you want to exchange? The outer sect disciple asked with a smile. Qin Feng replied blankly, you first tell me how to exchange. The outer sect disciple pondered for a moment and answered with a smile, 15 low-grade spirit stones for 1 point. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned around and left without saying a word. Damn it, this dog is too greedy. Under normal circumstances, it should be 10 low-grade spirit stones for 1 point. But he increased it by 50%. Qin Feng was not a fool. How could he exchange with him? Hey, junior brother, don't go. In business, isn't it all about bargaining? If you think it's too expensive, we can negotiate. The outer sect disciple quickly grabbed Qin Feng, smiling awkwardly. You have no sincerity. How can I negotiate? Qin Feng said unhappily. Then what do you want to exchange? The outer sect disciple asked. 8 spirit stones for 1 point. Qin Feng replied. What? You can go. Asking you to bargain isn't asking you to slaughter pigs. The outer sect disciple became furious upon hearing this, quickly releasing Qin Feng's hand, looking as if he was done with him. 9 stones? Qin Feng asked again. At least 13 stones. The outer sect disciple replied. 10 stones. 12 stones. That's my bottom line. 11 stones. If not, then forget it. Qin Feng said, pretending to turn around and leave. He understood that under normal circumstances, it was 10 spirit stones for 1 point. But that was under normal circumstances. But wasn't Qin Feng in urgent need of points? He had to let the other party earn a bit. 11 stones is too little. The outer sect disciple hesitated. I want quite a few points. Qin Feng shouted loudly. Oh, how many do you want? The outer sect disciple's eyes brightened, smiling as he asked. Before I answer you, tell me first. If I want to exchange for a 3rd-grade array plate, how many points would I need? Qin Feng asked back. The outer sect disciple thought for a moment and answered truthfully. As far as I know, a typical 3rd-grade array plate requires around 150 points. But this varies by category. For example, a killing array would require more points. I want the array that covers one's aura, Qin Feng said in a deep voice. The outer sect disciple pondered for a moment and replied, that would require about 200 points. All right, I want exchange for 300 points. Qin Feng said loudly. Okay, deal. The outer sect disciple was overjoyed and quickly nodded. 300 points, earning 1 spirit stone per point, adds up to 300 spirit stones. This business could be done. If Qin Feng had asked for less, he wouldn't even bother. After all, secretly exchanging sect points is against the sect's rules. For just a few spirit stones, it's not worth breaking the rules. But if you earn a lot, it doesn't matter. Even if things get exposed and the enforcement hall catches you, it's just a fine of a few dozen spirit stones as a formality. Qin Feng took out 3,300 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the outer sect disciple. The outer sect disciple took out his identity token and lightly placed it on Qin Feng's identity token. Whoosh! A faint white light flashed, and 300 sect points were credited. Junior brother, it's a pleasure to cooperate. If you need points in the future, remember to come find me. The outer sect disciple smiled and tossed out a sentence before swiftly disappearing without a trace. Qin Feng shook his head and strode out of the woods. Returning to the resource hall, after queuing again, Qin Feng spent 230 points to exchange for a breath-concealing formation plate. This formation is called the Taishan Breath Concealment Formation, created by an elder of the Taishan sect to conceal one's aura. Once activated, it can prevent the divine sense of Xuanjuan-level experts from probing. For Qin Feng at this moment, it was sufficient. Additionally, Qin Feng also spent 50 points to purchase a book on basic formations. If he could learn it, he could easily construct some simple formations by himself, such as gathering spirit formations, low-level killing formations, and illusion formations. For cultivators, gathering spirit formations are essential. If he set up a small gathering spirit formation in his wooden house in advance, it would greatly accelerate the speed of spirit energy accumulation. making his cultivation much more efficient. After completing all this, Qin Feng quickly left the first peak and returned to his wooden house. He casually shook out the formation plate he had just bought. The formation plate was about the size of a palm, with a groove in the center. This is where the spirit stones are placed. To activate the formation plate and activate the internal formation, spirit stones are needed to maintain it. He placed the formation plate on the ground and took out hundreds of low-grade spirit stones to put into the groove at the center of the formation plate. Soon, all the spirit stones disappeared, absorbed by the formation plate. Qin Feng made a hand gesture and pointed. Whoosh! The formation plate suddenly lit up with a bright white light, weaving into a large white net that enveloped the entire wooden house. Soon, the white net gradually merged into the void and disappeared. Ha, done. Now I can finally cultivate in peace. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. He focused his thoughts and entered the Qin Tower. He took out the book on basic formations and immersed himself in study and research. Chapter 38. Completing tasks. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Through this half-month's effort, Qin Feng had completely mastered basic formations and could easily set up gathering spirit formations, low-level killing formations, and illusion formations. Unfortunately, to set up higher-level formations, he would need to purchase other formation manuals, which cost too many points for Qin Feng to afford. Moreover, through this period of effort, his strength had improved significantly, reaching the peak of the 6th level of Xian Master. However, after reaching this level, his cultivation resources had nearly been depleted. Qin Feng decided to stop his closed-door cultivation and go out for a bit. No, he was going out to complete the sect tasks for this month. Every outer sect disciple is required to complete 2 sect tasks each month. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the sect. While completing the tasks, Qin Feng could also look for some herbs he needed, such as the refining materials for Xingyuan Dan. Shuan Yang Den, En Yin Yang Den. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. Qin Feng waved his hand to put away the formation plate, and then walked out of the wooden house. As he passed by the wooden house where Qin Hao lived, he noticed that the door was tightly closed. At the same time, there were strange symbols faintly flickering. It seemed that during this time, Qin Hao was also crazily closed off in cultivation, striving to improve, in hopes of making a splash during the outer sect disciples competition. Qin Feng retracted his gaze and continued towards the first peak. Arriving at the halfway point of the first peak, he entered the task hall. Inside the hall, it was crowded with a sea of outer sect disciples dressed in blue robes. They were either accepting tasks or submitting tasks. The entire hall was bustling like a marketplace. Moreover, on the huge wall at the back of the hall, there was a massive energy light screen. Rows of small characters constantly flickered. What was recorded on it were various tasks issued by the sect. Depending on the difficulty of the tasks, the points that could be earned varied greatly. Some were worth 1 point, some 10 points, and others as high as hundreds or even thousands of points. Of course, the higher the points, the greater the difficulty. For example, the task with the highest points was to kill a demoness called demoness.E, whose strength was at the peak of the 8th level of the Xian sect. Demoness.E? Is she that girl in the green dress? Qin Feng's heart stirred. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile. Such a task, asking outer sect disciples to undertake, was undoubtedly sending them to their deaths. After all, that was a super strong expert at the later stage of the Xian sect. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't take such a foolish task. His gaze flickered as he kept checking the task light screen. After a while, Qin Feng's expression changed. He finally found a task suitable for himself. This was a level 2 task, suitable for cultivators at the Xian Master level. It was to go to the Tai Xian Mountains to find a Ziyang fruit, worth 10 points. The Ziyang fruit is a main material for refining Xingyuan Dan. It coincided perfectly with Qin Feng's needs. Qin Feng planned to take on another task. This way, he could complete 2 tasks at once and wouldn't have to go out again this month. Huanqin grass, 10 points each, quantity unlimited. This one is also good. The Huanqin grass is the main material for setting up the Huanqin killing formation. This formation is extraordinarily powerful. If someone accidentally stumbles in, it can trap and kill an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master. Having selected his targets, Qin Feng went to the front window and accepted these 2 tasks. Soon, 2 task records appeared in his identity token. Qin Feng left the task hall and rushed towards the Taishan sect's exit. The Ziyang fruit and Huanqing grass could both be found in the Taishan Mountains, and the Taishan Mountains were near the Taishan sect. After exiting the Taishan sect, Qin Feng sped eastward. Before long, he arrived at a huge marketplace. This marketplace was located at the entrance of the Taishan Mountains. Because many people entered the Taishan Mountains to complete tasks over time, a small market town had formed here. Vendors sold various snacks, purchased demon beast skins and demon pills, and many others were shouting to form teams. The Tiansha team needs one more person. Those interested can join, requiring at least the 3rd level of Xian Master. The Hu Shao team needs 2 more people. Anyone interested can come. Looking for Ziyang fruits can team up with me. Qin Feng merely glanced at them and quickly moved on. The Ziyang fruit and Huanqing grass he was looking for were just 2nd-tier items, basically found on the outskirts of the Taishan Mountains. So, there was no need to team up. Moreover, if he teamed up with others, many of his methods could not be easily used. Additionally, teaming up with others was a very dangerous thing. If any precious materials were discovered, he might encounter backstabbing. Qin Feng had seen such things numerous times, so he didn't trust those people. It was better to act alone. Easy, free, and unrestrained. People continuously entered the Taishan Mountains. Qin Feng followed the crowd and walked for a while until he finally reached the entrance. "Hey, brother, are you alone?" At that moment, a rough voice suddenly rang out behind him. Qin Feng turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a thick beard staring intently at him. Beside him were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were not weak, having entered the Xian Master realm. "What is the matter?" Qin Feng asked in a calm voice. "It is like this. We are from the Earth Fiend mercenary group, and we are preparing to hunt a 2nd-tier peak demon beast this time, which requires a lot of manpower. Are you interested?" The middle-aged man asked with a smile. "Not interested." Qin Feng shook his head and strode away. Unappreciative. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, a hint of cold malice flashing in his pupils. "Brother, let it go. That kid is just at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Master realm. Even if he joins us, he won't be of much use." The woman beside him scoffed disdainfully. "You don't understand." The middle-aged man shook his head. "The 2nd-tier peak demon beast we're going to kill is very bloodthirsty, and we need to prepare some meat offerings in advance. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill it. That kid's strength is low, indeed suitable to be a sacrifice. But too bad he won't take the bait." The woman shook her head. "Forget it. Let's find someone else. If we don't have enough people, we can just grab a few from inside as meat." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Entering the Taishan mountain range, Qin Feng chose a less populated direction and sped away. After about a stick of incense, the surroundings were empty, so he did not hesitate to use Stunning Phoenix Shadow, weaving through the jungle and heading deep into the Taishan mountain range. Purple smoke fruit and illusory heartgrass are both 2nd-tier items. They should be located at the junction of the mountain's periphery and the center. They cannot be found at the very edge. After about 2 hours, Qin Feng stopped. Along the way, he casually killed quite a few 1st-tier demon beasts blocking his path. Now, he had entered the territory of 2nd-tier demon beasts. Nearby, he should be able to find purple smoke fruit and illusory heartgrass. He moved his mind and quietly spread his consciousness in all directions. After a short while, Qin Feng's heart moved, and he quickly rushed to the right side. Chapter 39. A good start. After about several breaths, Qin Feng stopped. Ahead was a huge valley. The valley was lush with green trees and beautiful scenery. The reason Qin Feng came here was that he smelled a faint herbal fragrance. Upon arriving here, the scent of the herbs became increasingly strong. It was refreshing and invigorating. Qin Feng did not directly enter the valley, but instead expanded his consciousness widely. Soon, his gaze focused, locking onto the eastern side of the valley. There, the weeds were overgrown, and thorns were everywhere. Hidden among the thorns were a few 10-inch tall herbs. The herbs emitted a faint red glow, surrounded by a hazy blood mist. Inshallah, seeing the shape of the herb clearly, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Inshallah, a 2nd-tier peak herb, is one of the main materials for refining the yin-yang pill. As long as the yin-yang pill is successfully refined, he can smoothly cultivate the heavenly level technique yin-yang eternal spring method. Haha. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky, his body swaying, and he sped toward his destination. Roar. Just as he was about to get close, a deafening roar from a demon beast echoed throughout the entire valley. Immediately after, a giant wolf, as large as a mountain, sprang out from the nearby jungle, bringing with it a strong stench of blood, pouncing towards Qin Feng. The giant wolf's eyes were blood red, as if they contained a vast sea of blood. Its entire body was covered in silver fur, standing on end like steel needles. Blood-eyed silver wolf. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Generally, places with treasures have guardian demon beasts. This Yin Chahua belongs to the second-tier peak herb, and it has not yet fully matured. So it is not surprising that a powerful demon beast is guarding it. Qin Feng's consciousness swept over the giant wolf, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This blood-eyed silver wolf is at the mid-second tier level, comparable to a human cultivator at the 5th level of the profound master realm. So, it is not difficult to deal with. Swish. Qin Feng casually flicked his wrist and took out a spiritual weapon longsword. This sword was obtained from Qin Lu's storage space, named the Lihua sword. It belongs to the mid-grade spiritual weapon level. In the Jiuzhou continent, treasures are divided into 5 levels. They are magic tools, spiritual weapons, treasure tools, Dao tools, and immortal tools. Each level of treasure is further divided into 4 tiers: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and top grade. Qin Feng's mind moved, and as the Dan Sea roared, the profound energy in his body surged forth like a tide, pouring into the Lihua sword. Whoosh! A series of terrifying flames immediately shot out from the Lihua sword, transforming into thousands of red sword lights, fiercely slashing down towards the blood-eyed silver wolf. As the fiery sword lights struck, the silver fur of the blood-eyed silver wolf was ignited. Its entire body instantly turned char-black. Awoo! The blood-eyed silver wolf howled in pain. Although it was severely injured by Qin Feng in one blow, it only intensified its ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the blood-eyed silver wolf seemed like a burning flame, baring its fangs and claws, continuing to pounce towards Qin Feng, seeking death. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he performed a beautiful sword flourish with the Lihua sword. Then he raised it high and, following a special trajectory, slashed down hard. Profound Yang sword technique, 3rd style. A sword cuts through the heavens. This profound Yang sword technique is a top-grade yellow-level martial skill. It has only 3 styles, and this 3rd style is the strongest killer move. Crack! A terrifying sword light burst forth from the sword body, as fast as lightning, striking heavily on the blood-eyed silver wolf's neck. Awoo! With a piercing scream, a huge wolf head was suddenly sent flying. It drew a bloody arc in the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately after, the remaining part of the blood-eyed silver wolf's body shook for a moment before it also fell heavily to the ground. Qin Feng waved the Lihua sword and extracted the demon core from the blood-eyed silver wolf. This demon core is about the size of a chicken egg and is entirely crimson. It is an auxiliary material for refining the profound Yang pill. The fur of the blood-eyed silver wolf can also fetch a good price. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Qin Feng directly moved his mind and stored it in the Qian Kuan Tower. Then he strode forward, arrived at the thicket of thorns, and waved his hand to collect the 6 Yin Chahua, storing them in the Qian Kuan Tower, planting them in fertile fields. These 6 Yin Chahua have not fully matured yet, so they need to be planted for a while in the fertile fields before they can be used to refine the yin-yang pill. Ha, the harvest is good. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky, feeling very pleased. Whether it is these 6 Yin Chahua or the demon core of the blood-eyed silver wolf, both are good things. This can be considered a good start for Qin Feng since he arrived here. After resting for a while, Qin Feng swayed his body and continued to rush forward. Along the way, he climbed over mountains and crossed rivers. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Through this period of effort, Qin Feng obtained quite a few of the needed herbs. Additionally, the number of demon beasts he killed was countless. Most of them were mid-second tier demon beasts, and he acquired dozens of demon cores. Through this period of slaughter, Qin Feng's combat experience also improved by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, by this time, He still had not found the task items. Qin Feng shook off the blood from the sword's blade and slowly sat down on a nearby large stone. This was the entrance to a natural canyon. A cool breeze gently brushed against him, making it particularly comfortable. Beside him was a long river flowing rapidly. The water was crystal clear, and occasionally strange demon fish jumped out of the river. After resting for a while, just as Qin Feng was about to get up and continue forward, suddenly, a series of earth-shattering rumbling sounds came from deep within the canyon. Amid the sounds of fighting, there were also piercing screams. Qin Feng's heart stirred, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to go take a look. Generally, places that make such a big commotion might have treasures appearing. So he leaped and quickly rushed toward the depths of the canyon. The canyon was very long, winding and twisting, and its depth was unknown. After running for about a stick of incense's worth of time, Qin Feng stopped. He looked up into the distance. He saw a group of people about 1,000 feet ahead, crazily battling a giant demon beast. That demon beast was the size of a small mountain, covered in dense lightning patterns. The strength is not weak, having already stepped into the pinnacle of the second stage. With a roar, it shook the mountains and forests, scaring the surrounding beasts to flee for their lives. Although the thunder-pattern tiger is fierce at this moment, under the siege of a group of human cultivators, it is already in a precarious situation. Is it them? Recognizing the appearance of the group of human cultivators, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. That group of people was indeed the middle-aged man who had invited him to join them at the entrance of the Taishan mountain range. However, this time their team was obviously much larger. In addition to the 5 middle-aged men, there were 4 others. 9 cultivators at the Xian Master Realm unleashed their killing moves, frantically attacking the thunder-pattern tiger. Seeing it being pushed to the brink, the thunder-pattern tiger suddenly let out a howl. Immediately, its body was enveloped in lightning, and the sky above the canyon was instantly covered with dark clouds, with thunder and lightning flashing. It was as if someone was undergoing a tribulation, and the momentum was particularly terrifying. Not good. That beast is about to unleash its innate divine ability. Everyone be careful. Seeing the thunderstorm summoned by the thunder-pattern tiger, the leading middle-aged man exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, he quickly signaled to his 4 companions. The 4 understood the signal. Immediately, they all swayed their bodies and rushed behind the other 4, then pushed hard forward. The 4 were fully engaged in fighting the thunder-pattern tiger and did not notice the unusual movement behind them. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The 4 let out a simultaneous scream, suddenly flying into the air like scarecrows, heading towards the thunder-pattern tiger. Crackle! Instantly, the sky was filled with lightning, crashing down heavily upon the 4. In an instant, they turned into blackened, charred corpses, falling to the ground. Everyone, those 4 guys have already helped us block the first wave of lethal attacks. The subsequent thunder attacks won't be as fierce. We must take advantage of this victory and quickly slay it. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. All right, full power. Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, the 5 unleashed their killing moves and charged at the thunder-pattern tiger. Haha, when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman profits. That thunder-pattern tiger's demon core is a good thing. It's the main material for refining the Xian Yang pill. Qin Feng smiled and leaped onto a towering ancient tree beside the canyon, using the dense leaves to conceal his figure, enjoying the show with great interest. Chapter 40. Who can be more shameless than you? Boom! A loud noise shook the heavens as the 5 and the tiger engaged in a frenzied battle deep in the canyon. The ground trembled and stones flew. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, all 5 were exhausted and injured. Meanwhile, the thunder-pattern tiger was even more severely injured. A blood hole the size of a bowl appeared in its chest, blood gushing out. Even its intestines had spilled out in several segments. Roar! At that moment, the thunder-pattern tiger let out another loud roar. The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains and forests. Its fur bristled, and boundless lightning surged from its countless pores. Recognizing the life and death crisis, the thunder-pattern tiger did not hesitate to unleash its innate divine ability once again. Each activation of the innate divine ability required the expenditure of countless blood essence. If overused, It could lead to its blood essence being completely exhausted and death. But at this crucial moment of survival, the thunder pattern tiger could not care less. Instantly, the sky changed color, with thunder and lightning flashing. Strikes of lightning as thick as a thumb descended from the sky, aiming at the five. The leading middle-aged man's expression changed. He gritted his teeth, waved his right hand, and took out a palm-sized black umbrella. With a thought, the black umbrella immediately expanded against the wind, blocking most of the descending lightning. Everyone, quickly unleash your full power and engage in close combat. My black umbrella can't hold on for long. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. The remaining four, upon hearing this, leaped into action and charged towards the thunder pattern tiger. As long as there were no more lightning strikes, they were fearless. Seeing the four engage in close combat with the thunder pattern tiger, the middle-aged man's eyes turned. Suddenly, he leaped away, taking the black umbrella and leaving the battlefield. Crackle. Soon, countless bolts of lightning fell like raindrops, heavily striking the four. Damn Li Jian, what the hell are you doing? Li Jian, if you dare to betray us, I'll kill you. The four, enduring the ravages of the lightning, suddenly realized they had been betrayed by that scoundrel Li Jian. The reason was simple. Seeing that the thunder pattern tiger was about to die, Li Jian wanted it to kill them, so he could monopolize the thunder pattern tiger's demon core. What a clever scheme. Hearing the loud curses from the four, Li Jian was not ashamed at all and burst into laughter. Compared to the precious demon core of the thunder pattern tiger, what did a few insults matter? Not a chunk of meat. Curse away, go ahead and curse. Anyway, you'll soon be meeting the king of hell. The sound of curses, screams, and thunder echoed through the canyon. After about 10 breaths, all four were turned to charcoal by the thunder. Meanwhile, the thunder pattern tiger, having exhausted too much blood essence, also collapsed to the ground, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Beast, D. Li Jian leaped like an arrow, charging towards the thunder pattern tiger, under the unleashed killing moves. Soon the thunder pattern tiger could no longer bear the burden, let out a mournful howl, and fell to the ground, bloodied and unable to rise again. Li Jian was also exhausted, panting heavily. After resting for a while, he finally approached the dying thunder pattern tiger. With a shake of his right-hand sword, he directly dug out the thunder pattern tiger's demon core. The demon core was the size of a bowl, shining with brilliant lightning. Finally got it. Seeing the demon core in hand, Li Jian could no longer hold back and laughed triumphantly. He was a lightning attribute cultivator, and this thunder pattern tiger's demon core was of great benefit to him. Once refined and absorbed, it could at least elevate him 2 small stages and reach the realm of the Qian Master 9th layer. Buddy, what has got you so happy? Tell me about it. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded from behind. Who? Li Jian's body stiffened, and he turned around abruptly. He saw a young man in a green robe, about 17 or 18 years old, standing quietly there with a mischievous smile on his face, looking at him. The young man in the green robe had a somewhat youthful and dark complexion, but his appearance was not bad, with sword-like eyebrows and electric-like starry eyes. It's you? Recognizing Qin Feng's appearance, Li Jian was first startled, then breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that at the entrance of the Tai Xian mountain range, he had invited Qin Feng to join their team, hoping to use Qin Feng as a sacrificial offering against the thunder pattern tiger. Unfortunately, Qin Feng did not fall for it. Unexpectedly, this kid popped up at this moment. Isn't this seeking death? Because after taking a breath-returning pill, Qin Feng's revealed strength was merely at the pinnacle of the Qian Master 9th layer. To someone of his level, at the peak of the Qian Master 7th layer, anyone below the Qian Master was like ants. Hand over the thunder pattern tiger's demon core, and I will spare your life. Qin Feng looked at the demon core in Li Jian's hand. Li Jian, upon hearing this, laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Unable to stop himself from laughing uproariously, he laughed until tears came out, then disdainfully said, I've roamed the Tai Xian mountain range for many years, and this is the first time I've encountered someone as arrogant as you. I must say, you are really brave. Unfortunately, arrogance without enough strength is foolish, and the price of foolishness is death. As his voice fell, Li Jian leaped without hesitation, ready to charge at Qin Feng. But as soon as he took off, his body suddenly stiffened, as if a deflated ball. All his strength instantly dissipated, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Black lines quickly crawled up his face, and threads of black blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. You shamelessly poisoned me. Li Jian's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth as he roared. If it comes to shamelessness, who can be more shameless than you? Qin Feng scoffed. Li Jian, in order to monopolize the demon core of the Thunder Pattern Tiger, did not hesitate to cause the death of 4 companions who fought alongside him. Such a shameless person dares to accuse others of being shameless. Bah! Qin Feng stepped forward, lifted his right foot, and with a thud, crushed his head. Although he could kill Li Jian now, the latter had many treasures on him, and if they really fought, it would take a lot of time, and he might even get injured. Therefore, the moment Qin Feng quietly appeared behind Li Jian, he secretly crushed a corrupt yuan pill. The corrupt yuan pill is a mid-level second-grade poison pill, and dealing with the energy-draining Li Jian was naturally easy. After killing Li Jian, Qin Feng collected his storage ring. Immediately, he gathered the storage rings of other cultivators and the corpse of the Thunder Pattern Tiger, all into his possession. After doing all this, Qin Feng swayed his body and quickly left. Shortly after Qin Feng departed, a group of people arrived in great numbers. They were wearing blue disciple robes. They were the outer disciples of the nearby Taiching sect. Among the crowd, a girl of about 16 or 17 stood out, stunning and beautiful. If Qin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. This girl was Su Wan'er, who had joined the Taiching sect not long ago. Oh no, we're late. The Thunder Pattern Tiger has been killed. Seeing the chaotic scene, the leading male disciple's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and spoke. The demon core of the Thunder Pattern Tiger was something the outer sect elder specifically requested, and now it's gone. What should we do? Yes. If we go back empty-handed like this, the outer sect elder will certainly not let us off lightly. The disciples echoed in agreement. The leading male disciple pondered for a moment and said solemnly, judging from the scene, that person should have left not long ago. Everyone, disperse quickly and search with all your might. We must find him and retrieve the Thunder Pattern Tiger's demon core. Yes, senior brother. Chapter 41, just rely on my strength. Qin Feng activated the stunning shadow technique and swiftly left the canyon. He leaped onto a nearby ancient tree. This ancient tree was hundreds of years old. With dense branches and leaves blocking out the sun, Qin Feng found a thick branch and sat on it. He raised his right hand, continuously forming seals to set up a low-level illusion formation. Then, with a thought, he entered the Qin Tower. The Qin Tower looked like a gray pebble, quietly lying on the branch. Surrounded by dense leaves and reinforced by the illusion formation, he was not worried about being discovered. Inside the straw hut of the Qin Tower, Qin Feng began to organize the spoils of this expedition. He waved his hand and took out the storage rings of Li Jian and the others. There were a total of 9 rings. With a thought, he took out everything inside these 9 storage rings. Clatter! In an instant, countless rare treasures fell like raindrops, scattering everywhere. Colorful and dazzling, it nearly blinded Qin Feng's eyes. Damn! As he clearly saw the items in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed excitedly. There were only a few silver notes. Since these 9 were all cultivators at the profound master level, those mundane items were useless to them. There were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and over 100 mid-grade spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. So in total, there were over 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, there were dozens of yuan increasing pills, 1 Xianyang pill, and 3 explosion yuan pills. There were 2 spirit weapon level long swords, 3 broadswords, and other items like fans and a black gold umbrella. Li Jian alone had 2 spirit weapons, a long sword and that black gold umbrella. In total, there were 10 spirit weapon treasures. Additionally, there were many materials for alchemy and refining, such as Yin Chahua, Zianko, and Zuyangwo, etc. There were 15 Zianko, which was one of Qin Feng's mission items this time. He only needed a hand over a few of them to complete the task. Finally, there were 5 jade slips of martial arts techniques. Li Jian and the others were scattered cultivators, and the techniques they practiced were mostly at the yellow level, which did not catch Qin Feng's eye. However, one of the jade slips caught Qin Feng's attention. The technique recorded in this jade slip was called Wild Desolate Body Refining Technique, which belonged to a high-grade profound level body refining technique. Unfortunately, it was a fragment, only recording the first 5 layers, with the latter 4 layers missing. Therefore, it could only be cultivated to the realm of body quenching divine strength. It was equivalent to the Xianjun realm of martial artists. Body quenching is divided into 9 realms, from low to high: mortal body, forged bones, washed marrow, golden body, divine strength, divine valor, thousand mountains, rock dragon, and myriad forms. They correspond to the realms of cultivators: Xian master, Xian teacher, Xian general, Xian sect, Xian Jun, Xian king, Xian emperor, Xian lord, and Xian sovereign. According to the records of this wild, desolate body refining technique fragment, the complete technique belongs to the earth level. Although it is somewhat regrettable that the technique is incomplete, Qin Feng was still very happy, because although he practiced both body and martial arts, he did not have a true body refining technique. He had only relied on pills to enhance his physical strength. However, this way of enhancing physical strength was quite superficial and lacked a solid foundation. Now, with this wild, desolate body refining technique, it was different. Not only could he speed up the body refining process, but he could also solidify his foundation, greatly increasing his combat power. At the same time, within this wild, desolate body refining technique, there was also a paired martial technique called Wild Desolate 9 Styles. Thunder, shaking mountains, moving seas, and a punch to open the sky. Of course, the incomplete Wild Desolate Body refining technique only had the first 5 styles. Qin Feng was currently at the peak of the 6th layer of the Profound Master Realm and could practice the first 2 styles. Although the Wild Desolate 9 Styles was incomplete, it was still considered high-grade profound level martial technique, much stronger than his Xian Yang sword technique. So Qin Feng immediately became engrossed and began to study it diligently. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Qin Feng suddenly stood up and punched out fiercely. With a bang, the void exploded suddenly, accompanied by flashes of lightning, like a roaring thunder. The punch was like a heavy hammer. This was the first style, Thunder Strike. Haha, awesome, too awesome. After experiencing the power of the Thunder Strike, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. The power of this first style far exceeded his Xian Yang sword technique. It was like a child and an adult both throwing a punch simultaneously. But this was understandable, as the Xian Yang sword technique was only a high-grade yellow martial technique, while the Wild Desolate 9 Styles was a high-grade profound level technique, a whole realm higher. Naturally, their powers were not comparable. This illustrates the importance of the grade of techniques and martial arts. The higher the grade of the technique practiced, the faster the cultivation speed. The more brilliant the martial technique, the more powerful its might. The two complement each other and are indispensable. Having only a technique without a powerful martial art to assist is like a castle in the air. The ancients did not deceive me. Indeed, killing and robbing is the fundamental way to get rich quickly. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly as he murmured to himself. However, this thought was just a passing one. Although Qin Feng was not exactly a good person, he had his principles. He was not the kind of beast that kills innocents indiscriminately without any bottom line. His principle is, if others do not offend me, I do not offend them. If they offend me, then I will kill them. Now that he had obtained the Xianko, he only needed one more illusion hard grass to complete this month's sect task. Qin Feng swayed his body and quickly left the Qinquan Tower, coming outside. More than 3 hours had passed inside the Qinquan Tower, while only a little over half an hour had passed in the outside world. When he appeared, he was still sitting on that thick branch. The surrounding branches and leaves were dense, and the breeze was gentle. Qin Feng lightly leaped down to the ground. Activating the stunning shadow technique, he rushed towards the forest ahead. After running for a while, a blue shadow suddenly rushed out from a nearby mountain hollow, blocking his path. It was a young man, about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a blue long robe. He had an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would be hard to notice in a crowd. The collar of his robe was embroidered with a crescent blue moon, the emblem of the Tai Ching sect. Although this person was not striking in appearance, his strength was considerable, having already reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qian Master Realm. His cultivation was comparable to Li Jian's. What do you want? Qin Feng's expression darkened, speaking with displeasure. The Taishan sect and the Taiqing sect both established their sects on the outskirts of the Taishan Mountains, so the two sects were not far apart. Although there were constant covert skirmishes for cultivation resources, they maintained a facade of harmony and had not completely torn apart their relationship. I ask you, have you been to the nearby canyon? The young man coldly asked, pointing towards the distant canyon. No. Qin Feng shook his head. He wasn't afraid of this guy. He just didn't want to waste time entangled with him, so he chose to deny it. I don't believe you. Hand over your storage ring for me to check. The young man said expressionlessly. What? Qin Feng was almost amused by this. It should be known that forcibly checking someone else's storage ring was a major taboo in the cultivation world. After all, everyone has their own privacy. How could one allow others to pry into it? It was like asking a woman to strip naked for inspection right in front of you. How could Qin Feng tolerate that? What do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to check my storage ring? Qin Feng said, his face as cold as ice. Just because I'm stronger than you. The young man said arrogantly, waving his right hand and launching a punch at Qin Feng. He was at the peak of the 7th level of the Qian Master Realm, while Qin Feng was at the peak of the 6th level. He was indeed a small step above Qin Feng. For an average person, he would indeed be stronger. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was not an average person, looking for death. Seeing this guy so brazen, Qin Feng was also enraged. Boom! Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and unleashed the 9 styles of the savage wilderness, striking fiercely. A massive sound echoed and lightning flashed. Crack! A piercing scream rang out as the young man's entire right arm was instantly blown apart. Blood mist filled the air, drifting down like rain. The young man, as if struck by lightning, flew back with a pale face, crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Feng's figure flickered and followed closely, raising his right foot to step on the young man's head. Are you stronger than me? Why are you so weak now? Qin Feng looked down at him, grinning wickedly. Senior brother, spare me, I was wrong. The young man, terrified to the core, hurriedly begged, please, senior brother, considering our sects have a good relationship. Spare my life, and I will never disrespect you again. There is no next time. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly as he stomped down hard. With a bang, the young man's head burst open, his soul scattering. He believed that if he hadn't been stronger than this young man, falling into his hands today would have meant he couldn't live or die. For such bullies, he showed no mercy. After eliminating the young man and taking off his storage ring, Qin Feng flew away. Chapter 42, Python Blood Branch. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Qin Feng had gathered quite a few herbs and monster cores. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found the illusion heart grass. Now, he had been in the Taishan Mountains for 8 days. If he stayed here for another 2 days without finding it, he would just give up. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He couldn't spend all his time looking for the illusion heart grass. Although he couldn't complete the task, he could go back and switch to an easier one. The reason he planned to return in 2 days was that he was almost ready with the materials to refine the yin-yang pill. He was just missing one main material, the Python Blood Branch. As long as he found the Python Blood Branch, he could successfully refine a yin-yang pill and then smoothly cultivate the yin-yang everlasting technique. Although the yin-yang everlasting technique was a dual cultivation method, it was also a heavenly level technique. Qin Feng was unwilling to give up, even though he didn't have a partner now. Who could say he wouldn't find a woman in the future? It was just preparing in advance. When the time comes, finding a woman with whom he resonates and lying together would be wonderful, right? Cough, cough, of course it's too early to say such things now. So Qin Feng planned to spend another 2 days looking for the Python Blood Branch. According to the secret record of alchemy, the Python Blood Branch was a spirit plant bathed in the blood of a demon python. It preferred sunlight and grew in hot, dry places. Next, Qin Feng planned to focus on searching these areas. Suddenly, his body swayed, and with the skill of Shocking Swan and Vanishing Shadow, he left behind a shadow and disappeared. After running for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Qin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He faintly heard a series of piercing screams. Help! Help! It was a woman's voice, extremely tragic. Qin Feng's expression tightened. After thinking for a moment, he leaped and ran towards the sound. He wasn't trying to meddle. He just wanted to see what was happening. Perhaps that woman had discovered some treasures and was being chased by a guardian beast. After a few flashes, Qin Feng successfully arrived at the destination. It was about 1,000 feet from the source of the sound. He leaped onto a towering ancient tree. Then looking down from above, he saw an incredibly tragic scene unfolding in the valley ahead. A young woman was tightly bound to a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. 3 men in blue robes were bullying her together. They wielded long whips and struck down on the woman fiercely. One whip from you, one whip from me. It was like they were playing, completely disregarding the woman's life or death. Bitch, I'm asking you one last time. Where's that place? A blue-robed man shouted loudly. I don't know. The young woman hung her head, weakly replying. Stubborn. The blue-robed man was furious. I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. As his voice fell, he raised the long whip in his hand, which fell like raindrops. Soon, the woman was whipped all over, bleeding profusely. Third senior brother, this bitch's mouth is too hard. It seems we need to think of another way to pry open her mouth. At this time, another blue-robed man said, Oh, Lao Lu, do you have a method? The leading blue-robed man asked. The man called Lao Lu nodded. Women value their purity the most. Based on my years of experience, she must still be a virgin. Why don't we approach it from this angle? It might just work. The leading blue-robed man pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, let's do it your way. You go. Huh? Me? Lao Lu immediately shook his head, looking mournful. Third senior brother, I can't do it. Let seventh junior brother go. No, I don't want to. Seventh junior brother immediately shook his head without hesitation, saying loudly, I can't do it either. After all, this woman looked like a ghost, with a mouth like a blood basin, incredibly ugly. Moreover, she had been whipped to the point of her skin being torn and blood pouring out. It was completely unbearable to look at. If I do this, won't I have nightmares every day? Lao Chi, the idea was mine. You should contribute too. Lao Lu shouted. Well, indeed, Lao Chi, you have to work hard, go. The third senior brother said, smiling as he patted Lao Chi's shoulder. You two are so annoying, Lao Chi said, feeling extremely frustrated. What do you mean, you two? Hurry up, this is an order. If you can't complete the task, you won't have good days in the sect in the future. The third senior brother said sternly. Oh, fine. Lao Chi had no choice but to nod reluctantly. Huh, that's more like it. Lao Chi, I have high hopes for you. Lao Liu Lao Vet Her Titi Li. Upon hearing this, Lao Chi couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. No wonder it's you, Lao Lu. Damn it, you come up with this rotten idea, but I have to do such disgusting things. Sigh. Who told me I'm the youngest here? Grinding his teeth, Lao Chi rushed forward and tore the woman's dress apart. No. The woman screamed loudly. Help, someone help me. Damn it, shut up. As if you're the one who's wronged. Do you know who the real victim is here? Lao Chi was incredibly frustrated and slapped her a few times. Then, closing his eyes, he continued to rip at her dress. No, I'll talk. Is that enough? Seeing that Lao Chi was serious, the woman completely broke down. Okay, hurry up and say it, as long as you tell me. I promise not to touch you. Lao Chi was overjoyed, suddenly opening his eyes and looking at the woman. Damn it, finally escaped the calamity. No more nightmares in the future. The yang bloodgrass I found is in a remote valley about 10,000 feet from here, the woman replied truthfully. Is there more there? Upon hearing this, the third senior brother's eyes lit up as he loudly asked. Yes. The woman nodded repeatedly. Ha, great. Let's set off right now. You lead the way. The third senior brother was overjoyed and gave Lao Chi a glance. Lao Chi, carry her. Okay, third senior brother. Lao Chi nodded, untied the ropes binding the woman, and directly threw her over his shoulder. Following the woman's directions, the 3 of them flew away. Young bloodgrass? Qin Feng's heart stirred upon hearing this, and after thinking for a moment, he quickly followed. Young bloodgrass prefers sunlight and grows in hot and dry places. There might be unexpected gains. As for saving that woman, forget it. Qin Feng didn't know her and didn't understand her character. Why save her? What if she turned out to be an ungrateful wolf? While pondering, Qin Feng concealed his presence and quietly followed. Soon, the 4 of them successfully reached their destination. Before them was a huge sunlit valley. The valley was lush with trees and beautiful scenery. However, within the valley lay countless scattered, eerie white bones. Are you sure it's here? The third senior brother raised an eyebrow and asked the woman that Lao-Chi was carrying. The woman nodded weakly and replied, "Yes. My young bloodgrass was found deep in this valley. That location still has a powerful, incomplete restriction. I almost died there. Let's go in and take a look." The third senior brother commanded, leading everyone deeper into the valley. Upon reaching the destination, the third senior brother stopped. On the ground ahead, there were fresh blood stains scattered about. This should be the place. Lao Lu, try attacking to see how powerful the restriction is. The third senior brother instructed. Yes. Third senior brother. Lao Lu nodded, raised his right hand, and struck out with the palm. With a loud bang, as the profound energy palm print landed, the void ahead suddenly twisted sharply. Ancient runes flickered rapidly, instantly transforming into a faint blood-colored light shield. Inside the blood-colored light shield, strange herbs were thriving. Most of them were young bloodgrass, and there was also a vine-like red plant that seemed to coil like a python. Hiss! So much young bloodgrass. There's actually a pleasant surprise. That's a second-tier peak python blood branch. Haha, we really hit the jackpot this time. Seeing this, the third senior brother and the others were all overjoyed. Chapter 43. The fisherman profits. The third senior brother's divine sense moved, probing towards the blood-colored light shield ahead. However, as soon as his divine sense reached it, it was shattered by a powerful force. Puff! The third senior brother's body trembled, suffering serious backlash as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said with immense frustration, "Damn it. Who is the heartless bastard who set up this restriction here in advance? Truly despicable." The restriction here must have been set up after someone discovered the large quantity of young bloodgrass and python blood branches. Perhaps at that time, the young bloodgrass and python blood branches hadn't matured yet, so they wanted to use the restriction to seal and protect them. When they matured, they would come back to harvest, but it ended up causing trouble for the third senior brother and the others. Third senior brother, is that restriction very strong? Lao Lu asked. Very strong. The third senior brother nodded solemnly, based on my years of experience. The person who set up the restriction is at least a peak Xian general level expert. Huh? So strong, what are we going to do? Lao Lu wailed in despair. No witties. The third senior brother shook his head and explained if the restriction had just been set up, even if we joined forces, we wouldn't be able to break it. But now there's hope. Oh, why? Lao Lu asked in confusion. Because this restriction has been in place for too long. Over time, with wind and rain, and after withstanding numerous attacks from cultivators, it is now incomplete and its power is far less than before. If the three of us join forces and give it our all, we should be able to break it. The third senior brother replied. Haha, that's great. Lao Lu smiled with relief. Lao-Chi, unlock her acupoints and let her come help us. The third senior brother gestured towards Lao-Chi. Okay, third senior brother. Lao-Chi nodded, waved his hand, and unlocked the woman's sealed acupoints, then menacingly threatened, Go, help us together, and remember, don't play any tricks or think about escaping. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death. I understand, I won't run away. The woman replied tremulously. Next, the four of them attacked together, pouring all their strength into the blood-colored light shield. Boom! The loud noise shook the valley. The birds in the valley's trees were frightened and took to the sky. The blood-colored light shield trembled violently. In the next moment, thin streams of blood light shot out from the shield, like lightning, fiercely aimed at the four of them. Not good, quickly dodge. The third senior brother's expression changed as he moved first to create distance. The woman, already aware of the danger here, dodged the moment the third senior brother spoke. Lao Lu and Lao-Chi, unable to evade in time, were struck. One was hit in the right arm, the other in the right leg. As a result, one lost an arm, and the other lost a leg, both howling in pain. Seeing his two junior brothers injured, the third senior brother was instantly filled with rage. He raised his right hand and slapped the woman hard across the face. You wretch. How could you not say it was so dangerous here? Woo, I said it before. The woman cried out in grievance. As her tears fell, they quickly washed away the blood on her face, revealing smooth, jade-like skin. Huh, you wretched girl, you change your appearance? The third senior brother's heart stirred. He suddenly yanked the woman up from the ground and waved his sleeve. Whoosh! The blood on the woman's face instantly vanished, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. I didn't change my appearance. I took an appearance-changing pill, and now the effect has worn off, the woman replied in fear. She was beautiful, and to protect herself, she had taken an appearance-changing pill before entering the Taishan mountain range. It could change her appearance at will for 2 hours. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the effect had passed. Haha, it doesn't matter, I didn't expect you to be this pretty. The third senior brother grinned wickedly, secretly licking his lips. W, what are you going to do? The woman trembled in fear. Don't worry, I won't touch you for now, the third senior brother said with a sinister smile. Let us go. Come with me to continue breaking the restriction. The third senior brother took the woman's hand and led her forward. All right, you two. Stop howling and get up to join me in the attack. The third senior brother shouted at the other two. Lao Lu and Lao Chi nodded and quickly coordinated. Boom! 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 The four of them launched another full-force attack on the blood-colored light shield. Having learned from the past, they were already able to avoid the blood-red light shield's attack in advance when it burst forth with a blood-colored glow. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. With a loud bang, as the third senior brother's final palm strike came down, it seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The blood-colored light shield exploded. Ha! The third senior brother laughed back, leaped into the air, and was about to rush forward. But just as he was about to take off, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a section of a blood-colored blade protruding from his chest. The third senior brother turned back suddenly and found a woman glaring at him with a face full of resentment. Bitch, you haha beast, go die. The woman laughed maniacally, yanked out the blade, and swung it down at the third senior brother. She knew that once the third senior brother successfully harvested the herbs ahead, it would be her turn to be bullied. Rather than being tormented and humiliated to death by the beast, she preferred to fight back to the bitter end. The heavily injured third senior brother was instantly chopped into meat paste by the woman's frenzied strikes. Everything happened too quickly. The sixth and seventh brothers had no time to react and saw their third senior brother had died. Bitch, you're looking for death. Kill her. Avenge the third senior brother. Coming back to their senses from the shock, the two shouted in anger and charged towards the woman like lightning. The woman laughed back, holding the blade, and charged directly at them. After all, she had already killed one to take the fall. Even if she died, it wouldn't be a loss. Bang, bang, bang. Under the combined efforts of the two, the woman was quickly thrown out like a scarecrow, crashing heavily to the ground. The two jumped into the air and rushed towards the woman, wanting to finish her off. Just then, a tall figure flashed and landed in front of the woman, blocking their path. It was Qin Feng. He wore a black cloak that covered most of his face. Who are you? The sixth and seventh brothers stopped in unison. Hey, as disciples of the Ta Ching sect, how can you be so frenzied? I really can't bear to watch. Qin Feng shook his head. He hadn't planned to meddle, but suddenly remembered the days he had been bullied while begging outside. At that time, he had wished for a hero-like figure to descend from the heavens and save him from the fire and water. Moreover, this woman had the guts to fight for her innocence even when facing death. He was touched and decided to help her once. You dog, you're looking for death. Kill him. Upon hearing this, the two were furiously enraged and attacked Qin Feng together. One was at the 5th level of the Xian Master Realm, and the other was at the 6th level. Thunder. Qin Feng let out a roar and slammed out a punch. Amidst the flashing lightning, the 6th brother, who was at the forefront, was instantly turned into meat paste by a single punch. The 7th brother was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder split, and his body swayed as he was about to turn and run. But before he could escape too far, Qin Feng flashed like a startled swan and blocked his path. Raising his right hand, he smashed his fist and exploded the 7th brother's head. He dealt with the two and collected their storage rings. As he passed by the woman, he casually took the 3rd senior brother's storage ring. Arriving ahead, Qin Feng waved his hand and collected over 20 young blood herbs and the python blood branch into the Qian Kuan Tower to plant in the fertile fields. After doing all this, Qin Feng's figure swayed and transformed into a shadow, rushing out of the valley. Senior, thank you for saving me. My name is Lu Qingmei. May I ask how to address you? The woman shouted from behind. Qin Feng ignored her and floated away. Chapter 44. Looking for a partner. Far from the valley, Qin Feng found a safe cave and entered it. He casually set up a low-level illusion formation at the cave entrance. Then he went deep into the cave. With a thought, he entered the Qin Hao Tower. This time the harvest was good. He had successfully found the Python blood branch, which could be used to refine the yin-yang pill. However, before refining the pill, he wanted to see what good things were in the storage rings of the 3 Ta Ching sect disciples. Clatter. Countless treasures fell to the ground like raindrops. Over 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, a dozen bottles of pills, 3 jade slips of techniques. One was the basic technique for outer disciples of the Ta Ching sect. The Ta Ching secret classic, a low-grade, Xian-level technique. However, it was incomplete, containing only the first 2 layers of incantations, allowing cultivation only up to the peak of the Xian master realm. This could be dismissed. It was useless to Qin Feng. The second one was a movement technique. Qin Feng step, also a low-grade Xian level. It was not as good as the Jinghong Ju Ing Qin Feng cultivated. Dismissed. The third one was a body refinement technique. Body refinement technique, a mid-grade Huang-level technique, far inferior to the wild body refinement technique Qin Feng practiced. Damn, 3 broke people, no wonder they like to kill and rob. Qin Feng shook his head. Aside from the spirit stones and pills, which were somewhat useful to him, the rest were of no value. One word, poor. As his cultivation level gradually increased, Qin Feng's horizons also kept broadening. Nowadays, such things no longer caught his eye. Collecting the 3's belongings, Qin Feng stepped out of the thatched hut and arrived in the fertile fields. A glance revealed that the yin-cha flowers planted inside were already glowing red and shining brilliantly. This was a sign of complete maturity. Qin Feng waved his hand and harvested the yin-cha flowers, packing them into a special vessel. Then he also harvested many auxiliary herbs and the main material, the python blood branch. Returning to the thatched hut, lifting the blocking board under the cauldron, he threw in hundreds of spirit stones and prepared to refine the yin-yang pill. He was now a peak second-grade alchemist. Moreover, his pill success rate was not low, reaching about 70%. Refining the yin-yang pill should be no problem. With a flick, the yin-cha flower flew out and fell into the cauldron. With a thought, he quietly entered the cauldron and began to control the heat of the pill fire. The flames blazed fiercely, burning wildly. Threads of black gas wafted out from the yin-cha flower, drifting in all directions. Qin Feng was fully focused on refining the pills, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, because the main material for refining the yin-yang pill was only one portion. If he failed, it would be disastrous. Finding it again would take a lot of time. Under his careful control, the impurities in the yin-cha flower were quickly refined. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Strange, fragrant scents emanated from the cauldron. As the pill fire in the cauldron gradually extinguished, Qin Feng immediately raised his right hand and gently clapped. With a bang, the cauldron lid flew up and landed on the ground beside it. Looking down, he saw 3 pills quietly lying in the cauldron. 2 emitted faint red light, with a pleasant aroma wafting through the air. The third one was char-black, emitting a foul smell. Ha ha ha. However, Qin Feng was very happy. Although one failed, the success rate still reached about 70%. Having 2 successful pills was already quite good. He took out the 2 pills and stored them in small jade bottles. Now that he had the yin-yang pill, Qin Feng planned to make a concerted effort to start practicing the yin-yang eternal spring technique, striving to enter the gate as quickly as possible. Sitting cross-legged, he focused on his cultivation for about a stick of incense's worth of time. Once his whole spirit, energy, and state were fully restored to peak condition, Qin Feng immediately took out a yin-yang pill and tossed it into his mouth. With a loud bang, the pill melted upon entry. A strange warm current quickly slid down his throat, flooding into his limbs and bones. Qin Feng's skin instantly turned bright red, and his body felt extremely hot. It was as if a raging fire was burning fiercely within him. Qin Feng quickly held his breath and concentrated, beginning to operate according to the incantations of the yin-yang eternal spring technique. With a whoosh, The spiritual energy from the outside world surged towards the cave where he resided like a tidal wave. It then passed directly through the Qin Tower and flowed into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng continuously operated the energy within him crazily, one circulation after another. The heat inside his body gradually dissipated. At the same time, the aura around him rapidly soared. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 hours had gone by. Boom! A dull explosion suddenly echoed from within Qin Feng's body. His cultivation bottleneck quickly broke through, successfully stepping into the 7th layer of the profound master realm. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shot out from within, dazzling like a rainbow. Ha! As expected, it's a heavenly level technique. The speed of improvement is indeed fast. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. If he had been practicing the yellow-grade high-tier technique, Xianyang Ju, it would have taken him at least several days to successfully break through the bottleneck to reach the 7th layer of the profound master realm. However now, while practicing the heavenly level technique Yin Yang Changchun Ju, this time was significantly shortened. However, with the increase in cultivation, Qin Feng also discovered a problem. That is, the yang energy within him was exceptionally abundant, like a surging river, desperately wanting to find a vent. In short, he wanted women. Sigh, until he found a suitable partner. It was better to refrain from practicing this Yin Yang Changchun Ju to avoid excessive yang energy leading to his own demise. Qin Feng shook his head, smiling wryly. This Yin Yang Changchun Ju is originally a technique for both men and women to cultivate together. If one practices desperately alone, although the speed of cultivation is fast, it is also very dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Who could be his partner? Senior sister? Qin Feng immediately thought of the senior sister with whom he had been involved. But as soon as the thought arose, he quickly extinguished it. Murong is the direct disciple of the sect master, holding a high position in the Taixin sect, and her cultivation is sky-high. She is at the peak of the profound sect realm, just one step away from entering the profound monarch realm. To be honest, Qin Feng feels unworthy now. If he rashly approached the senior sister, saying he wanted to cultivate with her, Murong would undoubtedly slap him into a meat paste without saying a word. For the sake of his life, it was better not to engage in such risky behavior. Su Wan'er? Qin Feng's thoughts shifted, considering Su Wan'er. Su Wan'er had indeed treated him well, but she was the esteemed daughter of the Su family. Moreover, she had now joined the Taixin sect. It seemed equally difficult to pursue her. Sigh, let us take it one step at a time. Matters of partners can only rely on fate and cannot be forced. Qin Feng shook his head. Calming his emotions, Qin Feng focused his thoughts and left the Qin Tower. There was only one day left. He planned to continue searching for the illusory heart grass. If he really couldn't find it, he would just switch to an easier task. Leaving the cave, Qin Feng spread his wings, soaring away like a swift shadow. Chapter 45. Chance encounter with Su Wan'er. Qin Feng spread his wings, weaving through the forest. As he advanced, his consciousness expanded, paying attention to every movement around him. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Qin Feng paused his steps. He quickly turned around and rushed toward a nearby mountain hollow. Under his consciousness, he discovered several second-tier herbs. The herbs grew beside a towering ancient tree. They were about the length of chopsticks, with long leaves shimmering with twinkling starlight. Star spirit grass, one of the auxiliary materials for refining the Xianyang pill. Roar! Just as Qin Feng was about to approach, a deafening roar suddenly came from behind the ancient tree. Immediately after, a strong, fishy wind assaulted his nostrils. A white shadow, resembling a small mountain, leaped towards Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, he threw a punch. Bang! This punch landed squarely on the white shadow's forehead. Blood spurted, and the white shadow's head was directly smashed by Qin Feng, revealing a huge hole. With a howl accompanied by a chilling scream, the mid-stage second-tier Baiyun illusionary wolf instantly perished. Since there was a Baiyun illusionary wolf, there must be illusory heart grass nearby. Seeing the appearance of the slain beast, Qin Feng rejoiced. According to the alchemy secret tome, The Bayun illusionary wolf's favorite food is the illusory heartgrass. Generally, wherever there are Bayun illusionary wolves, there will be illusory heartgrass. Thinking of this, Qin Feng waved his sleeve without hesitation, directly collecting the Bayun illusionary wolf's corpse. Then, he seamlessly gathered the few star spirit grasses into the Qin Tower, planting them in fertile soil. These star spirit grasses had not fully matured yet and needed to be planted in fertile soil for a while. Qin Feng bypassed the ancient tree and continued rushing deeper into the mountain hollow. Deep in the hollow, there was a huge cave. The cave entrance was about 30 feet high, with jagged stone walls on both sides, resembling sharp teeth. A faint, peculiar fragrance wafted from within the cave. It really is the illusory heartgrass. Smelling this unique fragrance, Qin Feng's heart stirred. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng did not directly enter the cave, but instead expanded his consciousness to probe into the cave's interior. Upon probing, he was surprised. Deep within the cave was actually a wolf den. A female wolf had just given birth to 4 wolf cubs. All these wolves were completely snow-white, resembling the clouds in the sky, without a single strand of mixed fur. They were the Bayun illusionary wolves. Most likely, the one that Qin Feng had just killed was the female wolf's mate, and the female wolf was unable to go out because she had just given birth. In a corner of the cave, there was a pit about several feet wide. Inside, 3 herbs shimmering with a soft white light were growing. At first glance, it looked dreamlike. These 3 herbs were the illusory heartgrass. Without hesitation, Qin Feng strode towards the depths of the cave. The female wolf strength was also mid-stage second tier, comparable to a human cultivator at the peak of the profound master 5th layer. Plus, she had just given birth to cubs. Her combat power would definitely plummet. It would be easy for Qin Feng to kill her. Entering the cave, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the female wolf. Upon seeing Qin Feng's gaze, the female wolf let out a howl, baring her sharp fangs. At the same time, she desperately used her body to protect the 4 wolf cubs behind her. From her appearance, if Qin Feng dared to harm her children, she would fight him to the death. Seeing the situation, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, he thought of his own biological parents. Even beasts know how to protect their young, but what about his parents? For the sake of an illegitimate child, they had ruthlessly driven him out of the house. Even Qin Tianlong often threatened to kill him. How ironic. Forget it, considering how fiercely you protect your young. I won't kill you. Qin Feng spoke calmly. After saying this, he walked up to the pit, casually waving his hand to collect the 3 illusory heart grasses. After doing all this, Qin Feng quickly turned around and walked out of the cave. As the female wolf watched Qin Feng leave without harming her cubs, a deep gratitude flashed in her eyes, and she began to whimper softly, as if thanking him. However, Qin Feng did not take it to heart. His main goal was the illusory heartgrass. As for whether to kill those wolves, it didn't matter. Indeed, all things have spirit. It's a pity that sometimes humans are even worse than beasts. Qin Feng didn't know how other people's parents were, but he was very clear that his own parents were worse than beasts. However, Qin Feng had also come to terms with it. He had completely severed ties with the Qin family. Whatever they do is none of his business anymore. Leaving the cave, Qin Feng shook his head, casting away his distracting thoughts. With the swift shadow spread, he raced towards the outside of the Taishan Mountains. Now that he had completed both tasks, he had also found plenty of the herbs he needed. For the next period of time, I can focus on cultivating in the sect. There is still more than a month until the outer sect disciples competition. With the help of the Qin Tower, I should be able to reach the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. Qin Feng accelerated to the limit, resembling a fleeting shadow flashing through the forest. Many demon beasts were preparing to launch an attack. However, soon, Qin Feng had disappeared in an instant. They could only howl in disappointment and continue to retreat into the grass. Suddenly, at that moment, a heart-wrenching crying sound wafted through the wind. Intrigued, Qin Feng glanced in the direction of the sound. But with just a glance, his heart trembled violently. He saw a familiar silhouette by the path ahead, sitting on a huge rock, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She wore a blue long dress, was around 18 years old, had phoenix eyes and willow leaf eyebrows. and her beauty was unparalleled. At this moment, she was crying heartbreakingly, with tears like pearls streaming down her cheeks, particularly heart-wrenching. Who else could it be but Su Wanner? Because Qin Feng wanted to return to the Taishan sect as soon as possible, he had chosen a very remote path. It was rarely traveled. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Su Wanner here by chance, and she was crying so sadly. Qin Feng hurriedly slowed down and approached Su Wanner slowly. Noticing someone approaching, Su Wanner raised her misty tear-filled eyes and looked over. "Is it you?" Seeing Qin Feng, Su Wanner was also taken aback. "Brother Qin Feng, how did you come here? Don't ask me how I got here first. Tell me, what happened that made you cry so sadly?" Qin Feng sat down on the rock beside Su Wanner, asking with curiosity. Su Wanner's expression tightened, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Did someone bully you?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner didn't answer. Instead, she silently gazed at Qin Feng, seemingly contemplating. "Wanner, just say it. What exactly happened?" Qin Feng asked again. Hearing this, Su Wanner suddenly asked, "Brother Qin Feng, if I run into trouble, would you be willing to help me?" "Of course." Qin Feng nodded vigorously without hesitation, saying loudly, "As long as I can help, I will definitely do it." Qin Feng had few friends, and Su Wanner could be considered the only one. Now that she was in trouble, how could he refuse? "Well then, Brother Qin Feng, you can have me now." Su Wanner stared at Qin Feng without blinking, shocking him with her words. "What?" Qin Feng was taken aback. Did he hear wrong? What kind of words were those? Chapter 46. Mutual benefit. Qin Feng took a deep breath and said seriously, "Wanner, don't joke around. Just tell me, what trouble did you encounter?" "I can't help you," Su Wanner replied without hesitation. Qin Feng frowned slightly. "You haven't even said what it is. How do you know I can't help?" Because Su Wanner glanced at Qin Feng after saying this, shook her head, and sighed secretly, not continuing. The trouble she encountered was simply too great. If she told Qin Feng, it would only bring him immense psychological pressure. It's better not to say. "Wanner, please tell me, what trouble is it? How can I help you?" Qin Feng took a deep breath and asked patiently. If it were anyone else, he would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. But Su Wanner held a different place in his heart. Besides treating her as a friend, deep down, Qin Feng also harbored some other feelings for Su Wanner, akin to a youthful dream. Unfortunately, he was clear that there was a huge difference in status between him and Su Wanner. It was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for him and Su Wanner. So he had always kept this youthful dream buried deep in his heart. But now, he was also a cultivator at the 7th level of the Xian Master Realm. Although not particularly strong, he had enough self-defense capability. Perhaps he could help Su Wanner. Hearing this, Su Wanner immediately fixated her beautiful eyes on Qin Feng and said in a deep voice, "Brother Qin Feng, stop asking so much. If you really want to help me, then you can have me now." Qin Feng was speechless. What was all this about? Asking her, and she wouldn't say. In fact, Qin Feng was quite willing to agree to Su Wanner's request, because this was exactly what he had always dreamed of. A stunningly beautiful girl, asking you to have her. Any man would find it hard to refuse. If he refused, he wouldn't be a man. But Qin Feng always felt something was off. After all, Su Wanner was not that casual of a person. She had always kept herself pure and clean. Now she suddenly made such a special request, which must mean she had encountered a huge trouble she couldn't solve. Could it be that Su Wanner wanted to enjoy herself before dying? If that were the case, then he absolutely couldn't agree. Thinking of this, Qin Feng said solemnly, "Wanner, I don't know what trouble you have encountered that made you make such a choice. Since you won't say, I won't ask further. I just want to know, after you let me have you, will you go seek death?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanner looked strange and then chuckled. "Brother Qin Feng, what are you thinking?" I said, "As long as you have me, that means you're helping me. Since you have helped me, why would I seek death?" "Really?" Qin Feng still half believed it. "Yes, really." Su Wanner nodded seriously. "All right, I understand," Qin Feng said, quickly moving closer to Su Wanner, reaching out to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Since Su Wanner said so, if he didn't act, he really wouldn't be a man. A strange, sweet scent wafted towards him. Su Wanner not only looked beautiful, but her figure was also exquisite. Her waist slim and easily grasped. The feel was excellent. As Qin Feng's large hand came in, Su Wanner trembled. Her entire body became extremely tense. Her pretty face blushed like blood, as if it were the evening glow in the sky. Although she wanted to use this method to solve her troubles, once it came to the real deal, she found it somewhat hard to adapt. After all, she had maintained her purity and cleanliness for 16 years. Now, suddenly being so close to a man was difficult to accept. Sensing Su Wanner's tension in her stiff body, Qin Feng quickly let go. Wanner, if you can't accept it, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner glanced at Qin Feng with a complex expression. After pondering for a long time, she finally gritted her teeth and said, Brother Qin Feng, let us go to that nearby valley. After saying that, she pointed to the vicinity. When Qin Feng passed by there, he indeed noticed a valley. The scenery inside was beautiful, with clear mountains and water. Moreover, there was a huge waterfall cascading down from the mountain peak. Are you serious? Qin Feng asked in a deep voice. Yes, after you have me. I will tell you everything. Su Wanner gently nodded. All right. Qin Feng no longer said much and nodded. He directly picked up Su Wanner in a horizontal embrace and leaped towards the nearby valley. Suddenly being picked up by Qin Feng, Su Wanner let out a surprised cry. But soon, her face turned red, burying her entire face in Qin Feng's chest, feeling the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. As they moved forward, a fiery blaze ignited in Qin Feng's heart. He felt a strange heat surge rapidly from his dantian, rushing straight to the top of his head. Su Wanner was, after all, the dream of his youth. Now, having the chance to intimately embrace her, while also helping Su Wanner, he naturally couldn't ask for more. As for the reason, Su Wanner had also mentioned. After everything, she would tell him everything. Since that was the case, let us deal with the current matter first. Soon, Qin Feng, carrying Su Wanner, reached their destination. In the valley, the trees are lush and shady, and the scenery is picturesque. A huge silver waterfall cascades down from the peak of the mountain, crashing into the water pool below with a series of rumbling sounds. Qin Feng gently places Su Wanner on the grass. Su Wanner, feeling embarrassed, closes her eyes tightly and dares not look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng casually waves his hand and takes out a formation plate. After placing a spirit stone inside, he makes a gesture with his fingers. Suddenly, the formation plate bursts into a bright white light, intertwining and transforming into a large white net that envelopes an area of several dozen meters. Soon, the white net gradually merges into the void and disappears. This Taishan breathing stop formation was purchased by Qin Feng at the Taishan sect for 230 points. It is a large formation that conceals one's aura. Once activated, unless a Xuanjuan level expert arrives, no one can forcefully probe into it. However, this is the outskirts of the Taishan mountain range, where most visitors are Xian masters and Xian warriors, with very few Xian generals. Therefore, with this formation providing cover, it is very safe. Brother Qin Feng, this is my first time. Please be gentle. I will. It was said, in the valley, where no one is present, the spring day is long. The grass is slightly cool, lying on fragrant skin. The shy flower reflects, how similar, wanting to speak but holding back, hoping you will come. About half an hour later, Brother Qin Feng, it hurts. Qin Feng was about to speak words of comfort, but at that moment his body trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and strange warm current surged into his dantian. His aura instantly skyrocketed. He directly jumped from the early stage of the 7th level of Xian Master to the mid-stage and later stage, finally stopping at the peak of the 7th level of Xian Master. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He never expected the effect of this first time to be so good, directly raising him by 3 small stages. The yin-yang Changchun-ju is indeed against the heavens. I didn't even deliberately operate it, yet I've improved so much afterward. Qin Feng sighed in amazement. This was undoubtedly a true case of lying down to win. He subconsciously moved his spiritual sense towards Su Wanner. Upon probing, the corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Su Wanner also gained tremendous benefits. Her strength rising from the early stage of the 8th level of Xian Master to the peak of the 9th level of Xian Master. Just one step away, she could enter the Xian Master realm. Wanner, take a look at your cultivation, Qin Feng said. Hearing this, Su Wanner responded with an and focused her spiritual sense inward. Brother Qin Feng, what's going on? How did I break through to the peak of the 9th level of Xian Master? Su Wanner's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she asked. Chapter 47 Reason Qin Feng smiled slightly and simply explained the matter of the yin yang chang chunju. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner was both surprised and delighted. So, as long as I practice with you often in the future, our cultivation will keep improving? Yes, that's right. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Haha, that's great. Upon hearing this, Su Wanner joyfully kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. She originally just wanted to solve her big problem, but unexpectedly Qin Feng gave her a huge surprise. Wanner, can you now tell me why you did this? Qin Feng stared at Su Wanner's delicate face. Hearing this, Su Wanner nodded with a serious expression. Well, the situation is like this. After listening to her story, Qin Feng suddenly understood. It turns out that the Su family wanted to offer Su Wanner to the 9th prince of the Daong dynasty, Ying Dang, for the family's interests. That 9th prince, Ying Dang, is notoriously lustful and infamous, known throughout the entire northern wilderness region as a beauty hunter. It is said that his lifelong ambition is to collect all the beauties of the world into his harem. To achieve this grand goal, Ying Dang specifically established a special organization called the Qin Feng Pavilion. Not long ago, people from the Qin Feng Pavilion suddenly arrived in Tianwang City, having heard of Su Wanner's great fame. Thus, they found the head of the Su family and asked him to send his daughter to the imperial city. If he agreed, they would use the influence of the dynasty to fully support the Su family and help it develop and grow. Otherwise, the Su family would face extermination. The Su family is merely one of the 4 great families of Liangzhou, and compared to the entire Daong dynasty, it is like an ant compared to an elephant. They could not resist and had to helplessly agree. So, the head of the Su family immediately informed Su Wanner of this matter, urging her to leave Taiqing's sect and return home as soon as possible, then head to the imperial city. Su Wanner had long heard many disgusting rumors about the 9th prince Ying Dang and naturally found it hard to accept. This was also the main reason why Su Wanner had been sitting there crying in pain earlier. Because once she fell into Ying Dang's hands, it would undoubtedly be like jumping into a fire pit. Her life would be over. She originally thought her life was destined to end in tragedy, but unexpectedly, she met Qin Feng. So, Su Wanner thought of a way, which was to immediately have a relationship with Qin Feng, to ruin her purity. As long as she was no longer a virgin, she would not qualify to become Ying Dang's woman, because Ying Dang had another peculiar preference, that is, he only liked virgins. Once a woman lost her virginity, he would lose interest. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Qin Feng frowned and looked at Su Wanner. Won't doing this offend the 9th prince and bring harm to your Su family? Su Wanner thought for a moment. Shook her head. It should be fine. If the people from a Qin Feng Pavilion find out that I am no longer a virgin, they won't force me to go to the imperial city. At that time, I can have my father bribe those people again, and it should be able to turn a big problem into a small one, and in the end, it will just fizzle out. After all, the world is so big, and there are so many beauties, and the 9th Prince Ying Dang already has thousands of beauties in his harem. Losing one more is not a big deal. I think you should not continue to cling to me. That's good. Qin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It should be noted that the Daong dynasty is the nominal ruler of the 7 states in the northern wilderness region, with immense power and a plethora of strong experts. It would be easy for them to destroy a small Su family. In the northern wilderness region, there are 7 major states: Liangzhou, Yingzhou, Yongzhou, Xianzhou, Qingzhou, Jianzhou, and Guangzhou. Nominally, the Daong dynasty is the master of these 7 states. However, in reality, the Daong dynasty only has significant influence in Liangzhou, Yingzhou, and Yongzhou. The remaining 4 states, Xianzhou, Qingzhou, Jianzhou, and Guangzhou, are controlled by the Taixin sect, Taiqing sect, Tianjin sect, and Guangdao men respectively. Nevertheless, the Daong dynasty remains the largest force in the northern wilderness region. If the Daong dynasty really wanted to take action against the Su family, Qin Feng at his current state would not be able to protect them. There is no perfect egg under a broken nest. Once the Su family encounters trouble, Su Wanner would naturally find it hard to protect herself. If the Su family can resolve this matter, then Qin Feng need not worry. Suddenly, Qin Feng remembered his past life. At this time in his previous life, Su Wan'er seemed to have evaporated from the world, suddenly disappearing from Tianwang City. From then on, she never sought him out again. At that time, Qin Feng's body had already begun to suffer from toxins, lying in bed, enduring the torment of the poison, and had no thoughts of looking for Su Wan'er. He thought that Su Wan'er wanted to completely cut ties with him, no longer caring for him. It turned out she had gone to the imperial city and was taken into the harem by the 9th Prince Ingdang. However, in this life, due to his rebirth and the chance encounter with Su Wan'er, her fate has changed. If he hadn't passed through this place today and met Su Wan'er, she would probably have obediently followed her family's arrangements and begrudgingly married that 9th prince, just like in his previous life, right? Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately asked his doubts. If today you had encountered someone else, what would you have done? Su Wan'er rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and said, "If it weren't for you, I would have cried my heart out and then gone back to accept my family's arrangements." "Why?" Qin Feng asked in confusion. Su Wan'er looked deeply at Qin Feng and asked in return, "Brother Qin Feng, do you still remember the girl named Xiaowan?" Xiaowan. Qin Feng's heart stirred at her words. Suddenly, an image of a dirty little girl with pigtails, around 10 years old, appeared in his mind. It was a stormy night, with thunder and lightning. 10-year-old Qin Feng was staying overnight in a dilapidated temple on Tianhan Mountain. Suddenly, a little girl stumbled in from the wind and rain outside. The girl, about the same age as Qin Feng, was covered in dirt, her clothes and face muddy, looking like a little muddy monkey, making it hard to see her true appearance. Only her large, round eyes were alert and vigilant. Upon entering the dilapidated temple and seeing Qin Feng inside, the little girl was startled, standing there trembling, afraid to approach. Seeing her pitiable state, Qin Feng pointed to the fire nearby, inviting her to come closer to warm up and dry her wet clothes to avoid catching a cold. After hesitating for a long time, the little girl timidly approached the fire and quietly said thank you. But after that, no matter what Qin Feng asked her, she remained silent. Seeing this, Qin Feng lost interest in questioning her further and lay down next to the fire, falling asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when suddenly a sharp scream woke him up. Qin Feng opened his eyes to find a filthy beggar around 15 or 16 years old was trying to touch the little girl, forcefully tearing at her clothes. Qin Feng recognized this beggar. He was a local bully, known for his cruelty and misdeeds. Seeing that scoundrel actually being so despicable as to target a 10-year-old girl, Qin Feng's anger surged, and he picked up a fist-sized stone nearby and smashed it down on the beggar from behind, knocking him unconscious. After doing all this, Qin Feng returned to the fire and went back to sleep. At that moment, the little girl softly asked, "Big brother, can you take me home?" "Where is your home?" Qin Feng asked. "Tianwang City." The little girl replied. Qin Feng looked outside the dilapidated temple and saw that the wind and rain had stopped, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you back." Tian'an Mountain was not far from Tianwang City. After spending a little over half an hour, Qin Feng delivered the little girl to the city gate. "Goodbye." Qin Feng waved at the little girl and turned to leave. "Big brother, thank you. My name is Xiao Wan, and I will definitely repay you in the future." After walking a while, a loud shout from the little girl suddenly came from behind. Qin Feng smiled slightly and ignored it, gradually disappearing into the night. He never expected that the dirty little monkey from back then would turn out to be Su Wan'er. Chapter 48. Unreserved efforts. That little muddy monkey was you? Qin Feng looked at Su Wan'er and asked. Su Wan'er blushed slightly and nodded yes. How did the little princess of the Su family end up like that? Qin Feng asked again. Su Wan'er's expression dimmed as she explained. Back then, I went with my mother to offer incense at Tianhan Temple outside the city. But on the way back, we were ambushed by our enemies. Because they were too powerful, my mother had to use a high-level teleportation talisman to send me away in advance. As a result, by chance, I was teleported near that dilapidated temple. My mother and the guards all sacrificed themselves in the end, sobbing. I'm sorry, Wan'er. I shouldn't have brought up your sad memories. Qin Feng quickly hooked Su Wan'er gently. Comforting her, Su Wan'er leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder and continued to sob softly. At that moment, Qin Feng finally understood why Su Wan'er looked at him differently. It turned out that he had saved her life by chance back then. At that time, The 10-year-old Su Wanner had not yet opened her spiritual veins and was no different from an ordinary person. If it weren't for him, she might have been defiled by that bully in the dilapidated temple. No wonder when he first met Su Wanner, her eyes sparkled when she looked at him. Perhaps she recognized it back then. It was precisely because of the life-saving grace that Su Wanner treated him so well, right? After a while, Su Wanner gradually stopped crying. She looked at Qin Feng affectionately and said softly, "Brother Qin Feng, I'm leaving. Okay, I'll see you off." Qin Feng nodded and quickly put on his clothes along with Su Wanner. Then, Qin Feng personally escorted Su Wanner to the exit of the Taishan mountain range. "Brother Qin Feng, you should go back to the sect first. I'm just going home to take care of that matter," Su Wanner said with a smile. "If you encounter any trouble, come find me immediately," Qin Feng said loudly. "Okay." Su Wanner smiled sweetly, her delicate figure swaying as she ran towards Tianhuang City. After Su Wanner disappeared from sight, Qin Feng unfolded his stunning shadow and headed straight for Taishan sect. Upon returning to the sect, Qin Feng immediately went to the mission hall to submit his task. He returned to Tiger Howling Peak. As he passed in front of the wooden house where Qin Hao lived, Qin Feng stopped. He saw the wooden door of the house wide open, and a middle-aged man in a blue robe was talking to Qin Hao. Qin Feng recognized this middle-aged man. He was the captain of the guards from the Qin family. His name was Qin Hao, a trusted subordinate of Qin Tianlong. His strength was not weak, having already reached the 3rd level of the Xian general realm. During their conversation, Qin Hao casually shook a bulging storage bag and handed it to Qin Hao, saying, "Young master, this is the cultivation resources the family asked me to bring you. Please take it." "Ha, great." Qin Hao nodded and accepted the storage bag. His peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Qin Feng outside the door. Qin Hao's eyes twinkled, and without hesitation, he opened the storage bag with his mind. Soon, countless cultivation resources poured out like rain onto the table, forming a small mound. They were colorful and dazzling. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones, along with some pills, magic artifacts, talismans, and formation plates. "Wow, so many cultivation resources," Qin Hao exclaimed loudly. After speaking, he glanced at Qin Feng outside again, seemingly saying, "Did you see that? Waste, this is the cultivation resources the Qin family gave me. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with you, Waste. Young master, it's not wise to flaunt wealth. Quickly put it away." Qin Haoyan's expression changed when he saw this and hurriedly advised, "Haha, no problem." Qin Hao laughed back and provocatively looked at Qin Feng again before slowly putting the items back into the storage bag. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly left. Although he had no feelings for the Qin family anymore, he still had to admire Qin Tianlong's generosity at this moment. Just the low-grade spirit stones alone amounted to over 50,000. There were over 20 bottles of pills, a spirit weapon sword, 3 high-grade talismans, and 2 formation plates. In total, it would have cost at least over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed that Qin Tianlong was really going all out to cultivate Qin Hao. Moreover, Qin Hao enjoyed the treatment of a core disciple at Taishan sect. It could be said that Qin Hao's cultivation resources were completely abundant. Furthermore, when Qin Feng passed by earlier, he subtly scanned with his divine sense and found that Qin Hao's cultivation had significantly improved during this time. He had jumped from the peak of the 9th level of Xian Scholar to the peak of the 5th level of Xian Master. With the support of Taishan sect and the Qin family's cultivation resources, Qin Hao could definitely soar to great heights. No wonder in the previous life's outer sect competition, this scoundrel was able to overpower numerous outer sect disciples and win a championship. Even a pig, with such terrifying resources backing it, could soar to great heights. However, Qin Feng felt no envy towards this. Although Qin Hao was fortunate to continuously receive countless cultivation resources, he was not lacking either. With the advantage of his rebirth, he clearly understood the future development trends. Step by step, all the fortunes belonging to Qin Hao could be taken away. No matter how powerful Qin Hao is, he cannot predict the future, right? And this is my trump card against him. Returning to the wooden house where I live, Qin Feng took out the array plate, poured in spirit stones, and activated the Tai Xian Ping Shi array. Whoosh! The dazzling white light shot out from the array plate, crisscrossing and enveloping the entire wooden house. isolating it from external scrutiny. Qin Feng thought and entered the Qin Tower. The first step is to refine enough elixirs. Increase Yuan Dan, Xianyang Dan. Then, the following time would be devoted to diligent cultivation, striving to quickly reach the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. Only then, in the outer sect disciple competition a month later, could he crush Qin Hao and successfully seize first place. In fact, Qin Feng did not care too much about the ranking. What he cared about was the rich rewards of being first. It is said that besides a heaven-defying elixir that changes one's constitution and improves cultivation talent, there are many other rewards. If those rewards all fall into Qin Hao's hands, it would definitely make him even more powerful. At that time, he would be in a passive position. Therefore, he must successfully win the championship and obtain first place, seizing the fortunes that belong to Qin Hao. The following days were plain, yet fulfilling. Refining pills, cultivating, and then spending a few days to go out and complete a sect mission. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The outer sect disciple competition would take place in 3 days. On this day, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light burst forth within them, full of auspicious colors. Through this period of relentless cultivation, combined with the tenfold time flow within the Qin Tower, Qin Feng's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. He successfully stepped into the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. Moreover, his body-tempering realm had also risen to the 7th level of bone forging. With improvements in both body and martial skills, his overall battle power skyrocketed. Even against a typical early-stage Xian general, Qin Feng could engage in a fierce battle. Chapter 49. Outer Sect Competition. 3 days later, the Outer Sect Disciple Competition commenced as scheduled. The competition venue was located in the Outer Sect Square. When Qin Feng first came here, the floating ship landed right here. The square was extraordinarily vast, covering hundreds of thousands of acres. Even accommodating over 100,000 people at once was more than enough. The Outer Sect competition, held every 3 years, is a grand event for all Outer Sect disciples. It is like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. As long as one obtains a good ranking in the competition, they will gain the favor of the elders, and their future will be limitless. Additionally, what is even more enticing is that the top 3 in the competition will receive exceptionally rich rewards, especially the reward for first place, which may even include legendary elixirs. Although all the Outer Sect disciples were very much looking forward to this competition, not everyone was qualified to participate. To join the Outer Sect competition, there were strength restrictions. Only those who reached the Xian Master Realm could participate. If their cultivation did not meet the standard, they would have to wait for the next time. Qin Feng had already registered 3 days prior and successfully obtained his token. This time, he did not hide his strength, but directly participated with the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. In addition to Qin Feng, there were also 3 others of the same realm: Qin Hao, Lu Feng, and Su Chun. These 3 were all renowned prodigies in the Outer Sect. Lu Feng and Su Chun had exceptional talents, and it was said that during their tests, they had also possessed top-tier spirit roots like Qin Hao. One had a top-tier gold spirit root, and the other had a top-tier wood spirit root. Therefore, the moment they joined the sect, they received core disciple treatment. Generally speaking, those who reach the 6th level of the Xian Master Realm are qualified to participate in the Inner Sect Disciple Assessment. If they pass the assessment, they can instantly become Inner Sect disciples. However, Lu Feng and the others did not do this. Their purpose was self-evident: to seize the championship in the Outer Sect competition and obtain the rich rewards for first place. After securing the rewards, they could join the Inner Sect at a later time. Qin Feng scanned the surroundings and found the square packed with people, a sea of heads. In the center of the square, near the gigantic statue, 50 arenas had already been set up in advance. Although there were quite a few arenas, compared to the number of Outer Sect disciples participating, it was still a drop in the bucket. As far as Qin Feng knew, there were over 300,000 participants this time. The Outer Sect competition would last for 10 days. After several rounds of elimination, the top 100 would be selected. All Outer Sect disciples who advanced to the top 100 could successfully be promoted to Inner Sect disciples. The top 3, in addition to being promoted to Inner Sect disciples, would also receive exceptionally rich rewards. While Qin Feng was observing the situation around him, he suddenly heard a commotion of discussions. Everyone was talking about who was most likely to win the championship this time. I think it's senior brother Lu Feng. He has a top-tier gold spirit root, and his cultivation method is very special, making his body as solid as a rock. For us, it's not just about defeating him. We might not even be able to break through his defenses. Wrong. I believe senior brother Qin Hao has the greatest chance. He is the #1 prodigy of Tianhuang City, with unparalleled battle power. He is just a small prodigy from Tianhuang City. How can he compare to my senior brother Su Chen? You must know, senior brother Su Chen is the #1 prodigy of Yingzhou. Not only is his background extraordinary, but his battle power is also unmatched. The wood attribute cultivation method he practices, Xian Mu Ju, is sustainable and never tiresome. Do you think there is a possibility for senior brother Qin Feng to win? Absolutely impossible. Although Qin Feng has also reached the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm, like senior brothers Qin Hao, Lu Feng, and Su Chen, he has no background or support, and the cultivation method he practices must be subpar. How could he compare to senior brothers Qin, Hao, and the others? Just because senior brother Qin Feng comes from a humble background without any connections, it makes his achievements even more commendable. So I firmly believe that this time the champion will be none other than senior brother Qin Feng. That is a huge joke. What if Qin Feng has advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm? Does he have a top-tier spirit root? Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. After joining the Taishan sect, he indeed never mentioned the Qin family, only saying that he came from a poor background and that his entire family had long since perished. Therefore, everyone thought he had no background or support. Additionally, if it was just about spirit roots, Qin Feng only had a medium-grade spirit root, which was vastly different from the 3 of Qin Hao, Lu Feng, and Su Chen. Those 3 all had extraordinary top-tier spirit roots. Thus, not many people had high hopes for Qin Feng in this competition, although most people did not think highly of him. Qin Feng did not feel inferior at all. After all, he possessed the Qinquan Tower. While others practiced for a day, it was equivalent to him practicing for 10 days. Coupled with his dual cultivation of body and martial skills, his battle power was extraordinary, far surpassing ordinary people. What were the likes of Qin Hao, Lu Feng, and Su Chen? Of course, he would argue with everyone publicly. Only by defeating others in the competition with practical actions could he make those who looked down on him shut their mouths. Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, resounding drum beats echoed throughout the square. Following that, powerful figures rushed from afar, slowly landing on the central arena. There were 10 of them, all elders from the outer sect. The leader was the outer sect's grand elder, Su Han. Additionally, there were Elder Wang Zhongxiao from Tiger Roaring Peak, Elder Qin Sume from Tianan Peak, and Elder Zhou Tianao from Killing Peak. Everyone quiet. The grand elder, Su Han, shouted with a voice that resonated like thunder, instantly overpowering all other sounds. Upon hearing this, the disciples quickly fell silent. One by one, they raised their heads, their eyes fixed on Su Han on the high platform. Ladies and gentlemen, the Outer Sect Disciples Grand Competition, held every 3 years, is about to begin. Before the competition starts, I will briefly explain the rules. First, in the competition, life and death are not a concern. But if the opponent concedes in time, killing must cease. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation, resulting in disqualification and expulsion from the Taishan sect. Second, during the competition, no one is allowed to intervene. Violators will be executed without mercy. Third, the use of forbidden instruments that exceed one's realm and certain heaven-defying talismans is prohibited. Violators will be disqualified on the spot. Fourth, there are a total of 6 rules to remember. Now, I declare the Taishan sect's Outer Sect Disciples Grand Competition officially started. After finishing his words, Su Han quickly retreated and sat down in the central chair. Soon, Elder Zhou Tianao from the Killing Peak shouted loudly, "All disciples participating in the competition, please come to the stage according to the numbers on your tokens. Numbers 1 and 2 on the first arena, 3 and 4 on the second arena, and so on." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, figures leaped onto the arenas. The first round of elimination matches officially began. With 50 arenas and 2 people on each, there were exactly 100 participants. Qin Feng held the token number 36008. It was still early for him to compete. Just then, external elders Wang Zhongxiao, Chen Sume, Zhou Tianao, and others formed hand signs and activated the protective barriers around the arenas. Soon, 50 light golden shields stood tall above the square. After ensuring complete defense, Zhou Tianao shouted, "The competition begins." Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the outer sect disciples on all the arenas began to battle fiercely. They unleashed their killing moves, and the sounds of combat echoed endlessly. On some arenas, the 2 fighters were evenly matched, while on others, the strength disparity was so great that one was defeated in a single move. The first round of matches was mainly focused on elimination. Those who lost would lose their qualification to participate in subsequent matches. Only the top 100 would be selected for entry into the inner sect. As for the top 3, only the most outstanding geniuses would qualify to win. After watching for a while, Qin Feng shook his head. Many of the fights on the arenas looked like chickens pecking at each other in his eyes, completely failing to spark any interest. Since his token number was over 30,000, he might not even get a turn today. So, Qin Feng swayed his body and floated away. With this time, he might as well go back and focus on his cultivation to stabilize his realm. After all, he would be notified when it was his turn. Chapter 50. The top 10 time flew by like a white horse passing a crack. The outer sect grand competition continued to be in full swing. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. Through these 9 days of fierce competition, over 300,000 participants were finally filtered down to just the last 100. And among these last 100, all had gained the qualification to advance to intersect disciples. The top 3 also emerged among them. Qin Feng, with the peak strength of the 9th level of the profound master realm, coupled with his dual cultivation of body and martial arts, naturally succeeded in breaking into the top 100. On the morning of the 10th day, Qin Feng arrived at the square early. Today, the second round and the final round of matches would take place to determine the top 3. When Qin Feng arrived, the number of people in the square had not decreased but increased. This day was the true showdown among the outer sect geniuses. In addition to numerous outer sect elders and disciples, even some inner sect elders and disciples came to watch the excitement. The reason those inner sect elders came was simple. They wanted to take the opportunity to select suitable disciples. Otherwise, if they arrived late, the excellent disciples would be snatched away by others. The time has come. The sound of drums echoed throughout the square. Elder Su Han and others sat in the chairs on the central arena. As the drum sound stopped, Elder Zhou Tianao from the Killing Peak stood up and loudly shouted, "All 100 qualified disciples, please come to the stage." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others leaped onto the arena. A glance around revealed Qin Hao, Lu Feng, Su Chun, and others also landing steadily beside him. After the first round of matches, Qin Feng had a general understanding of the methods and personalities of Lu Feng and Su Chun. As for Qin Hao, there was no need to say much. That guy was a typical schemer. During matches, he liked to hide his strength and would only strike with thunderous force at critical moments to deliver a fatal blow to his enemies. Even if his opponent was weaker, he still enjoyed using underhanded tricks. This made it impossible to judge how strong he truly was. Lu Feng, on the other hand, had a straightforward personality and preferred to be direct. Like Qin Feng, he also practiced both body and martial arts. However, Lu Feng's body refining realm was far inferior to Qin Feng's, only reaching the peak of the 3rd level of bone forging. In a head-on confrontation, Qin Feng could easily knock him down. As for Su Chun, he was extremely proud and looked down on others with disdainful eyes. He possessed a top grade with spiritual root, primarily focusing on endurance. He cultivated the family secret technique, mystical wood art, which allowed his internal profound energy to be inexhaustible and never exhausted. With this special technique, sometimes during competitions, when facing weaker opponents, he couldn't be bothered to act. He would just let them exhaust their energy and concede willingly. As for the others, Qin Feng did not pay much attention to them, since their strengths were all below the peak of the 9th level of the profound master realm. All right, I won't say much more. The second round of matches officially begins. Just as Qin Feng was scanning the other opponents, Zhou Tianao's voice thundered in his ears. The second round of matches endure the pressure. Zhou Tianao continued. I will gradually increase the pressure starting from the 5th level of the profound master realm, eliminating down to 10 participants by the end. The method of this second round of assessment was quite similar to how the Taishan sect selected disciples in Tianhuang City. It was also about enduring pressure. This tested everyone's mental fortitude, willpower, and combat strength, focusing on being simple and quick. Qin Feng liked this method. Otherwise, if these 100 people continued to fight in pairs like the first round, who knows how much time would be wasted. All right, the second round of assessment begins. Profound Master, 5th level. Zhou Tianao's mind moved. With a loud boom, a pressure comparable to the 5th level of the Profound Master realm descended from the sky, crushing down towards Qin Feng and the other 100 participants. As the pressure approached, Qin Feng stood firm, showing no signs of being affected. This level of pressure felt like a gentle breeze on his face, stirring no ripples at all. However, a small number of disciples trembled, their legs shaking and faces flushed. Seeing that no one was eliminated, Zhou Tianao nodded in satisfaction. After about several breaths, he shouted again, Profound Master 6th level. Suddenly, the pressure increased sharply, rising to the level of the 6th level of the Profound Master realm. Bang! A young man of about 17 or 18 years old finally couldn't bear the burden, bending his knees and kneeling heavily on the ground. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the Profound Master realm. The only reason he could advance to the top 100 was due to luck. He had encountered weak opponents. But now, facing pressure that exceeded his actual strength, he immediately revealed his true form. Eliminated, please leave the stage. Zhou Tianao's gaze swept over, dissipating the pressure on him as he shouted sternly. The young man nodded in shame and jumped down from the high platform in a dejected manner. Profound Master, 7th level. Profound Master, 8th level. Profound Master, 9th level. When the pressure reached the 9th level, the number of people on the high platform sharply decreased. The sounds of falling echoed continuously. Soon, only Qin Feng and 9 others remained standing firm. Among these 10, 2 or 3 were on the verge of collapsing under the pressure. Seeing this, Zhou Tianao quickly focused his mind and completely dissipated the pressure. The second round of assessments determines the top 10. The final top 3 will emerge from these 10 individuals. All right, everyone take a short break, and after a stick of incense, we will proceed to the final round of assessments to determine the top 3. Zhou Tianao's gaze swept over Qin Feng and the others as he spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng complied and sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on his cultivation. In fact, he hadn't consumed much energy during the second round, so whether he cultivated or not didn't matter. However, since everyone else was cultivating, it would be too out of place for him to continue standing, so he decided to go with the flow. The time of a stick of incense passed in the blink of an eye. All right, everyone come draw lots to select your opponents. Zhou Tianao waved his hand casually, producing an open wooden box. Qin Feng and the others quickly stepped forward and reached into the box to draw a jade slip. Upon entering his divine sense to explore, he found that the jade slip contained only the number 3. Next, number 1 will face number 10, number 2 will face number 9, and so on the stage. Zhou Qianhao announced it loudly. Qin Feng nodded and leaped towards the third arena. Shortly after stabilizing his position, his opponent arrived. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, with an extremely ugly appearance, resembling a monkey with a sharp mouth and a long face. His small triangular eyes emitted a shifty light. Qin Feng remembered his name. This person was named Ouyang Lin at the 9th level of the Profound Master Realm. He was a disciple of the Killing Peak, skilled in the use of poison, and would go to any lengths to win. Swish! Zhou Tianao formed a seal with his hand, and the protective barriers around the 5 arenas slowly rose. All right, the competition begins. Senior brother Qin Feng, please show mercy. Ouyang Lin cupped his hands in salute to Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned slightly, and without hesitation, his body swayed, activating the stunning shadow technique, and he struck a powerful punch towards his opponent, just as Ouyang Lin was greeting him. Qin Feng felt a strange aura subtly permeating the air, approaching him. It was evident that the scoundrel was secretly using poison again. So, he quickly held his breath and focused, temporarily blocking his six senses. Wild Nine Style's second style, shaking the mountain. Boom! A loud sound reverberated through the air as if Ouyang Lin had been struck by an invisible giant peak, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward. Stabilizing himself, Ouyang Lin looked at Qin Feng in horror and bitterly said, "I concede." He knew that Qin Feng had already seen through his little tricks. It was impossible to win by using poison. To save his life, he had to concede quickly. Otherwise, if this continued, he would surely lose his life. Seeing Ouyang Lin concede, Qin Feng did not continue the pursuit. After giving Ouyang Lin a cold glance, he returned to the main stage. Chapter 51. Qin Feng wins. Shortly after Qin Feng returned to the main stage, Lu Feng also quickly finished his battle. This person had a straightforward personality, aiming for quick victories. Thus, his opponent conceded after being defeated by a few punches. Senior brother Qin Feng, "Hello, nice to meet you, I'm Lu Feng." Lu Feng smiled and extended his hand to Qin Feng. "Hello." Qin Feng smiled slightly and shook his hand. "Senior brother Qin Feng, are you a dual cultivator of body and martial arts?" Lu Feng asked again. "Yes." Qin Feng nodded. "Was your body refining realm?" Lu Feng thought for a moment before tentatively asking. "8th level of bone forging." Qin Feng answered truthfully. During the first round of assessments, Qin Feng had taken the opportunity to refine his body, raising his level slightly. Hiss! Impressive. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's face instantly turned bitter, muttering, "It seems I have no hope of winning this time." He initially thought that as a dual cultivator, he had a chance at the top. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's body refining realm was much higher than his. How could he fight against such a formidable opponent? Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. He aimed to secure first place in this competition, so he couldn't be bothered to comfort others insincerely. Qin Feng's gaze turned to the second arena, where Su Chun was facing an opponent named Wang Liang. Su Chun stood proudly, surrounded by swirling, mysterious energy, remaining motionless while Wang Liang attacked. However, no matter how Wang Liang attacked, he could not break through Su Chen's energy defenses. Eventually, exhausted and panting, he had no choice but to concede. The fifth arena featured Qin Hao and a disciple named Li Ming. Li Ming was no weakling, having reached the 9th level of the profound master realm. Moreover, he possessed a top-grade thunder spirit root, making his combat power extraordinary. The fight between Qin Hao and him was intense. However, Qin Feng could see at a glance that Qin Hao was not using his full strength. It was as if he was toying with his opponent like a cat playing with a mouse. Just when Li Ming thought he had an opportunity and was about to launch a finishing move, Qin Hao suddenly swayed, his speed surged, and he instantly moved behind Li Ming, delivering a heavy punch to his back. "Ah!" Li Ming let out a cry, flying out like a scarecrow, crashing heavily to the ground. A cold glint flashed in Qin Hao's eyes as he leaped, aiming his right foot viciously at Li Ming's head. Sensing an ominous wind behind him, Li Ming was terrified and was about to shout his concession. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before he could utter the words "I concede," Qin Hao had already accelerated, his right foot crashing down on the back of Li Ming's head. With a loud bang, it was as if a watermelon had burst open. Li Ming's head exploded, red and white matter splattering everywhere. "Oomph, scoundrel, this is what you get for insulting me before the competition." Qin Hao coldly spat at the corpse on the ground and floated away. The reason he killed him was that Li Ming had mocked him before the written test, saying he was too treacherous and not a good person. As a result, he brought disaster upon himself and lost his life. "Qin Hao, you have gone too far. That Li Ming had already conceded, yet you still killed him?" Seeing Qin Hao arrive, Lu Feng frowned and said unhappily, "Sorry, I didn't hear him concede." Qin Hao smiled coldly. Hearing this, Lu Feng was so angry he could explode, wishing to fight Qin Hao immediately. But this was the main stage, with the elders seated behind him, so he didn't dare act rashly. Soon, Su Chun and a female disciple named Ji Tianfeng also returned victorious. The 5 winners of the first round were Qin Feng, Lu Feng, Qin Hao, Su Chun, and Ji Tianfeng. Qin Feng had already heard of Ji Tianfeng. She was the top female disciple among the outer sect. Not only was she beautiful, but her strength was unfathomable. Just a step away from the peak of the 9th level of the profound master realm. Additionally, it was said that Qin Feng came from a prestigious family in Yingzhou, making her the object of desire among all outer sect disciples. Even proud individuals like Su Chun pursued her relentlessly. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was too aloof and treated everyone with a cold demeanor. All right, you 5 take a break for a stick of incense, and then continue the competition, Zhou Tianhao said loudly. Qin Feng and the others nodded in agreement, and all sat down to focus on cultivation. After a stick of incense, Zhou Tianhao took out the wooden box again and said loudly, "Now, come up to draw lots. Those who are exempt will directly advance to 3rd place." Qin Feng and the others hurriedly stepped forward to draw a jade slip from the box. Upon entering their divine sense to explore, they found the number 2 in the jade slip. Who is exempt? Zhou Qianhao asked loudly. It's me, Qin Feng answered coldly. Haha, congratulations to junior sister Ji, who directly advances to 3rd place. Seeing this, Su Chun quickly flattered her loudly. Qin Feng merely shot him a cold glance and said nothing. Qin Feng had no objections to Qin Feng being exempt, because luck is also a part of strength. Qin Feng drawing the exemption showed her exceptional luck. This is something to be envied. All right, now those who drew number 1 will face number 4, and number 2 will face number 3. Step onto the stage. Zhou Qianhao commanded. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng swayed his body and quickly stepped onto the 2nd arena. Soon, Lu Feng's figure floated in. Senior brother Qin Feng. I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Lu Feng said with a bitter smile. Haha, I didn't expect it either. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Sigh. It seems I won't even make it to the top 3 this time. Lu Feng sighed again. Junior brother Lu Feng, there's no need to be discouraged. Just do your best. Qin Feng comforted. Haha, you're right, senior brother Qin Feng. Just doing my best is enough, so when I make my move later, I will definitely go all out. Be careful, senior brother Qin Feng. Lu Feng replied. Show me your true skills, and let's have an intense battle. Qin Feng nodded. The protective shield around the arena slowly rose. Begin, senior brother Qin Feng. Take this. Lu Feng shouted, his body suddenly shining with golden light, resembling a small golden figure. And he lunged towards Qin Feng like lightning. Come on. Qin Feng exhaled, activating the wild body refinement art, quickly channeling the refining power throughout his limbs. Lu Feng was also a practitioner of both body and martial arts. Although Lu Feng's body refinement realm was far inferior to his, he should not be underestimated. Moreover, Lu Feng possessed an exceptional golden spiritual root, making his physical strength extraordinary, so he was even more formidable. Otherwise, he would risk capsizing in a ditch and suffer losses. Boom! 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 Qin Feng and Lu Feng clashed like 2 humanoid beasts on the arena. The loud sounds shook the sky, and the surrounding air continuously exploded. Due to their incredible speed, the disciples below were left dazzled. Everyone was talking about who would win between senior brother Qin Feng and senior brother Lu Feng. Is that even a question? Of course, it's senior brother Lu Feng. After all, he has an extraordinary golden spiritual root, and his physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. I think so too. Senior brother Lu Feng is incredibly impressive, like a shining little golden figure. Senior brother Lu Feng. Senior brother Lu Feng. Soon, the disciples gathered around the 2nd arena began to cheer loudly for Lu Feng. Only Lu Feng, knowing his own difficulties, felt increasingly bitter as he fought. Despite his shining golden aura and imposing presence, he could barely hold on under Qin Feng's terrifying fist that struck like thunder. Boom! At that moment, the air ahead suddenly exploded, and a terrifying energy giant peak descended from the sky, crushing down on him. It was Qin Feng's killing move. Wild 9 forms, the mountain shaker. Crack! A series of ear-piercing sounds came, and the golden shield around Lu Feng shattered violently. Wow! After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Lu Feng quickly retreated, shouting, Senior brother Qin Feng, I concede. Good. Qin Feng nodded, and with a thought, retracted his killing move. Qin Feng wins. Zhou Qianhao announced it loudly. Chapter 52. anxious haste. His senior brother, Lu Feng, actually lost? How is that possible? Seeing the scene, the outer sect disciples below were shocked, their mouths agape for a long time. Especially those who had confidently declared Lu Feng would win were now filled with shame, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. The slap in the face came too quickly, catching them completely off guard. Even elder Zhou Tianao, who was presiding over the match, was stunned for quite a while before loudly announcing Qin Feng's victory. Congratulations, senior brother Qin Feng, for successfully entering the top 3. But I won't lose confidence. I will definitely work harder in my cultivation and strive to surpass you one day, Lu Feng said with a smile to Qin Feng. Keep it up. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Leaving the second arena, he returned to the main arena. Qin Feng glanced over to the first arena. That was the battlefield of Qin Hao and Su Chun. At this moment, the two were battling fiercely. Su Chun focused on defense, always surrounded by a faint green halo. Meanwhile, Qin Hao continuously circled around Su Chun, looking for an opportunity to exploit his opponent's flaws. Both had similar strengths, and with both possessing exceptional spiritual roots, their combat power was also formidable. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Time quietly passed, and soon half an hour had gone by. By now, Qin Hao was pale and panting heavily, while Su Chun, due to practicing the profound wood technique, was able to replenish energy and was still as lively as ever. Boom! With a punch, Su Chun struck out. Qin Hao let out a miserable cry, flying out like a scarecrow and crashing heavily to the ground. His limbs twitched, and he repeatedly spat out blood. His face was pale, devoid of color, looking as if he were on the verge of death. Ha! What a joke of the first prodigy from Tianwang City. You're nothing special. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, a strong disdain flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, Su Chun leaped, raising his right foot and stomping down toward Qin Hao's head. If struck, Qin Hao would surely suffer a fatal blow. Just as Su Chen's foot was about to land, Qin Hao, who was lying there in pain, suddenly flashed a cold glint in his eyes. In the next moment, without hesitation, he shook his right hand and pulled out a sharp dagger. The dagger gleamed with a dark light. Crack! In a flash, the dagger stabbed hard into Su Chen's foot. A piercing scream echoed, and Su Chun quickly pulled back his foot, stumbling backward, leaving a trail of shocking black blood behind him. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you use such underhanded tricks? Su Chun steadied himself and shouted angrily. Ha! Qin Hao, hearing this, suddenly sprang up from the ground. His pale face instantly returned to normal. Where was the slightest hint of injury? It turned out that everything earlier had been an act. He was wearing a top-grade spiritual armor gifted to him by Qin Tianlong. Although Su Chen's punch struck heavily against him, most of the power was absorbed by the armor. The reason he pretended to be gravely injured and on the verge of death was to lure Su Chun in. Su Chen's defensive power was too astonishing. Moreover, his internal vital energy was abundant, seemingly inexhaustible. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to defeat him. He could only take a different approach. Thus, Qin Hao deliberately feigned weakness, pretending to be severely injured to draw the opponent in. In the end, he caught Su Chen off guard and delivered a fatal blow. Coupled with Su Chen's arrogance, believing victory was in the bag, he naturally had his guard down. As a result, he was caught off guard and injured by Qin Hao's poison dagger. Aren't you the so-called first prodigy of Yingzhou? Is that all you've got? Qin Hao smirked, wickedly advancing towards Su Chun. You shameless! Su Chun was furious, his anger flaring, quickly stomping down and repeatedly tapping his right hand on his right leg, hoping to suppress the spread of the poison. But no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. The poison that had invaded his body continued to spread, moving up towards his legs. I concede. Su Chun, helpless, could only grudgingly concede. Ha! Why didn't you say that earlier? Qin Hao coldly smiled, suddenly closing in, raising his foot, and with a whip kick, sent Su Chun flying, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Qin Hao always repaid kindness with kindness, and after being humiliated and mocked by Su Chun earlier, he naturally sought revenge. Stop! At that moment, a powerful figure broke through the air and blocked Qin Hao's path. It was Zhou Tianao. Qin Hao, you've gone too far. Your opponent has already conceded. Why do you still attack him? I'm sorry, Elder Zhou, I was wrong. Qin Hao quickly bowed his head to apologize. Forget it. Considering your attitude is not bad, I'll let you off this time. Just be careful not to make the same mistake again. Seeing his attitude, Zhou Tian'ao did not pursue the matter further. After speaking, Zhou Tian'ao extended his right hand to Qin Hao, bring out the antidote. Hearing this, Qin Hao quickly obediently took out a pill and handed it over. It was the antidote for the poison on the dagger. Although Qin Hao did not want to save Su Chun, he had no choice. After all, Su Chun, like him, was a prodigy with a top-notch spiritual root. If he died, it would be a huge loss for the Taishin sect. If he didn't hand over the antidote today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Tian'ao quickly rushed to Su Chen's side and fed him the antidote. Then, with a wave of his big sleeve, he took Su Chen away. Haha, brother. Now it's just the two of us left. Qin Hao arrived at the main platform and looked at Qin Feng with a sinister smile. Qin Feng coldly snorted, too lazy to respond. Although he already knew that Qin Hao was cunning, what he witnessed today still refreshed his understanding of Qin Hao. This Qin Hao was truly insidious and ruthless, willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goals. Moreover, to nurture Qin Hao, Qin Tianlong had spared no effort. He even gave him the clan's treasured Qilin armor. The dagger was also a high-grade spiritual weapon, although Qin Hao was armed to the teeth. All of this was within the rules of the competition. The Grand Elder had said that during the competition, one could not use forbidden weapons that were too far beyond their own realm. The Qilin armor was a top-grade spiritual weapon, not classified as a forbidden weapon, although this was very unfair to others. But in this world, has there ever been true fairness? People like Qin Feng, who had no background or support, could only rely on themselves. While pondering, Qin Hao suddenly took a step closer and whispered, Qin Feng, during the last match, you'd better admit defeat obediently, otherwise. Don't blame me for being ruthless and turning you into a dead dog. Ha, just you? Qin Feng sneered at the words and quickly distanced himself. To be honest, standing next to this extremely shameless guy made Qin Feng feel uneasy. Stubborn and ignorant. Since that's the case, just wait for death. Qin Hao shot a resentful glance at Qin Feng, took out a pill, and began to meditate and heal. Qin Feng, you should also hurry up and recover. After Stick of Incense, we'll have the final showdown. At this time, Zhou Tian'ao came to Qin Feng's side and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Okay, Elder Zhou. Qin Feng nodded and sat down to concentrate on his cultivation. Chapter 53. Returning the favor in kind, a stick of incense passed quickly. When the time was up, Zhou Tian'ao called out, please, the two disciples, step onto the stage. With Zhou Tian'ao's command, Qin Feng and Qin Hao leaped on a number 1 platform simultaneously. Zhou Tian'ao made a gesture, and a dazzling light of pale gold shot up into the sky. In a crisscross pattern, it formed a pale gold light shield that enveloped the entire platform. Qin Feng, do you know why Qin Tianlong sent the Qilin armor to me? At this moment, Qin Hao's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Qin Feng and asked with a wicked grin. Not interested. Qin Feng replied coldly. Even if you don't want to know, I will tell you. It's specifically to deal with you. Qin Hao laughed. Qin Tianlong heard that you cultivate both body and martial arts, fearing that you would defeat me in the competition. So he specifically sent someone to deliver the Qilin armor 3 days before the competition. He said this to disturb Qin Feng's state of mind. Unfortunately, after hearing Qin Hao's words, Qin Feng remained calm, his heart undisturbed. Even if what Qin Hao said was true, what did it matter? In Qin Feng's heart, he was no longer a member of the Qin family. Therefore, what Qin Tianlong did had nothing to do with him. Qin Hao's actions were merely a waste of effort. Seeing that Qin Feng was unmoved, Qin Hao's expression changed slightly, and he said disappointedly, your biological father treats you like this. Aren't you sad? I have no father. Qin Feng shook his head. Since the moment Qin Tianlong ruthlessly expelled him from the Qin family, Qin Feng's heart had died. From then on, he was still that unrestrained orphan. He no longer had to act according to anyone's whims. So no matter how Qin Hao provoked him, it could not disturb Qin Feng's resolve. All right, the competition officially begins. At that moment, Zhou Tian'ao shouted loudly. Qin Feng and Qin Hao still wanted to continue speaking. Shut up. Qin Feng roared, his body swaying, and with a flash, he unleashed the stunning shadow and charged towards Qin Hao like lightning. You're seeking death. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, angrily shouting as he also charged toward Qin Feng. He was protected by the Qilin armor, and his defense was absolutely not weaker than Qin Feng's. As for martial arts cultivation, both he and Qin Feng were at the peak of the 9th layer of the profound master realm. Moreover, he was also a top-grade fire spiritual root. Compared to that, how could Qin Feng possibly be his opponent? As long as he defeated Qin Feng, he could smoothly seize the victory and successfully obtain the rich rewards for first place in the competition. Heavenly Star Sword Technique. Myriad stars in the sky. During the charge, Qin Hao casually flicked his hand and took out a high-grade spiritual weapon longsword. With a shake of the sword light soared, as if thousands of stars were descending from the sky, heading towards Qin Feng. The Heavenly Star Sword technique he was using was an inferior-grade, earth-level martial skill. Only the core disciples of the Taishan sect were qualified to cultivate it. Moreover, Qin Hao had not used this move in the previous matches. The purpose was to hide his strength and catch his opponent off guard in the final showdown. The higher the rank of the martial skill, the stronger its power. Once the myriad stars in the sky was unleashed, its power instantly soared, reaching the peak of the 1st layer of the profound general realm. Although Qin Hao was still only at the peak of the 9th layer of the profound master realm, his killing move's power was already capable of slaying a strong opponent at the 1st layer of the profound general realm. Haha, Qin Feng, this is an earth-level martial skill. Let's see how you resist. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed stunned, standing there motionless, Qin Hao couldn't help but let out a long laugh. However, before the laughter could carry far, in the next moment, Qin Hao's laughter abruptly stopped, as if his neck had been grasped like a chicken. At the same time, his eyes widened in shock, filled with intense fear, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" Just as the myriad sword lights were about to descend upon him, Qin Feng suddenly raised his right hand and punched out fiercely. With a loud bang, it was as if thunder had exploded. All the incoming sword lights were completely obliterated by Qin Feng's punch. In the air, the remnants of the electric aura lingered. Damn it, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. You were just a waste abandoned by the family. How could you have learned martial skills more powerful than the myriad stars in the sky? What Qin Feng had just unleashed was the first style of the barbaric 9 styles, Thunderous Shock. The barbaric 9 styles was a superior grade, earth-level martial skill. The myriad stars in the sky was indeed not bad, but compared to the barbaric 9 styles, it was far inferior. Die for me, taking advantage of your illness to take your life. Just as Qin Hao was in a state of extreme shock, Qin Feng let out a howl and leaped up, continuing to punch towards Qin Hao. The second style of the barbaric 9 styles, Mountain Shaker. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, and the void trembled. An endless amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth instantly gathered in midair, forming a giant peak that seemed to be both present and absent, crushing down towards Qin Hao. Damn it! Qin Hao immediately snapped back to reality, every hair on his body standing on end, as that semi-illusory giant peak descended. Qin Hao actually felt a thick sense of life and death crisis. Block it for me. At the critical moment, Qin Hao's long sword suddenly shook, following a special trajectory, and slashed down repeatedly at the giant peak in midair. The 1st and 2nd styles of the Heavenly Star sword technique instantly merged together, transforming into a terrifying sword light several zhang wide, fiercely cleaving towards the giant peak. Crack! The sword light penetrated into the giant peak, leaving a massive crack. However, the giant peak still did not collapse and continued to press down on Qin Hao with the force of Mount Tai. Not good. Qin Hao's expression changed drastically, and he quickly swayed his body to evade to the right. That giant peak's power was extraordinary, comparable to the full force strike of a strong opponent at the 2nd layer of the profound general realm. Once it came to a head-on clash, death was certain. Bang! Although Qin Hao managed to dodge in time, he was still shaken back repeatedly by the terrifying power unleashed when the giant peak descended. With a scream, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn it! What level of martial arts is this? Qin Hao steadied himself, looking at Qin Feng with a face full of disbelief. He thought that with the support of the Qin family and the strong backing of the Taishan sect, defeating Qin Feng would be a piece of cake. He never expected that this waste, who had no background or support, would master such a powerful martial art. Its power far exceeded the Sky Star sword technique given to him by the sect. It seemed that in a direct confrontation, he was absolutely no match. With this thought, Qin Hao's mind moved, and a pitch-black pill suddenly appeared in his right hand behind him. The corroding bone pill, a pinnacle second-tier pill. He had exchanged points for this poison pill from the sect's resource hall. Once crushed, it could instantly envelop an area of 10 zhong. Moreover, the poison was invisible and intangible. Even a powerful warrior at the Xian general realm could fall victim if careless. However, just as he was about to crush the corroding bone pill, his body suddenly swayed violently. The next moment, his face turned completely black, swaying as if he were drunk. And with his knees buckling, he crashed heavily to the ground in front of Qin Feng. Damn it! How despicable of you to poison me secretly. Qin Hao's fury surged as he glared at Qin Feng. At that moment, he felt as if his whole body had been hollowed out. The energy in his dantian was like a stagnant pool, and he could no longer muster even a trace of it. How despicable was Qin Feng to actually poison him secretly? Yes, this was too unfair. Shameless, utterly shameless. Sigh, Qin Hao was wronged. Seeing this scene, the outer sect disciples below erupted in anger. They wanted to see a fierce battle, not despicable tactics like secret poisoning. However, just then, Qin Hao's tightly clenched right hand suddenly relaxed. A pitch-black pill dropped to the ground with a thud. As the corroding bone pill hit the ground, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Those who had previously shouted that Qin Feng was shameless all turned red, as if they had been slapped hard in the face. It turned out that it was not Qin Feng who was shameless. Instead, Qin Feng had chosen to strike first, using his own methods against him. Chapter 54. The elders compete for the pill, damn it. The shameless one was actually Qin Hao. Yes, that old sly Qin Hao, seeing he was no match, tried to pull the same trick again, only to be one step ahead of Qin Feng. I even felt sorry for Qin Hao. What a disgrace. Qin Feng, well done. To deal with a treacherous person like Qin Hao, you have to be even more treacherous. This time, I stand with Qin Feng. With the corroding bone pill falling to the ground, public opinion instantly reversed. Almost all the disciples looked at Qin Hao with disdain. After all, this dog Qin Hao had a previous example to learn from. In the previous round against Su Chun, Qin Hao had also used a poison dagger to severely injure Su Chun. This time, he tried to pull the same trick again. Who would have expected Qin Feng to be one step ahead of him? If it weren't for this, perhaps it would be Qin Feng lying down now. Hearing the commotion and discussions from the crowd below, Qin Hao felt an inexplicable shame, wishing he could find a hole to burrow into. At the same time, his hatred for Qin Feng deepened. It was all that damned Qin Feng's fault. If it weren't for Qin Feng's preemptive strike, and if Qin Feng had been poisoned, the one enjoying the cheers now would have been himself. Whoosh! Just then, Qin Hao felt a blur before his eyes, like a flash of a startled swan. Qin Feng had already appeared in front of him. Qin Hao was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and he hurriedly wanted to shout surrender. But before his words could leave his mouth, a massive fist came crashing into view, rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Bang! With a piercing scream, Qin Hao flew out like a scarecrow, crashing heavily against the pale golden barrier. Then he quickly slid down from the barrier, falling to the ground like a dead dog. After hitting the ground, Qin Hao weakly shouted, but the next moment, the familiar face of Qin Feng reappeared before him. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Hao cried out in agony, like a sandbag, flying through the air in arcs of blood, being thrown around the arena. From east to west, from south to north. Stop hitting me. I surrender. Beaten to a pulp and on the verge of death, Qin Hao summoned all his strength and finally weakly shouted the words of surrender. Hearing this, Qin Feng's momentum came to a halt. Looking at the bloodied Qin Hao lying on the ground, looking like a dead dog, Qin Feng felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. The pent-up anger for being deliberately slandered and humiliated by Qin Hao finally dissipated completely. Although he did not intend to truly kill Qin Hao, but rather to keep him around for further use, it did not prevent him from taking the opportunity to teach him a severe lesson, making him understand that he was not someone to be trifled with. At the same time, he wanted Qin Tianlong to see how worthless the Qin Hao he valued was. Didn't you always think that Qin Hao was a genius and Qin Feng, was a waste? Now, the genius in your eyes has been beaten like a dead dog by me, a waste. What do you think? Now I announce that in the Outer Sect Disciples Finals, Qin Feng wins. Just then, a powerful figure dashed through the barrier and landed beside Qin Feng. It was Zhou Tian'ao. As he spoke, Zhou Tian'ao grabbed Qin Feng's right hand and swung it up fiercely, shouting loudly, "First place Qin Feng! Qin Feng! Qin Feng! Qin Feng!" As soon as Zhou Tian'ao finished speaking, the tens of thousands of disciples below erupted in a frenzy. Each one was filled with passion, shouting and cheering wildly. It was as if they had won the victory themselves. The reason everyone was so excited was that Qin Feng's first-place victory was truly inspirational. Before the competition, everyone had high hopes for Qin Hao, Su Chun, and Lu Feng. After all three of them came from extraordinary backgrounds and possessed extraordinary spiritual roots. But in contrast, Qin Feng had been silent, with no background or support. Yet, this seemingly ordinary person ultimately claimed the first place in the Outer Sect competition, overshadowing those extraordinary geniuses from prestigious families. This shocking reversal was naturally extremely mind-blowing. Moreover, among the over 1 million Outer Sect disciples of the Taishan sect, those with prominent backgrounds were indeed a minority. Most were just ordinary individuals. And Qin Feng was clearly a representative figure among them. Now that Qin Feng had won first place, everyone naturally felt honored. As for those who previously looked down on Qin Feng, they all felt inexplicably ashamed and quietly squeezed out of the crowd, leaving in disgrace. They feared that staying any longer would subject them to humiliation. Once the noise gradually subsided, Zhou Tian'ao loudly announced, "All right, this Outer Sect Disciples competition is officially over. Everyone can disperse. The top 10 disciples, please stay." Hearing this, the disciples gradually began to disperse. Qin Feng, Qin Hao, Lu Feng, and others who made the top 10 remained on the main stage. Whoosh! Just then, a green figure jumped onto the stage, landing beside the injured Qin Hao, taking out a pill and feeding it to him. Qin Feng glanced over and realized that the newcomer was his bodyguard leader, Qin Lan. The Qin family had 4 major bodyguard leaders. Each of them was quite powerful and had reached the Xian general realm. Qin Lan was the strongest among the 4 leaders, having reached the pinnacle of the Xian general realm. As if sensing Qin Feng's gaze, Qin Lan quickly turned back, giving him a complex look. As Qin Hao's protector, from the moment Qin Hao entered the Taishan sect, Qin Lan quietly hid in the shadows, protecting him. She also witnessed Qin Hao's progress and rise firsthand. Initially, she thought that with Qin Hao's talent and hard work, he would surely be able to outshine his peers and achieve victory. But she never expected that the final result would be like this. The one who obtained first place was actually Qin Feng, who was recognized as a waste by the Qin family and ruthlessly expelled from the family. It seems that the family head was truly mistaken this time. Qin Lan sighed silently and withdrew her gaze. At that moment, a group of elders suddenly rushed forward, quickly surrounding Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, how about you take me as your master? I am the 9th elder of the inner sect, and once you become my disciple, I can provide you with the best resources available to inner sect disciples." A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, asked with burning eyes. "Old Nine, step aside. How could an outstanding disciple like Qin Feng take you as his master? That would be a pearl cast before swine." The next moment, an elderly man with white hair quickly pushed the middle-aged man aside and smiled at Qin Feng, saying, "I am the 5th elder of the inner sect, and I have decided to take you as my closed-door disciple. From now on, I will wholeheartedly cultivate you. How about that? Old 5, you are too shameless. Last time during the Outer Sect competition, you said the same thing to the first-place winner, but in the end, didn't you take in 3 disciples again?" An elder dressed in a gray brocade robe pushed the white-haired elder aside and smiled at Qin Feng, saying, "Qin Feng, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. His words are not trustworthy. Let me introduce myself first. I am the 3rd elder of the inner sect, Imo Shinkong. If you take me as your master, I will definitely what? Qin Feng is mine. No one can snatch him from me. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly boomed across the entire square, instantly overpowering all other sounds. As the voice echoed, a golden figure swiftly broke through the air and landed beside Qin Feng. Deputy Sect Master. Greetings, Deputy Sect Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, the elders revealed bitter expressions and respectfully bowed. Qin Feng, I am Yao Tian, the Deputy Sect Master of Taishan Sect. I would like to take you as my disciple. What do you think? The old man in a golden robe ignored everyone else and directly approached Qin Feng, reaching out to grasp his hand, laughing heartily. Wow, I didn't expect even the Deputy Sect Master to be moved. Yeah, even the Deputy Sect Master is eager to take Qin Feng as a disciple. Qin Feng's days of soaring to the sky are not far off. Awesome. Why is no one rushing to take me as a disciple? Look at yourself in the mirror. How can you compare to Qin Feng? Seeing this scene, the entire venue erupted in commotion. Chapter 55. The abundant reward for first place. Looking at the Deputy Sect Master, Yao Tian, in front of him, Qin Feng's heart stirred. He remembered that in his previous life, Qin Hao's master was Yao Tian. Although Yao Tian had a fiery temper, he was very protective and treated Qin Hao exceptionally well. Many benefits were fought for with Yao Tian's help. Additionally, Yao Tian had a beautiful granddaughter, 18 years old, named Yao Hongwei, who was stunningly beautiful. Taishan Sect had 10 great beauties. The first beauty was naturally senior sister Murongyan, and the second was Yao Hongwei. In the end, with Yao Tian's matchmaking, Qin Hao and Yao Hongwei became a couple. After the bond was strengthened, Yao Tian treated Qin Hao even better. Under Yao Tian's full support, Qin Hao ultimately soared to great heights. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng decided to take Yao Tian as his master. Of course, he would never admit that he was attracted to Yao Tian's beautiful granddaughter. The main reason was that Yao Tian had a bold personality and liked to protect his own. By becoming his disciple, he wouldn't have to worry about being bullied in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded firmly. I agree. Good. You really have good taste. Yao Tian smiled broadly. The wrinkles on his face, resembling chrysanthemum petals, unfolded layer by layer. Sigh, now we have completely lost hope. Yeah, who would dare to compete with a Deputy Sect Master for a disciple? The intersect elders sighed and gave up on competing for Qin Feng. If it were someone else, they might have continued to put in some effort. But Deputy Sect Master Yao Tian was different. Although this guy had thick eyebrows and big eyes and a carefree personality, if he got angry, he would really hit someone. Moreover, Yao Tian was the senior brother of the Sect Master, and even the Sect Master had no way to deal with him. Thinking of this, the intersect elders had no choice but to turn their attention to Qin Hao, Lu Feng, Su Chun, and others. After some discussion, Lu Feng took the third elder Imo Shinkong as his master. Su Chun took the sixth elder as his master. Qin Hao was about to take the ninth elder as his master. But at that moment, Yao Tian suddenly spoke. Qin Hao, would you like to take me as your master? Can I? Qin Hao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Yao Tian nodded and said, although I have some disdain for your character, you possess a top-notch fire spiritual root, so you can cultivate my Tian Yang fire technique. Disciple pays respects to master. Qin Hao immediately knelt down without hesitation and knocked his head 3 times towards Yao Tian. He knew very well that Yao Tian was also a super strong practitioner who practiced both body and martial arts. The main cultivation technique he practiced was the Tian Yang fire technique. Now that Yao Tian was willing to take him as a disciple and teach him the ultimate technique, Tian Yang fire technique, what could he possibly be dissatisfied with? Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he had been reborn, causing the trajectory of history to change slightly, the overall direction remained the same. In the end, Qin Hao still took Yao Tian as his master, mainly because Yao Tian also had a fire spiritual root. Leaving aside Qin Hao's character, he was indeed very suitable to inherit Yao Tian's ultimate technique, Tian Yang fire technique. As for himself, he only had a medium-grade spiritual root. Even if he cultivated the Tian Yang fire technique, his speed would still far lag behind Qin Hao's. Yao Tian must have taken him as a disciple because he also practiced both body and martial arts. But this was also good. The general trajectory of history had not changed. Therefore, the many fortunes that belonged to Qin Hao should still be there. Additionally, having Qin Hao by his side would make it more convenient for him to continue reaping benefits. What? You're not happy that I took him as a disciple? Seeing Qin Feng's unusual expression, Yao Tian immediately asked with a smile. No. Qin Feng shook his head upon hearing this. Who you take as a disciple is your freedom. Master, I wouldn't dare to interfere. Haha, that's good. Yao Tian laughed heartily. After speaking, Yao Tian's gaze fell on the outer sect Elder Su Han. Elder Su, please distribute the rewards for the competition. All right. Su Han nodded, casually shaking out a storage bag and handing it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is your reward for first place. Take it. Thank you, Elder. Qin Feng nodded and took it. As he probed his consciousness into it, he was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect the first place reward to be so abundant. Among them, the most important was the third-grade pill, Spirit Bone Pill. This pill has extraordinary effects. It can wash the essence and marrow, greatly improving one's physique. In the future, cultivating with it would yield double the results with half the effort. Moreover, it is said that this Spirit Bone Pill was personally refined by the founding ancestor of Taishian's sect and has been passed down through generations, with very few remaining. Additionally, one of the main materials for refining has long since disappeared from the world. Therefore, each Spirit Bone Pill is one less. For Qin Feng to obtain, it was truly a stroke of luck. Last time in the resource hall, Qin Feng had seen the exchange conditions for this Spirit Bone Pill. Besides needing 500,000 sect points, one also needed to make a significant contribution to the sect. Basically, very few disciples could meet these two conditions. If Qin Feng were to auction the Spirit Bone Pill now, he could definitely sell it for an astronomical figure. Of course, Qin Feng would not do such a foolish thing. He only has a medium-grade spiritual root, and his aptitude can only be considered average. Once he takes the Spirit Bone Pill, he will definitely undergo a transformation and leap to a high-level cultivation aptitude. This is something that money cannot buy, because as one's cultivation progresses, improvement becomes increasingly difficult. Even if he possesses the miraculous Qin Tower, where the flow of time is 10 times faster than that of others. If his aptitude remains poor, he will eventually be left far behind by people like Qin Hao. Qin Hao possesses a top-grade fire spiritual root, and as time goes on, his cultivation speed will only increase. Therefore, the more opportunities Qin Feng obtains now, the better his physique will become, allowing him to successfully counterattack in the future and surpass extraordinary geniuses like Qin Hao and Lu Feng. In addition to the Spirit Bone Pill, there is a token worth 10,000 sect points. 1 point is equivalent to 10 lower-grade spirit stones. This is worth 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The last item is a uniquely shaped key. Qin Feng casually shook it out and asked Su Han, Elder, may I ask what this key is for? Su Han smiled and explained, this is the qualification to enter the Absolute Wilderness Ruins. Only the top 10 from this competition can obtain this key. Absolute Wilderness Ruins? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but be shocked, and his gaze instantly became fervent. The Absolute Wilderness Ruins is an ancient relic in the Tianwang mountain range. It only opens once every 10 years. At that time, the 4 major sects and the Daon dynasty will send out outstanding geniuses to enter and obtain opportunities. According to memories from his previous life, the Absolute Wilderness Ruins should open very soon. In the last opening of the ruins, Qin Hao obtained a miraculous opportunity. However, with himself present now, Qin Hao can forget about that opportunity. Thinking of this, Qin Feng happily put the key away. Next, Su Han continued to distribute rewards. The reward for second place, Qin Hao, were also decent. Except for the absence of the Spirit Bone Pill, everything else was similar. The third place, Ji Tianfeng soon. All the top 10 disciples received their respective rewards. Let's go, I will take you back. Yao Tian waved his hand, lifting Qin Feng and Qin Hao as they flew towards the inner door. Chapter 56, Stunning Beauty. Yao Tian brought Qin Feng and Qin Hao over the 108 great mountains of the outer door. It felt as if they passed through a thin barrier. Suddenly, the view opened up, and a rich aura of heaven and earth surged towards them. The sounds of crisp birds and beast calls could be heard in the air. Qin Feng looked down and discovered that the mountains beneath undulated and rolled, with waves of green and clouds shrouding them. Amidst the faint white spiritual mist, ancient palaces appeared, hazy and ethereal. What a picturesque human paradise. Is this the inner door? Qin Feng murmured softly. Hearing this, Yao Tian smiled slightly. Disciples, this is the inner door. The 36 peaks in front form the 36 heavenly gang killing formation. The peak I am on is called Xiaoyao Peak, which is the second peak of the inner door. As for the main peak where the sect leader resides, it is called Tai Xian Peak. Do you see it? It is the tallest peak in the center. In the future, whether you're doing tasks or obtaining cultivation resources, you will need to go to Tai Xian Peak. Besides that, there are also the refining peak and the alchemy peak. During the flight, Yao Tian detailed the situation of the inner door to Qin Feng and the others. He also informed them of some sect rules they needed to follow in the future. After finishing the explanation, Yao Tian successfully brought the two to their destination. They found themselves at the second peak among the 36 peaks, resembling a sharp blade piercing the sky. At the edge of the mountain's peak stood a huge stone tablet nearly as tall as a person, engraved with 3 large ancient characters, Xiaoyao Peak. These 3 characters exuded a majestic aura, filled with a dense killing intent. At first glance, it looked like a terrifying god of slaughter standing atop the peak, overlooking all beings below. Yao Tian formed a seal with his fingers. The white clouds ahead immediately parted to reveal a wide passage. Below the passage was the summit of Xiaoyao Peak. Yao Tian gently waved his hand, and Qin Feng and the others slowly descended to the ground. Qin Feng glanced around and noticed more than 10 large palaces standing at the summit. However, it was very quiet, with not many people around. As if seeing through Qin Feng's thoughts, Yao Tian smiled and explained, although I am the deputy sect leader, I have always been free and lazy, not fond of meddling in sect affairs, so I have accepted very few disciples over the years, including the 2 of you. I have only taken in 10 disciples. As for other registered disciples, I have taken in a few. They all live at the foot of Xiaoyao Peak. After the explanation, Yao Tian pointed to the 2 outermost palaces and said, now these 2 palaces are still unoccupied, and their arrangements are identical. You can choose one to stay in. Yes, Master. Qin Feng and Qin Hao nodded in unison. All right, after the intense outer door disciples competition, you 2 must be tired. Go back and rest first. Tomorrow, I will come to find you, Yao Tian said and prepared to leave. Just then, a crisp beast cry echoed through the sky. Following that, a large bird, entirely snow white, swooped down from the sky and landed steadily in front of Qin Feng. Grandpa, a girl and a large bird leaped down, cheerfully greeting him. Upon seeing the girl's appearance, both Qin Feng and Qin Hao were stunned. The newcomer looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a pure white dress, with a slim figure and standing gracefully. She had the right curves in all the right places, and where she should be slender, she was standing there. She looked as exquisite as a peony flower. On her delicate face, there were a pair of dreamy, pure big eyes. Her dainty, delicate nose and cherry-like pink lips. Her skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was as delicate and smooth as rose petals. Standing there, she was as pure and flawless as snowflakes falling from the sky. Her beauty was of a kind that was unsullied and ethereal. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen such a pure and flawless girl. Hee, Grandpa, I heard you just took in 2 new disciples. Are these 2 fools? At this moment, that crisp voice rang out again. Ahem! Qin Feng, upon hearing this, instantly woke up and coughed awkwardly. Qin Hao smiled awkwardly, discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Beautiful, truly too beautiful. Qin Hao realized he had fallen in love at first sight. At the moment he saw the girl, he even thought of names for their future children. Waiter, how can you speak like that? These 2 have just won first and second place in the outer door competition. Yao Tian glared at his granddaughter Yao Hongwei and said with a smile, come, let Grandpa introduce you. This is Qin Feng, and this is Qin Hao. From now on, they will be Grandpa's 9th and 10th disciples. Ha, that's great. From now on, I'm no longer the youngest here. Yao Hongwei laughed joyfully and bounced over to the 2. She looked at them and said, 2 little junior brothers, come on. Quickly call me senior sister. Waiter, don't be mischievous, Yao Tian said loudly. Although he was scolding, his tone was filled with affection. Oh, Grandpa, how is this mischievous? Yao Hongwei pouted her pink lips in displeasure and said loudly, even though I'm not your official disciple, I often practice with you. So I'm no different from your disciples. Now that there are 2 more little junior brothers, what's wrong with them calling me senior sister? After saying that, she continued looking at the 2 and asked, do you 2 want to be my little junior brothers? Hello, senior sister. Qin Hao immediately grinned and called out cheekily. Senior sister. Qin Feng also called out. Ha, good. I finally have little junior brothers. Yao Hongwei was so happy that she bounced around like a child. And when she smiled, it was as if 100 flowers were blooming. Even the sunlight in the sky dimmed. All right, waiter, let's go. Don't disturb the 2 junior brothers' rest, Yao Tian said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Due to the protection he had given her over the years, Yao Hongwei, though already 18, remained as innocent as a child. Her thoughts were all written on her face. As he finished speaking, Yao Tian waved his sleeve and directly swept up Yao Hongwei. Floating away, the pure white demon beast bird quickly followed. Beautiful, so beautiful. I never expected there could be such a stunning beauty in this world. Qin Hao watched Yao Hongwei's retreating figure, his mouth twitching as he drooled again. Qin Feng shot him a cold glance and turned to leave. It seemed that Qin Hao had been completely captivated by Yao Hongwei. Perhaps he had already secretly plotted in his heart how to win the beauty's affection. If things developed along the normal trajectory, Qin Hao might really succeed in winning her over and marrying Yao Hongwei. However, with me, Qin Feng, around, you can forget about it. Everything you have will be taken by me, including the stunning beauty Yao Hongwei. Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Hao's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Qin Feng, hearing this, feigned ignorance and continued walking towards the palace ahead. Damn it, don't pretend to be deaf. I'm telling you, I have my eyes on Yao Hongwei, and you better not compete with me, or I'll fight you to the death. Qin Hao shouted through gritted teeth. Qin Feng paused, suddenly turned around, and with a slight smirk, disdainfully laughed. You think you're worthy? With that, Qin Feng turned back and entered the palace ahead. The echoes of Qin Hao's furious roar lingered in the air for a long time. Chapter 57. The Defying Spirit Bone Pill Entering the Palace. Qin Feng waved his sleeve and slammed the palace door shut. Master, hello. Master, please have some tea. Soon, 2 pretty maidservants approached respectfully. As an inner sect disciple, he was always attended to. Qin Feng casually took the teacup and asked, what are your names? This servant is Qing Mei. This servant is Lu Yo. Then from now on, I'll call you Xiao Qing and Xiao Lu. Qin Feng smiled. As long as the master likes it. The 2 maidservants replied in unison. There's nothing else here. You may leave for now. I want to be alone. Qin Feng waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Qing Mei and Lu Yo quickly retreated toward the back courtyard. Qin Feng sat in a chair, picked up the teacup, but did not drink, instead lost in thought. When I saw Yao Hongwei just now, I actually felt a flutter in my heart, but I clearly like her. Qin Feng put down the teacup and sighed deeply. He realized that since practicing the yin-yang eternal spring technique, he had become more flirtatious. His first love, Su Wan'er, was still his favorite. However, he still could not forget about senior sister Moronyan. Today, seeing the pure and flawless Yao Hongwei at first glance made his heart flutter as well. Am I a scumbag? Qin Feng asked himself. No, I'm not. I just want to give all the beautiful women in the world a home. For example, Yao Hongwei, according to the trajectory of my past life, ended up marrying that despicable, shameless, and cunning little man, Qin Hao, ruining her life. So if I take Yao Hongwei from Qin Hao, it would be a good deed. Also, only children make choices. I'm already an adult, so I want them all. There's nothing wrong with that. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt enlightened, raised his teacup, and took a big sip with satisfaction. After drinking the tea, Qin Feng went to his residence. The interior was luxuriously decorated and had an ancient charm. Under the large bed, there was a small spirit gathering array. I should practice first and try to break through to the Xian general realm before the ancient ruins of absolute wilderness opens, Qin Feng said, waving his hand to take out the array plate. After putting in the spirit stones, the Tai Xian breath-holding array instantly activated, enveloping the entire room. According to Qin Feng's knowledge, there were only about 5 days left before the ancient ruins of absolute wilderness opened. And within this ancient ruin, Qin Hao obtained an incredible opportunity. With that opportunity, Qin Hao's combat power surged, able to kill gods and Buddhas, gaining fame and successfully capturing Yao Hongwei's heart. But this time, Qin Feng would not let him succeed. That opportunity must be mine. Additionally, there are certain restrictions to enter the ancient ruins of absolute wilderness. For example, cultivation must not exceed the Xian sect realm, and age must not exceed 30. Therefore, most of those entering the ancient ruins this time are prodigies under 30 and below the Xian sect realm. Moreover, almost half of them are Xian general level experts. If I do not work hard to improve, with my peak strength at the 9th level of Xian master, I would just be cannon fodder if I went in. After all, those entering the ruins this time are all prodigies from the North Wilderness domain, including the Daong dynasty, the 4 major sects, and other various small forces. With so many people, there's only one best opportunity. Without sufficient strength, how can I compete with others for it? However, although Qin Feng's strength is still lacking, he has an advantage that others do not have. That is having Qin Hao as a guiding light. As long as he follows Qin Hao, the best opportunity will most likely not fly away. Because in my previous life, that best opportunity was taken away by Qin Hao. With a thought, Qin Feng instantly entered the Qian Kuan Tower. 5 days in the outside world equals 50 days inside the Qian Kuan Tower, which is more than a month. Qin Feng was absolutely confident that he could break through and step into the Xian general realm. Arriving in the thatched cottage inside the tower, Qin Feng casually shook his hand, took out the storage bag, and retrieved the spirit bone pill from inside. After swallowing it, he quickly sat cross-legged and focused on cultivating. Boom! As the spirit bone pill entered, a strange warm current immediately slid down his throat, instantly penetrating his limbs and bones. Ah, so comfortable. At this moment, Qin Feng felt like he was soaking in a warm, hot spring in the cold winter, with every pore in his body opening up to breathe. Soon, that strange warm current began to rapidly transform Qin Feng's body. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had gone by. Huff! Just then, Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. At that moment, he felt exceptionally refreshed. It was as if he had been reborn. Even his mind became much clearer. Many questions he previously could not understand in his cultivation suddenly became clear. Although his strength remained at the peak of the 9th level of Xian Master, without any improvement, Qin Feng could clearly sense that his cultivation aptitude had improved significantly. Moreover, the medicinal power of the spirit bone pill had not completely dissipated yet, with some still remaining in his body. In the future, it could continue to subtly transform his physique. Qin Feng's most intuitive feeling was that he seemed to have become much smarter. Indeed, is worthy of being an ancient spirit pill. The effect is defying. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled as he praised. Next, let's see how my cultivation speed is after the transformation of my physique. Practice makes perfect. To know how much the spirit bone pill has changed me, I must test it through practice. However, before cultivating, I need to take a bath first. After the complete transformation from the spirit bone pill, I was now all black and sticky as if I had just come out of ink. Qin Feng suddenly stood up, rushed out of the thatched cottage, and went to the water pit beside the fertile land to take a refreshing bath. He returned to the thatched cottage, feeling invigorated, and once again sat cross-legged. Concentrating on his cultivation, the yin-yang eternal spring technique roared into operation. In an instant, the air above the Xiaoyao peak trembled slightly, and boundless spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged in, pouring into the room where Qin Feng was. Then, through the Qian Kuan Tower, entered Qin Feng's body, circulating for several cycles. With a loud bang, a dull explosion sounded, and the cultivation bottleneck within Qin Feng instantly broke through, successfully advancing to the 1st level of Xian General Realm. Smooth, without any blockage. Haha, the spirit bone pill is indeed extraordinary. My speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation is now actually twice as fast as before. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light burst forth from within, dazzling and colorful. Through his cultivation verification, he finally witnessed the power of the spirit bone pill. After the first wave of the pill's effects, his cultivation aptitude was significantly enhanced. If it were in the past, it would have taken at least twice the time to advance. Moreover, it wouldn't have been possible to succeed in one go like now. This indicates that the transformation brought by the spirit bone pill is truly extraordinary. His cultivation aptitude has at least doubled. Of course, this is just Qin Feng's intuitive feeling. The specific effects might be even more amazing. Next, Qin Feng proved his guess through action. He stepped out of the thatched cottage, harvested a large number of herbs, and began refining the bone-washing pill. As a result, both the speed and success rate of alchemy were greatly improved. Furthermore, the pills produced all reached the top quality level. It can be seen that the spirit bone pill's transformation of him is indeed comprehensive. In terms of cultivation aptitude, Qin Feng now should not be too far off from extraordinary talents like Qin Hao and Lu Feng. Chapter 58. Teaching and Instructing a Knight Without Conversation. The next day, the morning light was faintly visible. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Qin Feng quickly focused his mind, left the Qinquan Tower, and went outside. When he opened the door, he saw the maid Qing Mei standing at the entrance. Master, the deputy sect master has arrived and is waiting for you in the hall, Qing Mei said respectfully. Got it. Qin Feng nodded and strode towards the hall. Hey, you broke through? Yao Tian, who was drinking tea, suddenly froze after catching a glimpse of Qin Feng. He even forgot to put down the teacup he was holding in mid-air. Yes, I had some insights last night and successfully advanced. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Ha, good. Very good. You truly deserve to be the disciple I value. Yao Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this. He had always been worried that Qin Feng, with only a medium-grade spiritual root, would lag behind others in cultivation speed. He never expected that this kid's rate of improvement was not slow at all. Just within a single night, he successfully advanced. One should know that even Qin Hao, who possesses a top-grade fire spiritual root, is still lingering at the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm. After all, the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm and the Xian General Realm is a clear threshold that is not easily crossed. Moreover, to smoothly advance from the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm to the Xian General Realm, the internal energy must reach a certain level, and there must also be a certain understanding of martial arts. This is commonly referred to as enlightenment. If one cannot comprehend it, one might be stuck for life and never advance an inch. It seems that there must be secrets about Qin Feng that he himself does not know. Otherwise, it definitely could not have improved so quickly. However, Yao Tian did not say much. After all, who doesn't have their own secrets? If one were to dig too deeply, it would become annoying. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Tian immediately said to Qing Mei, who was standing nearby, "Go, inform Qin how to come over." He originally planned to teach Qin Feng alone, but after discovering Qin Feng's advancement, he suddenly changed his mind. He intended to use Qin Feng's advancement to stimulate Qin Hao, so that the little guy doesn't become arrogant and complacent, thinking that just because he has a top-grade fire spiritual root, he can rest on his laurels. Yes, Deputy Sect Master. Qing Mei nodded and quickly left. Not long after, Qin Hao arrived with large strides, respectfully bowing to Yao Tian. "Greetings, Master." No need for excessive formalities. Sit down. Yao Tian gestured to the chair next to Qin Feng. Qin Hao nodded and sat down beside Qin Feng. But just as he took his seat, his mind suddenly shook violently. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring fixedly at Qin Feng with a look of shock. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Qin Feng was entirely different from before. It was vast like the sea, unfathomable. This was a sign of successfully advancing to the Xian General Realm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Feng was still at the peak of the 9th level of the Xian Master Realm yesterday. How could he possibly advance overnight? Qin Hao's eyes turned red, filled with jealousy, and his heart roared in madness. Why? Why is it that I, a peerless genius with a top-grade fire spiritual root, cannot easily advance, while Qin Feng, who has mediocre talent with only a medium-grade spiritual root, has advanced ahead of me? Qin Hao could not accept this at all. Immediately, a strong sense of defeat surged in his heart. Am I really inferior to this waste? Qin Feng? Why am I not as good as him in the outer sect disciple competition? My speed of advancing to the Xian general realm is also not as fast as his. Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt as if all his strength had been drained in an instant, and he slumped in his chair. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead, as if he had lost his soul. Wake up! Yao Tian saw this and couldn't help but shout loudly. Boom! Qin Hao, upon hearing this, was jolted back to reality, looking at Yao Tian in confusion. Qin Hao, you have disappointed me greatly. It's just a minor setback, and you can't handle it? Let me ask you, is your mentality that fragile? Yao Tian glared angrily, feeling regretful. He still placed great importance on Qin Hao. After all, with his top-grade fire spiritual root, Qin Hao was the best candidate to inherit his ultimate skill, the Tianyong fire art. This was something Qin Feng could never hope to achieve. After all, aptitude can be improved through pills, but spiritual roots cannot be easily changed. Qin Feng, with only a medium-grade spiritual root, is destined to never cultivate the Tianyong fire art to its peak. Yet, he never expected that the Qin Hao he had high hopes for had such a fragile heart. Almost unable to withstand a blow, he had originally intended to use Qin Feng's advancement to stimulate Qin Hao. In the end, it backfired. I'm sorry, Master, I was wrong, Qin Hao said, lowering his head in shame upon hearing this. Remember, you must refine your mentality well in the future. If you are still as fragile as today, then get out of the Xiaoyao peak. Yao Tian, do not have such a cowardly disciple. Yao Tian scolded loudly. Yes, Master, I will remember. I will definitely change. Qin Hao nodded repeatedly. Sit up straight. Now, I will teach you both the cultivation mantra of the Tianyong fire art, as well as some of my cultivation insights, so you can avoid taking the wrong path. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and Qin Hao straightened their postures and listened attentively. Yao Tian spoke for nearly 2 hours before finally finishing. All right, you two, now practice in front of me and see who can enter first, Yao Tian said loudly. Qin Feng and Qin Hao both nodded. They sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to focus on their cultivation. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had gone by. At this moment, Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide and said loudly, Master, I have successfully grasped the entry level. Good. Show me the first move, Yao Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao casually formed a seal and gently waved his hand forward. A flame, as thick as a thumb, shot out from his fingertips, hitting the wall ahead and directly burning a small hole in it. Good. Yao Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this. Just within a stick of incense, he successfully entered. This talent and aptitude truly deserve to be called a peerless genius. Of course, this was also closely related to the top-grade fire spiritual root that Qin Hao possessed. Due to the property of his spiritual root, Qin Hao could cultivate this type of fire attribute technique much faster than ordinary people, making it a case of doubling the results with half the effort. Time flew by, and before long, another half-stick of incense had passed. Whoosh! It was only at this point that Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Did you enter? Yao Tian asked. Qin Feng nodded, casually forming a seal and pointing forward. The first move of the Tianyong fire technique, Tianyong finger. A flame as thick as a thumb swiftly shot out from the fingertip, piercing through the wall to create a small hole. Not bad. Although you are a bit slower to start than Qin Hao, achieving such speed is already commendable, Yao Tian said with a smile, stroking his beard. This was not just consolation, but genuine praise. After all, the innate differences between Qin Feng and Qin Hao are right there. One has a medium-grade spiritual root, and the other has a top-grade spiritual root. Now, Qin Feng is only half a stick of incense slower than Qin Hao, which is already considered extremely excellent. As long as Qin Feng remains determined and perseveres in his cultivation, he may not fall far behind Qin Hao in the future. Qin Feng nodded but said nothing. He was well aware that there was still a gap between him and Qin Hao. Even though he had taken the spirit bone pill, significantly improving his physique, he still could not eliminate that gap in a short time. However, he had enough confidence that through continuous effort and foresight, he would far surpass Qin Hao in the future, leaving Qin Hao to eat dust behind him. Chapter 59. Are you planning to rob and pillage? After teaching, Yao Tian glanced at Qin Feng and Qin Hao and said solemnly, "By the way, there is one more thing I need to remind you too." "Please speak, master." The two responded in unison, focusing intently. "The absolute desolation ancient ruins will open in 4 days. At that time, besides the two of you, there will be over 200 inner disciples accompanying you." Yao Tian said slowly, picking up a teacup and taking a sip. Putting down the teacup, he continued, "This opening of the ruins is of great significance to both of you because according to the last batch of disciples who entered, they seem to have discovered traces of a 9 nether golden ancestor fire inside. And both of you are cultivating my Tianyang fire technique. If you can obtain that 9 nether golden ancestor fire, it will undoubtedly enhance your strength tremendously. Therefore, I hope you too can focus on information regarding the 9 nether golden ancestor fire once you enter the absolute desolation ancient ruins." "What? 9 nether golden ancestor fire?" Qin Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. "One must know that the 9 nether golden ancestor fire is a heaven-defying existence ranked 7th on the strange fire list of the 9 provinces continent. Once mastered and cultivated to the peak, its power is unparalleled, capable of destroying heaven and earth." Qin Feng, however, remained calm. He already knew that the 9 nether golden ancestor fire existed within the absolute desolation ancient ruins, and that it was ultimately obtained by Qin Hao, which led to a significant increase in Qin Hao's strength. With the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, he soared to great heights, unstoppable, killing gods and Buddhas alike. However, that was in the last life. In this life, Qin Feng would not let Qin Hao have his way. Yes, that's true, but whether you can successfully obtain it depends on your fortune. Yao Tian nodded seriously. At this point, he changed the subject. "Additionally, your junior sister, Yao Hongwei, will also enter the ruins trial with you. As you know, I have protected her too, well, usually making her quite innocent and kind-hearted, unaware of the malice in the outside world. Therefore, I hope you two can take good care of her and ensure nothing happens to her once you enter the ruins." "Master, don't worry. We will definitely protect our senior sister well and won't let anything happen to her." Qin Feng and Qin Hao answered in unison. "That's all for now. In these few days, you should study and comprehend the Tianyang fire technique at home. By then, it might increase your chances of subduing the 9 nether golden ancestor fire." Yao Tian instructed before rising and leaving gracefully. Qin Hao shot a cold glance at Qin Feng before quickly departing. He needed to return and enter seclusion for cultivation, striving to step into the Xian general realm as soon as possible. Only then would he have enough strength to compete for the 9 nether golden ancestor fire once he entered the absolute desolation ancient ruins. The 9 nether golden ancestor fire is a heaven-defying existence ranked 7th on the strange fire list. He must have it. Once successful, his strength would surge explosively, and his combat power would greatly increase. At that time, Qin Feng, that waste, would be trampled underfoot by him. Watching Yao Tian and Qin Hao leave, Qin Feng also returned to his room. There were still 3 days left, and inside the Qinquan Tower, it equated to about a month. A month may not be long, but it could elevate his strength to a new level. The stronger he was, the greater his chances of self-preservation in the absolute desolation ancient ruins. The chances of successfully obtaining the 9 nether golden ancestor fire would also increase. The 9 nether golden ancestor fire could not only greatly enhance his combat power, but also rapidly improve his cultivation during the refining process. Back when Qin Hao obtained the 9 nether golden ancestor fire during the refining process, his strength directly leaped from the 2nd level of the Xian general realm to the peak of the 5th level, a full 3 small levels of improvement. Moreover, the transformation brought by the 9 nether golden ancestor fire was not a one-time event. It was continuous. After obtaining the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, it could continually transform his body and enhance his physique. Additionally, the 9 nether golden ancestor fire also had growth potential. The further it went, the more powerful it became. Cultivated to its peak, it could destroy heaven and earth. Thus, no matter what, Qin Feng was determined to seize the 9 nether golden ancestor fire this time. Time always passes quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the evening, Qin Feng inside the Qinquan Tower suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and auspicious colors filled the air. He took a deep breath, exhaling a long stream of turbid air. His divine sense entered introspection, and he instantly wore a joyful expression. He saw that his dantian had expanded several times again, and the energy within was as vast as the sea, producing waves that crashed like thunder. Through this period of hard work, he had finally succeeded in advancing to the third level of the Xian general realm. He had improved by 2 small levels. However, with such strength, going to the absolute desolation ancient ruins would only make him cannon fodder. Therefore, before heading to the absolute desolation ancient ruins, Qin Feng planned to make thorough preparations. That meant going to the resource hall of the Taishan sect to purchase a large number of life-preserving items. He now possessed over 10,000 sect points. Additionally, he had over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was sufficient to buy some life-preserving items suitable for his level. Thinking about it, he acted. Qin Feng concentrated and quickly left the Qinquan Tower, heading outside. The Intersect Resource Hall is located at the very center of Taishan Peak. As Qin Feng walked through the twilight, he entered the Resource Hall. The Intersect Resource Hall had far fewer people than the Outer Sect Resource Hall. A glance around revealed only a few people in the large hall, purchasing cultivation resources. Most inner disciples were in seclusion at this time, preparing for the next day's journey to the absolute desolation ancient ruins. Others were mostly out on missions or training. Qin Feng arrived at window number 3. Inside was an old man with white hair, probably in his 60s. He wore a gray robe and lazily reclined in a grand chair. His eyes were slightly squinted, and he held a wine gourd, occasionally taking a sip. "Elder, I want to purchase a batch of treasures," Qin Feng said loudly. The white-haired old man, without lifting his head, replied, "Did you see that jade slip on the table? Choose what you want." "All right." Qin Feng nodded, reached through the window, and picked up the jade slip. Entering his divine sense to explore, he found that it detailed most of the items available for exchange in the resource hall. Pills, treasures, herbs, refining materials, talismans, spirit boats. Each item listed had corresponding exchange points below. Qin Feng scanned through them. He found many items he desired. Unfortunately, the better the item, the more points were needed, so he could only make some choices. After about a stick of incense, Qin Feng spoke, "Elder, I want to exchange for these items. 3 bottles of third-order peak corruption pills, 3 corresponding detoxification pills, 1 breath-holding cloak, 1 appearance-changing mask, and 5 bottles of third transformation profound yang pills." In total, he mentioned more than a dozen items. Adding them all up, it was almost enough to exhaust all the sect points he had. For Qin Feng, sect points were just a number, completely useless if left unused. Only by exchanging them for items could they bring maximum value. After listening to Qin Feng's account, the originally indifferent old man with white hair suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with an odd expression as he stared at Qin Feng, speechless. "Elder, why are you looking at me like that?" Qin Feng asked in surprise. Hearing this, the white-haired old man finally spoke. "Kid, are you sure you want to exchange for these items?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Qin Feng retorted. "A big problem." The old man's expression grew even stranger as he murmured, "The things you're exchanging for either poison pills or treasures for changing appearance, and some quick healing, energy-restoring pills. I can't help but wonder if you intend to engage in robbery next." Qin Feng. It must be said that the old man was right. The reason Qin Feng exchanged for these pills and treasures was indeed to rob Qin Hao. The breath-holding cloak and the appearance-changing mask were both high-quality spiritual artifacts. The breath-holding cloak could effectively conceal one's aura and allow for stealthy following. The appearance-changing mask, as the name implies, was used to change one's appearance. At a critical moment, when making a move to snatch something, one could not appear in their true form. Otherwise, how could he continue to fleece Qin Hao in the future? Of course, Qin Feng would not admit this. He simply replied indifferently, "Elder, you misunderstood. The reason I exchange for these items is merely to have a means of self-protection after entering the absolute wilderness ruins." "I see." The white-haired old man nodded upon hearing this, no longer suspicious. "That makes sense. After all, the absolute wilderness ruins are extremely dangerous. It's better to be prepared with some life-saving items." Soon, Qin Feng used his identity token to spend over 10,000 sec points to exchange for the items he needed. Done. Qin Feng put everything into his bag and returned to the carefree peak under the night sky. Tomorrow would be the time to witness miracles. Chapter 60. Absolute wilderness ruins. The next day, in the morning, thick fog enveloped the area. On the inner sec square, a massive ship soared through the air with a roar. This ship had 3 levels. Qin Feng stood on the lowest deck, looking down at the ground beneath him. Soon, countless grand palaces turned into small black dots. This trip to the absolute wilderness ruins was personally led by the vice sect master, Yao Tian. Accompanying him were 5 inner sect elders. As for the disciples, apart from Qin Feng, Qin Hao, Lu Feng, and the other top 10 winners of the outer sect competition, the rest were inner sect or core disciples. Their strengths were mostly at the Xian general level. The absolute wilderness ruins were one of the most famous 10 ruins in the northern wilderness region. They opened once every 10 years. Almost every time they opened, someone would gain tremendous benefits inside, rising to prominence. Because the absolute wilderness ruins offered many benefits, they had long been monopolized by the Daong dynasty and the 4 major sections. Therefore, most of those entering were from these 5 major forces. To ensure sustainable development, the number of people entering the ruins each time was limited to no more than 2,000. Each of the 4 major sects had 300 spots, while the Daong dynasty had 500 spots. As for the remaining 300 spots, they were allocated to the small and medium-sized forces in the 7 states of the northern wilderness region. Originally, Qin Feng and Qin Hao, with only initial Xian general strength, would not qualify to enter. The reason they obtained a spot was mainly due to their top 10 finish in the outer sect competition. This was why 10 spots were given as a reward. Qin Feng scanned his surroundings and found the white-robed inner sect disciples around him full of energy, their blood and qi surging vigorously. They all had considerable strength at the mid to late stages of Xian general. As for Qin Feng himself, along with Qin Hao and Lu Feng, they were just 10 insignificant figures. Even Yao Tian's granddaughter, Yao Hongwei, had reached the peak of the 4th level of Xian general. Little junior brother, are you worried? Seeing Qin Feng looking around, Yao Hongwei walked over, surrounded by a fragrant breeze. Today, she wore a light pink lawn dress, her figure curvy and enchanting. Her skin was as white as jade, her nose straight and seemingly sculpted. Her cherry-like lips were small and beautifully curved, exuding warmth. Her long black hair flowed down, full of charm. She emanated a captivating fragrance that was both refreshing and pleasant. Qin Feng gulped, awkwardly retracting his gaze, shaking his head. No, little junior brother, don't worry. Once we enter the absolute wilderness ruins, I will protect you, Yao Hongwei said with a playful smile, raising her hand to pat her ample chest. Then thank you, senior sister. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly felt an unusual gaze directed at him from the side. He turned to look and found Qin Hao gripping the railing at the front of the deck, his eyes coldly fixed on him, filled with envy and hatred. Qin Feng sneered coldly, ignoring him. According to his memories from his previous life, Qin Hao and Yao Hongwei had become an item in the absolute wilderness ruins. As Qin Hao claimed, he saved Yao Hongwei's life in the ruins. Yao Hongwei was immensely grateful to him, which made her fall in love with him. As for the specifics, Qin Feng was unclear, because at that time, he was suffering from severe poisoning, lying on the bed waiting to die. Later, after Qin Feng died, a fragment of his soul lingered around Qin Hao, allowing him to realize that it was all a scheme orchestrated by Qin Hao. The so-called life-saving grace was merely this scoundrel's self-directed play. Moreover, after obtaining Yao Hongwei, Qin Hao grew disdainful of her simple nature, often beating and scolding her. Later, upon encountering women of higher status, he cruelly abandoned Yao Hongwei, leaving her heartbroken and ultimately leading to her tragic death by poison. In this life, Qin Feng decided to change Yao Hongwei's fate. Such a pure and kind girl deserved to be treated gently. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Whoosh! Just then, the ship slowly slowed down and came to a stop. Qin Feng looked down and discovered they had arrived at their destination. Beneath him lay an endless expanse of majestic mountains. The peaks rose and fell, stretching endlessly. Occasionally, roars of ferocious beasts echoed from deep within the mountains. Precisely within the Tianwang mountain range, surrounded by mountains, there was a vast valley. At this moment, the valley was already packed with people. It was a sea of faces, bustling with noise. Countless different flags fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. In the center of the valley was the influence of the Daong dynasty. A royal flag, towering several dozen feet high, stood there. Surrounding the royal flag were numerous temporary tents. 2 open spaces were left on both sides, respectively for the 4 major sections. Yao Tian made a hand gesture, controlling the ship to slowly descend onto an open space on the right. Everyone, disembark and start setting up the temporary tents. Yao Tian shouted loudly. The opening of the absolute wilderness ruins would take some time. The people from the 4 major sects were all dignified, naturally unwilling to endure the scorching sun and rain here. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others jumped off the ship in unison and began setting up tents. Soon, the people from the Tianjin sect also arrived. A huge sword-shaped flying ship thunderously descended onto the open ground beside the Taishan sect. Haha, brother Yao Tian. Long time no see. You still have that charm. A white-haired old man stepped onto a giant flying sword. Coming swiftly, he wore a gray brocade robe, his white hair flowing, exuding an aura of immortality. You're not bad either. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Yao Tian smiled slightly and began chatting with the old man. Brother Yao Tian, when we enter the ancient ruins later, our disciple from both sects should unite and cooperate, said the white-haired elder. I will remind everyone. Yao Tian nodded with a smile. Although the 4 major sects had been in constant open and covert conflict, they would quickly unite in the face of major events. Among them, the relationship between Taishan sect and Tianjin sect was the best. Taishan sect was closest to the people of Guangdaomen. This was also to avoid any one sect becoming too dominant and to keep each other in check. As for the Daong dynasty, they were naturally very displeased with all 4 major sections. After all, the Daong dynasty was the ostensible ruler of the 7 states in the northern wilderness. But in fact, its territory only encompassed 3 states. The other 4 states had been occupied and divided by the 4 major sects. Even the court's orders could not be issued. The Daong dynasty was always thinking of destroying the 4 major sects to unify the northern wilderness. Unfortunately, they were afraid of pushing the 4 major sects too hard, as they might unite against them. Additionally, there were 2 powerful evil forces, namely Yao Yuan sect and Blood Demon sect, stirring up trouble in the shadows. The Daong dynasty had to remain vigilant. The entire northern wilderness was in such a delicate situation, complex and tangled. Chapter 61. Jealousy transforms his appearance. The tents were set up, and Yao Tian let everyone go in to rest. Qin Feng, Qin Hao, and Lu Feng were staying in one tent. Once inside, Qin Hao, Lu Feng, and the others immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Among the Taishan sect disciples who came this time, they were the weakest 10. Although cultivating at this time would not yield much improvement, it was still good to give it a try. Qin Feng closed his eyes, ready to start cultivating. Just then, he felt something in his heart and took out a black jade slip. Upon probing with his mind, he discovered it was a message from Su Wan'er. Brother Qin Feng, have you arrived? I need to find you in the canyon 1,000 miles outside Zhuhuang Valley. Inside, she had also sketched a simple map with her mind. Qin Feng suddenly stood up and left the tent in big strides. He found Yao Tian and said he needed to go out for a bit. Go ahead. Don't wander too far. The Zhuhuang ruins will likely open in 2 hours, so remember to come back in time. Yao Tian smiled and patted Qin Feng's shoulder. I'll remember, master. Qin Feng nodded and dashed towards the Zhuhuang Valley. Brother Yao Tian, is this your newly accepted disciple? Asked Huang Long, the grand elder of Tianjin sect. Yao Tian nodded. Hey, this kid's talent isn't that great. Why did you take him as a disciple? Huang Long couldn't understand. Haha, although his talent is average, he won first place in this outer sect disciple competition. Do you still think he is not capable? Yao Tian laughed. What? How is that possible? Huang Long's eyes widened in shock. Qin Feng didn't hear their conversation. He activated his swift technique to the limit, speeding towards his destination. It had been over a month since he last saw Su Wan'er. Qin Feng missed her dearly. Additionally, he was eager to know how the matter with Ying Dang had been resolved. What Qin Feng didn't know was that shortly after he left Zhuhuang Valley, Qin Hao also secretly left the valley, stealthily following behind. Qin Feng's rapid progress during this time was too abnormal. Logically speaking, Qin Feng was just a waste with medium-grade spiritual roots, completely incomparable to his top-grade spiritual roots. However, in just a mere 3 days, Qin Feng's cultivation had skyrocketed, stepping into the 3rd level of Xianshi, 2 small levels in 3 days. If it were any other extraordinary genius with top-grade spiritual roots, such progress would be understandable. But why could that waste Qin Feng do it? He lacked talent and spiritual roots. How could he progress so quickly? Therefore, Qin Feng must have a great secret. To avoid alarming the snake, Qin Hao dared not follow too closely. He trailed behind at a distance, holding a compass-like treasure to lock onto Qin Feng's direction at all times. This compass treasure was something he exchanged from the sect's resource hall. As long as the distance did not exceed a certain degree, it could locate the opponent based on a trace of their lingering aura. I want to see what this waste is up to. Qin Hao held the compass, flying forward continuously. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Qin Feng successfully arrived at his destination. Before him was a vast natural canyon. The canyon was surrounded by strange rocks. In the center flowed a clear river, gushing along. A graceful figure stood by the river, staring at the water in a daze. Qin Feng leaped and landed beside that beautiful figure. Vanya! The figure suddenly turned around and looked over. This time, she wore a light yellow long dress, highlighting her perfect and beautiful figure. With willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes. Her skin was as white as snow, lips like cherries, a delicate nose, breathing like orchids, and her eyes shimmering like ripples. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her rounded shoulders, and her arms were smooth and shiny, resembling 2 pieces of jade lotus. Brother Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng, Su Wan'er called out sweetly and flew over like a bird returning to the forest, her arms wrapping around his neck. The warmth and softness filled Qin Feng's embrace, making his breath quicken involuntarily. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and captured her cherry-like lips. Su Wan'er struggled slightly, but quickly gave in. After more than a month apart, she missed him dearly. Under Qin Feng's advance, she soon melted in his embrace, letting him do as he pleased. This kiss lasted nearly an incense stick's worth of time. Until both of them were about to suffocate, they finally separated. What they didn't know was that at this moment, a pair of red-eyed, jealous eyes were staring at them from afar. Damn couple, you deserve to die. Both of you. Qin Hao twisted his face, his heart roaring with madness upon seeing that scene. He had originally planned to secretly follow and uncover Qin Feng's hidden secrets. Unexpectedly, that bastard was actually out here for a secret meeting with a beauty. Moreover, that beauty was Su Wan'er, whom he had been infatuated with, pursuing desperately, yet unable to attain. At this moment, he felt as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart, his anger reaching its peak. Vanya, how has that matter been resolved? Qin Feng held Su Wan'er's small hand and sat together on a nearby giant rock. It's all settled. Su Wan'er nodded with a smile, explaining, after I returned last time, I met with the people from the Sunfang Pavilion. They found out that I had that and became furious. Wanted to punish my Su family. My father paid a lot of cultivation resources to appease their anger, which is how we got rid of them. Later, my father wanted to punish me severely, but unexpectedly found out that I had awakened a special physique, so he was overjoyed and focused on nurturing me. This led to a rapid improvement in my strength, and I entered the top 10 in the recent Outer Sect Disciple competition, which is how I qualified to enter the Zhuhuang ruins. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's mind quietly swept over Su Wan'er. With just a sweep, he was shocked. He discovered that Su Wan'er's strength had actually climbed to the peak of the 8th level of Xianshi. Just a month ago, she was merely at the peak of the 9th level of Xianshi. It seemed that her awakened special physique was truly extraordinary. Wan'er, what special physique did you awaken? Qin Feng asked in confusion. I awakened as a water spirit body, naturally close to water attributes. Su Wana replied with a smile. No wonder. Qin Feng nodded. The water spirit body is indeed very suitable for practicing the Ta Ching sex techniques. It's only natural that she has made such rapid progress. If it weren't for the unexpected awakening of her special constitution, Su Wana wouldn't have qualified to enter the ancient ruins of absolute wilderness this time. Just as Qin Feng was pondering, Su Wana leaned on his shoulder and whispered, according to my father, the reason I was able to awaken a special constitution should be related to you. Huh? Is that true? Qin Feng was taken aback by her words. Yes. Su Wana nodded, her pretty face flushing as she said, it might be because of your stimulation when we did that. At this point, Su Wana felt too embarrassed to continue. Her charming face was as red as the evening clouds. Haha, so you should thank me then? Qin Feng couldn't help but smile up at the sky upon hearing this. Yes, thank you, brother Qin Feng, Su Wana replied. But just saying it isn't enough. We need to do something practical. Qin Feng grinned wickedly and picked up Su Wana in a horizontal embrace. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Now that they hadn't seen each other for over a month, Qin Feng felt like his heart was on fire. Moreover, the yin-yang eternal spring technique he was practicing could cause serious problems if practiced alone for too long without assistance. The lightest outcome would be going into a frenzy, and the worst could lead to death. Therefore, Qin Feng's actions were all for the sake of cultivation. Additionally, it would also help Su Wana improve. It was a win-win situation for both sides, so why not? Huh? Brother Qin Feng, what are you going to do? Su Wana exclaimed. Do. Qin Feng whispered in her ear. Boo-hoo, big bad guy. Su Wana raised her small fist and gently punched Qin Feng's chest. Her face, blushing like blood, was completely buried against Qin Feng's body, too shy to look up. Qin Feng carried Su Wana to a nearby lush green meadow. He gently set her down, then shook his right hand. He took out the formation plate. After activating the Tai Xian blocking breath formation, Qin Feng suddenly pounced. Soon, a melodious singing voice echoed through the canyon. Ah, Qin Feng, Su Wana, you 2 dog lovers, I will kill you, I must kill you. From afar, on the mountain peak, Qin Hao, filled with jealousy, furiously struck the nearby boulder. Chapter 62. True and False Treasures. Half an hour later, the singing in the canyon ceased. Qin Feng felt completely relaxed, with his eyes slightly closed, lying quietly on the verdant grass. Su Wana's pretty face was slightly flushed, her head resting on Qin Feng's strong arm. Her long black hair fell casually over Qin Feng's arm, with a few damp strands clinging to her forehead. After Qin Feng's nurturing, Su Wana appeared even more stunning, like a rose blooming in the wind. Qin Feng's consciousness entered introspection, and he couldn't help but smile with a hint of joy. After this cultivation, his strength had improved. He had progressed from the early stage of the Xian general's 3rd heaven to the mid-stage. Although it was just a small step, it was equivalent to the effort he had put into training for over half a month. While improving, he also experienced ultimate enjoyment. Is there anything more pleasurable than this in the world? After observing himself, Qin Feng's consciousness gently swept over Su Wana beside him. He discovered that she had also advanced a level, reaching the peak of the Xian Master's 9th heaven. The later stages of cultivation become increasingly difficult to improve. Su Wana's strength was far below Qin Feng's, so her improvement was more significant. Wow, brother Qin Feng, my strength has improved again. At this moment, Su Wana opened her cherry lips in astonishment. Although she had already heard Qin Feng mention the yin-yang eternal spring technique, she was still shocked to experience another improvement. She initially thought this technique would only be effective the first time. Unexpectedly, it was still effective afterward. Although the effect wasn't as strong as the first time, she was already very satisfied. After all, if she were to cultivate through normal means, it would take her at least 10 days to half a month to reach the peak of the Xian Master's 9th heaven. Ha, I told you. The yin-yang eternal spring technique is beneficial for both parties. Qin Feng replied with a smile. I never expected there would be such a marvelous technique in the world. Su Wana looked at Qin Feng with sparkling eyes, murmuring, if we have the opportunity in the future, how about we cultivate together a few more times? Haha, of course. No problem. Qin Feng nodded without hesitation, laughing as he agreed. Naturally, he was more than willing. What? Have you developed a taste for it? Qin Feng decided to tease her, so he laughed and joked. Hey, that's annoying. I just want to improve quickly. Su Vanya lightly punched Qin Feng, lowering her head in embarrassment. The two chatted for a while and remembered that the ancient ruins of Absolute Wilderness were about to open. So they quickly got dressed and headed towards the Absolute Wilderness Valley together. Hand in hand, they sped along, their clothes fluttering as if they were a pair of celestial lovers, envying others. Seeing this scene, the distant Qin Hao was once again deeply affected. His eyes turned blood red, staring fiercely at their backs, fists clenched, his teeth grinding. At this moment, he wished he could rush forward and tear Qin Feng to pieces. Unfortunately, he was not a match for Qin Feng. If he acted recklessly, he would only end up dead. Frustration, depression, and impotent rage. This was a true reflection of Qin Hao's current mood. By the way, at that moment, Qin Hao suddenly thought of something, and his eyes brightened. I may not be a match for Qin Feng, but I can use someone else's knife to kill. I heard that the 9th prince of the Daong dynasty, Dang, is also coming to the ancient ruins of Absolute Wilderness this time. Su Wanner was originally the woman he had his eyes on, but now she is with Qin Feng. If he knew about this, how could he let Qin Feng off easily? Qin Hao also knew a bit about the 9th prince, Dang. It is said that this guy is not only a notorious womanizer, but also overbearing and unreasonable. Once he sets his sights on a woman, he will do anything and stop at nothing to take her. The Su family was originally under the 9th prince's pressure and wanted to send Su Wanner to the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, in the end, Su Wanner escaped the calamity by degrading herself. If I tell Dang about this and embellish the story, wouldn't he be furious with Qin Feng? Let's do it this way. I will tell Dang that it was that dog Qin Feng who lusted after beauty and used despicable means to defile Su Wanner, causing her to lose her purity. Once Dang hears this, won't he hate Qin Feng to the bone? Qin Hao grinned savagely, his figure swaying as he quickly headed towards the Absolute Wilderness Valley. Returning to the tent, Qin Feng glanced around and found that Qin Hao was actually not there. However, he didn't think much of it. He sat down cross-legged and began to concentrate on his cultivation. Time quietly passed, and an hour soon went by. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from outside. The sound was so loud it was like thunder reverberating throughout the entire Absolute Wilderness Valley. Qin Feng was quickly awakened from his meditation by this sound. The entrance is about to open. Everyone, hurry up and come out. At the same time, a clamor arose outside. Hearing this, Qin Feng and the others quickly rushed out of the tent. Looking up, they saw that deep within the Absolute Wilderness Valley, thunderous explosions were erupting as if the Earth Dragon was turning over. The ground beneath their feet was trembling continuously. Following that, colorful divine lights shot up into the sky, twisting and morphing into a huge vortex. Within the vortex, countless strange images flashed by. Among these images were various herbs and rare fruits. There were also many oddly shaped magical treasures that flickered and vanished. Brother, why are there so many treasures appearing in that vortex? At this moment, a novice disciple, who was visiting for the first time, looked at an inner sect disciple beside him and asked, are those really treasures? The inner sect disciple smiled and explained, no, those are just illusory projections. What? So they're fake? The novice disciple was greatly disappointed. The inner sect disciple shook his head and said, I can't say they're fake. Those treasures are actually real. Senior brother, the more I listen, the more confused I get, the novice disciple said, scratching his head in distress. You just said those were illusory projections, but now you say those treasures are real. Isn't that contradictory? The inner sect disciple immediately began to explain in detail. In fact, the illusory projections of those treasures are transmitted from within the ancient desolation ruins. This also means that once we enter, we can find them inside. Oh, I see now. Thank you for clearing that up, senior brother. The novice disciple suddenly understood. The treasures within the vortex were indeed fake and belonged to illusory projections. However, the corresponding treasures could be found within the ancient desolation ruins, which truly existed. At that moment, the novice disciple finally understood why so many people flocked to the ancient desolation ruins every time they opened. It turned out that countless coveted items really existed inside. Speaking of the fleeting images just now, there were quite a few second-tier, third-tier, and even fourth-tier high-grade herbs that he recognized. Each herb was worth its weight in gold. Some were even herbs that had gone extinct in the outside world. Additionally, there were many illusory projections of magical artifacts, including swords, spears, and staffs, all radiating a majestic brilliance that indicated they were not ordinary items. Even obtaining just one would be a huge gain. The phenomenon of treasures within the vortex lasted for about half a stick of incense's time. As the last treasure's projection disappeared, the vortex suddenly split open. Crack! In the next moment, a light gate, wide enough for dozens of people, rapidly came into view. "Everyone, hurry up, get in!" At that moment, Yao Tian shouted loudly. Hearing this, Qin Feng and the others looked excited and leaped towards the direction of a light gate. This is a rare opportunity. I must give it my all this time and try to get more good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes shone with anticipation as he thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures dashed towards the depths of the ancient Desolation Valley, like lightning, heading for the giant light gate. As they rushed forward, Qin Feng suddenly froze. At this moment, he felt as if a fierce beast was staring at him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Turning his head, he saw a young man in golden battle armor had appeared beside him without him noticing. The young man seemed to be in his 20s, handsome, but very pale and extremely thin, as if he had been indulging in wine and pleasure for years, leaving his body hollowed out. "You are Qin Feng?" The young man spoke coldly as Qin Feng turned his gaze towards him, his tone full of strong hostility. "I am. What is the matter?" Qin Feng frowned and asked unhappily. He clearly did not know him. Why did this guy have such strong animosity towards him? "Haha. Good. Very good. This prince remembers you," the golden-armored youth said, giving Qin Feng a deep look, then grinned cruelly and quickly darted ahead. As the golden-armored youth moved away, the feeling of being watched by a fierce beast suddenly disappeared. Damn it, what a strange guy. Qin Feng cursed unhappily. Was this guy sick? He didn't even know him. "Junior brother Qin Feng, what's wrong? Hurry up." At this moment, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. Qin Feng glanced at Yao Hongwei and shook his head. "It's nothing." Saying this, he continued to rush forward. "Senior brother Qin Feng, are you familiar with Ying Dang? I saw you chatting with him just now." Yao Hongwei asked curiously as they ran. "That's the 9th Prince Ying Dang?" Qin Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. "Yeah, do you not know him?" Yao Hongwei was quite surprised. "I really don't know that lunatic," Qin Feng replied. However, he already had a guess in his heart. The reason the 9th Prince Ying Dang had such animosity towards him was probably because of Su Wan'er. After all, in other respects, it was impossible for him to have a conflict with Ying Dang. But only Su Wan'er and the head of the Su family knew about his relationship with Su Wan'er. How did Ying Dang find out? Could it be that the head of the Su family leaked the information? That was very possible. Perhaps the head of the Su family couldn't withstand the pressure from the 9th Prince and had to reveal the truth. It seemed that Ying Dang must have developed a hatred for him. Once they entered the ancient Desolation ruins, Ying Dang would definitely try everything to eliminate him. This was a big problem. Don't underestimate Ying Dang just because he was a spoiled prince who took it upon himself to collect beautiful women from around the world. His talent was also quite remarkable, qualifying him as a genius in cultivation. At just over 20 years old, he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the profound general realm. Additionally, as the 9th prince of the Daon dynasty, he had countless followers and strong supporters. If Ying Dang was determined to deal with him, most of the outstanding talents of the Daon dynasty would come to help him. It seemed that once they entered the ruins, he had to quickly improve his cultivation. Qin Feng murmured softly, secretly gritting his teeth. He didn't like to seek trouble, but once trouble came to him, he would never avoid it. Since Ying Dang was determined to deal with him, he might as well play along. The ancient Desolation ruins were filled with countless opportunities. As long as he could find them, his cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. By then, whether it was Ying Dang or those outstanding talents of the Daon dynasty, he would not fear them at all. If his opponents refused to back down and wanted to kill him, he wouldn't mind a counterattack. As he pondered, a familiar figure flashed by him. It was Qin Hao. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and his right hand shook as he quickly took out a compass-like magical artifact. This item was called the tracking disc, a top-grade spiritual tool. Qin Feng had exchanged one 500 points for it at the Sex Resource Hall. Once activated, it would directly capture a trace of the aura left by Qin Hao beside him. This way, once they entered the ancient Desolation ruins, as long as the two were within 100,000 zhong of each other, he could clearly lock onto his opponent's location. This time, Qin Feng's main goal was to seize the opportunities from Qin Hao, so he naturally couldn't let him leave his line of sight. After doing all this, Qin Feng put away the compass and followed Qin Hao, swiftly rushing into the light gate ahead. As soon as he entered, his vision blurred. A powerful and strange force suddenly enveloped him, pulling him along at a rapid speed. The speed was so fast that Qin Feng couldn't see the surrounding situation at all. He could only hear the howling wind rushing past him. After an unknown amount of time, that powerful force suddenly disappeared. The scenery before him changed abruptly, as if he had entered a new world. With a bang, Qin Feng landed heavily, creating two large holes in the ground. Steadying himself, he began to observe his surroundings. He saw that the area was picturesque, with beautiful scenery. Towering peaks rose one after another, stretching endlessly. The mountains were lush with ancient trees and dense forests. The scene here was exactly like what he had seen in the Tianwang mountain range. However, the sky here was not sunny. Instead, it was shrouded in thick gray mist. Qin Feng's consciousness spread outwards. After probing, he found that within 100 zhong, there was no one. It seemed that everyone had been teleported to this ancient ruin after entering the light gate. They were not landing in the same place. Qin Feng shook his right hand and took out the tracking disc, wanted to see where Qin Hao was. He formed a seal and pointed at the compass. However, the compass needle remained silent, showing no reaction at all. It seemed that the distance between Qin Hao and him had exceeded 100,000 zhong. Once beyond this range, the tracking disc could not lock onto the opponent. Only by entering the range of 100,000 zhong, where Qin Hao was, would the tracking disc respond. After a moment of thought, Qin Feng decided to go with the flow. While searching for opportunities, he would also look for Qin Hao. He swayed his body, activated his movement technique, and quickly rushed toward the forest ahead. Roar! As soon as he stepped into the dense forest ahead, a strong, fishy wind hit his face. It was a snow-white, ferocious tiger with 9 distinct markings on its head. The 9-nether white tiger, a peak second-tier demon beast. Without a word, Qin Feng threw a punch directly. Thunder roared. With a loud bang, the sound shook the heavens, and lightning flashed. Just as the 9-nether white tiger approached, it was hit by Qin Feng's punch, its brain bursting, blood spraying out like a fountain. With a mournful howl, its massive body, like a small mountain, crashed to the ground. Qin Feng took out his long sword, skillfully extracted a fist-sized demon core, and then stored the large tiger's carcass in his storage ring. A peak second-tier demon beast is indeed full of treasures. Selling it at the Sex Resource Hall could also exchange for some points. After finishing all of this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. It fell on the grass beside a towering ancient tree. In the dense grass, several thumb-thick herbs emitted faint blue light, blooming in the wind. 3-tier Qinglong grass. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This Qinglong grass is the main material for refining the 3-turn Xinyang pill, worth a fortune. One plant is worth over 100 points. Now there are 5 here. This is a big win. This absolute wilderness, ancient ruins, truly lives up to its reputation as a place of fortune, having easily found 5 plants of 3-tier Qinglong grass. Qin Feng was amazed. He stepped forward and casually collected the Qinglong grass into the Qinquan Tower, planting it in fertile land. If it were the outside world, finding a single Qinglong grass would be extremely difficult, because most of the resources in the outside world had been snatched away. Unfortunately, this absolute wilderness ancient ruins can only be open for a month. Once the time limit is reached, it will automatically teleport out. It seems that I need to hurry up. Chapter 64. Fire Sun Fruit acquired. Qin Feng swayed his body, activating his movement technique again, and continued rushing deeper into the forest. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Qin Feng stopped. Roar. Faintly, the sounds of fierce roars from demon beasts reached his ears, accompanied by intense fighting. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng quickly shook his hand and took out a palm-sized piece of black cloth. Forming a seal, the black cloth unfolded in the wind, transforming into a black cloak. This was the concealment cloak. a high-grade spiritual artifact. Once worn, it could fully conceal one's aura, unless the opponent's realm reached the level of a Xuanzong master. They would not be able to see through the disguise. Wearing the concealment cloak, Qin Feng seemed like a ghost in the night, moving swiftly toward his destination. After about 10 breaths, Qin Feng stopped. He leaped onto a branch of an ancient tree and looked ahead. He saw a massive valley about 1,000 zhang away. In the valley, 2 people and a beast were engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 individuals, wearing black battle armor of the Daong dynasty, one wielding a long sword and the other a large hammer, were locked in combat with a peak 3rd-tier demon beast, the diamond demon ape. Upon seeing the appearance of the demon beast, Qin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes, involuntarily gasping in shock. The diamond demon ape stood nearly 5 meters tall, covered in dense black fur. Its eyes, resembling copper bells, emitted a fierce red light. Moreover, its strength was formidable, reaching the level of a peak 3rd-tier demon beast. This was equivalent to a human being at the peak realm of a Xuanzong warrior. Of course, the combat power of a peak 3rd-tier diamond demon ape far surpassed that of a human Xuanzong warrior. This creature had tough skin and flesh, making its defenses astonishing. Just in terms of physical defense, it was hard to break through. In a one-on-one fight, a human Xuanzong warrior at the peak level would be no match. Fortunately, the 2 disciples of the Daong dynasty were quite strong, reaching the peak level of the 8th heaven of Xuanzong. Additionally, as royal descendants, they had deep backgrounds and possessed many life-saving items. Only by working together could they fight evenly against the diamond demon ape. Typically, places guarded by powerful demon beasts had treasures from heaven and earth. Could there be some treasure here? Qin Feng murmured softly. As his voice fell, he quickly scanned the valley, searching carefully. After a while, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly focused. He saw a fruit tree about the height of a person growing in a crevice of the rock wall deep in the valley. At the top of the fruit tree was a fruit the size of an egg, entirely red, looking exceptionally tempting. Is this the fire sun fruit? Qin Feng gasped again. The fire sun fruit is a peak 3rd-tier treasure of heaven and earth. Once consumed, it can directly increase the strength of a Xuanzong realm cultivator by 1 to 2 small levels. Qin Feng's strength was still shallow, only at the mid-stage of the 3rd heaven of Xuanzong. If he could obtain that fire sun fruit, he could at least raise 2 small levels, reaching the 5th heaven of Xuanzong. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's gaze instantly became incredibly hot. Unfortunately, there were 2 powerful disciples of the Daong dynasty in front of him, along with that formidable diamond demon ape blocking the way. It would not be easy for him to get the fire sun fruit. Hopefully, those 2 can injure each other in their fight with the diamond demon ape. Then I can pick up the cheap afterward. Qin Feng thought quietly. Boom! The battle in the valley continued to rage on. The 2 disciples of the Daong dynasty unleashed their killing moves, frantically attacking the diamond demon ape. With a loud bang. At that moment, one of them was caught off guard and was sent flying by a powerful slap from the diamond demon ape. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. Struggling to get up, he shouted loudly, "Young lord, stop holding back. Unleash your killing move, or we will both die at the hands of this beast today." The other person hesitated slightly upon hearing this. "Young lord, if you kill this beast now, the fire sun fruit will belong to you, and I only want its demon core. How about that?" The person shouted again. Upon hearing this, the young lord's expression brightened, and he nodded decisively. "All right, it's settled." The value of the fire sun fruit far exceeded that of the demon core. The reason he had been holding back and not using his ultimate killing move was that he was worried that after using it, the opponent would take advantage and snatch away the fire sun fruit. That would be a huge loss. After the negotiation, the young lord waved his right hand and took out a black jade pendant. This pendant was a life-saving item given to him by his grandfather, the divine martial marquis. Once crushed, it could unleash power comparable to a peak Xuanzong master. But this was the absolute wilderness ancient ruins. Due to the suppression of special rules, the power it could unleash was only comparable to a full strike of a peak 9th heaven Xuanzong warrior. It should be enough to deal with the diamond demon ape. The young lord casually waved, and the jade pendant shot out like lightning toward the diamond demon ape. As it flew forward, The runes on the jade pendant shone brightly, and a terrifying pressure quickly spread. The diamond demon ape's copper bell-like eyes widened suddenly. Having reached the peak third tier, it was already highly intelligent, with an IQ comparable to that of a human youth. Seeing the danger, the diamond demon ape's massive body suddenly swayed and desperately darted to the right to evade. "Ha! You think you can dodge?" The young lord grinned fiercely, forming a seal and pointing out. The jade pendant suddenly accelerated, rushing toward the diamond demon ape. As the moment approached, the young lord let out a light breath, and suddenly, boom! A thunderous roar shook the heavens, and a terrifying black ripple, carrying an infinite aura of destruction, rapidly spread outwards. Although the diamond demon ape was desperately dodging, it was still swept by that horrific wave of destruction. Countless black hairs were blown away from its body, and a fist-sized hole was blasted into its chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain, with several sections of intestines spilling out. What a tragic scene it was. The diamond demon ape staggered back repeatedly until it was 100 feet away, finally stabilizing its form. Its eyes suddenly widened, bursting with an overwhelming murderous intent. Despite being severely injured, the diamond demon ape did not yield. Instead, it ignited the ferocity deep within its bones. Boom! The diamond demon ape stomped hard on the ground, like an arrow released from a bow, crazily charging towards the young lord. Its gaze was crimson, as if it wanted to devour someone. "This is bad. That beast has gone mad. Run." Seeing this, the young lord was terrified and shouted, quickly turning around and fleeing desperately towards the valley's exit. The fire sun fruit was indeed precious, but one had to be alive to collect it. The diamond demon ape was already formidable, and now, in its frenzy, its combat power surged. Staying behind would undoubtedly mean death. Another person, witnessing this, hurriedly followed the young lord, sprinting away. Although he wanted to seize the fire sun fruit, he dare not do so. If he attempted to grab the fire sun fruit, the diamond demon ape would surely turn its focus on him. Whoosh! Soon, the three of them, a human and a monkey, burst out of the valley like a gust of wind, racing towards the distant forest. Ha! An opportunity has come. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He had originally planned to wait for them to exhaust each other before stepping in to take advantage. But unexpectedly, the two humans and one ape just ran away. A heaven-sent opportunity. Swish! With a thought, Qin Feng instantly activated the stunning shadow technique to its utmost, charging deep into the valley. Soon, Qin Feng reached his destination. He suddenly leaped up, landing on a rock wall taller than a person. Without hesitation, he reached out and uprooted the fruit tree growing in the rock crevice, storing it in the Qin Feng Tower to plant in fertile land. With the fire sun fruit in hand, run. Qin Feng did not hesitate at all, his figure flickering as he dashed out of the valley. Chapter 65. Xian General 5th Layer leaving the valley. Qin Feng chose the opposite direction from the two humans and the ape, racing away at full speed. With a thought, his internal energy began to flow continuously, maximizing the stunning shadow technique. After about a stick of incense worth of time, Qin Feng finally stopped, panting heavily. Having run so far, he should be safe now. Next, he needed to find a secure place to enter seclusion, consume the fire sun fruit, and enhance his cultivation. This desolate ancient ruin was fraught with danger. Only powerful strength could ensure one's survival. Not long after, Qin Feng found a cave at the halfway point of a giant peak. Inside the cave were many dry droppings from demon beasts. It seemed to have been a dwelling for demon beasts long ago, but it hadn't been visited in a long time. Qin Feng shook his hand and took out the formation plate. After investing a large number of spirit stones, he activated it. A dazzling white light flashed, instantly enveloping the entire cave. With this Taishian breath-holding formation, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Unless a Xuanjuan-level expert came personally, they would not be able to find any clues. However, within this desolate ancient ruin, due to the suppression of special rules, everyone's strength was limited to below the Xin sect realm. With a thought, Qin Feng entered the Qin Feng Tower, arriving in the fertile land. He joyfully plucked the fire sun fruit. He quickly entered the thatched cottage and sat cross-legged. He began to consume the fire sun fruit to enhance his cultivation. Just as Qin Feng was in seclusion training, a group of people surged into the original valley. The leader was none other than the young lord. Behind him followed 7 others, one of whom was the 9th Prince Ingdang. It turned out that as the young lord was being madly pursued by the diamond demon ape, he happened to encounter the 9th Prince Ingdang. Even the young lord did not expect that at this time, 5 disciples of the great Yong dynasty were gathered around Ingdang. With so many people, dealing with the diamond demon ape was naturally not a problem. With the help of Ingdang and the others, they spent about a stick of incense's worth of time and finally managed to slay the diamond demon ape. When asked about the reason for the pursuit, the young lord naturally dared not hide anything and had to tell the truth. Thus, the group came in full force, hoping to harvest the fire sun fruit. Under the young lord's lead, they quickly reached the depths of the valley. Where's the fire sun fruit? Upon seeing the empty rock crevice, the young lord's expression changed dramatically. Damn it! How could even the fruit tree be gone? Another person also looked bewildered. Are you sure there was really a fire sun fruit here? Ingdang's expression darkened as he questioned unhappily. It was true, of course it was true. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to deceive you, 9th Prince. The young lord hurriedly responded. Yes, 9th Prince, look. The fire sun fruit tree originally grew in this rock crevice, but now there's just a pit left. Clearly someone uprooted it and took it away. Another person said with a mournful expression, Damn it, this prince wants to see who has the guts to compete with this prince for treasures. Upon hearing this, Ingdang was also furious. The moment he heard the news of the fire sun fruit, he had already considered it his own possession. He never expected that in the end, it would come to nothing. Ingdang jumped up, quickly landing on the rock wall, and waved his right hand, taking out a bronze mirror. This item is called the reflection mirror. It is a top-grade spiritual artifact, as long as the time gap is not too long. Using this mirror allows one to reflect back and see what happened not long ago. Ingdang formed a seal and pointed at the reflection mirror. Whoosh! Soon, runes flickered on the reflection mirror, and a series of unfamiliar images appeared, as if time were flowing backward. It quickly showed the scene of Qin Feng uprooting the fire sun fruit tree. It was him. Ingdang raised his brow, a surge of immense fury bursting forth from his eyes. 9th Prince, do you know this kid? The young lord cautiously asked. This dog thing is named Qin Feng, a disciple of the inner sect of Taishan sect, and he has enmity with this prince. Ingdang took a deep breath and explained. At this point, he paused slightly before suddenly raising his voice. From the scene presented by the reflection mirror, that kid must have stolen the fire sun fruit tree about a stick of incense ago. Everyone quickly disperse and search for Qin Feng's whereabouts. We must find him as soon as possible and retrieve the fire sun fruit. Yes, 9th Prince. Upon hearing this, the young lord and the others quickly spread out, rushing in all directions. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, you truly are tired of living. First, you competed with me for women, and now you've taken the fire sun fruit that belongs to this prince. If I don't kill you, this prince swears he won't be human. Ingdang's face was grim, and he shouted through gritted teeth. His voice thundered, echoing throughout the entire valley. Startled, the birds around took flight in a panic. Inside the Qin Kuan Tower, Qin Feng was completely unaware of the 9th Prince Ingdang's furious wrath. At this moment, he was closing his eyes and concentrating on his training. After consuming the entire fire sun fruit, an incomparably powerful and terrifying energy immediately surged within him. That energy was extraordinarily strong and violent, almost bursting Qin Feng's body. Refine it. Qin Feng roared in anger. Without hesitation, he activated the yin-yang eternal spring technique, continuously refining that violent energy, guiding it bit by bit into his dantian. Time passed quickly, and before long, an hour had gone by. Bang! A dull explosion echoed from within Qin Feng. His aura suddenly surged, instantly breaking through from the 3rd layer of the Xian general realm to the 4th layer. Although he successfully advanced a level, a large amount of fire sun fruit energy still remained within him. Qin Feng continued to operate his cultivation technique, and time always seemed to fly by during his training. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. Entering introspection, he found that his dantian had surpassed his past state, nearly doubling in size. The entire Dantian was filled with vast and powerful, mysterious energy, producing waves that crashed like the sea. Haha, this Fire Sun fruit is indeed a peak-tier treasure of the third rank, allowing me to jump 2 minor levels in one go. Qin Feng smiled up at the sky. Although he had only increased by 2 minor levels, his overall combat power had multiplied. Moreover, the effects of this Fire Sun fruit were excellent. The realm gained was remarkably stable, unlike taking medicinal pills that often led to an unstable realm. Looking down, he noticed that his robes had once again become sticky and dark, as if stained with ink. Qin Feng quickly got up, leaped out of the thatched hut, and jumped into the large water pit beside the fertile fields. Water splashed everywhere as he took a refreshing bath, and after changing into a new robe, he left the Qin Tower. Over 2 hours had passed inside the Qin Tower, but only about 30 minutes had passed outside. The situation outside had hardly changed. Qin Feng put away the array plate, left the cave, chose a direction, and continued running deeper into the forest. After about a stick of incense's worth of time, Qin Feng suddenly felt a stir in his heart. He shook his right hand and quickly took out the tracking plate. Looking down, he saw the tracking plate emitting faint white light. The pointer on the compass slowly rotated and finally pointed to the northeast. Haha, Qin Hao! Qin Feng laughed heartily. He had already captured Qin Hao's aura within the tracking plate. Once he stepped into Qin Hao's 100,000 zhang range, the tracking plate would immediately react. Following the direction of the pointer, he would be able to find Qin Hao. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swayed his body and dashed towards the northeast. Chapter 66. Qin Hao falls into the trap. Qin Feng unleashed his stunning speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted through the forest. Surrounding him, towering ancient trees seemed to retreat like a painting. He pushed his speed to the limit, heading straight towards the direction indicated by the tracking plate. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast, and a wave of life-and-death crisis surged into his mind. Whoosh! Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He swiftly dodged to the right, but it was too late. Almost at the instant he evaded, a ferocious long spear shot through the air, striking his left shoulder with tremendous force. Qin Feng let out a tragic scream as he was sent flying by the spear, crashing heavily against an ancient tree the size of a grinding stone, creating a massive dent in the trunk. The spear's momentum remained unyielding, piercing through the ancient tree and leaving a hole the size of a thumb. Qin Feng looked down and found that the entire shoulder blade of his left shoulder had been torn off, exposing the white bone fragments inside, with blood gushing out. Just then, a tall and burly black shadow rushed over. The newcomer appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a thick beard and a rugged face. He was clad in black battle armor exclusive to the disciples of the Daong dynasty. The whole person looked imposing, exuding a fierce aura. Such a strong and intense killing aura could only belong to a powerful figure in the military who had slaughtered countless enemies. Moreover, the aura emitted by this guy was earth-shattering, reaching at least the peak of the 8th level of the Xian General Realm. It was the Black Blood Guard next to Yingdang. This time, he came primarily to protect Yingdang. Qin Feng obediently handed over the Fire Sun fruit. "And I might spare your life," the Black Blood Guard said coldly, expressionless. Coughing, Qin Feng struggled to get up from the tree hole, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You want a Fire Sun fruit? I can give it to you, but I have a condition." The Black Blood Guard raised an eyebrow, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips. "Right now, you are like meat on a chopping board at my mercy. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? If you don't agree, I will self-destruct immediately, and you'll get nothing," Qin Feng said coldly. The Black Blood Guard's expression twitched at his words. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Fine, let's hear it. What is the condition?" He knew how important the Fire Sun fruit was to the 9th Prince, Yingdang. If Qin Feng really resorted to self-destruction, the Fire Sun fruit would turn to ashes as well. At that time, the 9th Prince would definitely be furious and punish him severely. "I will hand over the Fire Sun fruit, and you let me go," Qin Feng declared loudly. The Black Blood Guard pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "However, hand over the item first." Even if Qin Feng obediently handed over the Fire Sun fruit, he would definitely not let Qin Feng off the hook. After all, Qin Feng had stolen the woman favored by the ninth prince, essentially putting a green hat on him. However, in order to obtain the Fire Sun fruit, he decided to feign compliance and pretend to agree. Once he got the item, he would strike mercilessly and kill Qin Feng. I hope you can keep your promise. Qin Feng stared intently at the black blood guard, waving his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. Several black pills shot out like lightning, quickly exploding in midair. Sur corruption pile. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed towards the black blood guard with the wind. You bastard, you're seeking death. The black blood guard roared in fury. Swinging his right hand fiercely, like a windstorm, he swiftly dispelled the oncoming black smoke. But when he focused his gaze, he found that the front was already empty. Damn it, he ran away. The black blood guard's face immediately turned extremely ugly upon seeing this. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard. Qin Feng was flung out of the void in a disheveled state, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, I almost met my end. Luckily, I exchanged for 3 high-level teleportation talismans at the sect in advance. Qin Feng shook his right hand, and a cloud of black powder fluttered down from his palm. At that critical moment of life and death, Qin Feng had timely taken out a high-level teleportation talisman to escape. However, now he had no idea where he had been teleported to. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng decided to find a safe place first to go into seclusion and heal his injuries. Once he recovered, he would come out to act. Looking at his blood-soaked left shoulder, Qin Feng sighed inwardly. My strength is still too low. If I could raise it by a few minor levels, I could have dealt with that bastard. Lost in thought, Qin Feng began to look around. He realized that he was in a desolate valley. The valley was filled with miasma, and venomous insects, snakes, and ants roamed freely. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that there was not a single person within a radius of several hundred zhang. Qin Feng immediately took out the array plate and activated the Tai Xin shielding array. Then, with a thought, he entered the Qinquan Tower. Walking into the thatched hut, he took out a bottle of high-level healing pills, swallowed one, and began to meditate and cultivate. About 3 hours later, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His internal energy surged, and auspicious colors filled the air. Looking down, he found that the injury on his left shoulder had basically healed, leaving only a faint crack. I should continue looking for Qin Hao, lest that bastard gets the 9 nether golden ancestor fire first. Qin Feng murmured softly, and with a thought, he left the Qinquan Tower. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. Once he successfully seized the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, and his strength skyrocketed, it would be easy to kill that black blood guard. After appearing in the outside world, he casually waved and put away the array plate. He took out the tracking plate. The compass still flickered with faint white light, pointing to the northeast. Qin Feng swayed his body and quickly dashed towards the northeast. On the way, he did not encounter the black blood guard. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. At that moment, Qin Feng halted his steps. Qin Lang, don't stop. Strange sounds faintly echoed in his ears. Qin Feng leaped into the branches of a towering ancient tree. From a high vantage point, he looked in the direction of the sounds. As he gazed down, Qin Feng couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. In the grassy valley ahead, 2 white shadows were intertwined with each other. One of them was none other than Qin Hao. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the woman. He was curious about what kind of woman could make Qin Hao so infatuated. But upon taking a glance, he almost couldn't hold back his vomit. She was truly ugly. The woman entangled with Qin Hao was extraordinarily unattractive. She appeared to be in her 20s with a round, pancake-like face. Her face was covered in dense black spots, as if stained with ink. Her figure was also hard to describe, almost equally thick all around. Yet at this moment, Qin Hao's eyes were glazed over, with a look of intoxication on his face. Qin Hao, you really are desperate to be able to settle for someone like this. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. He never expected Qin Hao to have fallen so low. After all, you are a talented disciple of the Tai Xin sect. You look decent. Why are you so lost? How desperate must you be to go after such a woman? Qin Feng couldn't bear to look anymore. Wait. Just as Qin Feng was about to look away, a slight movement stirred in his heart. Looking at Qin Hao's appearance, he seemed quite abnormal. His face was flushed, and as he opened and closed his eyes, a crimson light shot out. He had been hit. Ha ha ha, Qin Hao. I wonder how you will feel when you wake up and find yourself in such an intimate relationship with this woman. Qin Feng laughed wildly in his heart, suddenly very curious about what kind of expression Qin Hao would have when he regained consciousness. Chapter 67. The witch's purpose. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense had passed. At this moment, a deafening scream echoed throughout the valley. Startled, the birds around the valley took flight. Damn it, who are you? What have you done to me? Qin Hao scrambled up from the ground in terror, grabbing the clothes on the grass beside him to cover his body. The ugly woman smiled slightly, quickly putting on a large green dress beside her. Then she spoke. Let's get to know each other. My name is Chun Meiwan, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Demon Blood Sect. You are from the Demon Blood Sect? Qin Hao shivered in fear at her words. The ugly woman nodded. That's right. At this point, she changed her tone and said domineeringly, from now on, you, Qin Hao, are my man, and I will protect you. Damn it, what did you do to me? How could I be with you just now? Seeing the woman's pancake face and the countless dense black spots on it, Qin Hao immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. He started to vomit uncontrollably. Soon, the grass was covered in the mess he had expelled, almost bringing up his overnight meal. What do you mean by that? Qin Meijuan's face darkened as she asked unhappily. Cough, what do I mean? Don't you know? You despicable, shameless, ugly monster. You used underhanded means against me. I wish I could kill you with one blow. Slap. Upon hearing this, Qin Meijuan raised her right hand and slapped him from a distance. A huge black palm struck Qin Hao's face hard, instantly sending him flying. With a series of slaps, Qin Meijuan wasn't satisfied and continued to hit him, turning Qin Hao's face into a pig's head, with blood gushing from his 7 orifices. Spare me, please stop hitting. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Meijuan, Qin Hao was scared out of his wits and hurriedly begged for mercy. The thing I hate most is when others call me an ugly monster. If I don't kill you today, I will share your surname. Qin Meijuan's face was as cold as ice as she stepped forward with murderous intent towards Qin Hao. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was my loose tongue. Please forgive me. Seeing this, Qin Hao struggled to get up from the ground, kneeling on both knees, banging his head on the ground, and pleading desperately. People from the Demon Blood Sect are all ruthless characters who kill without blinking. As for face, how much is that worth? The priority is to save my life first. Since you are so sincerely apologizing, I will spare your life. Who told you to be the man I have my eyes on? Qin Meijuan said, her anger dissipating as she smiled. Qin Hao bowed his head, not daring to speak. All right, get up, Qin Lang. I have already forgiven you. Qin Meijuan stepped forward and pulled Qin Hao up from the ground. Qin Hao looked at Qin Meijuan with a complicated expression. It is said that people from the Demon Blood Sect are unpredictable and cannot be judged by common sense. It seems the rumors are true. This Qin Meijuan changes her mood like changing the weather, making it impossible to guess what she is thinking. Qin Lang, just now you took my body, so you have to be responsible for me. Qin Meijuan looked at Qin Hao with affectionate eyes, smiling shyly. Ugh, hearing her coy words, Qin Hao almost couldn't hold back another wave of nausea. But thinking of this woman's terror, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, not daring to vomit. Otherwise, what if this woman gets angry and slaps him to death? What? Qin Lang, you don't want to be responsible for me? Seeing Qin Hao not answering, Qin Meijuan's face darkened as she asked fiercely. Responsible? I will be responsible. Qin Hao quickly replied insincerely. Haha, that's more like it. When you make a mistake, you must take the initiative to bear the responsibility. This is the demeanor that the man I have my eyes on should have. Qin Meijuan laughed. Qin Hao, damn it. Who wants to be your man? If I weren't unable to defeat you, I would have slapped you, this ugly monster, to death long ago. By the way, Qin Lang, just now, when we were having fun, I fed you a demon blood pill. From now on, you must obey my orders. Otherwise, once the demon blood pill takes effect, you will explode and die. Qin Meijuan squinted her eyes and said with a smile, What? You fed me a demon blood pill? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's face instantly turned pale, and he shouted in despair. What do you want, you witch? Haha, very simple. Help me find the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, and I will give you the antidote. Qin Meijuan grinned. The 9 nether golden ancestor fire? I don't know where it is. Qin Hao shook his head repeatedly. No problem. You have a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root, and you naturally have an affinity for fire attribute spiritual objects. As long as you work hard to search, you will definitely be able to find it, Chen Mei once said. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly realized. So the reason this, which approached him, was that she saw he had a top-grade fire spiritual root. But just because you want me to do something doesn't mean you can defile my body. Chen Mei continued. To help you find the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, as soon as possible, I will temporarily lend you this item. After saying that, she casually waved her hand and took out a black stick about the thickness of a thumb. The stick was carved with countless strange black runes. Those runes looked like black flames burning. What is this thing? Qin Hao asked in confusion. Chen Mei explained, this item is called the Wind Fire Stick. It is a top-grade spiritual weapon. As long as you input fire attribute energy, it will help you sense the general location of that. Take it. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao took it over. He pondered for a moment and looked at Chen Mei, saying, I can agree to help you find the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. But you also have to agree to one condition. Oh, what condition? Chen Mei asked curiously. Qin Hao replied, I fell in love with my senior sister, Yao Hongwei, at first sight. So I want to ask you for a favor to help me pursue her. You little lecher, how do you want me to help you? Chen Mei asked playfully. It's simple. When we enter the absolute wilderness ancient ruins, I will use the tracking disc to lock onto her general location. I want you to go and severely injure her. At the critical moment, I will appear in time to rescue her like a hero. In this way, the innocent girl might secretly develop feelings for me. Qin Hao replied, Haha, no problem. Chen Mei laughed lightly, agreeing to such an interesting matter. So, where's she now? Qin Hao casually shook his hand and took out the tracking disc. A faint white light flickered on it, and the needle slowly turned towards the northwest direction before finally settling down. Let's go. With a wave of her large sleeves, Chen Mei swept Qin Hao up and took off like the wind. Damn, this dog is really despicable. It turns out he captured little sister Yao Hongwei's heart through such means. Qin Feng's face darkened at the sight, with murderous intent flashing wildly in his eyes. In his past life, Qin Hao had fallen in love with Yao Hongwei in this desolate ancient ruin. However, Qin Feng wasn't clear on the specifics. He never expected Qin Hao to succeed in such a way. But now that he was here, he couldn't possibly succeed. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swayed his body and quickly followed the two. Although Chen Mei had reached the peak of the 5th level of the profound general realm, her speed wasn't particularly fast. Qin Feng easily kept up with his astonishing speed. About an hour later, Qin Feng stopped. He looked ahead and saw Qin Hao and Chen Mei walking toward the large canyon. The entrance to the canyon was narrow, only allowing one person to pass through. However, once inside, it was a different world. The path was covered in green grass, and the sides of the canyon were filled with strange stones. Inside the canyon, it was like a narrow sky. It twisted and turned, and its depth was unknown. Qin Hao held the tracking disc, leading the way. Chen Mei closely followed behind. By the way, Miss Chen, when you deal with my sister later, could you give her some special medicine? Qin Hao suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Mei. Special medicine? What kind of medicine? Chen Mei was taken aback. Qin Hao's expression slightly changed upon hearing this, and he said somewhat embarrassedly, It's that kind of medicine you gave me earlier, the one that makes a person lose their senses and be at the mercy of others. Ha ha ha, sure. Chen Mei upon hearing this, gave Qin Hao a deep look and teased, I didn't expect you, as a disciple of a righteous sect, to have such a malicious mind. It seems you are no different from us people of the blood demon sect. Qin Hao smiled awkwardly and did not respond. He understood that although Yao Hongwei was innocent, she was particularly self-respecting and had always been pure and clean. It wouldn't be easy to deal with her. To lower the difficulty, it would be great if Chen Mei could poison her. At that time, he could take advantage of the situation and easily win the beauty. This time, entering the desolate ancient ruin, Qin Hao had 2 major goals. The first was to obtain the 9 nether golden ancestor fire to enhance his cultivation. The second was to take the opportunity to get closer to Yao Hongwei and win her heart. As long as he and Yao Hongwei confirmed their relationship, with the protection of Elder Yao Tian, Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the Tai-Shin sect in the future? Therefore, when he entered the ancient ruin earlier, Qin Hao secretly used the tracking disc to collect a wisp of Yao Hongwei's aura. Seeing that Qin Hao was silent, Chen Meiwan smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I will poison her later. You just need to enjoy the results." "Thank you." Qin Hao quickly expressed his gratitude. "Haha, as long as you obediently do this for me, I can get you any kind of beauty you like in the future. However, once I need you, you must accompany me, understand?" Chen Meiwan looked at Qin Hao with flirtatious eyes and gently pinched his handsome face. Although Chen Meiwan was extremely ugly, she had a strong preference for handsome men. When she saw a handsome man, it was like a hungry wolf seeing food. Qin Hao, with his red lips and white teeth, had a good appearance, which was exactly the type Chen Meiwan liked. "All right, no problem." Qin Hao suppressed his disgust and nodded. What a pair of shameless dogs. Qin Feng secretly followed, listening to their conversation clearly. Qin Hao's shamelessness once again refreshed his perception. This Qin Hao was truly rotten to the core, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. How could the Qin family treat such a person as a treasure? Remembering the Qin family, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of his second sister, Qin Hongshuang. When entering the desolate ancient ruin, it seemed he had seen Qin Hongshuang and several direct descendants of the Qin family also entering. However, he hadn't encountered them yet. Qin Hongshuang was a typical martial arts enthusiast with quite good talent, and she had now reached the peak of the 5th level of the profound general realm. Back when they were in the Qin family, Qin Hongshuang used to beat Qin Feng the hardest. If he could meet Qin Hongyan, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Lost in thought, Qin Hao and Chen Meiwan suddenly stopped ahead. Qin Hao pointed to a bend in the canyon and said, according to the tracking disc, "Yao Hongwei should be just ahead. Miss Chun, you can go deal with her now." "All right, wait for my good news." Chen Meiwan nodded and swiftly dashed forward. After Chen Meiwan left, the friendly smile on Qin Hao's face instantly vanished, replaced by a thick, sinister expression. He muttered to himself, "That damned ugly monster actually used despicable means to tarnish my purity. This time, I will make sure you have a miserable end." The reason he had Chen Meiwan deal with Yao Hongwei was to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Who was Yao Hongwei? She was the most beloved granddaughter of Yao Tian, the deputy leader of the Tai-Shin sect. Her background was exceptionally deep, and she had many magical treasures. Just from what Qin Hao knew, Yao Hongwei possessed 3 life-preserving jade pendants gifted by Yao Tian. Having Chen Meiwan deal with her was undoubtedly walking into a trap. Of course, as the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Blood Demon sect, Chen Meiwan should also have considerable backing. Thus, once the 2 women met, it would definitely end in mutual destruction. At that time, he could take advantage of the situation, kill Chen Meiwan, obtain the antidote for the Blood Demon pill, and then spend a night with Yao Hongwei to confirm their relationship. The ultimate winner would definitely be me, Qin Hao. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh wildly inside. That dog is up to something. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng saw the corner of Qin Hao's mouth curl up and the sinister smile on his face, and his heart suddenly stirred. It seemed he was going to play tricks again. Boom! At this moment, a series of earth-shattering sounds of battle suddenly came from deep within the canyon. Countless stones flew in all directions. At the same time, there were shouts from women. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a stick of incense had passed. Just then, a green shadow stumbled out from deep within the canyon, rushing towards Qin Hao's direction. Her hair was disheveled. Her body was covered in blood, and there was a thumb-sized blood hole in her chest, with blood gushing out. It was none other than Chen Meiwan. "Miss Chun, what happened to you?" Seeing this, Qin Hao quickly stepped forward to support her and asked with concern. "Cough, cough. That bitch of your sister has many life-preserving items. I fell for her trap and got seriously injured." Chen Meiwan replied weakly, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. "What about my sister?" Qin Hao asked again. "She is also seriously injured and has been hit by my San Chun San. She is currently unconscious." Chen Meiwan answered. "Thank you." Qin Hao was overjoyed upon hearing this. "No need to thank me. Hurry and take care of business. Finish it quickly. I will wait for you outside." Chen Meiwan said. "All right, I will go now." Qin Hao nodded, and his right hand, which was resting on Chen Meijuan's waist, suddenly moved down and slammed hard on her heart. Bang! Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Inchun Majuan's eyes suddenly widened, blood gushing out of her mouth as she unwillingly shouted, "You! What are you doing? Bitch, die for me!" Qin Hao's eyes turned cold, and he casually shook his hand to take out a fearsome long sword. Swish crack! The sword light flashed, instantly dismembering Chun Meiwan into countless bloody fragments. Damn it! This cheap woman dared to covet my beauty. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Qin Hao's eyes turned crimson as he continued to slash at the meat on the ground, soon reducing Chun Meiwan to a pulpy mess. Qin Hao spat on the ground meat and casually waved his hand, picking up her storage ring. As his divine sense entered to probe, he retrieved a pale green pill. It was indeed the antidote to the magic blood pill. After taking the antidote, Qin Hao felt a wave of comfort and burped contentedly, then strutted deeper into the canyon, his face full of pride. Haha, this grand performance was truly spectacular. Fortunately, I was prepared and recorded it with a recording stone in advance. In Qin Feng's hand was a white stone the size of an egg. This item is called the recording stone. It can record everything that happens on site. Qin Feng's purpose for doing this was simple. If there was an opportunity in the future, he could use it to threaten Qin Hao. Whether it was Qin Hao killing the granddaughter of the magic blood sect's grand elder, Qin Meiwan, or Qin Hao and Qin Meiwan teaming up to plot against Yao Hongwei. These were major issues for Qin Hao. Once the matter came to light, Qin Hao would undoubtedly die. It was equivalent to holding Qin Hao's life in his hands, deciding when he would die. Chapter 69. Let go of that girl, seeing Qin Hao walking deeper into the canyon. Qin Feng quickly shook his hand and took out a mask as thin as a cicada's wing. The face-changing mask, a high-grade spiritual item. Qin Feng formed a hand seal, and the mask immediately shimmered with runes. Activating the mask, Qin Feng gently pressed it against his face. Then, with a thought, he quickly transformed into a rugged-looking strongman. The sound of thumping came from his body, and his figure shrank a bit, becoming tall and robust. More importantly, after wearing this face-changing mask, his aura was entirely different from before. However, although this face-changing mask could change appearances at will, it could only deceive cultivators at the Xian General Realm. Once the opponent reached the Xian Sect Realm, they would be able to see through it at a glance. Additionally, this face-changing mask could only be maintained for 1 hour. After making full preparations, Qin Feng swayed his body and rushed forward. Deep in the canyon, there was an open space about 100 feet wide, half sand, half grass. The ground was uneven. At the edge of the grassy area lay a graceful figure. She was dressed in a light pink long dress, her beautiful eyes slightly opening and closing, her expression dreamy. Her pretty face was flushed like the evening glow at the horizon. "Haha, senior sister, I'm here." Seeing the graceful figure lying there, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth, breathing rapidly, swallowing hard, and then striding forward. Looking at Yao Hongwei's appearance, it seemed that the Sanchun San had begun to take effect. The Sanchun San was a peak third-grade pill. Once struck, unless the antidote was taken in time, it would be impossible to save her after delaying for a short incense sticks time. Even a god could not help. Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Qin Hao hurriedly stepped forward, crouched down, and anxiously grabbed Yao Hongwei's jade hand. "Is it you?" "Qin Hao, junior brother," Yao Hongwei responded, her dreamy expression regaining a bit of clarity. "It's me, senior sister. What happened to you? Who are you like this?" Qin Hao asked loudly, his face showing concern. "Don't say so much. I'm poisoned by the Sanchun San. Hurry and save me," Yao Hongwei said weakly, her pretty face as red as fire. "But I don't have the antidote for the Sanchun San," Qin Hao said with a mournful face. "You take me to find fifth senior brother. He has the antidote," Yao Hongwei said intermittently. "But this ancient desolation site is too vast. I can't find fifth senior brother right now," Qin Hao replied, troubled. "Then what should we do?" Yao Hongwei asked in despair. "Sai, how about this, senior sister? I'll help you detoxify," Qin Hao said loudly. No, that won't do." Yao Hongwei, with the last bit of her consciousness, shook her head repeatedly. "Senior sister, I'm doing this to save you. You must know that if time drags on too long, even if a great immortal descends, they won't be able to save you. Qin Hao said. But Yao Hongwei was still hesitating. Senior sister, don't hesitate. At worst, I'll be responsible afterward and marry you. Qin Hao said. This sigh, it's urgent. Don't get caught up in that, senior sister. I'm sorry. Qin Hao interrupted her words, extending his hands to embrace Yao Hongwei. Ha ha. I finally get to fulfill my wish, Qin Hao thought wildly. But at that moment, a rough voice suddenly roared from behind. Let go of that girl. Let me handle it. Swish. Hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but shiver, the heat in his heart suddenly doused by a bucket of ice water. He turned around abruptly to look back. He saw a burly man in his 20s standing there, grinning wickedly at him. Who are you? Qin Hao jumped up suddenly, questioning sternly. I'm your father. Qin Feng laughed loudly, stepping forward and throwing a heavy punch. Get lost. Qin Hao quickly raised his right hand to meet the punch. Crack. Amidst a piercing scream, Qin Hao's entire right arm was instantly broken, blood spouting from his mouth as he flew out like a straw man. Although he had crazily cultivated and reached the second level of the Xian general realm before entering the ancient desolation site, it was completely insufficient against Qin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. While Qin Hao was flying backward, Qin Feng's figure swayed, sticking to him like a shadow, his fist striking continuously, like hitting a sandbag. Blood gushed from all 7 of Qin Hao's orifices, and he finally crashed heavily to the ground. His head tilted, and he fainted. This was still the result of Qin Feng not using lethal force. Otherwise, Qin Hao would have long since been dead. It was that Qin Feng was soft-hearted, but he wanted to keep him alive to continue reaping benefits. He wanted to take all of Qin Hao's fortunes first, leaving him with nothing to die in despair. Only then could he vent the hatred of being poisoned to death by Qin Hao in his past life. If he simply killed him with one punch, that would be too cheap for him. Seeing Qin Hao unconscious, Qin Feng leaped forward swiftly. He quickly took off Qin Hao's outer robe and unfastened the Qilin armor inside. This Qilin armor was a precious protective item. Wearing it could withstand a lethal attack from a peak Xian general. Then, Qin Feng removed Qin Hao's storage ring. With a thought, he forcefully erased Qin Hao's imprint on it. As he probed inside, Qin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. This dog was indeed rich. There were more than 150,000 low-grade spiritual stones alone, along with numerous pills, magical treasures, and talismans. These items were all given to him by the Taishan sect and the Qin family. Due to the massive gap in strength between Qin Hao and Qin Feng, Qin Hao hadn't even had time to take out his magical treasures before being knocked unconscious by Qin Feng. With a thought, Qin Feng took most of the items for himself, leaving behind only a few worthless scraps and that wind fire rod. The wind fire rod was left for Qin Hao, of course, so he could lead the way to find the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Qin Hao possessed a top-grade fire attribute spiritual root, naturally being close to fire attribute treasures. With his help in searching, it would be twice the result with half the effort. After doing all this, Qin Feng waved his big sleeve, scooped up the day's Yao Hongwei, and left gracefully. This left Qin Hao, stripped of his clothes, lying bare on the sandy ground, unconscious. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng suddenly turned back, returning to Qin Hao's side. He then took out the wind fire rod from Qin Hao's storage ring. After flipping Qin Hao over, he jabbed the wind fire rod fiercely. With a howl, blood spurted out, and Qin Hao was instantly awakened by the pain, letting out a terrifying scream like a ferocious beast. Continue sleeping, damn it. Seeing this, Qin Feng stepped on Qin Hao's head. Qin Hao felt as if struck by lightning, fainting once again, but his body continued to tremble as if being beaten. Ha ha ha, so refreshing. Qin Feng smiled as he carried Yao Hongwei, swiftly departing with a stunning grace. The reason he did this was that he recalled his past life, when he was bedridden due to the toxic effects of a meteorite, unable to take care of himself. At that time, Qin Hao, that scoundrel, humiliated him by sending a servant to taunt him. Qin Feng was in a desperate situation, wishing for life to escape his suffering. In this life, he certainly wanted Qin Hao to experience the taste of humiliation as well. Not long after Qin Feng left, Qin Hao woke up in pain. After all, who could withstand such a thick intrusion from behind? Ah, that scoundrel, if I find out who you are, I will tear you to pieces. Qin Hao shouted furiously, pulling out a blood-stained fire stick, his eyes red, howling to the sky. Chapter 70. Losing both the wife and the soldiers, Qin Hao's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. This time, he had truly lost both his woman and his resources. He had initially planned to use Chen Meiwan to scheme against Yao Hongwei. Once the two established an intimate relationship, Yao Hongwei's nature would ensure she would eventually marry him without hesitation. However, at the crucial moment, a rugged man burst onto the scene. Not only did he take away his beloved senior sister, but he also snatched away many of his treasures. Even worse, that scoundrel had the audacity to stab him with a fire stick, delivering an excruciating blow both physically and mentally. It was no exaggeration to say this was the greatest humiliation Qin Hao had ever faced in his life. "Scoundrel, I want you dead. I must have you dead." Qin Hao roared madly, shaking his hand to take out a black communication jade slip. Entering his consciousness, he engraved a message, "Sister, where are you?" Not long after sending the message, he immediately received a reply from his second sister, Qin Hongshuang. "Howdy. What happened?" Qin Hao had only been trying to see if his sister was nearby, but he was surprised to actually make contact. This jade slip was specially crafted by the Qin family, allowing communication as long as the distance did not exceed 50,000 zhang. "Sister, I'm here. Please come quickly." Qin Hao used his consciousness to imprint a simple terrain map onto the jade slip. About half a stick of incense later, several powerful figures rushed over like lightning. The leader was none other than his second sister, Qin Hongshuang. She wore light silver battle armor, exuding a heroic aura, followed by 5 others. 3 of them were direct descendants of the Qin family. Qin Hao's 2 cousins, whose strength was not weak, had both reached the Xinjiang realm. The other 2 were unknown to Qin Hao, but judging by their fawning expressions, they were likely followers of Qin Hongshuang. "Howdy, what happened? Are you okay?" Seeing the large bloodstains on Qin Hao's clothes, Qin Hongshuang was startled and quickly took Qin Hao's hand, asking with concern, "Sister, I've been bullied." Qin Hao shed humiliating tears. "Who has the guts to bully you? Tell me, and I will help you get revenge." Qin Hongshuang's face turned pale with anger as she shouted, "I don't know that scoundrel's name, but I remember his appearance." Qin Hao said, raising his right hand, and Xuanqi erupted from his fingertips, sketching in the air. Soon, it formed the image of a burly, rugged man. "Is this the one who bullied you?" Qin Hongshuang asked through gritted teeth. "Yes, it is. Sister, you must help me take revenge." Qin Hao pleaded pitifully. "Don't worry, I won't let him go," Qin Hongshuang said, quickly turning to the 5 behind her, asking loudly, "Does anyone know that scoundrel?" "I don't know." "Me neither." The 5 shook their heads in unison. "Howdy, where did that guy go?" Qin Hongshuang turned back to Qin Hao and asked. "I don't know. He knocked me out and ran away." Qin Hao replied, "Howdy, how did that guy bully you?" At this moment, cousin Qin Ying stepped forward, questioning with confusion. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's expression changed, and he instinctively covered his backside. Qin Hongshuang and the others looked at him with strange expressions. Howdy, you weren't?" Qin Ying asked with a half-smile, half-serious tone. Qin Ying was the son of Qin Tianlong, and he usually looked down on Qin Hao. In his opinion, Qin Hao was just a wild seed, unworthy of enjoying the Qin family's cultivation resources. Instead, he sympathized with Qin Feng, feeling that Uncle Qin Tianlong was too harsh. Clearly, Qin Feng was his true son. Yet Qin Tianlong treated him like an enemy. Wasn't that turning things upside down? Unfortunately, his voice was weak, and no matter how much he advised Qin Tianlong, he wouldn't listen. Seeing Qin Hao in such a predicament, Qin Ying naturally felt pleased. "Qin Ying, shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense." Seeing Qin Hao's embarrassment, Qin Hongshuang immediately shot a fierce glare at Qin Ying. All right, I won't say anything." Qin Ying shook his head. "Howdy, how long has that guy been gone?" Qin Hongshuang asked. "About half a stick of incense." Qin Hao recalled his abducted senior sister and anxiously said, "Sister, please help me find that scoundrel." "Okay, no problem." Qin Hongshuang nodded. Looking at the 5 people, "I ask you 5 to help me find that bastard and avenge my brother." "All right, let's go." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 of them moved in unison, rushing out of the canyon. Once they left, Qin Hongshuang immediately took out a fire-red fruit the size of an egg. "Here. Howdy, this is for you." "Fire sun fruit?" Seeing the fruit in her hand, Qin Hao's eyes widened in delight. Now, even his backside didn't hurt anymore. At the same time, Qin Feng had already taken the day's Yao Hongwei deep into a large crack beside the canyon. He set up the Tai Xian breath-holding array to block external prying. Not feeling secure, he also set up several low-level soundproof and illusion arrays. This way, even if a huge explosion occurred deep in the crack, it would go unheard outside. The Qinquan Tower could not take living people inside. Qin Feng had tried before. Unless a person was dead, their body could not be placed inside. Therefore, he could only help Yao Hongwei detoxify from the outside. The San Chun San was a peak third-tier poison. Qin Feng had no antidote. Moreover, Yao Hongwei had little time left. Looking at Yao Hongwei lying on the ground, her pretty face flushed, dazed, and her body burning hot, he thought, "Sister, I apologize." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, took out a large piece of beast skin, and laid it on a nearby boulder. Then he picked up Yao Hongwei and gently placed her on it. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. "Ah, who are you?" At that moment, Yao Hongwei suddenly opened her eyes wide and screamed, "Sister, it's me." Qin Feng quickly waved his hand to remove the disguised mask, revealing his true face. "It's you?" Yao Hongwei was taken aback, stammering, "I remember that when I fainted. The person next to me was Qin Hao. What happened was that I discovered Qin Hao wanted to harm you, so I knocked him out, saved you, and intended to take you to find other senior brothers for the antidote. But on the way, your poison flared up, and you were in unbearable pain. To save you, I had no choice but to bring you here to personally detoxify you." Qin Feng spoke casually. He paused slightly before continuing, "Sister, I'm sorry, I know this isn't right, but I couldn't bear to watch you die, so I had to resort to this desperate measure. If you're angry, just hit me and scold me." Yao Hongwei sighed softly upon hearing this. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Sister, don't cry." Qin Feng exclaimed loudly, "If you think I've done wrong and tarnished your purity, I am willing to die as an apology." With that, Qin Feng raised his right hand and prepared to strike his own head. "Hey, stop." Yao Hongwei was taken aback and quickly grabbed Qin Feng's arm. "Junior brother Qin Feng, you shouldn't blame yourself for this. I know you had good intentions. All to save me," Yao Hongwei murmured. "So you're not angry anymore?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. I'm not angry at you, but rather at myself for being so incompetent. How could I have been so careless and fallen for that witch's scheme?" Yao Hongwei replied, feeling aggrieved. "Actually, I'm quite grateful to that witch." Qin Feng said. "Huh?" Yao Hongwei was stunned. "Because of her, we were brought together," Qin Feng said with a smile. He looked at Yao Hongwei and declared loudly, "Senior sister, do you know? From the first moment I saw you, I was captivated, wanting to protect you and not let you suffer any grievances. Today, I finally got my wish. Don't you think I should thank her?" "Oh, you bad guy." Yao Hongwei's face turned red upon hearing this, and she gently punched Qin Feng a few times. Qin Feng took the opportunity to grasp her delicate hand and said loudly, "Senior sister, don't worry. After what happened today, I will definitely take responsibility for you. You want to marry me?" Yao Hongwei's eyes lit up. Qin Feng nodded seriously. "Of course. Then when we return to the sect, you should go find my grandfather and propose," Yao Hongwei said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. And then she lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at Qin Feng anymore. She was a very pure and traditional girl. Now that things had happened, she could only accept her fate. Moreover, she had a very good impression of Qin Feng. Although he came from a humble background, he was proactive, diligent, and hardworking. Of course, Qin Feng's appearance also matched her aesthetic standards. "Haha, all right." Qin Feng laughed and nodded. In the Jiuzhou continent, it was quite normal for men to have 3 or 4 wives. Since he married her, he could also marry Su Wan'er and the others. With this, his strength had improved significantly. He had risen from a mid-stage of the Xian General's 5th level to the peak of the 5th level, just one step away from advancing to the 6th level of Xian General. Moreover, now that Yao Hongwei had become his woman, he could avoid the fate of her being ruthlessly abandoned by Qin Hao in his previous life. By doing this, Qin Feng had essentially saved Yao Hongwei. In this life, Qin Feng would make sure his senior sister was happy and joyful every day. Chapter 71. The sycophant 5th senior brother senior sister, Qin Feng, spoke up. "Oh, you're still calling me senior sister?" Yao Hongwei's expression shifted slightly, and she said unhappily, "Then what should I call you?" Qin Feng asked in surprise. "Since we are like this now, you shouldn't call me senior sister anymore. Just call me Hongwei or Weier." Yao Hongwei's face turned red as she looked down. All right then. I'll call you Weier from now on," Qin Feng said with a smile. Yao Hongwei nodded slightly and asked, "By the way, what did you want to say earlier?" Qin Feng replied, "I hope Weier can keep today's events a secret and not tell anyone." "Huh? What?" Yao Hongwei asked, puzzled. "For your reputation's sake. After all, people can be quite frightening," Qin Feng answered. In fact, he mainly wanted to continue taking advantage of Qin Hao. If Qin Hao found out that today's incident was caused by Qin Feng, he would certainly be more vigilant in the future. "I understand. I won't say anything." Yao Hongwei nodded, glancing gratefully at Qin Feng. "Junior brother Qin Feng, you're really nice. Still calling me junior brother?" Qin Feng feigned a stern face. "Then what should I call you?" Yao Hongwei whispered. "Call me brother Feng, or husband," Qin Feng said with a mischievous smile. "Shameless." Yao Hongwei rolled her eyes at Qin Feng, but still quietly called out brother Feng. Before they were truly married, she couldn't bring herself to call him husband. "Ha, good." Qin Feng smiled broadly. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Yao Hongwei, and suddenly his heart trembled. At that moment, she had a slightly flushed face, stunningly beautiful. Although she had hurriedly put on a white long dress, it couldn't hide her long and slender figure, which was curvy and alluring. Her snow-white long legs, like jade, were casually placed on the animal skin, making her even more enchanting. This beautiful sight made Qin Feng's gaze become a bit dreamy. Swallowing hard, Qin Feng slowly approached, sitting on the animal skin and wrapping his arms around Yao Hongwei's delicate waist. What are you doing?" Yao Hongwei exclaimed, startled like a frightened rabbit. "Hey, Vaya. How are you feeling now?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "The poison has completely been cured. What's wrong?" Yao Hongwei asked, puzzled. "Your poison is gone, but my poison is still here," Qin Feng said with a wicked smile. "Huh? Could it be that brother Feng, you've been poisoned too?" Yao Hongwei was taken aback and asked with concern. I'm poisoned by you, and if I can't detoxify in time, I'll explode," Qin Feng replied. After saying that, he leaned in and kissed her cherry-like lips. No. Yao Hongwei reached out to push Qin Feng away. But how could she be a match for him? Soon, she became soft and limp against Qin Feng's chest like a puddle of mud. After half an hour, Qin Feng felt refreshed and let out a long sigh of relief. He felt great. After this session of cultivation, he felt that the Xian Qi in his dantian had increased a bit. However, the effect of the second time was far less than the first, but it was still equivalent to 3 or 4 days of diligent practice. Yao Hongwei lay contentedly against Qin Feng's chest, gently drawing circles with her hand and muttering, "You bad guy. You're such a big bad guy. Always bullying me." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng let out a wicked laugh and lightly swept his consciousness over Yao Hongwei. He discovered that she had also gained tremendous benefits. She had risen from the peak of the 4th level of Xian General to the early stage of the 5th level of Xian General. Just then, Yao Hongwei seemed to sense something, waved her jade hand, and took out a communication jade slip. As her consciousness entered to explore, her pretty face showed a hint of panic. "Oh no, brother Feng, the 5th senior brother and the others are here to find me. Wei Sun." Qin Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. 5th senior brother Wei Sun. Qin Feng had only seen him once. However, he didn't have a good impression of him. This Wei Sun had long harbored crush on Yao Hongwei and was quite ruthless and domineering. There was a time when an inner sect disciple pursued Yao Hongwei, and Wei Sun broke both his legs. In his previous life, after Yao Hongwei married Qin Hao, Wei Sun almost went mad. He often troubled Qin Hao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wei Sun was a typical sycophant. He adored Yao Hongwei to the core. Unfortunately, Yao Hongwei had no feelings for him at all and simply regarded him as a senior brother. "What does he want with you?" Qin Feng asked. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed a bit displeased, Yao Hongwei quickly explained, "Brother Feng, don't misunderstand. He must have received my distress signal and rushed over." Qin Feng nodded upon hearing this. Among the disciples of Taishan sect, there were also communication jade slips, but they needed to be within a certain range to receive messages. It seemed that Wei Sun had coincidentally come nearby and received the distress signal Yao Hongwei had sent earlier. Let's go, we should head out, Qin Feng said, quickly putting on his clothes. Yao Hongwei also took out her dress and put it on. After a while, the two were dressed and walked towards the canyon exit. After about 10 breaths, a group of people came in a grand manner. They were all wearing the white long robes of inner sect disciples of Taishan sect. At the forefront was 5th senior brother Wei Sun. Junior sister, how are you? Are you all right? Wei Sun stared intently at Yao Hongwei and asked with concern. As for Qin Feng beside her, he completely ignored him. I'm fine now, 5th senior brother. Yao Hongwei replied with a smile. Fortunately, junior brother Feng appeared in time during the danger and saved me. Upon hearing this, Wei Sun finally noticed Qin Feng beside him. Sensing the aura on Qin Feng, Wei Sun was startled. Junior brother Qin Feng, how did you progress so quickly? You've already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Xian general realm. I remember that when we first entered the ancient ruins of absolute wilderness, you were only at the 3rd level of the Xian general realm. Qin Feng replied calmly. Just lucky, I obtained a fire sun fruit. That's how I leveled up. What? You got a fire sun fruit? Junior brother Qin Feng, your luck is truly extraordinary to have obtained such a heavenly treasure. No wonder your improvement is so fast. The remaining inner disciples began to discuss in hushed tones. There was a mix of envy and jealousy among them. All right, junior sister, from now on, you should act with us. I will definitely protect you well, Wei Sun said domineeringly. Upon hearing this, Yao Hongwei couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded, since senior brother has said so. Then senior sister, you should follow them. His own strength was still too low, and Wei Sun and the others were clearly much stronger. It would be safer for Yao Hongwei to follow them. Moreover, Qin Feng still needed to seize Qin Hao's opportunities, and having Yao Hongwei follow him would be inconvenient. Junior brother, aren't you coming with us? Yao Hongwei quickly asked upon hearing this. I have something to do, I'll go ahead, Qin Feng said, suddenly leaping forward and rushing ahead. Junior brother, Yao Hongwei called out worriedly. All right, junior sister, since he doesn't want to come with us, let him go. Wei Sun interrupted her and continued, by the way, what exactly happened earlier? It's nothing serious, just encountered a demoness from the demon blood sect who injured Yao Hongwei. She briefly explained. Hearing this, Wei Sun immediately took out a bunch of heavenly materials and treasures without hesitation and handed them over. Here are some spirit fruits and spirit herbs. Senior brother, what are you doing? Junior sister, weren't you injured? Quickly eat these spirit fruits and spirit herbs. They will help you recover quickly, Wei Sun said, grinning. No need, Yao Hongwei shook her head. She was indeed injured, but it was caused by Qin Feng. That big bad guy charged around like a wild bull, and even now it still aches. Junior sister, just accept them, otherwise senior brother will be very sad. Wei Sun earnestly advised, fully displaying his role as a sycophant. All right, I'll take them. Yao Hongwei relented and took the spirit fruits, starting to eat. Seeing this, Wei Sun burst into laughter, but he didn't know that sycophants usually end up with a bad fate. In the end, Yao Hongwei would still be in Qin Feng's arms, acting cute. Chapter 72. Finding the strange fire while running. Qin Feng took out the tracking compass. He quickly sped in the direction indicated by the pointer. After about half an hour, he successfully arrived at his destination. Before him lay a beautiful and abundant spiritual energy-filled valley. Inside the valley, a group of people was gathered there. Qin Hao was sitting cross-legged in the center of the crowd, eyes closed, focusing on his cultivation. Above his head, a vague vortex appeared, rumbling in the void. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards the vortex like a tide. Then, through the vortex, all of it entered Qin Hao's body. Qin Hongshuang, Qin Ing, and 4 others surrounded Qin Hao, protecting him. Damn it! Could it be that Qin Hao stumbled upon some incredible luck and obtained some extraordinary opportunity? Qin Feng squinted his eyes. Judging from the aura emanating from Qin Hao, he had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th level of the Xian general realm. Moreover, he showed no signs of stopping. He was still advancing. Qin Feng remembered that not long ago, that dog had only been at the 2nd level of the Xian general realm. It seemed that this time, he had gained a significant opportunity. What Qin Feng didn't know was that Qin Hao's opportunity had been given to him by Qin Hongshuang. To compensate for Qin Hao's injured spirit, Qin Hongshuang had actually given him a fire sun fruit. which had incredible effects. Once consumed, it could elevate one's level by 2 to 3 minor stages. Since Qin Hao was originally only at the second level of the Xian general realm and had low strength, his improvement was naturally rapid. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. At that moment, Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The aura on his body quickly stabilized at the early stage of the 5th level of the Xian general realm, no longer rising. Ha ha ha! Sensing his cultivation had skyrocketed, Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh proudly, all his previous frustrations disappearing. It was as if he had forgotten the earlier incident entirely. Haha, congratulations, Brother Hao. You've successfully advanced to the 5th level of the Xian general realm. Qin Hongshuang, seeing Qin Hao's aura surge, was also very happy and congratulated him with a smile. Thank you, second sister. If it weren't for the fire sun fruit you gave me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Qin Hao stood up, deeply bowing to Qin Hongshuang. Oh, what are you doing? Get up. You're my brother. As your sister, it's only natural for me to give you something. No need to be so polite. Qin Hongshuang quickly reached out to help Qin Hao up, feeling delighted in her heart. It seemed that she was even happier than Qin Hao for his progress. Ah, such a fool. Knowing the whole story, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head and sighed inwardly. To be honest, he found Qin Hongshuang quite speechless. Although she had good talent and possessed high-quality spiritual roots, she didn't use her brain at all. She was completely played by Qin Hao. In the past, when they were at the Qin family, Qin Hao would pretend to be weak and pitiful to obtain many cultivation resources from Qin Hongshuang. Once, Qin Hao even secretly hid some cultivation resources in Qin Feng's room. Then he told Qin Hongshuang that Qin Feng had stolen her things. As a result, when Qin Hongshuang found those resources in Qin Feng's room, without listening to Qin Feng's explanations, she directly gave him a severe beating. This led to Qin Feng lying in bed for over half a month. There were countless such incidents. What Qin Feng couldn't understand was why Qin Hongshuang, despite her outstanding cultivation talent, was so foolish. As long as Qin Hao sweet-talked her a little, he could easily manipulate her. Today, she even gave that incredibly rare fire sun fruit to Qin Hao. However, all of this had nothing to do with Qin Feng. Since the moment he was expelled from the Qin family, he had severed all ties with everyone in the Qin family. He was also too lazy to deal with those foolish women. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Second sister, there's one more thing I hope you can help me with. Qin Hao said to Qin Hongshuang. What is it? Speak. Qin Hongshuang nodded. Qin Hao immediately used voice transmission to tell her about the search for the Jiuyo Jinzuo. What? There's actually Jiuyo Jinzuo here? Upon hearing this, Qin Hongshuang's expression changed drastically, unable to help but exclaim. But at the critical moment, she stopped herself from saying it out loud. Yes, it's true. Qin Hao nodded seriously and asked, Second sister, are you willing to help me? Silly boy, you're my brother. How can I not help you? Qin Hongshuang said, reaching out to affectionately stroke Qin Hao's head, smiling as she asked, Tell me, how you want second sister to help you? It's simple. After I find that thing, I hope that second sister and the others can help me suppress it so that I can smoothly refine and absorb it. Qin Hao said, Okay, no problem. Qin Hongshuang nodded repeatedly. After saying this, she waved to Qin Ying and the others. Come over, I have something to discuss with you. Qin Ying and the other 5 gathered in front of her. What is it? Qin Ying asked. It's like this. My brother has discovered a treasure, but his strength is insufficient to control it, so I hope we can lend him a hand. What do you all think? Qin Hongshuang asked. No problem. The crowd nodded in unison. Among Qin Ying's 5 people, 3 were direct descendants of the Qin family, and 2 were followers of Qin Hongshuang. Of course, whatever Qin Hongshuang said went. Then let us go. After the negotiation was completed, Qin Hao took the lead and charged out of the valley with the black fire staff in hand, continuously moving forward. Could it be that the guys sensed the presence of a 9 underworld golden ancestor fire? Seeing this, Qin Feng was overjoyed. From Qin Hao's demeanor, it seemed he had an instinctive awareness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Qin Hongshuang and the others for help. Just right, he could play the role of the yellow sparrow behind. With this thought, Qin Feng casually shook his hand and took out the disguise mask, putting it on his face. As his body shrank a few inches and became more robust, he was using another face this time, a rather ordinary-looking young man, with the cloak of breath-holding. Others couldn't see his true strength. On the way, Qin Hao continuously infused fire attribute energy into the fire staff. The runes on the fire staff lit up, resembling burning black flames, particularly enchanting. Qin Hao walked intermittently, seemingly sensing something, while constantly changing direction. Qin Hao, what are you doing? Why are you zigzagging? Qining said, somewhat displeased. Shut up, we just follow how Brother Hao goes. Qin Hongshuang glared fiercely at Qining. If you feel impatient, then don't follow us. Oh, Fine. I won't say anything. Qining shook his head. Time quietly passed, and soon 2 hours had gone by. Qin Hao led everyone over mountains and ridges and finally reached their destination. We are here, Qin Hao exclaimed excitedly. Looking ahead, there stood only a bare mountain, completely charred, as if it had been burned by fire. Within a radius of 10,000 feet, there was not a trace of spiritual energy. It was desolate and bleak. Brother Hao, are you sure the treasure is hidden here? Qin Hongshuang asked with doubt. Yes, I'm sure. Qin Hao nodded heavily. Let's go. We need to find a way to enter that mountain. After saying that, Qin Hao leaped forward. Haha, as long as I can obtain I will be able to overpower Qin Feng. Qin Feng, just you wait, I will show you how to deal with you. A sinister smile flashed in Qin Hao's eyes as he accelerated forward. Chapter 73. The Sacrificial Victim After a Stick of Incense. Qin Hao, Qin Hongshuang, and the other 7 stood before a wide black crack. This crack was located halfway up the mountain. Inside, it was deep and dark, shrouded in thick fog, making it hard to see clearly. Additionally, an incredibly hot aura rushed towards them, as if a fierce fire attribute beast was hidden deep within the mountain. Qin Hao, what exactly is inside? Qining frowned and asked with curiosity. Qin Hao thought for a moment and replied, there is a fire attribute treasure hidden here, and it has already acquired intelligence. Its strength is not weak. What is it? Qining continued to inquire. We'll know when we go in. Qin Hao shook his head and did not elaborate. The 9 Underworld Golden Ancestor Fire is an extraordinary fire, ranked 7th on the list. Even many powerful figures would fight to the death upon seeing it. Let's go. Qin Hao leaped into the large crack first. Everyone, hurry up and follow, Qin Hongshuang commanded, leading Qin Ying and the others closely behind. After they entered for a while, Qin Feng jumped in as well. After sinking for about several breaths of time, Qin Feng landed steadily on the ground. Looking down, he found the ground beneath him pitted and blackened. Meanwhile, the hot atmosphere in the air intensified, making it feel like a battlefield engulfed in flames, difficult to breathe. Moreover, strange black gas drifted in the air. It was fire poison. Without hesitation, Qin Feng shook his hand and took out a fully green pill, swallowing it. This was a pill to detoxify fire poison, which he had exchanged in advance at the sect's resource hall. After doing this, Qin Feng expanded his consciousness to probe the surroundings. He saw that this was the central cave of the mountain. Black mist enveloped the area, making it impossible to see one's fingers. In front of them, Qin Hao and the others were cautiously moving forward. Soon, they were blocked by a cave wall. Sister, Brother Qining, let's all work together to blast open this cave wall. Qin Hao turned and said, is the treasure inside? Qining frowned and asked. No, there's a passage inside. Qin Hao replied. All right, everyone, let us attack together. Qin Hongshuang shouted and took the lead to strike the cave wall. Seeing this, Qining and the others quickly joined in. With a rumble, as everyone struck, the cave wall suddenly flickered with runes. Thick black beams, like dragons emerging from the sea, shot out from the cave wall towards them. Be careful. Qin Hongshuang's expression changed as she quickly moved to shield Qin Hao. She raised her hands and repeatedly struck, shattering the incoming black beams one by one. Qining and the others also took out their treasures and attacked continuously. After several breaths, all the black beams finally disappeared. However, Qin Hongshuang and the others were exhausted. After a short rest, everyone attacked the cave wall again. About a stick of incense later, a loud explosion echoed. The cave wall collapsed, revealing a large hole. Through the hole, a narrow passage could be seen. The passage twisted and turned, extending deep into the ground. At the end of the passage, a faint red light flickered. Additionally, a terrifying heat wave rushed towards them. Wow, so hot. The one standing at the front was a young man at the peak of the Qian General Third Heaven Realm. As the heat wave approached, he trembled in fear and quickly dodged back. Everyone be careful. What's hidden below is a fire attribute treasure. The temperature is extremely high, Qin Hongshuang loudly reminded. After speaking, she circulated her Qian energy, instantly forming a faint protective shield around herself and Qin Hao. Sister, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Qin Hao said, and a faint fire attribute shield appeared around him as he charged towards the front passage. The group moved along the winding passage, and the heat waves intensified with each step. The young man at the peak of the Qian General Third Heaven Realm was already drenched in sweat, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But in order to avoid being laughed at by Qin Hongshuang, he gritted his teeth and endured. The power of a sycophant is indeed formidable. About half an hour later, everyone finally reached their destination. A glance around, Qin Hongshuang and the others' pupils shrank. Their expressions changed dramatically. Ahead was a massive underground cavern. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with raging flames. In the very center of this flame cave, a fist-sized flame was floating. That flame was exceptionally hot, and its color was distinctly different from other flames, actually radiating a faint golden light. It seemed to be the king of fire, and all other flames in the cavern bowed down to it. Hiss! Is that the legendary? The 9 underworld golden ancestor fire actually ranked 7th on the list. Ha! This time we hit the jackpot. Upon seeing the appearance of that faint golden flame, Qin Ying and the others were ecstatic, unable to contain their exclamations. Everyone, I must make it clear that this fire attribute treasure belongs to my brother Qin Hao. Without him leading the way, none of you would have found this place. Of course, after this, my Qin family will definitely not treat everyone unfairly. There will be generous rewards. At this moment, Qin Hongshuang's voice resonated powerfully, drowning out all other sounds. Hearing this, Qin Ying and the others fell silent. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with Qin Hongshuang's words. Why? Such a heaven-defying should belong to the capable. What is Qin Hao? Why should it be given to him? Seeing this, Qin Hongshuang's expression darkened, and she unhappily said, If you don't agree and insist on seizing then you will be my enemy, the enemy of the Qin family. Even if we chase you to the ends of the earth, the Qin family will not rest until we settle this. Sister Hongshuang, you're being too harsh. We are all members of the Qin family and will naturally not participate in the robbery. Qin Ying and a few other Qin family members said with awkward smiles upon hearing this. And you? Qin Hongshuang's gaze fell on the other 2 people. Hongshuang, don't worry. I will definitely do my best to help brother Qin Hao. One person said with a flattering smile. I will too. The other quickly followed. Haha, very good. Then from now on, everyone listens to my orders and attacks the Juyo Jinzuo with full force, injuring it severely. Once it transforms into its original fire form, leave it to my brother Qin Hao to refine and absorb. Qin Hongshuang commanded. The Juyo Jinzuo is powerful, and recklessly absorbing it is just a dead end. Once it is severely injured, it will fall into a weak state and transform into its original fire form. Absorbing it then will be much safer. As her voice fell, Qin Hongshuang brandished her long sword and charged forward first. Seeing this, Qin Ying and the others quickly followed. During the charge, Qin Hongshuang shook her long sword, and in an instant, a brilliant sword light slashed down towards the Juyo Jinzuo. Just as the crisis approached, the floating Juyo Jinzuo suddenly trembled slightly. Then, the flames throughout the underground cave erupted violently. It seemed as if they had heard the call of a king, shooting out from the ground and transforming into magnificent fire dragons, charging towards Qin Hongshuang and the others. Boom! 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 The loud noises shook the heavens. The entire cave was thrown into chaos. Fight. The more intense, the better. Once you 2 sides are injured, I'll come to reap the benefits. Watching the fierce battle between Qin Hongshuang and the others, Qin Hao's lips curled up in a smile. As for the lives of Qin Hongshuang and the others, he didn't care at all. In his eyes, there was only the Juyo Jinzuo. What a wonderful show. Qin Feng hid around the corner of the passage. His consciousness spread out, constantly monitoring every movement in the cave. he finally understood why Qin Hao was able to successfully obtain the Juyo Jinzuo in his previous life. It turned out that it was with the help of Qin Hongshuang and the others. However, the 6 of them would soon become sacrifices. Chapter 74. Ruthless Person. Boom. 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 The loud noises shook the cave. Qin Hongshuang and the others unleashed their powerful attacks, frantically targeting the Juyo Jinzuo. But their attacks were all blocked by the fire dragons along the way. About a stick of incense later, seeing that they could not make any progress after a long time of attacking, Qin Hongshuang became extremely impatient. She shook her right hand and took out a black round ball. With a flick, the black round ball shot out towards the Juyo Jinzuo at high speed. Explode for me. Qin Hongshuang pointed with a technique, and the black round ball instantly exploded. In the next moment, an indescribably powerful destructive force spread in all directions. That round ball, named Explosive Element Bomb, is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Once it explodes, it can unleash power comparable to a mid-stage Xuanzong expert. However, this is the absolute desolation ancient ruins, and under the suppression of special rules, its power is greatly weakened. But it can still unleash power comparable to a peak-level Xuanzong expert. As the destructive force spread, the Juyo Jinzuo was forced to retreat repeatedly. Countless scattered, light, golden sparks emanated from its body. This attack severely injured the Juyo Jinzuo. Steadying itself, the Juyo Jinzuo suddenly twisted violently, seemingly enraged by its injuries. Then, the entire cave shook violently. Furious fire dragons quickly shot out from the ground, madly crashing towards Qin Hongshuang and the others. As the Fire King became enraged, the power of those fire dragons suddenly surged. Each one was as powerful as a full-force strike from a 5-layer Xuanzong cultivator. Bang, 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 crack. With the rampant fire dragons, Qin Hongshuang and the others were pushed back step by step. Among them, the 2 weaker individuals were instantly pierced through the heart by the fire dragons. They were quickly covered by flames, burned to ashes. Not good, everyone run. Seeing the situation was dire, Qin Hongshuang shouted and turned to flee towards the cave exit. Qin Ying and the others quickly followed. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Red light shot up to the sky. In an instant, it transformed into a massive red light shield, sealing off all directions. It just so happened to trap Qin Hongshuang and the others, as well as the Juyo Jinzuo, inside. Qin Hongshuang looked up in shock, unable to believe her eyes as she stared at Qin Hao, who was standing at the cave exit. Qin Hao had a slight smirk on his face and a wicked smile in his eyes. In his hands, he held a palm-sized red array disc. No need to ask, this red light shield formation was indeed his doing. Why? Qin Hongshuang's heart twisted in pain as she questioned loudly in disbelief. All along, she had treated Qin Hao like a real younger brother. No matter what good food, drinks, or cultivation resources she had, she always thought of Qin Hao first. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment of life and death, Qin Hao chose to stab her in the back. Being betrayed by a close relative, this pain was hard to describe. Almost worse than killing her. Sister, the task isn't complete yet. Why rush to leave? Qin Hao replied with a cold smile. Beast. Qin Hao, you are a beast. Before Qin Hongshuang could respond, Qin Ying, beside her, was already furious, his eyes wide with rage. They had risked their lives to help him fight the Juyo Jinzuo. But what they received in return was a heartless betrayal. Qin Hao had treated them all as cannon fodder. Haha, feel free to curse all you want. I won't lose a piece of meat. Qin Hao sneered coldly and said loudly, Today, you must help me turn the Juyo Jinzuo into its original fire form. Otherwise, you will all perish in the sea of flames. At this point, Qin Hao was too lazy to pretend anymore and simply tore off his false mask, going all out. In his view, the Juyo Jinzuo was extremely powerful, and even if it was severely injured now, it was not something Qin Hongshuang and the others could easily handle. The final result would definitely be both sides suffering heavy losses. By then, he would strike with thunderous force and eliminate them all. Who would know about today's events? You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Qin Ying, upon hearing this, became furious. He shook his right-hand spear, which shot towards the red light shield like an arrow. But after this strike, Qin Ying fell into complete despair. he saw that his full-force attack only caused the red light shield to tremble slightly, creating a thumb-sized dent before quickly returning to normal. Haha, Qin, don't waste your energy. What I've set up is a peak-level 3rd-tier fire cloud formation. And with the endless flames here, unless your combat strength reaches the level of a Xuanzong expert, even if you had 100 years, you wouldn't be able to break through, Qin Hao said with a disdainful smile. What? This is actually a peak-level 3rd-tier fire cloud formation? Qin Ying's mouth twitched, falling into complete despair. Even in the outside world, it would be incredibly difficult for him to break through this formation, let alone in this cave filled with raging flames. Despair, frustration, and hatred filled him. At this moment, he wished he could immediately skin Qin Hao alive, tear him to shreds. Unfortunately, with the fire cloud formation blocking him, he simply couldn't escape. Qin Hongshuang, on the other hand, stared at Qin Hao with an extremely complicated expression. At this moment, she found Qin Hao to be so unfamiliar. Was this still the obedient Qin Hao who had always cared for her, asking after her well-being? Qin Hongshuang asked herself, had she not treated Qin Hao well enough? Even his own brother, Qin Feng, receives treatment that is not even 1/10,000th of what Qin Hao enjoys. But how did it end up nurturing a white-eyed wolf? Ha! Thinking of this, Qin Hongshuang suddenly laughed wildly at the sky, as if she had gone mad. Tears streamed down her face as she laughed. She laughed at her own blindness, laughed at her own favoritism, laughed at her own just desserts. Be careful. At that moment, a loud shout rang in her ears. Immediately after, a figure seemed to flash like a startled swan, wrapping around her slim waist and pulling her aside. With a loud bang, almost at the instant Qin Hongshuang left, the void exploded violently, and a fist-sized golden flower appeared out of nowhere, blooming proudly. It was the 9 nether golden ancestor fire that had personally targeted Qin Hongshuang. If it weren't for her follower Wang Su's timely rescue, Qin Hongshuang would have long been reduced to ashes. Thank you. Surviving the disaster, Qin Hongshuang gratefully said to Wang Su, "You're welcome, Hongshuang. Now we are trapped in a dangerous situation and can only fight to the death." Wang Su said with a grave expression. Qin Hongshuang nodded at his words, gritted her teeth, and said, "Let's team up, the 4 of us, to force the 9 nether golden ancestor fire into its original fire form. And then you will refine and absorb it." Me? Wang Su was taken aback. "Yes," Qin Hongshuang said fiercely. "This kind of heaven-defying strange object must not be given to that white-eyed wolf. Although you only have a medium-grade fire spiritual root, you can still refine and absorb it." "All right, I'll listen to you." Wang Su was overjoyed upon hearing this. He had long coveted the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, but was afraid of upsetting Qin Hongshuang. So he had suppressed his greed. Now, the opportunity had finally come. Kill. After the discussion, Qin Hongshuang, Wang Su, Qin Ying, and Qin Lai jumped together and rushed toward the 9 nether golden ancestor fire again. With no retreat possible, they could only choose to fight desperately. This Qin Hao is really ruthless. Qin Feng's consciousness spread, taking everything in. He couldn't help but sigh. This Qin Hao is indeed a tough character. Moreover, he is meticulous and has calculated everything. He had already planned it all, playing with Qin Hongshuang and the others in the palm of his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, the final ownership of the 9 nether golden ancestor fire will definitely belong to Qin Hao. Unfortunately, he encountered me. Chapter 75. Original fire form. Qin Feng hid at the corner of the passage, his consciousness spreading, silently observing every move inside the cave. His strength surpassed Qin Hao's, so Qin Hao was completely unaware of him. Inside the fire cloud array, Qin Hongshuang and Wang Su, having no way to retreat, launched fierce attacks, each move ruthless, giving their all. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the loud sounds, for shadows flitted through the sky like butterflies, weaving through the raging fire dragons. They madly intertwined with the golden flower formed by the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Crack! Just then, a piercing scream echoed. Qin Lai, at the peak of the profound general 4th heaven, was accidentally pierced through the heart by the 9 nether golden ancestor fire and exploded into a mist of blood. The rain of blood, before it could fall, was evaporated by the intense heat. Everyone, stop hiding and show your killing moves. Qin Hongshuang's pretty face darkened as she shouted loudly. Good. Wang Su and Qin Ying nodded simultaneously. As direct descendants of a prominent family, they naturally had some life-saving items. As the words left his mouth, Wang Su casually shook out a red jade pendant. With a flick, it shot towards the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Qin Ying also took out a black jade pendant, snapping his fingers and shooting it at the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Explode for me. The two shouted in unison. One red and one black. The 2 jade pendants exploded simultaneously. 2 terrifying destructive forces, comparable to the peak of the profound general 9th heaven, surged towards the 9 nether golden ancestor fire from left and right. As a heaven-defying strange fire ranked 7th on the strange fire ranking, the 9 nether golden ancestor fire had already developed intelligence. Although it had been injured years ago and had not fully healed, it still maintained the battle power of the profound general 9th heaven. Facing the imminent life and death crisis, the 9 nether golden ancestor fire hesitated not, swaying its body and attempting to escape to the right. But it was too late. Almost at the moment it was about to dodge, the 2 terrifying destructive forces suddenly accelerated and crashed heavily into it. With a bang, the golden flower suddenly exploded. It was as if fireworks were being set off. And for a moment, countless pale golden light spots spread out in all directions. However, soon those golden light spots seemed to be pulled by some strange force and gathered together again, transforming into a thumb-sized golden flower. Its strength instantly plummeted, dropping from the original profound general 9th heaven to the peak level of the profound general 5th heaven. Haha, the 9 nether golden ancestor fire is about to be finished. Everyone, put in more effort. Qin Hongshuang shouted with wild joy. Immediately after, the 3 of them leaped together, rushing toward the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. The 9 nether golden ancestor fire constantly dodged left and right. At the same time, it summoned the flames in the cave, transforming them into thumb-sized fire dragons that charged madly at the 3. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another incense stick of time passed. By now, the 9 nether golden ancestor fire had become significantly weaker. Its color dimmed, as if it were a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished with a single blow. Qin Hongshuang and the others were also exhausted. Moreover, their robes had long been burned to a crisp, turning completely black. Qin Hongshuang, wearing a form-fitting white armor, was somewhat better off than the others. At least she wasn't exposed in public. Haha, die for me, seeing that the 9 nether golden ancestor fire was extremely weak. Qin Ying laughed wildly. With a shake of his spear, it shot toward the opponent like an arrow released from a bow. Just as it seemed the 9 nether golden ancestor fire was about to be pierced and exploded by him. At that moment, the entire cave shook violently. Immediately after, raging flames erupted wildly from the ground, transforming into strands of red fire essence, all rushing into the body of the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Whoosh! The originally thumb-sized 9 nether golden ancestor fire instantly expanded again, turning back into a fist-sized form. Its color also changed from dull to dazzling golden light. Qin Ying, be careful, get away. Seeing this, Qin Hongshuang was so frightened that her liver and gallbladder ached, and she hurriedly shouted. But her warning came too late. Whoosh! Like a startled swan, a dazzling golden light pierced through the air, directly passing through Qin Ying's body. Qin Ying's body suddenly stiffened, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Looking down, he found a fist-sized hole in his chest. As soon as the blood flowed out, it was evaporated by the scorching heat. Sister Hongshuang, I'm in pain. Qin Ying's face turned pale as he looked at Qin Hongshuang, trembling as he spoke. Before he could finish his words, his entire body exploded, turning into a mist of black ash. Brother Ying. Seeing this, Qin Hongshuang's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Ying was only a year younger than her and had grown up with her. Moreover, Qin Ying had always been timid, liking to follow her like a little shadow. She had laughed at him countless times in the past, but Qin Ying never got angry and continued to treat her like an older sister. Qin Hongshuang had originally thought this guy was quite annoying, but now, watching Qin Ying die before her eyes, her heart felt like it had been torn apart, and she could hardly bear the pain. But the cause of all this was her brother Qin Hao, whom she regarded as her own sibling. At this moment, her hatred for Qin Hao intensified. If it weren't for being blocked by the fire cloud array and unable to get out, she would have slapped Qin Hao into a meat paste. Hongshuang, save me. Just as Qin Hongshuang was lost in thought, a piercing scream reached her ears. She turned her head and saw Wang Su being pursued and attacked by the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Fortunately, Wang Su was not weak, having reached the peak of the profound general 7th heaven. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the 9 nether golden ancestor fire long ago. Whoosh! Seeing this, Qin Hongshuang said nothing and leaped directly, holding her long sword, rushing toward the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Meanwhile, the left hand was not idle either. With a wave, the last explosive talisman was taken out and thrown out like lightning. Boom! The terrifying destructive power spread like ripples, crashing heavily onto the 9 nether golden ancestor fire. The 9 nether golden ancestor fire exploded, transforming into a sky full of golden light. Although soon, those golden lights gathered towards the center again. The speed of this gathering was much slower than the first time. After about a dozen breaths, the 9 nether golden ancestor fire finally coalesced. However, its form had changed, directly becoming the form of the source fire, resembling a golden liquid slowly flowing in midair. Haha, it's finally done. Qin Hongshuang smiled up at the sky. Her heart that had been hanging finally settled. As long as it transformed into the form of the source fire, it would no longer actively attack people. Wang Su, hurry up and refine it. Qin Hongshuang gave Wang Su a glance. Good. Wang Su leaped forward, rushing towards the golden liquid ahead. But just halfway through, his body suddenly stiffened. The energy within him seemed to freeze instantly, and he could no longer mobilize a single bit. Wang Su screamed in agony, falling like a kite with a broken string into a pit below. The raging flames quickly engulfed him. Hongshuang, save me. The transformed fire person Wang Su wailed in despair amidst the flames. Seeing this, Qin Hongshuang quickly shook her body, ready to rescue him. But just as she rushed out, she felt a wave of dizziness and extreme discomfort. Poisoned, Qin Hongshuang quickly held her breath and focused, not daring to breathe. Although she had timely shielded her 6 senses, she had still inhaled some poisonous gas, causing her Dantian energy to freeze by more than half. The strength she could exert was less than 1/10 of her peak period. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked toward Qin Hao outside the fire cloud array, shouting angrily, Qin Hao, did you do this? Haha, it's me. Qin Hao smiled back at her. He pointed his hand at the array plate, closing the fire cloud array. Then he stepped forward, walking towards Qin Hongshuang. What do you want to do? Feeling the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from Qin Hao, Qin Hongshuang's heart trembled. Second sister, if you die, don't blame me. Just blame it on you knowing too much. Qin Hao smiled sinisterly, his pupils shining with killing intent. I am your second sister. Are you really going to kill me? Qin Hongshuang asked in disbelief. Ha! Upon hearing this, Qin Hao laughed up to the sky, disdainfully saying, what nonsense second sister? Do we have any blood relation? But I have always regarded you as my younger brother. Qin Hongshuang said in despair. Ha! Unfortunately, I have never regarded you as a sister. In my eyes, you 4 sisters are just stepping stones on my path to growth. Qin Hao grinned savagely. You shameless. Qin Hongshuang's eyes were about to split. At the same time, a wave of deep regret surged in her heart. It was all her fault for being blind in the past, actually recognizing a wolf as a brother. This is just a typical backstabbing wolf. Haha, enough. I won't waste more words with you, my good second sister. Let me send you on your way. Qin Hao raised his right hand and slammed it down towards Qin Hongshuang's head. Seeing this, Qin Hongshuang closed her eyes in despair. 2 lines of regretful tears streamed down the corners of her eyes. Chapter 76. See you once, strike once. Just as Qin Hongshuang was about to be struck dead by Qin Hao's palm, suddenly, from the pit nearby, Wang Su, who was rolling wildly in the flames, leaped up and knocked Qin Hao to the ground. Hongshuang, run! The burnt Wang Su seemed to use all his strength, shouting madly. Wang Su! Qin Hongshuang's eyes turned red. Run! Wang Su shouted angrily again. You're looking for death. Qin Hao was furious. He originally thought Wang Su was heavily injured and could not resist. Unexpectedly, at the moment of death, he caught him off guard. As the voice came out, Qin Hao raised his right hand and slammed down. With a bang, Wang Su's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Immediately, he did a flip and leaped up from the ground, ready to deal with Qin Hongshuang. But at that moment, a dazzling white light flashed. Qin Hongshuang, who was lying on the ground, instantly disappeared without a trace. On the ground, only a wisp of black ash remained. Qin Hao was furious upon seeing this. He didn't expect that at a critical moment, Qin Hongshuang would escape using a high-level teleportation talisman. Earlier, when he retracted the fire cloud array, he had been secretly spreading his pressure, firmly locking onto Qin Hongshuang. This way, even if Qin Hongshuang wanted to resist, she wouldn't be able to. He never expected that Wang Su would suddenly intervene. Damn it, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could that bitch Qin Hongshuang escape? Qin Hao's eyes turned red, pouring all his anger onto the dead Wang Su. After saying that, Qin Hao raised his fist, punching Wang Su's half-dead body into pulp. The raging flames surged, burning it into black ash, scattering everywhere. After doing all this, Qin Hao's anger slightly subsided. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze hotly fixed on the golden liquid ahead. Although it's a regret that bitch Qin Hongshuang escaped, it doesn't matter. As long as I successfully obtain the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, my strength will surely soar. At that time, even if things leak out, so what? In this world, only powerful strength is the kingly way. Laughing wildly, Qin Hao stepped forward, reaching out towards the golden liquid. The golden liquid immediately began to slowly gather, forming a golden light group, about to fall into his hand. But at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly roared from behind. Let go of that 9 nether golden ancestor fire. Let me do it. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's heart shook violently, and he suddenly turned around. At a glance, he was startled. It was him, the man who had just robbed his senior sister, Yao Hongwei, from him. A burly man with a rugged appearance. Yes, Qin Feng had appeared again in the guise of a rugged man. The purpose was to kill and strike at the heart. Whoosh! Awakening from a shock, Qin Hao quickly extended his right hand, lightning fast, to grab the golden light group. He knew he was not a match, so he wanted to escape with the 9 nether golden ancestor fire immediately. But just as he was about to succeed, it was as if a flash of a startled swan, and the figure of Qin Feng had vanished before his eyes. The next moment, a crisp sound came. Qin Hao's right hand reaching for the 9 nether golden ancestor fire suddenly broke off at the root. Blood gushed out. Qin Feng waved his right hand, easily grabbing the golden light group. Then he raised his right foot and kicked hard into Qin Hao's chest. Bang! Qin Hao's body stiffened and flew out like a scarecrow, crashing heavily to the ground. He smashed a huge hole in the ground, dust and stones flying amidst the raging fire. Kid, remember this in the future. When you see me, go around, otherwise every time I see you I'll hit you. Qin Feng laughed and swaggered away. Cough, cough. Qin Hao struggled to crawl out of the pit, blood gushing from his mouth. His divine sense entered his internal view, discovering that several of his ribs had been kick-broken. Looking at Qin Feng's disappearing back, Qin Hao's eyes were about to split, filled with hatred. He had gone through countless hardships and even schemed against Qin Hongshuang and others, just to successfully turn the 9 nether golden ancestor fire into the form of source fire. It was just within his grasp, but who would have thought that the cooked duck would fly away again? Moreover, the one who took the 9 nether golden ancestor fire was the same person who had robbed his senior sister, Yao Hongwei. It was like capsizing in the same ditch twice. How could he accept this? Qin Hao's eyes turned red, his fists clenched, roaring to the sky like a wounded beast. At this moment, his heart was filled with extreme rage. He wished to destroy the entire world. Feeling suffocated, angry, and humiliated, all of it finally transformed into a roar of powerless rage that echoed endlessly within the cave. Refredding. Successfully snatching the 9 nether golden ancestral fire from Qin Hao's hands, Qin Feng felt particularly pleased. He used the stunning shadow technique and quickly rushed towards the mountains and forests ahead. Next, he needed to find a safe place to refine and absorb the 9 nether golden ancestral fire as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the news leaked out, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. Perhaps all those who entered the ancient ruins of absolute desolation would come after him to seize the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. After all, given Qin Hao's nature, after suffering such a huge loss this time, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. It wouldn't be long before he leaked the news and then used others' hands to kill him. About a stick of incense later, Qin Feng successfully entered deep into the mountains and forests. Looking around, all he could see were towering mountains. Qin Feng expanded his consciousness and began searching wildly. Soon, he felt a movement in his heart, leaped, and rushed towards the large mountain on his right. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he discovered a cave. The entrance was overgrown with dry yellow grass, and the ground was scattered with remnants of monster feces. Judging by the color of the feces, there should be a monster hidden inside the cave. Qin Feng's consciousness moved, probing into the cave. Sure enough, deep in the cave, there lay a gigantic demon python. The python was entirely crimson, covered with dense red scales. It was a mid-stage, 3rd-tier blood python, with strength comparable to a peak 4th-tier Xian general of humanity. This place is good, I want it. Qin Feng strode into the cave. Roar! As soon as he stepped in, a thunderous roar came. A massive red head opened its bloody maw, sharp fangs bared, and lunged fiercely at Qin Feng. Mountain shaking, a cold glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he suddenly threw a punch. The second move of the Wild 9 styles, mountain shaking. Boom! The void trembled. A gigantic energy fist, carrying infinite destructive power, smashed down on the blood python's head as if Mount Tai were pressing down. Bang! The shattered red scales flew everywhere, and the blood python's hard head was directly blown apart by Qin Feng's punch. Blood rained down like a fountain. After the headless body fell to the ground, it continued to struggle and roll. Qin Feng stepped forward, transformed his palm into a knife, and ruthlessly struck at the blood python's 7-inch position, severing it in two. Then, Qin Feng dug out its demon core and stored the massive python body. Taking out a formation plate, he activated the Taishian breath-restraining formation, enveloping the entire cave. Arriving deep in the cave, Qin Feng's mind moved, and he entered the Qian Kuan Tower. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to absorb and refine the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. I wonder what realm my strength will reach after refining the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. Qin Feng murmured softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 77. 8th layer of Xian General. Don't be fooled by the 9 nether golden ancestral fire in its original form, which is merely a fist-sized liquid. However, the fire attribute energy contained within it is earth-shattering. With Qin Feng's current strength, it wouldn't be easy to successfully absorb and refine it. Moreover, he could only take it bit by bit. Otherwise, if he directly swallowed and absorbed it, the only result would be his body exploding and dying. Qin Feng took a deep breath, waved his right hand, separated a small drop from the liquid, and then tossed it into his mouth. Boom! That drop of golden liquid, the size of a soybean, immediately exploded upon entering his mouth. The next moment, it transformed into an incredibly terrifying hot energy that slid down his throat and merged into Qin Feng's limbs and bones. It felt as if Qin Feng had swallowed a red-hot iron, causing his face to contort in pain, baring his teeth and gasping in shock. He quickly closed his eyes and began to operate the Tianyang fire art madly, absorbing and refining the fire attribute energy within his body. After circulating several cycles, he finally guided all the fire attribute energy into his dantian. Qin Feng's consciousness entered his inner view and was overjoyed, unable to help but laugh out loud. After spending a full 5 months, Qin Feng finally succeeded in refining and absorbing the 9 nether golden ancestral fire. The benefits gained were immeasurable. Not only did he reforge his body, significantly enhancing his physical strength, but he also advanced 3 tiers, stepping into the mid-stage of the 8th layer of Xian General. Even more precious was that the transformation the 9 nether golden ancestral fire brought to his body was not a one-time event. It would continuously carry out transformations in the future, reducing impurities within his body and making his physique increasingly stronger. Additionally, there was another huge benefit. when refining pills. He would no longer need to consume spirit stones. With the 9 nether golden ancestral fire, Qin Feng could freely refine various pills. Moreover, the pills he produced would far exceed those of ordinary people in quality. After successfully refining it, the originally fist-sized 9 nether golden ancestral fire transformed into a small golden flower the size of a thumb, quietly floating above Qin Feng's dantian. Although its size had shrunk, the terrifying energy it contained had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it had become even purer. Furthermore, this 9 nether golden ancestral fire also belonged to a growth type. It could continuously advance with the improvement of Qin Feng's strength. When Qin Feng later ascended to the Emperor level, the 9 nether golden ancestral fire would also become a true Emperor level fire, capable of destroying the heavens and burning all realms. Let us see how powerful this 9 nether golden ancestral fire is. Qin Feng murmured softly, his right hand forming a seal. The next moment, a flame the thickness of a thumb shot out, striking towards a boulder ahead. Hiss! As if unstoppable, the rock was directly penetrated, leaving a hole the size of a thumb. Hiss! Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp in awe. After obtaining the 9 nether golden ancestor fire, the power of the first form of the Heavenly Sun Fire technique has increased by 4 to 5 times compared to the past. This also means that Qin Feng's current combat strength can now rival those extraordinary talents. Invincible among his peers. If I encounter that black bloodguard now, I can poke him to death with a single finger. Qin Feng sneered coldly. The black bloodguard under Ying Dang has already reached the peak of the 8th level of the profound general realm. But now, he is no match for Qin Feng. Damn it, when I see him next time, I will make him pay back 100-fold. The last time he encountered that black bloodguard, Qin Feng was only at the 3rd level of the profound general realm. He was almost killed by the black bloodguard's spear. Later, he narrowly escaped by using a high-level teleportation talisman, having suffered such a big loss right after entering the absolute wasteland ruins. Qin Feng certainly would not let it go easily. When he sees that guy again, it will be his death day. There is still about 10 days left, just enough time to find another high-level herb and other opportunities. Qin Feng murmured softly, quickly determining his next target. After successfully advancing to the 8th level of the profound general realm, the elixirs he needed have also increased in grade. However, the materials for refining are extremely lacking, although those elixirs can be exchanged for resources in the sect using points. But Qin Feng has no points left. Moreover, there are many high-level herbs in the absolute wasteland ruins, readily available everywhere. What could be more refreshing than free tickets? Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly stood up and went to the big water pit outside the thatched cottage. He jumped in, splashing water everywhere. He took a refreshing bath, washing off all the black dirt on his body. He changed into a new disciple's robe. With a thought, he left the Qin Tower and went outside. The cave was quiet, still maintaining its original appearance. It seems that during his closed-door training, no one came in. Qin Feng swayed his body and rushed out of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he rushed out of the cave, he heard a series of earth-shattering explosions coming from the direction of the valley ahead. Without hesitation, Qin Feng leaped and moved towards the sound. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. He saw 3 cultivators in the valley, fiercely battling a demon beast, unable to separate themselves. The 3 of them ranged in strength from the 5th to the 7th level of the profound general realm. Judging by their clothing, they were indeed disciples of the Duyong royal family. The demon beast was also not weak at the peak level of the 6th level of the profound general realm. Behind the battlefield, there was a small mountain hollow. Inside were several thumb-thick vibrant flowers blooming in the wind. Wild Tough Flower. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The Wild Tough Flower is a 3rd-grade herb. It is one of the main materials for refining the 3rd-grade strength yang pill. Perfectly suitable for Qin Feng right now. Qin Feng was too lazy to continue watching the 3 people and the beast peck at each other. He swiftly moved, activating the stunning shadow technique. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and arrived in front of the mountain hollow. With a wave of his right hand, the 4 wild tough flowers inside were uprooted simultaneously and stored in the Qin Tower, planted in fertile soil. Huh, thanks to nature's gifts. Qin Feng was in a great mood, smiling up at the sky. You damn thief, you're looking for death. Roar. The three people and the beast, who were in a fierce battle, discovered that the wild tough flowers had been taken and immediately changed their expressions. They quickly abandoned the fight and turned to charge wildly at Qin Feng. Chapter 78. Qin Feng's fury. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng raised his right hand, forming a hand seal and pointing. In an instant, 3 thumb-sized flames shot out from his fingertips like lightning. Crack. Ugh. A woo. The two people and the beast at the forefront were hit. A thumb-sized hole appeared in their foreheads, and they fell to the ground with a thud. Huh? The person at the back, seeing this terrifying scene, was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. With a scream, he didn't hesitate to turn around and fled desperately towards the valley's exit. So terrifying. With a single finger, he took down 2 people and a beast. Come back. Seeing this, Qin Feng raised his right hand and pulled through the air. Wang Xiao, who was frantically fleeing, immediately found himself lifted into the air as if grabbed by an invisible hand, crashing down in front of Qin Feng. Senior, spare me, please don't kill me. Wang Xiao, scared out of his wits, knelt on the ground and kept bowing to Qin Feng. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Qin Feng said calmly. Senior, please ask, I will definitely answer everything. Wang Xiao quickly replied. Tell me, what is the situation outside now? Qin Feng asked. He had been in closed-door training for nearly half a month. He didn't know what was happening outside now. Wang Xiao looked up in surprise at Qin Feng upon hearing this. But he didn't dare ask too much and simply replied, Senior, the situation outside is chaotic. Everyone is going crazy trying to seize opportunities. Be more specific. Qin Feng frowned, displeased. Yes, Senior. Wang Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, organized his thoughts, and began to speak. It turns out that in order to seize more opportunities, the Duyong dynasty has teamed up with the scattered cultivators who entered this place to jointly deal with the people from the 4 major sections, especially the 9th Prince Ying Dang, who issued a kill order, vowing to kill Qin Feng. Since he couldn't find Qin Feng, Ying Dang vented all his anger on the disciples of the Taishan sect. As long as they discovered that the other party was a disciple of the Taishan sect, they would kill without mercy. So far, many disciples of the Taishan sect have been slain by the people of the Duyong dynasty. The remaining disciples of the Taishan sect are also hiding everywhere, afraid to show themselves. Additionally, among the scattered cultivators who entered the absolute wasteland ruins this time, there are also many people from the Demon Yuan sect and the Blood Demon sect. Among them, the most famous is the little princess of the Demon Yuan sect, Ya Lingya. This girl is clever, willful, and ruthless. The number of cultivators who have died at her hands is countless. Moreover, all the deceased had their blood essence drained away. Senior, I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Wang Xiao cautiously looked at Qin Feng, tentatively asking, Get lost. Qin Feng waved his sleeve. With a bang, Wang Xiao shot up into the sky, his dantian instantly crippled, falling to the ground like a dead dog. After hearing Wang Xiao's account, Qin Feng was filled with rage, especially towards the people of the Duyong dynasty. He had no good feelings at all. Ying Dang, I will kill you. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and roared. This dog thing is venting his anger on the Taishan sect because he can't find me. Did I not just get together with Su Wana? Why is he targeting me time and again? Qin Feng has never liked to cause trouble, but he is definitely not afraid of it. Now that Ying Dang has started to push his luck, vowing to kill him, Qin Feng certainly cannot let him go. When they meet again, it will be Ying Dang's death day. Even if you're the 9th prince of the Duyong dynasty, so what? Dare to provoke me, Qin Feng. Even if you're the emperor of the Duyong dynasty, I will bring you down. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but worry about Yao Hongwei. Although Yao Hongwei is with 5th senior brother and the others, it is not absolutely safe. If they encounter a large number of powerful figures from the Duyong dynasty, they will also face danger. Therefore, he must find her as soon as possible. Also, there is Su Wana, in Ying Dang's heart. He must think that Su Wana has betrayed him. In this case, once they meet, how could Ying Dang easily let her go? I hope both of them are safe. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. The killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes flashed wildly, and his body swayed as he continued to rush forward. While rushing ahead, he casually shook his hand and took out 2 communication jade slips. He infused his divine sense, imprinting the information to send out. They were addressed to Su Wan'er and Yao Hongwei. However, after waiting for a long time, he still did not receive a reply. It seems that the 2 of them should be far from him, beyond the communication range of the jade slip. Putting away the jade slip, Qin Feng continued to rush forward like the wind. The message had been sent, and once they were within effective range, they would receive it and reply to him. About a stick of incense later, Qin Feng stopped. He saw a raging river flowing tumultuously 100 feet ahead. By the riverside, 3 cultivators were roasting meat. A huge beast's leg was hanging from a tall wooden frame. Under the flames, it sizzled and smoked. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air. The reason Qin Feng stopped was not because he was tempted. It was because the 3 of them were wearing black battle armor. They were exactly the attire of the Black Blood Guards under Ing Dang. The 3 had considerable strength, ranging from the 7th to the 8th level of the profound general realm. Haha, brothers, you have no idea. That female disciple of the Taishan sect was really enchanting. I tortured her for a full 3 hours before I was satisfied. One of the Black Blood Guards laughed heartily, recalling what had happened not long ago. Huh, who do you think you are? 3 hours? I bet you couldn't last more than a few minutes. Another sneered disdainfully. What? Who do you look down on? I'm famous for my 7 times a night. I'm nothing like you. The Black Blood Guard retorted unhappily. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he leaped forward toward the riverbank. After a few flashes, he successfully arrived at his destination. Qin Feng? The 3 Black Blood Guards were first stunned when they recognized Qin Feng's appearance. Then they were overjoyed. The 9th Prince Ing Dang had long described Qin Feng's looks in detail to ensure that every descendant of the Daong dynasty would remember him. They never expected that he would come right to them. Swish, swish. The 3 Black Blood Guards quickly stood up and surrounded Qin Feng. Ha, kid. Heaven has a path, and you don't take it. Hell has no door, and you come in anyway. Today marks your death. Ha, that's right. As long as we kill you, the 9th Prince will definitely reward us heavily. Let us go together and kill him. The 3 showed fierce smiles as they approached Qin Feng in a triangular formation. Bang, bang, bang. Without saying a word, Qin Feng directly leaped into the air, sweeping out with his right foot in quick succession. The 3 Black Blood Guards froze as if struck by lightning, and all spewed blood as they fell heavily to the ground. Their limbs twitched, and they kept spitting blood. They were taking in more air than they were exhaling, and only 1 breath remained. How is this possible? Wasn't he only at the 3rd level of the profound general realm? The 9th Prince deceived me. The 3 lay on the ground, gasping desperately. Now, I will ask, you will answer. Whoever gives me a satisfactory answer, I will let him go. Qin Feng stepped forward, looking down at them, and said, Tell me, where is Ing Dang? I don't know. 1 Black Blood Guard mumbled. Bang. Qin Feng lifted his right foot and stomped down hard, crushing his head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The remaining 2 were so frightened that they screamed loudly. I don't want to hear nonsense. I will ask one last time, where is Ing Dang? Qin Feng asked again. Senior, I know. One of them quickly replied weakly. Speak. Qin Feng shouted. Senior, although I don't know his exact location now, I can contact him through this jade slip. The Black Blood Guard said as he took out a communication jade slip and handed it over. Qin Feng's consciousness moved, effortlessly erasing the seal on it. And then he entered to explore. He found that there was indeed a message from the 9th Prince inside. Everyone listen. If you encounter Qin Feng, kill him without mercy. However, this was information from more than 10 days ago. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng immediately moved his consciousness, mimicking the tone of the Black Blood Guard, and sent out a new message. 9th Prince, your subordinate has discovered Qin Feng's whereabouts. Please hurry. He also roughly sketched a terrain map to indicate his location. Now that the bait had been thrown out, all that was left was to wait for the fish to bite. He hoped he wouldn't have to wait too long. Qin Feng waved his hand. 3 blazing flames erupted from his palm. Soon, the 3 Black Blood Guards were burned to ashes. After finishing all this, Qin Feng strode forward, sat down by the fire, added firewood, and continued roasting meat. He quietly awaited the response from the ninth Prince Ingdang. He knew that once the message was sent from the communication jade slip given to him by the Black Blood Guards, Ingdang and all the Black Blood Guards would receive it. Of course, there was also a certain distance limitation. About a stick of incense later, the meat was fully cooked, emitting bursts of strange fragrance. This was the leg meat of the third-tier demon beast, the black gold pig, which was fatty but not greasy, and tasted quite good. Qin Feng casually shook out a dagger, cut off a large piece, and began to eat heartily. After a long period of closed-door cultivation, he had only eaten spirit pills, and his mouth was almost bland. Having an extra meal occasionally was nice. Ah, it smells so good. Just as Qin Feng was enjoying his meal, a clear female voice suddenly came from the nearby woods. Then a girl dressed in a red skirt walked out briskly. Qin Feng turned his head to take a look and was momentarily stunned. The newcomer appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a red palace-style long dress, with an exceptionally hot figure. Especially that pair of mountains, which swayed up and down with her movements, seemed like they might burst out of her clothing at any moment. Her long, shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin, while her slender waist swayed as she walked. The girl was also quite tall, standing at over 1.7 meters, with a graceful figure and fiery red lips that made it hard to look away. However, after seeing the girl's appearance clearly, Qin Feng felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had seen her somewhere before, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where. Giggle. Big brother, am I pretty? Seeing Qin Feng staring at her, the girl in the red dress couldn't help but giggle. Cough, cough, Qin Feng responded, quickly retracting his gaze. In fact, although the girl in the red dress was beautiful and stunning, Qin Feng was not truly captivated by her. Instead, he was secretly pondering where he had seen her before. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember at the moment. Not receiving a response from Qin Feng, the girl in the red dress, carrying a fragrant breeze, walked straight over and sat down on a large rock beside him. Big brother, I'm hungry. Can I have some of your roasted meat? The girl in the red dress looked longingly at the meat on the grill, licking her rosy lips. Sure, Qin Feng replied. Haha, thank you, big brother. I won't be polite then. The girl in the red dress said as she casually took out a delicate little knife, cut off a piece of meat, and began to eat it with great relish. With the joint effort of Qin Feng and the girl in the red dress, they soon finished off an entire leg of the black gold pig. However, judging by the girl's appearance, she seemed to still be wanting more. Big brother, is there any more? The girl in the red dress asked. No more. Qin Feng shook his head. In fact, he still had some. After killing the 3 Black Blood Guards, Qin Feng had collected their storage rings. One of them contained the corpse of the black gold pig. However, he had eaten quite a bit already and didn't want to waste time roasting more. Besides, Ingdang and the others might be coming soon, and Qin Feng didn't want to involve this girl in any trouble. He wanted her to leave quickly. But I'm still very hungry. What should I do? The girl in the red dress said, looking at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression. All right, you should go quickly. It's not safe here. Qin Feng waved his hand. But I haven't eaten enough yet. I don't want to leave. The girl in the red dress shook her head. Huh. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned his head to glance at her. At a glance, Qin Feng's heart shook violently. He saw a strange red light flashing in the girl in the red dress's eyes, disappearing in an instant. Qin Feng's eyes gradually became dizzy. Cluck, big brother. Since you won't treat me to barbecue, then I can only eat you, the woman in the red dress said as she moved closer to Qin Feng. Just then, a thunderous shout suddenly came from a distant direction. Qin Feng. Boom! The sound was like thunder, echoing through the mountains and forests. It frightened the birds in the woods, which fled into the sky in panic. As the sound reached his ears, Qin Feng instantly woke up. The woman in the red dress beside him changed her expression, her pupils flashing with a strong murderous intent. She was ready to feast. Unexpectedly, an unexpected intruder appeared halfway. Qin Feng and the woman in the red dress both looked up ahead. They saw a group of people galloping towards them at full speed. They were all dressed in black battle armor, exuding a fierce aura. The leader was someone Qin Feng recognized. It was the Black Blood Guard who had once stabbed him in the shoulder. This person, named Gong Tianming, was a minor leader of the Black Blood Guard. His strength was not weak. having already reached the peak of the Qian general's 8th level. After receiving the summons, he immediately brought his team members at full speed. Unexpectedly, upon arriving here, he found no sign of his comrades. He only saw Qin Feng and a stunning woman in a red dress sitting together, and they were very close, seemingly in a flirtatious manner. It was needless to ask, his comrades had likely already been killed by Qin Feng. The one who sent the message was also Qin Feng. The purpose was to lure the snake out of its hole. However, it didn't matter anymore. Now that they had 5 people, killing Qin Feng would be easy, right? Huh. Qin Feng, you really don't know how to die, daring to impersonate my comrade and send a message to inform your own location. Do you really think you can live forever? Gong Tianming approached first, looking down at Qin Feng from a high position with a sneer. Why are only 5 of you here? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Where's that dog, Ing Dang? Looking for death. How dare you insult the 9th prince? You must be tired of living. Captain Gong, stop wasting time with him, just kill him. Haha, that's right, kill him, and that beautiful woman will be ours. Then we brothers can have some fun. Before Gong Tianming could respond, the 4 men behind him had already started roaring loudly. Among them were some rascals, their eyes firmly locked onto the woman in the red dress, even drooling. Shut up. Gong Tianming waved his hand, stopping everyone from continuing their noise. He coldly stared at Qin Feng and said, Kid, I let you slip away last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. I'm asking you, will you surrender obediently, or do I have to do it myself? What? Do you think you've got me? Qin Feng suddenly stood up, his powerful aura erupting violently. Boom! 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 Several loud sounds came. The 4 black blood guards at the peak of the 6th level of Qian General under Gong Tianming were overwhelmed and flew out like they were struck by lightning, falling heavily to the ground and creating 4 large holes. Dust and stones flew everywhere, and even Gong Tianming's expression changed drastically as he retreated uncontrollably. How is this possible? Gong Tianming exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Just half a month ago, you were merely at the 3rd level of Qian General. How could you suddenly become so powerful? He clearly remembered when he first encountered Qin Feng. At that time, Qin Feng was just a small fry at the 3rd level of Qian General. He could easily pin Qin Feng to a tree with a single shot. But unexpectedly, in just half a month, Qin Feng had grown to such a terrifying level. Although his displayed realm was only at the 8th level of Qian General, the pressure he exuded was earth-shattering, comparable to those unparalleled geniuses at the peak of the 9th level of Qian General. This also meant that Qin Feng's combat power was extraordinary, capable of easily killing enemies of a higher level. Even he was no match for him. Run. Thinking of this, Gong Tianming shouted and turned to flee. Run? Do you think you can escape? Qin Feng sneered coldly. He raised his right hand and pointed into the air. Whoosh! A thumb-thick pale, golden flame shot out like a flash of lightning, directly piercing through Gong Tianming's back of the head. Gong Tianming screamed and fell to the ground in midair. With just a single finger, the peak 8th level Qian General Gong Tianming was dead. He's a devil. Everyone run. Escape. The 4 black blood guards had just climbed out of the pit when they saw such a bloody and terrifying scene. They were so frightened that their souls left their bodies and they ran away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng's right hand continuously pointed out, for flames shot out and landed on the 4 men, instantly turning them to ashes. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. At that moment, a sudden exclamation came from behind. Qin Feng turned around abruptly to look at the woman in the red dress. He saw her staring at him with admiration in her beautiful eyes. Really? Qin Feng smirked, a wicked smile appearing on his face. He stepped forward towards the woman in the red dress. Chapter 80. The most ruthless person in the northern wilderness region, Qin Feng, stepped towards the woman in the red dress. With each step he took, the killing intent around him thickened. What are you going to do? The woman in the red dress's pretty face changed slightly as she pretended to be calm and asked, Haha, what am I going to do? Qin Feng's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Of course, I'm going to do you. As his voice fell, Qin Feng suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the woman in the red dress in an instant. With a swift motion, he grabbed her neck and lifted her high. Cough, cough. Big brother, what are you doing? I haven't offended you. The woman in the red dress's eyes bulged slightly, coughing with difficulty. Oomph. At this point, still pretending? Qin Feng's expression changed, and he suddenly exerted force with his right hand. The woman in the red dress screamed, her right hand shooting out like lightning to grab Qin Feng's arm, while her left hand desperately tugged at his fingers. She struggled to speak. Big brother, even if you want to kill me, you should at least give me a valid reason, right? All right, I'll let you die with clarity. Qin Feng sneered coldly and said loudly, I ask you, earlier when you used your evil technique on me, did you intend to kill me? What evil technique? I don't know what you're talking about. The woman in the red dress denied without hesitation. With death looming, you're still quibbling. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold, and a terrifying energy erupted from his palm. The woman in the red dress immediately felt a sharp pain in her neck, nearly suffocating her. Every hair on her body stood on end as a strong sense of life and death crisis surged in her heart. Stop. I am the daughter of the Demon Yuan sect's leader, Yao Linger. If you dare to kill me, my Demon Yuan sect will definitely not let you go. At the moment of life and death, the woman in the red dress finally couldn't help but roar loudly. You are Yao Ling? Qin Feng was taken aback upon hearing this, and his right hand loosened slightly. He didn't expect that this stunning and enchanting woman was the legendary Yao Linger. At the same time, Qin Feng finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity when he first met her. It turned out that Yao Linger was the younger sister of Yao Ji. Now that he looked closely, Yao Linger indeed resembled Yao Ji, sharing about 70 to 80% of their looks. It's just that the older sister liked to wear a green dress, while the younger sister preferred a red dress. One had to say, both sisters were characters who could bring disaster to the country. Yes, I am Yao Linger. Yao Linger nodded and threatened loudly, once you kill me, my father can deduce who the real murderer is based on the secret methods of the Demon Yuan sect. At that time, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will definitely not escape death. Are you threatening me? Qin Feng's expression darkened. This is not a threat, but a fact, Yao Linger said triumphantly. So if you don't want to cause trouble, you'd better let me go. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. According to legend, the leader of the Demon Yuan sect, Yao Tianao, was a ruthless character who feared nothing. The person is ruthless and vengeful, and fiercely protective of their own. It is said that the demon Tianao dotes on his two daughters, Yaoheim and Yaolinger, to the core. Once, a direct descendant of a prominent family casually teased his daughter Yaoheim on the street, and as a result, the very next night, that family was exterminated by the Yao Yuan sect. All 3,040 members were killed. Even a family dog was not spared. On another occasion, a grandson of a marquis from the Daon dynasty, enamored with Yaolinga, abducted her to his residence. When Demon Tianao heard the news, he single-handedly stormed into the marquis estate and slaughtered his entire family. The marquis's grandson had his head severed and hung above the city gate of the imperial capital as a warning to others. Ultimately, countless masters from the imperial capital were dispatched to hunt down Tianao. However, not only did they fail to kill him, but he also killed numerous powerful figures in return. This incident caused a sensation throughout the entire northern wilderness region. It made Tianao a household name, known as the most ruthless person in the northern wilderness. Because of Tianao's presence, both Yaoheim and Yaolinger developed a fearless personality, acting recklessly. As for the last time, when senior sister Murong Yin relentlessly pursued Yaoheim, she was not afraid of Yaoheim's retaliation. That was because Murong Yin had her master, the head of the Taishan sect, backing her. Their statuses were similar, so there was naturally no fear. However, others did not dare to harm Yaoheim. They feared Tianao's vengeance. Hey kid, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and let this young lady go. Do you want to wait for my father to exterminate your entire family? Seeing Qin Feng's expression change, Yaolinger thought he was scared and immediately became smug. She had encountered such situations many times before. Those who heard she was Tianao's daughter would immediately be so frightened that they would lose control, ultimately having to let her go obediently. Some even knelt before her, begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression changed. He suddenly lifted his right foot, stepped on a large rock in front of him, and then placed Yaolinger across his knee. Smack! A heavy slap landed on Yaolinger's backside. The crisp sound echoed in all directions. You have such audacity to hit me? Yowling blushed furiously, thrashing and cursing angrily. She never expected that Qin Feng would dare to hit her after knowing her identity. Truly reckless and ignorant of danger. What's wrong? Are you too noble to be struck? Qin Feng said, the corners of his mouth curling up in a wicked smile. As he spoke, his right hand rose, and he began to slap her repeatedly. Slap, slap. You lowly commoner. How dare you treat me like this? You're dead. Do you understand? My father will definitely not let you go. Yowling was furious, her anger reaching its peak, loudly cursing. Growing up under Qin Hao's protection, she had developed a quirky, willful personality. In her entire life, she had never been bullied like this. Whether I die or not is uncertain, but I do know that you are going to die soon, Qin Feng said, forming a hand seal that sealed Yowling pressure points. Then he picked her up by the waist and walked toward the nearby forest. You lowly commoner. What are you going to do? Seeing this, Yowling suddenly felt a surge of ominousness and roared loudly. Qin Feng remained silent, continuing to carry her deeper into the forest. Because of Qin Hao's backing, Qin Feng indeed could not kill her. If he did, it would be a complete enmity with the Yaoyuan sect. Qin Feng's current strength was still too weak to bear that. But since Yowling wanted to kill him, he certainly would not let her off easily. He might not act personally, but he could use others to do the deed. At that time, I want to see if your mouth is still so tough. Chapter 81. Accidental Success. Qin Feng carried Yowling and strode deep into the forest. After about half an instant's stick time, Qin Feng stopped. Ahead was a patch of grassland approximately dozens of feet square. Towering ancient trees surrounded it, lush and dense. From the depths of the forest, the roars of demon beasts could occasionally be heard. Qin Feng casually threw Yowling onto the grass. Then he extended his index finger and lightly grazed her arm. A spurt of fresh blood shot out. A faint smell of blood quickly permeated the air. After doing this, Qin Feng leaped up and directly jumped onto a towering ancient tree. Standing on a thick branch, he looked down coldly at Yowling below. Lowly commoner, what do you want? Yowling cursed furiously. What do I want? You'll know soon, Qin Feng replied with a cold smile. After about several breaths, rustling sounds suddenly came from ahead. Then, a giant python, about dozens of feet long, burst out from the depths of the forest. Following the scent of blood, it quickly slithered towards Yowling. Wherever it passed, flowers and trees withered. Before it even got close, a strong, fishy wind rushed towards them. Help, help! Upon smelling that strong, fishy wind, Yowling was so frightened that her liver and gallbladder split, screaming wildly. Qin Feng, upon hearing this, remained indifferent. He naturally would not show mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. The giant python's speed increased rapidly and was almost upon them. It suddenly opened its massive mouth and lunged toward Yowling. Please help me. As long as you save me, I'm willing to give you all my treasures. In a life-and-death moment, Yowling cried out desperately again. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart stirred. This Yowling is Qin Hao's daughter. She might have many good things on her. Thinking of this, he directly struck out with a palm. Boom! A gigantic energy palm descended from the sky, instantly smashing the giant python's head into pieces. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered onto Yowling, causing her to scream again in fear. Qin Feng lightly leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. He looked down at Yowling and asked, "What treasures do you have?" Yowling replied, "You first release my pressure points, and I will give you the things." Qin Feng thought for a moment, nodded, and casually pointed to release some pressure points, allowing her to restore part of her cultivation and open her storage ring. Yowling struggled to get up from the ground, focusing her thoughts to open her storage ring. Clatter! The next moment, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures fell to the ground like raindrops. There were pills, magical artifacts, and materials for refining pills and weapons. The quantity was vast, piling up like a mountain. How about it? Are you satisfied? Yowling glanced at Qin Feng disdainfully, asking coldly. Not enough. Qin Feng shook his head. Although she produced many treasures, not much was useful to him. Most were items needed by demon cultivators. What? So many treasures still aren't enough? Upon hearing this, Yao Lingar glared at Qin Feng resentfully. With just this little bit, do you still want to exchange it for your life? Qin Feng coldly snorted, casually forming a seal to seal Yao Ling'er's pressure points again. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he collected all the treasures on the ground. Although most of these items were for demon cultivators, better something than nothing. In the future, there might be opportunities to exchange them for the cultivation resources he needed. After doing all this, Qin Feng leaped and was about to jump onto the giant tree again. Don't go. Seeing this, Yao Ling'er was suddenly so frightened that her liver and gallbladder split, and she shouted loudly. Is there something else? Qin Feng asked coldly. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Yao Ling'er pleaded with tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful. Impossible. Qin Feng's face was cold as he said firmly, I will never show mercy to those who want to kill me. I admit that it was indeed my fault earlier. I shouldn't have harbored thoughts of killing you. But now that I realize my mistake, can't you forgive me just once? Yao Ling'er shouted loudly. No. Qin Feng replied coldly. I have no relation to you at all. So why should I forgive you? What if I am willing to be your woman? Can you forgive me then? Yao Ling'er suddenly asked loudly, her eyes sparkling. What? Qin Feng was taken aback. He never expected Yao Ling'er would say such a thing. Really, as long as you let me go, I am willing to be your woman. Yao Ling'er reiterated. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze fell on Yao Ling'er's curvaceous body, and his heart stirred. Are you sure you won't regret it? Qin Feng asked. Absolutely no regrets. Yao Ling'er replied loudly. After saying this, she secretly added in her heart, if I can miraculously survive today, I will definitely make you pay with your life in the future. Just consider today as being bitten by a dog. At that time, I will make you repay with your life. All right, I'm coming. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled wickedly. As a cultivator, he certainly couldn't miss any opportunity for improvement. After saying this, Qin Feng stepped forward. As the saying goes, the moon over the vast sea weeps pearls. The sun over Lantian warms jade smoke. The bright moon does not return to the deep blue sea, and the white clouds fill the twilight sky. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Dusk descended, and darkness enveloped the earth. Qin Feng felt refreshed and was all smiles, because after this cultivation, his strength had made a huge leap. He directly advanced from the mid-stage of the 8th level of the Xian General to the peak of the 8th level of the Xian General. After observing himself, Qin Feng's consciousness lightly moved and swept over Yao Ling. After the sweep, he found that she had also gained significant benefits from this cultivation. Originally at the early stage of the 8th level of the Xian General, she had jumped to the mid-stage of the 8th level of the Xian General. Moreover, her aura had stabilized a lot, without any sense of floating. It was as if she had been polished and tempered. Yao Ling'er glared fiercely at Qin Feng and was about to get up and leave. But just then, she suddenly sensed that her cultivation had greatly improved, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, What's going on? Why did my cultivation suddenly improve? Qin Feng was about to speak. At that moment, Yao Ling'er screamed again. The sound was so loud that it made Qin Feng's eardrums buzz. What are you shouting about? It's just a small improvement. Is it worth getting so excited? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. You're making a big deal out of nothing. No, that's not it. My heavenly absolute meridians have actually disappeared for a small section. Yao Ling'er replied excitedly. After saying this, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes fixed on Qin Feng, staring without blinking, as if looking at a rare treasure. Her eyes were full of intense excitement and joy. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Feng asked in confusion. Yao Ling'er took a deep breath, suppressing her joy, and explained, It's like this, although I am of the heavenly body. I also inherited my mother's heavenly absolute meridians. This heavenly absolute meridians is an incurable disease. Women absolutely cannot live past 30. My mother, my aunt, my little aunt, they all had the same fate. When they reached 30, they all died. My sister and I also inherited these heavenly absolute meridians. To save my sister and me, my father has spent years searching the entire North Wilderness for a remedy. But without exception, all have failed. Later, my father finally found out how to solve the heavenly absolute meridians, but was completely hopeless. Do you know what the method is? How would I know? Qin Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Yao Ling'er, however, was not angry, but explained with a smile. To solve the heavenly Yin absolute meridians for my sister and me, there are two methods. One is to find an imperial-level expert to use divine abilities to forcibly extract the heavenly Yin absolute meridians from our bodies. The second is for my sister and me to cultivate an imperial-level technique suitable for our physique, which can gradually dissolve the heavenly Yin absolute meridians. Unfortunately, neither method is feasible. After all, there is no one in the entire North Wilderness who has reached the imperial level, nor can we find an imperial-level technique suitable for us. At this point, Yao Linger's eyes suddenly brightened, and she stared at Qin Feng with piercing eyes, asking, "Did you use some kind of imperial-level technique when you did that bad thing to me earlier?" "No." Qin Feng shook his head and answered without hesitation. He was using the celestial-level technique, Yin Yang Changchun Ju upper volume. Huh? No, wait, that Yin Yang Changchun Ju might actually be an imperial-level technique. Qin Feng suddenly had a thought, because what he obtained was only the upper volume of the Yin Yang Changchun Ju, and he had not yet found the lower volume. The upper volume stated that it was a celestial-level technique. Perhaps, if he could find the lower volume of Yin Yang Changchun Ju and complete it, then this celestial-level technique could be upgraded to a low-grade imperial-level technique. Impossible. You must have cultivated some special imperial-level technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to solve my heavenly Yin absolute meridians problem. Ya Linge exclaimed loudly. Fine, you can believe whatever you want. Qin Feng no longer denied it. Thank you, Qin Feng. Yao Linger smiled brightly upon hearing this. After saying this, she suddenly leaned over and quickly kissed Qin Feng on the side of his face. At that moment, all the hatred she had for Qin Feng disappeared completely. In its place was deep gratitude. Now, not to mention seeking revenge on Qin Feng. She would rather worship him. After all, there is no one in the world who is not afraid of death. Yao Linger was no exception. It is no exaggeration to say that the heavenly Yin absolute meridians were like a large knife hanging over her head. Once she turned 30, it would fall mercilessly, shattering her to pieces. A mere 30 years, for a cultivator, is just a blink of an eye. It was precisely because she knew her time was limited that Yao Linger's personality became very quirky, willful, and reckless. After all, she was not expected to live long. Could she not enjoy life properly before dying? But today, by chance, she met Qin Feng, who unexpectedly solved her heavenly Yin absolute meridians problem in a roundabout way. Although it only made the heavenly Yin absolute meridians disappear for a small section, it gave her a glimpse of hope for life. At that moment, Yao Linger was overjoyed. This meant that as long as she and Qin Feng had a few more encounters, her heavenly Yin absolute meridians could be completely resolved. She would no longer have to die. Thinking of this, Yao Linger immediately turned and looked at Qin Feng with affectionate eyes, sweetly saying, "Qin Feng, can we do it again? Woman, are you sure you want to play with fire?" Qin Feng was stunned upon hearing this, asking with a wicked smile, "Absolutely. Come and burn me." Yao Linger looked at him shyly, her eyes full of charm. "All right, as you wish." Qin Feng could no longer hold back. Half an hour passed again. Although Yao Linger was a cultivator and her physique was different from ordinary people, the continuous high-intensity actions had tired her out. She lay limply on the grass, completely too weak to move. A few damp strands of hair clung to her jade-like forehead. Her pretty face was flushed, with her eyes full of satisfaction. With her mindset changing, she suddenly felt that this kind of thing was actually quite comfortable, unlike the first time, when she felt full of humiliation and wished for Qin Feng's death. But now, she wished for Qin Feng to do her in. As her consciousness entered introspection, a happy smile rippled across Yao Linger's blushing face. After this cultivation, her heavenly Yin absolute meridians indeed disappeared for a small section. It seems that her guess was correct. Qin Feng must have cultivated some special imperial-level cultivation method. As long as he practices with him a few more times, his problem with the Tianyin absolute vein can be completely resolved. He will no longer have to suffer from the nightmare of dying at 30. Thinking of this, Yao Linger couldn't help but think of her sister, Yao Ji. Her sister is as pitiable as she is. From the moment she was born, she inherited their mother's Tianyin absolute vein. Moreover, as the years go by, The Tianyin absolute vein in her sister is much more developed than her own. What should she do? Should she save her sister? But if she saves her sister, then she won't be able to monopolize Qin Lang. Thinking of this, Yao Linger couldn't help but show a strong sense of hesitation and conflict. What's wrong? Are you troubled by something? Qin Feng turned his face and saw Yao Linger's conflicted expression, immediately asking with concern. He could clearly sense that Yao Linger had developed feelings for him. So from now on, he would treat her as his woman. If Yao Linger continued to call him a lowly commoner and threatened him, he would definitely leave without a second thought. Yao Linger gently nodded, looking at Qin Feng with a complex expression. Go on, what is it? Qin Feng smiled and said. Yao Linger pondered for a long time, finally biting her lip and murmuring, Qin Lang, can you help my sister? As I told you, my sister also inherited our mother's Tianyin absolute vein. Moreover, my sister's condition is now much more serious than mine. Huh? Qin Feng was taken aback and asked strangely, how do you want to help her? Oh, you big bad guy. Yao Linger blushed at his words, lightly raised her small fist and punched him. Her voice as soft as a mosquito, saying, aren't you asking knowingly? I certainly know, but are you sure you want to do this? Qin Feng asked with a wicked smile. Yao Linger nodded firmly, saying seriously, I have a very good relationship with my sister, and I absolutely cannot stand by and watch her die an untimely death. This is just your one-sided wish. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile, analyzing. You should know that this is not a small matter for a girl. Even if I am willing to help, your sister may not be willing. Don't worry. I will convince her, Yao Linger said earnestly. Well, let's talk about this later. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Xingsi Yao Linger pleaded so sincerely. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, it was just an additional training partner. This was definitely not because he was lecherous, but for the sake of improving his cultivation. The two of them cuddled for a while longer, then got dressed. They returned to the riverbank to continue roasting meat. Linger, don't kill people randomly in the future, Qin Feng said while fiddling with the black gold pig leg on the rack. I have never killed people randomly, Yao Linger replied. Then why do others say that you kill innocents indiscriminately and like to drink the blood of cultivators? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, Yao Linger pouted her lips in displeasure and said loudly, that's slander. Although I act recklessly, I never kill people randomly. The ones I kill are those who deserve to die for their many wrongdoings. Still trying to argue? Then what about when you wanted to kill me earlier? Am I also someone who deserves to die? Qin Feng rolled his eyes secretly. Hearing this, Yao Linger became angry and said, of course. You're a big bad guy who only knows how to bully me. Shouldn't you be killed? Qin Feng's expression turned stern. Seeing this, Yao Linger quickly sat beside Qin Feng, smiling and linking her arm with his, acting cute, and said, hee, don't be angry, I was just joking with you. At this point, she changed the subject and continued to explain, in fact, the reason I wanted to kill you and drink your blood is that I sensed an incredibly strong, evil aura from you. So I mistakenly thought you were a bad person with blood on your hands who deserved to die. I see. Qin Feng nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, I don't care what kind of person you were before, but after following me, I hope you can remember my words. Don't kill innocents indiscriminately. Of course, if someone bullies you, then you should kill them. Qin Feng didn't want her to put down her sword and become a Buddha immediately, but he wanted her to have certain principles and bottom lines. Otherwise, when it comes time for her to cross tribulations and advance, if she has too much blood on her hands, she will face great calamities because of the karmic entanglements. I will listen to you, Qin Lang. Yao Linger obediently nodded, gently resting her head on Qin Feng's shoulder with a look of happiness on her face. By the way, Qin Lang, are you waiting for Ying Dang here? Yes, do you know where he is? Qin Feng asked. I don't know, but I can help you ask, Yao Linger said, shaking her hand to take out a black jade slip, quickly imprinting her thoughts and sending it out. All right, I have notified all the disciples of the Yao Yuan sect, and they will inform me as soon as they see Ying Dang. This time, did many disciples from the Yao Yuan sect come in? Qin Feng asked in surprise. Yao Linger nodded, saying there are more than 500 of them. So many? Qin Feng was taken aback. How did you all sneak in? You should know that the entrance to the absolute wilderness ruins is controlled by the Great Yong dynasty and the 4 major sects together. Qin Feng really couldn't understand how they managed to sneak in. Yao Linger smiled and explained, "Actually, this is the biggest secret of our Yao Yuan sect and the Blood Demon sect. But since you're my man, I won't hide it from you." Saying this, Yao Linger quickly switched to mental transmission and revealed the truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly understood. It turns out that the people from the Yao Yuan sect and the Blood Demon sect had discovered another entrance. This entrance is known only to a few high-ranking members of the two sections. Whenever the seals inside the absolute wilderness ruins loosen and are about to open, the people from the Yao Yuan sect and the Blood Demon sect will enter accordingly. One reason is to seize fortune. The other is, of course, to slaughter the disciples of the Great Yong dynasty and the four major sects, reducing the overall strength of their opponents. This time, over 1,000 people from the Yao Yuan sect and the Blood Demon sect entered. Almost all of them are the young talents of the two sections. While chatting, the black gold pig leg was roasted. Qin Feng cut off a piece of tender meat and handed it to Yao Linger. Without hesitation, Yao Linger took it and began to eat happily. She has never been able to resist delicious food. Soon, an entire black gold pig leg was finished off by the two of them. So delicious, Qin Long. Can you roast meat for me to eat in the future when you have time? Yao Linger took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped the grease off Qin Feng's mouth. No problem. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Yao Linger smiled charmingly and was about to speak. But just then, as if sensing something, she quickly shook her hand and took out a communication jade slip. Entering her thoughts to check, she immediately smiled and said, "Qin Lang, I receive a message from senior brother. He has discovered the whereabouts of the 9th prince, Ing Dang." "Oh, where?" Qin Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Let's go, I'll take you there." Yao Linger suddenly stood up, took Qin Feng's hand, and ran forward. "Haha, Ing Dang, this time you can't escape." Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 83. Wanner is captured just as Qin Feng and Yao Linger set off, about 60,000 zhang away from them. In a valley, two teams of people were fiercely confronting each other. One team consisted of the 9th Prince Ing Dang. Behind him followed more than 30 members of the Great Yong royal family. Each one was strong, ranging from the 5th to the 9th level of the Xian general. The other team wore moon-white robes. The collar of the robes was embroidered with a bright crescent moon. They were the inner disciples of the Tai Ching sect. Their numbers were also considerable,